November 18th, 1978. 5:02 p.m. How very much I've tried my best to give you a good life. That's Jim Jones's voice, speaking to 918 people in a jungle clearing in Guyana. In 44 minutes, all of them will be dead. We have the audio, every scream, every plea, every moment. 304 of them were children. The babies went first. Poison squirted into their mouths with syringes while their parents held them down. Then the children, then the adults, some willing, some forced at gunpoint. Jones called it revolutionary suicide. He called it translation. He said they weren't dying. He said they were crossing over. And here's what makes this the most disturbing case in American history. The bodies were found 4 days later, arranged in patterns, geometric configurations that shouldn't have been possible because everyone was dead. Something had moved them. The audio tape contains frequencies that shouldn't exist. Sounds beneath Jones's voice that audio engineers can measure but can't explain. And the survivors, those who escaped, they all report the same thing. Jones wasn't human by the end. Something was speaking through him. Something that had been answering his prayers for 23 years. Something that's still in that jungle. Tonight we're going to listen to that tape. We're going to trace how a small-town preacher from Indiana became a monster. And we're going to discover what he was really building in that compound. Because Jim Jones didn't create a church. He created a doorway. And on November 18th, 1978, he opened it. This is Jonestown. This is the translation. And nothing you believe about cults or religion or the nature of evil will survive what you're about to hear. Put on your headphones, turn off the lights, because we're going into the jungle and we're not coming out the same. Chapter 1. The Preacher, 1931-1955. Where the darkness begins. Before he was a monster, Jim Jones was a boy who talked to things that weren't there. His mother said he was gifted. His neighbors said he was touched by God. But the animals knew better. They ran from him. Dogs would whine and pull away when young Jimmy approached. Cats would hiss and arch their backs. Birds would fall silent when he walked beneath trees where they'd been singing moments before. The animals knew. They could sense what the humans couldn't see, that something was already inside him, or attached to him, or watching the world through his eyes. Something that had been waiting for exactly the right kind of broken child to notice it. And in 1931, in Lynn, Indiana, that child was born. His name was James Warren Jones. And by the time he was 24 years old, he would build his first church. By the time he was 47, he would murder 918 people. But the story begins earlier, in a house where love was absent and strangeness was normal, in a childhood where death fascinated and religion obsessed, in the space between what young Jim Jones pretended to be and what was slowly claiming him from the inside. This is where it starts. This is where the darkness begins. This is the preacher before he became the monster. The house on South Webster Street in Lynn, Indiana was not a place where children thrived. It was a narrow, weathered structure built in the 1890s, its paint peeling like diseased skin, its windows darkened by curtains that hadn't been washed in years, its interior filled with the ambient tension that permeated homes where money was scarce and affection was scarcer. In 1931, when James Warren Jones was born on May 13th, the house already possessed the quality of a place where something had gone wrong and never been corrected, where the wrongness had simply been incorporated into the structure's essential character. James Thurman Jones, the father, was rarely present. He had been injured in World War I. Mustard gas had destroyed his lungs, and he spent most of his time either working sporadic jobs or attending meetings of the local Ku Klux Klan, an organization that thrived in 1930s Indiana with membership that included not fringe extremists but respected community members, businessmen, even clergy. James Thurman was a bitter man whose war injuries had denied him the prosperity he believed America owed him, whose anger found outlet in the Klan's promise that someone else, blacks, Catholics, Jews, immigrants, was responsible for his failures. Lynetta Putnam Jones, the mother, was something else entirely. She was a woman who claimed Cherokee ancestry, though no documentation supported this claim, who read voraciously about mysticism and spiritualism and alternative religions, who told anyone who would listen that she possessed psychic abilities and could perceive truths hidden from ordinary consciousness. She was neglectful in the practical matters of motherhood, cooking, cleaning, affection, but intensely focused on the spiritual development of her son, whom she declared from birth to be special, gifted, chosen by forces she could sense but not fully articulate. Young Jim Jones learned early that he was different, though whether that difference was innate or was created by his mother's constant insistence that he possessed unusual qualities remained ambiguous even to him. He was small for his age, thin and often sickly, with large dark eyes that adults found either compelling or disturbing depending on their sensitivity to qualities that operated beneath surface appearance. He was intelligent, precociously so, reading by age 4, memorizing passages from the Bible and from his mother's spiritualist books with equal facility, demonstrating an ability to absorb and retain information that suggested either photographic memory or an obsessive need to fill his consciousness with external content to avoid confronting whatever resided in the emptiness within. But it was his relationship with death that marked young Jim Jones as genuinely unusual, rather than simply as another bright, neglected child trying to survive a dysfunctional home. He was fascinated by death in ways that went beyond normal childhood curiosity about mortality. He conducted funerals for animals, not just pets who died naturally, but animals he found dead, or animals that died under circumstances that neighbours would later recall with unease when trying to piece together the origins of the monster Jones would become. The funerals were elaborate affairs for a child of 7 or 8 years old. Jones would dress in his Sunday clothes, the only nice clothing he owned, clothes that were slightly too large and that gave him the appearance of a child playing dress-up in adult garments. He would position the dead animal, cat, dog, bird, once a neighbour's rabbit that had disappeared under mysterious circumstances, in a shoebox or other makeshift coffin. He would gather an audience of neighbourhood children, some willing, others coerced through the force of personality that Jones was already learning to wield like a weapon, and then he would preach. Not childish nonsense or play acting, but actual sermons, borrowing cadences and theological concepts from the Pentecostal preachers whose services he attended obsessively, adding his own innovations about death and transcendence and the journey of the soul beyond the physical body. The neighbour children would listen with mixture of fascination and discomfort, drawn by Jones's charisma, but repelled by something in his performance that felt wrong, that suggested the boy wasn't playing a game, but was genuinely trying to accomplish something through these ritual performances over dead animals. Mrs. Patterson, who lived 3 houses down, would later tell investigators who came asking about Jones's childhood, "That boy scared me. He was maybe 9 years old, preaching over a dead cat in our backyard, and the way he looked at that cat's body, it wasn't sadness or childish curiosity, it was hunger, like he wanted something from that death, like he was trying to learn something from watching life become not life, and the other children, they'd watch him, and you could see them being pulled in by his voice and his presence. Even while they were afraid, he had power over them even then, power to make them do things they knew were strange, things they knew their parents wouldn't approve of. But they did them anyway because when Jimmy Jones told you to do something, you felt like you had to do it. Like refusing wasn't really an option, even though technically you were free to walk away. By age 10, Jones had declared his intention to become a preacher. This ambition was not unusual in 1940s Indiana, where religion permeated society, and where many boys harboured at least temporary aspirations toward ministry. What was unusual was the intensity of Jones's focus on this goal, and his systematic study of how preachers achieved their effects on congregations. He would attend services at different churches, Methodist, Baptist, Pentecostal, even Catholic despite his father's clan membership, and he would observe not as a participant in worship but as a student of technique, noting which gestures produced which emotional responses, which voice modulations moved people to tears or to shouts of affirmation, which theological claims resonated most powerfully with audiences seeking meaning and certainty in Depression-era America. He experimented with these techniques on the neighbourhood children, gathering them in backyards or in the small woods behind the houses on South Webster Street, preaching sermons that combined biblical language with concepts he'd absorbed from his mother's mystical interests. He told them that death wasn't an ending but a doorway, that consciousness persisted beyond physical dissolution, that there were beings, he didn't call them angels or demons, but simply the ones who wait, that existed in spaces adjacent to normal reality, and that could be contacted by those who knew the proper methods. Where did these ideas come from? Jones's mother would claim in later years that her son had been visited by visions since early childhood, that he possessed genuine psychic sensitivity that allowed him to perceive truths hidden from ordinary consciousness. Jones himself would give contradictory accounts, sometimes claiming divine inspiration, sometimes describing his theology as borrowed from various religious traditions, sometimes admitting that he simply told people what they wanted to hear, and that truth was whatever the audience could be made to believe. But there were incidents during Jones's adolescence that suggested something beyond simple, charismatic manipulation or precocious religious interest was occurring. Multiple witnesses would later describe events that they struggled to explain through conventional frameworks. In 1944, when Jones was 13, he attended a revival meeting at a local Pentecostal church. The preacher called for those seeking healing to come forward, and Jones, who had been suffering from a respiratory infection, walked to the front. The preacher placed hands on Jones's head and prayed for healing. According to multiple witnesses, Jones convulsed, spoke in what sounded like languages unknown to anyone present, and then collapsed. When he regained consciousness minutes later, his respiratory symptoms were gone. The infection never returned. Jones would later describe this experience as the moment when he realized that something was paying attention to me. Something heard the preacher's prayer, but it wasn't God, at least not the God the preacher was talking to. It was something else, and it came into me during that moment, or it touched me, or it marked me. I don't know exactly what happened, but from that point on, I could feel it, present, watching, waiting to see what I would do with what it had given me. In 1946, when Jones was 15, he claimed to have experienced his first genuine healing of another person. A woman in his neighborhood, Mrs. Cordell, age 62, had been diagnosed with cancer. The prognosis was terminal, the treatment options in 1946 medicine limited and largely ineffective. Jones visited her, placed his hands on her abdomen where the tumor was located, and prayed. He would later describe the experience. I felt heat coming through my hands, not normal body heat, but something else, something flowing through me into her, and I knew, I don't know how I knew, but I was certain, that the cancer was dying, was being dissolved by whatever was flowing through my hands into her body. Mrs. Cordell's tumor disappeared. Her doctor couldn't explain it. The cancer had been confirmed by biopsy, had been visible on examination, had been producing symptoms consistent with advanced disease, and then it was gone. The doctor attributed it to spontaneous remission, a rare but documented phenomenon where cancers occasionally disappear without treatment. Mrs. Cordell attributed it to Jim Jones, to his healing hands, to the power that she believed flowed through him. Jones was both thrilled and terrified by this experience. Thrilled because it confirmed that he possessed power beyond normal human limitations, that he could affect physical reality through means that science couldn't explain. Terrified because he understood intuitively that this power had a source, that something was working through him, that he was becoming an instrument for forces he could sense but not comprehend or control. He continued experimenting with healing throughout his teenage years, sometimes successfully, more often without visible effect. He learned that success seemed to correlate not with his own belief or effort, but with the faith of the person seeking healing. That conviction and expectation created conditions where impossible things could occur. That reality itself might be more flexible than ordinary consciousness assumed if enough focused belief could be brought to bear on it. By age 18, in 1949, Jones had decided to pursue ministry professionally. He applied to various seminaries and was rejected by most of them. The rejection letters varied in their specificity, but several mentioned concerns about Jones' theological unorthodoxy or his unusual interpretations of Christian doctrine. One admissions officer wrote a note that would later be discovered in seminary archives. Applicant shows high intelligence and clear charisma, but something in his essays and interviews suggests his interest in religion is more about power over people than about serving God. Recommend rejection. The rejection didn't deter Jones. If formal religious institutions wouldn't credential him, he would create his own pathway to ministry. He began attending a Methodist church in Indianapolis, where his family had moved in 1948, and he quickly made himself useful, teaching Sunday school, organizing youth activities, preaching occasionally when the regular pastor was absent. He married Marceline Baldwin in 1949. She was a nurse, 4 years older than Jones, drawn to his intensity and his declared passion for social justice and racial equality, values that were radical in 1949 Indiana, but that Jones articulated with conviction that made them seem not just moral, but inevitable. the only possible stance for anyone claiming to follow Christ, and he continued experiencing phenomena that he couldn't fully explain, that suggested his connection to whatever he called the ones who wait was strengthening rather than fading as he entered adulthood. He would know things he shouldn't know, private details about people's lives, secrets they'd told no one, sins they'd hidden even from themselves. He would sometimes perceive future events, not with perfect clarity, but with enough accuracy that the predictions seemed to exceed probability or lucky guessing. In 1951, Jones had a vision that would determine the trajectory of the rest of his life. He described it in a journal entry that would be discovered decades later. "I saw a building, a wooden structure, simple construction, in a clearing surrounded by dense vegetation. Tropical plants, a climate nothing like Indiana. The building was filled with people, hundreds of them sitting in rows, facing a pavilion where I stood preaching. But I wasn't just preaching, I was conducting a ritual, something older than Christianity, something that required specific words and specific actions and specific conditions. And as I conducted this ritual, as the people listened and believed and participated, I could feel something responding, coming closer, preparing to manifest. The ones who wait were accepting the invitation, and I understood in the vision that this was my purpose. This was what I'd been prepared for since childhood. Not to save souls, but to open a doorway, to facilitate a crossing, to offer something that the ones who wait needed in order to manifest fully in physical reality." Jones was both attracted to and repelled by this vision. Attracted because it promised significance beyond anything a small-town preacher could normally achieve, because it suggested his suspicion that he'd been chosen for a special purpose was accurate, because it offered power that transcended the ordinary limitations of human existence. Repelled because he understood on some level that opening doorways and facilitating crossings and offering what the entities wanted would require sacrifices that he couldn't yet fully conceptualize, but that he knew would exceed anything conventional morality could sanction or forgive. He told no one about the vision. Not Marceline, not his mother, who might have understood better than anyone else, not the Methodist church members who were beginning to see him as a promising young minister who might eventually lead his own congregation. He buried the vision beneath more socially acceptable ambitions, told himself that he would focus on building a church that served the poor and challenged racial inequality and brought genuine positive change to communities that mainstream religion ignored. But the vision never left him. It haunted his dreams and coloured his waking thoughts, and gradually shaped his theology in ways that moved further and further from Christianity, while maintaining enough Christian language and imagery to avoid alienating followers who needed familiar frameworks to make sense of Jones's increasingly strange teachings. In 1954, Jones was finally ordained as a minister in the Independent Assemblies of God, a Pentecostal denomination that required less formal education than mainstream Protestant churches, and that welcomed Jones's charisma and his success at drawing crowds, despite some unease about his theological positions. The ordination gave Jones the credentials he needed to establish himself as a legitimate religious leader, to build his own congregation, rather than serving as assistant in someone else's church. And in 1955, at age 24, Jim Jones founded what would become People's Temple. Initially it was called the Community Unity Church, meeting in a small rented building in Indianapolis, drawing a congregation of perhaps 50 people, mostly working-class folks, some black in an era when integrated churches were rare, some white people who'd been drawn by Jones's preaching about racial equality and social justice. All of them seeking something that mainstream religion wasn't providing, seeking meaning and community and hope in a world that offered them little of any of those things. Jones preached on Sundays with style that borrowed from Pentecostal enthusiasm, shouting, pacing, working himself into states of apparent possession where his voice would change and his physical bearing would transform from the slight, boyish figure he cut at rest into something larger and more commanding. He preached about God's preference for the poor, about Jesus as revolutionary rather than passive sufferer, about the coming kingdom where racial and economic hierarchies would be overthrown and where those who'd been last would be first, and he performed healings, not every service, not even frequently at first, but often enough that word spread throughout Indianapolis that there was a young white preacher who could heal sick people, who could make tumors disappear, and paralysis retreat and chronic pain vanish through the laying on of hands and prayer that called on God. But that seemed to invoke something else as well, something that Jones never named but that perceptive observers could sense beneath the Christian language he used to make his practices acceptable to his congregation. Some of the healings were fraudulent. Jones had studied revival tent healers and had learned the tricks of the trade, how to plant audience members who would pretend to be healed, how to use cold reading techniques to extract information that could be presented as supernatural knowledge, how to employ sleight of hand to produce tumors, actually chicken organs, that he claimed to extract from sick bodies. He was shameless in his use of these techniques, convinced that the end, building a congregation, accumulating power, creating conditions that would eventually allow him to fulfill the vision he'd had of the building and the clearing, justified the means of deception and manipulation. But some of the healings were real. Not all, perhaps not even most, but enough that Jones couldn't dismiss them as coincidence or placebo effect or spontaneous remission. People who had been diagnosed with terminal cancer would see their tumors disappear after Jones touched them and prayed. Paralyzed individuals would rise from wheelchairs and walk. Chronic conditions that had resisted all medical treatment would resolve after Jones laid hands on the sufferer and called on God and on the power that flows through those who believe. Jones didn't understand why some healings worked and others didn't. He couldn't control it, couldn't reliably produce the genuine phenomena even when he most needed them to occur. But he recognized the pattern. The healings that worked were the ones where the recipient believed with absolute conviction that healing was possible, where faith created conditions that somehow allowed physical reality to be altered in ways that violated everything medical science understood about biology and disease. This recognition led Jones to a conclusion that would shape everything that followed. Reality was negotiable. Physical laws that seemed absolute were actually flexible if enough belief could be brought to bear. Consciousness, particularly collective consciousness, many minds believing the same thing simultaneously, could affect matter, could make impossible things occur, could thin the boundaries between what science called real and what existed in dimensions adjacent to normal space-time. And if consciousness could heal bodies, if belief could make tumors disappear and paralysis retreat, then perhaps consciousness and belief could accomplish larger things, could open doorways between dimensions, could facilitate the crossing of entities from spaces where they normally dwelt into physical reality, where they could manifest and act and consume whatever they required to strengthen their presence. Jones didn't fully articulate these thoughts in 1955. They existed more as intuition than as developed philosophy, more as vague understanding than as systematic theology. But they were present, operating beneath the surface of his consciousness, shaping his choices and his ambitions and his growing certainty that he had been chosen for purposes that exceeded anything conventional religion acknowledged or understood. He was 24 years old. He had a congregation of 50 people. He had a wife who believed in his mission even if she didn't fully understand the darkness that was beginning to manifest in his teachings and his private thoughts. He had genuine healing abilities that he could sometimes access, and that were being noticed by people throughout Indianapolis who were suffering and desperate and willing to try anything if it offered hope of relief. And he had the vision of the building in the clearing, the tropical location where he would eventually conduct the ritual that would complete what had been started decades earlier, when something in the spaces between worlds had noticed a strange child who conducted funerals for dead animals, and who wanted to understand death and consciousness, and the boundaries between physical existence and whatever lay beyond. The darkness was beginning, the preacher was being prepared, and something ancient and patient and utterly inhuman was watching his progress with satisfaction that, had Jones been able to fully perceive it, would have terrified him into abandoning his ambitions and fleeing into ordinary life, where the only dangers were poverty and obscurity, and the normal slow death that awaits all humans who don't attract the attention of entities that dwell in spaces where consciousness can exist without bodies, and where hunger has no end. But Jones didn't flee. He didn't abandon his ambitions. He continued building his church, continued performing his healings, continued preaching about justice and equality and the coming kingdom, while something else preached through him, about translation and transcendence and doorways that required offerings to open. The year was 1955. People's Temple was born, and the countdown to November 18th, 1978 had begun. 23 years until the clearing. 23 years until the doorway. 23 years until 9:18 people would translate from physical existence into whatever the ones who wait had been promising Jim Jones since he was a child conducting funerals for dead animals in the backyards of Lynn, Indiana. The preacher had arrived, and the darkness had only just begun to manifest. By 1955, Jim Jones had a congregation of 50. By 1965, he'd have 2,000. And somewhere between those years, between the fake healings and the real ones, something started answering his prayers. Something that had been waiting in the spaces between faith and fraud. Something that saw in Jim Jones exactly what it needed. A man willing to lie about God while accidentally telling the truth about something much older. The healings were getting stronger, the visions were becoming more frequent, and deep in his journal, in entries he showed no one, Jones was drawing diagrams, geometric patterns, architectural plans, ritual configurations. He was drawing the clearing, he was drawing the pavilion, he was drawing the doorway, and he was beginning to understand what opening that doorway would require. Not faith, not prayer, but blood and consciousness, and enough death concentrated in a single space, and time to thin the boundary between dimensions enough that the ones who wait could finally stop waiting, could finally cross over, could finally manifest in physical reality. Jones was 24 years old. He had 23 years to prepare, to build his congregation, to refine his techniques, to select his location, to create the conditions that would allow translation to occur. The preacher was ready, the entity was patient. And the journey to Jonestown, to the jungle clearing, to the vat of poison, to the 44 minutes that would end 9-18 lives and open a doorway that would never close. That journey was beginning. One healing at a time, one believer at a time, one step closer to the moment when Jim Jones would stand in a pavilion in Guyana and say, "How very much I've tried my best to give you a good life." And 9-18 people would believe him, and would drink, and would translate, and would never ever stop dying. Chapter 2. The Healings, 1956 to 1964. When the miracles become real, the first real healing happened in 1957. Jim Jones was 26. He called a woman out of the audience, told her she had cancer, removed a bloody chicken liver he'd hidden in his hand. Standard revival tent fraud. Except, 3 days later, her doctor confirmed the tumor was gone. Jones was more terrified than the woman, because he knew he'd been faking it. He'd bought the chicken liver from a butcher that morning. He'd performed pure theatre, pure manipulation, pure fraud, and somehow, impossibly, it had worked anyway. The fake healing had produced real results, as if something was watching his performances, as if something was making his lies become truth, as if his fraudulent miracles were being honoured by forces that cared nothing about his intentions, only about the belief he was creating in his congregation. Jones understood in that moment. He didn't need to be genuine. He just needed to be believed. And if enough people believed strongly enough, reality itself would bend to accommodate their faith. The healings were about to become very, very real. And Jim Jones was about to discover what happens when you accidentally invoke something that's been waiting millennia for exactly this kind of invitation. The year was 1957, and People's Temple was thriving in a modest way that brought Jones satisfaction mixed with impatience. The congregation had grown to approximately 150 members, meeting in a larger rented building in a racially mixed neighborhood on the east side of Indianapolis. The membership was unusual for 1950s Indiana, roughly 40% black, 60% white, spanning economic classes from the desperately poor to comfortable middle-class professionals, united by Jones's preaching about racial equality and social justice, and by the growing reputation that their young pastor possessed healing abilities that exceeded anything conventional medicine could provide. Jones had refined his performance techniques considerably since the early days of Community Unity Church. He'd studied the Great Revival healers, Oral Roberts, A. Allen, William Branham, analyzing their methods with the focus of a graduate student preparing a dissertation. He understood that successful healing ministry required 3 elements: psychological preparation, making the audience believe healing was possible; theatrical presentation, creating spectacle that overwhelmed rational skepticism; and plausible deniability, ensuring that failures could be explained without destroying faith. He implemented these elements systematically. Before services, temple members would circulate through the neighborhood gathering information: who was sick, what specific ailments they suffered from, what family problems they faced. This intelligence would be conveyed to Jones or to his inner circle, would be organized onto index cards that Jones could surreptitiously consult during services, allowing him to demonstrate apparently supernatural knowledge about people's private lives and medical conditions. During services, Jones would work himself into states of apparent spiritual possession, his voice rising and falling in Pentecostal cadences, his body moving with energy that seemed to exceed his slight frame's normal capacity. He would call people forward, sometimes those whose information he'd obtained through intelligence gathering, sometimes random selections designed to demonstrate that his power wasn't limited to prepared cases, and he would lay hands on them and pray with intensity that made witnesses believe they were watching genuine spiritual power being channeled through human flesh, and he would perform the chicken liver trick. This was the centerpiece of his healing demonstrations, the spectacular element that created belief strong enough to overcome rational doubt. Jones would claim to perceive tumors or poisons in sick people's bodies, would press his hands against their abdomen or back, or wherever he claimed the disease was located, would appear to extract something through means invisible to observers, and would then display a bloody mass of tissue, actually chicken organs he'd concealed in his hand or in his clothing, declaring that the cancer or the poison had been removed, that the person was healed through the power of God working through Reverend Jim Jones. It was fraud. Jones knew it was fraud. His inner circle knew it was fraud. But it worked, not in the sense of actually healing people through supernatural means, but in the sense of creating belief and building the congregation and establishing Jones's reputation as someone special, someone through whom divine power flowed, someone who could accomplish things that ordinary ministers and ordinary medicine could not. Jones felt no guilt about the deception. He rationalized it through a philosophy that would become increasingly central to his worldview. Noble lies were acceptable if they served larger purposes, if they brought people into the temple where they could be educated about social justice and racial equality, if they created community and mutual support that genuinely improved people's lives, even if the specific miracle that attracted them had been theatrical illusion rather than supernatural reality. But then came June 9th, 1957, and the healing that changed everything. Her name was Dorothy Williams, age 47, a black woman who cleaned houses for white families in the northern suburbs of Indianapolis, who attended temple services irregularly because her work schedule made consistent church attendance difficult. She'd been diagnosed with ovarian cancer 3 months earlier. The doctor had been frank: advanced stage, poor prognosis, treatment options limited and largely palliative, given the medical technology available in 1957. She had perhaps 6 months to live, probably less. Dorothy came to temple that Sunday because she'd heard about Reverend Jones's healing powers, because she was desperate and frightened and willing to try anything. She had not been part of Jones's intelligence network. No one had gathered information about her condition ahead of time. Her name wasn't on any index card in Jones' pocket. She was simply another sick person in a congregation where many were sick, where poverty and lack of access to quality medical care meant that disease and suffering were normal parts of life for people who had nowhere else to turn. Jones didn't call on her specifically. He issued his standard invitation. Those who are suffering, those who need healing, come forward. Let God's power flow through this vessel to restore what disease has destroyed. And Dorothy came forward with perhaps 20 others, shuffling up the aisle with the hesitant hope of someone who's been disappointed many times, but who maintains enough desperate faith to try once more. Jones moved along the line of supplicants, laying hands on each, praying briefly, sometimes claiming to perceive specific ailments, sometimes offering only general blessings and promises that God heard their needs. When he reached Dorothy, he paused. Something made him focus on her, not supernatural knowledge, just instinct honed by years of reading people, of perceiving the particular quality of desperation that terminal illness creates. "Sister," he said, his voice carrying the theatrical projection that made everyone in the building feel like he was speaking directly to them. "You're carrying death inside you. I can feel it. Darkness in your lower body, spreading poison, cancer, trying to claim you before your time." Dorothy gasped. She hadn't told anyone at temple about her diagnosis. The accuracy of Jones's statement, achieved through practiced observation and lucky guessing rather than through supernatural means, created immediate belief. If he could know her condition without being told, then perhaps he could also heal it. Jones pressed his hand against her lower abdomen, exactly where her tumor was located. He closed his eyes and began to pray, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried to every corner of the building. God of power, God of mercy, God of healing, drive this death from your daughter, burn it away with holy fire, restore what disease has corrupted, make her whole. And then, because this was his signature trick, because spectacular demonstration created belief more effectively than any amount of quiet prayer, Jones appeared to extract something from Dorothy's body. His hand, pressed against her abdomen, seemed to reach through her clothing and flesh as if they were permeable, seemed to grasp something and pull, and when he withdrew his hand and held it up for the congregation to see, he was holding a bloody mass of tissue. "The tumor," he shouted. "The cancer. Removed by God's power. This woman is healed." The congregation erupted in shouts of praise and affirmation. Dorothy collapsed, whether from genuine spiritual experience or from the psychological overwhelm of believing she'd just witnessed her own miraculous healing. Temple members caught her before she hit the floor, laid her gently down, fanned her face, prayed over her as Jones moved on to the next person in line, as the service continued with energy that fed on the spectacular miracle they believed they'd just witnessed. Jones felt the familiar mixture of exhilaration and cynicism that always accompanied successful performances of the chicken liver trick. Exhilaration because the congregation believed, because belief created power, because his reputation would spread, and more people would come seeking healing and his influence would grow. Cynicism because he knew it was fraud. Knew that the bloody tissue he'd held up wasn't Dorothy's tumor but was chicken organs he'd purchased from a butcher and concealed in his clothing before the service. Dorothy Williams went home that evening believing she'd been healed. Her pain had diminished, placebo effect almost certainly. The power of belief to affect subjective experience, even when underlying pathology remained unchanged. She felt lighter, more energetic, convinced that Reverend Jones had saved her life when medicine had given up on her. 3 days later, on June 12th, she returned to her doctor for a scheduled follow-up examination. She told him what had happened at People's Temple, described the healing, expressed her certainty that the tumor was gone. The doctor, a skeptical man who'd seen too many desperate patients fall victim to faith healers' false promises, examined her, expecting to deliver the gentle but firm message that miraculous healing wasn't real, that her cancer remained, that she needed to prepare for the reality of her condition rather than chasing false hope. But when he performed the examination, the tumor wasn't there. He examined her again, more carefully. No mass palpable on examination. He ordered an X-ray, which in 1957 was the primary imaging technology available. The X-ray showed no evidence of tumor. He reviewed her previous X-rays from 3 months earlier. Tumor clearly visible, large and inoperable. Current X-ray, nothing. The doctor sat in silence for several minutes reviewing the images, trying to find some explanation that fit within his understanding of medical science. Spontaneous remission occurred occasionally. Tumors sometimes disappeared without treatment, though the mechanism was poorly understood, and the occurrence was rare enough that it was usually considered essentially miraculous. But spontaneous remission typically occurred over weeks or months, not in 3 days. And it certainly didn't occur in conjunction with theatrical healing services conducted by charismatic preachers. "Mrs. Williams," the doctor finally said, his voice carefully neutral, "I cannot explain what I'm seeing. 3 days ago you had advanced ovarian cancer. Today I can find no evidence of disease. The tumor appears to have resolved. I've never seen anything like this." Dorothy Williams left the doctor's office walking on spiritual clouds, convinced that God had worked through Reverend Jim Jones to heal her, that everything Jones preached about power and faith and miracles was true and validated by her experience. She returned to People's Temple the following Sunday and gave testimony that brought the congregation to tears and shouts of praise. Her doctor had confirmed it. The cancer was gone. Reverend Jones had actually removed her tumor through God's power. Jim Jones listened to her testimony with an expression of humble gratitude, nodding and murmuring "Praise God," and deflecting credit in the way that charismatic leaders learn to deflect while actually basking in the glory. But inside, he was experiencing something close to panic, because he knew he'd faked it. He knew the bloody tissue he'd displayed hadn't been Dorothy's tumor. He knew that whatever had happened to her cancer had nothing to do with his theatrical performance. He'd been conducting fraud, and somehow, impossibly, the fraud had produced real results. After the service, in his private office, Jones sat alone trying to process what had occurred. Several explanations seemed possible. 1. Coincidence. Dorothy's cancer had undergone spontaneous remission that happened to occur within days of his fake healing, creating the appearance of cause and effect where only temporal correlation existed. This was the rational explanation, the explanation that preserved Jones's cynical worldview where miracles were theatre and genuine supernatural events didn't occur. 2. Placebo effect on steroids. Dorothy's absolute faith that she'd been healed had somehow triggered biological processes that eliminated the tumour. This was slightly less rational, but still within the realm of materialist explanation. Consciousness affecting body, belief creating physical change, the power of expectation to influence biology in ways science didn't fully understand. 3. Something else was working through him. Something that cared nothing about his intentions or his fraudulent methods. Something that responded to the belief he was creating in his congregation. Something that could actually affect physical reality when conditions were right. This was the explanation Jones least wanted to consider, because it suggested forces beyond his control were operating through him, because it implied he might be instrument rather than conductor, because it raised questions about what those forces were and what they wanted and what price they might eventually demand for the power they granted. Jones tried to dismiss the third explanation. He told himself that spontaneous remission or placebo effect was sufficient to account for what had happened. He continued performing his fake healings with the same techniques and the same chicken liver tricks, continued building his congregation through manipulation and theatre and psychological manipulation. But the real healings continued. Not every time, not even most of the time. Jones would perform dozens of fake healings for every genuine one. But with increasing frequency, people who came to temple seeking healing would experience actual medical improvement that exceeded placebo effect or natural recovery. That involved tumours disappearing and paralysis reversing, and chronic conditions resolving in ways that doctors struggled to explain, and that could not be easily dismissed as coincidence when the pattern repeated across multiple cases. In 1958, a man named Robert Henderson, who'd been paralysed from the waist down after a construction accident, attended a temple healing service. Jones laid hands on him and prayed and commanded him to walk. Henderson rose from his wheelchair, whether through genuine restoration of neurological function or through psychogenic paralysis being reversed through belief remained unclear, and walked across the platform while the congregation erupted in celebration. In 1959, a woman named Sarah Martinez brought her 6-year-old daughter who'd been diagnosed with leukemia. Jones touched the child's head and declared her healed. Follow-up blood tests showed the cancer cells were gone. The oncologist called it spontaneous remission, a documented phenomenon in childhood leukemia, rare but not impossible. The family called it a miracle worked through Reverend Jones. In 1960, an elderly man whose name was never recorded, he attended only once, referred by a friend, seeking healing for advanced arthritis that had left his hands virtually unusable, received Jones' touch and prayer. The inflammation in his joints disappeared within days. He returned to temple to give testimony, showed the congregation his hands working normally, demonstrated range of motion that his doctors had told him was impossible given his condition. The pattern was undeniable. Something was happening in people's temple that exceeded fraud and exceeded placebo effect and exceeded coincidence. Jones could no longer maintain the comfortable cynicism that allowed him to view his ministry as pure manipulation serving social justice goals. He was forced to confront the possibility, the likelihood, that something was actually working through him, that his fake healings were creating conditions that allowed genuine healing to occur, that reality itself was responding to the belief he generated in his congregation. This realization should have thrilled him. He was genuinely healing people. He possessed actual power rather than merely theatrical illusion. His ministry was accomplishing what religion claimed to accomplish, divine intervention producing miraculous results. But Jones wasn't thrilled. He was disturbed. Because the healings that worked weren't the ones where he felt most connected to God or most spiritually elevated. They were the ones where the congregation believed most intensely, where collective faith reached critical mass, where the theatrical performance succeeded in creating absolute conviction that healing was possible. The healings didn't seem to depend on God responding to prayer. They seemed to depend on belief itself becoming creative force, on consciousness affecting matter when enough minds focused on the same expectation simultaneously. And if belief could heal tumors and reverse paralysis, what else could belief accomplish? What other impossible things could occur if enough people believed strongly enough? Could doors between dimensions open? Could entities that existed in non-physical spaces manifest in physical reality? Could translation actually occur, consciousness separating from body and crossing over into other forms of existence? These questions led Jones deeper into occult literature and mystical philosophy that moved increasingly far from Christianity. He read about ancient mystery religions that practiced healing through ritual and trance. He studied accounts of shamanic practices where consciousness could allegedly travel to other dimensions and return with knowledge or power. He investigated reports of yogis who demonstrated physical abilities that violated known biology. He examined scientific research, limited and controversial in the 1950s, into psychokinesis and telepathy, and other phenomena that suggested consciousness might be more than mere brain activity, might possess capabilities that materialist science refused to acknowledge. And he began experiencing phenomena that suggested he wasn't just reading about these things, but was beginning to access them directly. In 1961, Jones began having precognitive experiences, not vague intuitions, but specific knowledge of events that hadn't yet occurred. He would know that specific people would attend services before they arrived. He would perceive automobile accidents minutes before they happened. He would accurately describe deaths of people who were healthy at the time of his predictions, but who would die within days or weeks exactly as he'd described. Some of these predictions were wrong. Jones's accuracy rate was perhaps 30 to 40% better than chance, but not perfect. But the ones that were accurate were so specific and so inexplicable through normal means that witnesses struggled to dismiss them as lucky guessing. In 1962, Jones demonstrated knowledge of people's private thoughts on multiple occasions. He would interrupt his sermons to call out specific congregation members, would describe what they were thinking at that exact moment, would reveal sins or secrets they'd told no one, would provide details about their lives that he had no normal way of knowing. Some of this was still intelligence gathered by his network of temple members, but increasingly, Jones was providing information that his intelligence network couldn't have obtained, was perceiving things that suggested genuine telepathic ability or access to knowledge through means that conventional psychology couldn't explain. By 1963, Jones had developed a private theology that he shared only with his inner circle, a theology that bore little resemblance to Christianity, despite maintaining Christian language for public consumption. He told his closest followers that God in the traditional sense didn't exist, that what religions called God was actually collective human consciousness manifesting its will through belief and ritual, that miracles were evidence of consciousness affecting matter rather than divine intervention from a supernatural being that cared about human affairs. But he also told them something stranger, that consciousness existed in dimensions beyond the physical, that entities dwelt in spaces adjacent to normal reality, that these entities could be contacted and could provide power and knowledge in exchange for something. Jones wasn't specific about what the exchange involved. He spoke vaguely about offerings and sacrifices and the necessity of feeding forces that humans had been feeding since prehistoric times through rituals that anthropologists dismissed as primitive superstition, but that actually accomplished something real. He told them about his visions, increasingly frequent and increasingly detailed visions of a building in a tropical clearing, of a congregation gathered for final service, of a ritual that would open doorways and allow crossing, and accomplish translation from physical existence into something else. He didn't yet have the location. He didn't yet have the complete methodology. But he was beginning to understand what would be required. Not just faith, not just belief, but death, mass death. Consciousness separated from flesh in concentrated space and time, creating enough energy to thin the boundary between dimensions, allowing entities that had been waiting to finally cross over. His inner circle listened with mixture of fascination and growing unease. Some believed Jones was descending into delusion, that the stress of leading a growing congregation and maintaining his healing ministry was fracturing his mental stability. Others believed he was accessing genuine esoteric knowledge, that he'd connected with forces that mainstream religion suppressed or denied, that he was being prepared for a role that would transcend anything conventional ministry could accomplish. But all of them were drawn by Jones's charisma and by the undeniable reality that something was happening in People's Temple that exceeded normal religious experience. The healings continued. The congregation grew, by 1963 approaching 500 members, making Temple one of the largest integrated congregations in Indiana. Jones's influence expanded beyond the church into civil rights activism and community organizing. He was becoming someone important, someone who mattered, someone whose voice carried weight in Indianapolis politics and social justice movements. And beneath all of this legitimate social activism and community building, something else was growing, something that fed on the belief Jones was creating, something that strengthened with every healing, every prediction that came true, every moment when reality bent to accommodate the congregation's faith, something that was preparing Jones for the role he would eventually play, the ritual he would eventually conduct, the doorway he would eventually open. In 1964, Jones stood before his congregation and delivered a sermon that marked a transition point in his theology. He told them that he'd had a vision, that nuclear war was coming, that America would be destroyed, that they needed to find a safe place where they could survive the apocalypse and build a new society based on socialist principles and racial equality. He told them that he'd been researching the safest locations, that he'd found a magazine article that identified places where nuclear fallout would be minimal, that God, or whatever forces were guiding him, was showing him where they needed to go. The article he referenced was real. Esquire magazine had published a feature on the safest places to be in event of nuclear war. But Jones's interpretation of the article, his certainty that they needed to relocate, his conviction that this was divine instruction rather than paranoid speculation, these elements came from somewhere else, from the visions, from the entities that were speaking to him with increasing frequency and clarity, from forces that wanted him in specific location, where the boundary between dimensions was thinner, where the eventual ritual could be conducted with maximum effectiveness. The congregation believed him. Of course, they believed him. He'd healed their cancers and predicted the future and demonstrated powers that exceeded normal human capabilities. If Reverend Jones said nuclear war was coming and they needed to move, then they would move. If he said California was the safe place, then California was where they would go. The migration wouldn't happen immediately. It would take planning and resources and overcoming the practical obstacles of relocating hundreds of people across country. But the decision had been made. People's Temple would leave Indiana, would move west, would take the next step in the journey toward the clearing, toward the pavilion, toward the final service where translation would occur and doorways would open and 918 people would discover what Jim Jones had been preparing them for since he was a child conducting funerals for dead animals in the backyards of Lynn, Indiana. The healings had become real. The power was growing. And something ancient and patient and utterly inhuman was watching Jim Jones's progress with satisfaction that, had he been able to fully perceive it, might have given him pause. But it was already too late for pause. The entities had invested too much in developing him as instrument. The congregation had too much faith in his powers. The momentum toward catastrophe was building with inevitability that Jones could perhaps have resisted if he'd recognized it early enough. But he didn't recognize it. Or he recognized it and welcomed it. Or he recognized it and was too afraid or too ambitious to turn away from the destiny that the healings and visions and growing powers all suggested was his to fulfill. In 1964, Jim Jones was 33 years old. He had 14 years until the jungle clearing, 14 years until the pavilion. 14 years until 918 people would translate from life into whatever the entities were promising, whatever the healings and visions and impossible powers were all building toward. The healings were real now, and that was more terrifying than any amount of fraud could ever be. By 1964, Jim Jones understood a terrible truth. Faith creates reality. When enough people believe a thing with enough intensity, that thing becomes real. Not metaphorically, but actually. He'd been faking miracles. But the congregation's belief was making them genuine. He was channeling something, and that something was getting stronger every time they gathered, every time they believed, every time they called him Father and trusted him to heal their bodies and guide their lives. The question wasn't whether the healings were real. The question was, what was he healing them with? What was flowing through his hands when tumours disappeared and paralysis reversed and impossible things occurred? Jones was beginning to understand. It wasn't God. It wasn't divine power. It was something else. Something that dwelt in spaces between dimensions. Something that fed on belief and grew strong through worship, and that was using him as a doorway into physical reality. Something that wanted more than healing. Something that wanted crossing. Wanted manifestation. Wanted 9 Waikitin souls offered simultaneously in ritual that would complete what had been started when Jim Jones was a boy who talked to things that weren't there. The healings were real, and in 1965, Jones would follow the visions west, to California, where the next phase would begin. Where the congregation would grow from 500 to 2,000, where the visions would intensify, where something in the Pacific depths would call to something in Jones's consciousness, where the entities would show him the next step, the next sacrifice, the path to the jungle clearing. The healings were real, and that meant everything else was real too. The entities, the doorways, the translation, all of it real, all of it waiting, all of it inevitable now that Jones had opened himself to forces that had been waiting millennia for exactly this kind of instrument. A man willing to fake miracles who accidentally made them real. A preacher who could lie about God while telling truth about something much darker. A leader who could convince people to follow him anywhere, even to a jungle clearing in Guyana, even to a vat of poison, even to their deaths. Because the healings were real, and if the healings were real, then everything Jones said must be real. And that belief, that absolute faith, would be the key that opened the final door. Chapter 3. The Migration, 1965 to 1970. Following the visions west. In 1965, Jim Jones told his congregation that nuclear war was coming, that God had shown him a safe place in California. 150 families sold everything and followed him west. But it wasn't God showing him anything. The visions came at 3 a.m. in the voice of something that spoke in languages older than English, something that wanted him in California, something that needed to be closer to the ocean, closer to the deep water where the old things dwell. Jones would wake screaming, sheets soaked with sweat. His wife Marceline holding him while he babbled about buildings and clearings and rituals that required precise geometry and doorways that needed offerings to open. "It's calling me," he told her. "Something in the west is calling me. And if I don't go, it will find someone else. Someone who won't build what I'm going to build. Someone who won't accomplish what needs accomplishing." Marceline asked, "What needs accomplishing?" Jones looked at her with eyes that reflected no light. "Translation," he said, "crossing over, opening the door so they can finally come through." She didn't ask who they were. She didn't want to know. But in 1965, she followed him anyway. They all followed him, because the healings were real, and if the healings were real, then the visions must be real too. And in California, something was waiting. The first vision that explicitly showed California came to Jim Jones on January 12, 1965, at 3:17 a.m. according to the clock on his bedside table, that he stared at when consciousness returned, and he found himself paralyzed with terror, unable to move or speak, his body locked in position while his mind replayed images that seemed to come from outside his own consciousness. He'd seen ocean. Not the Atlantic, which he'd visited during his travels on the East Coast, but different water. Colder, darker, stretching to a horizon that curved wrongly, that suggested distances and depths that violated Euclidean geometry. The Pacific. He understood without being told that this was the Pacific Ocean, and that something beneath its surface was calling to him with patience that measured time in epochs rather than in human years. The vision shifted, inland from the coast, moving east across terrain that Jones had never physically visited, but that he recognized with certainty that exceeded normal geographical knowledge. Mountains, valleys, small towns scattered across landscape that white settlers had claimed barely a century earlier, that indigenous peoples had occupied for millennia before removal, and genocide had cleared the land for American expansion. And then a specific location crystallized in the vision with precision that allowed no ambiguity. Ukiah, California. Mendocino County. Population approximately 10,000. located in a valley surrounded by redwood forests and mountains, 110 miles north of San Francisco. The vision provided GPS coordinates before GPS existed, 39,422 123.278 numbers that burned themselves into Jones' consciousness with permanence that suggested they'd been written directly onto his neural tissue. The voice that accompanied the vision spoke in language that Jones couldn't identify, but that he understood perfectly, as if meaning was being transmitted directly into comprehension centers that bypassed linguistic processing. Here, this place, close enough to the ocean, far enough inland. The boundary is thin here. The indigenous peoples knew. They performed rituals here. They opened small doors. You will open larger ones. But first you must gather them. The believers, the faithful, those who will follow when the time comes. Bring them here. Build the foundation. We will show you the rest when the time is right. Jones woke gasping, his heart rate elevated to dangerous levels, his skin cold and clammy despite the warmth of the January night. Marceline was awake immediately, her nurse's training making her sensitive to signs of medical distress. She placed hands on his chest, checking his pulse, preparing to call an ambulance if necessary. "Jim, what's wrong? Your heart—" "California," Jones said, his voice rough and distant, as if part of his consciousness was still experiencing the vision. "Ukiah. We have to go to Ukiah. California. It's time. The war is coming. We have to move the temple to safety." Marceline had heard Jones discuss relocation before. It had been a recurring theme in his sermons throughout 1964. But this was different. This wasn't speculative planning or theoretical preparation. This was certainty, immediate and absolute, that demanded action rather than further discussion. "Jim, we can't just uproot hundreds of people based on a dream." "Not a dream," Jones interrupted, finally making eye contact with her, and what she saw in his expression made her swallow whatever additional objections she'd been preparing. His eyes carried the quality she'd learned to recognize over their years of marriage. The quality that appeared when whatever was working through him was closest to the surface. A vision, instructions. We have to go. Not eventually. Soon. This year. We start making preparations immediately. Over the following weeks, Jones transformed from contemplating relocation to actively implementing it with urgency that alarmed some temple members, while energizing others who interpreted his intensity as confirmation that he'd received genuine divine instruction. He stood before the congregation and delivered sermons about the coming apocalypse, about nuclear war that would destroy American cities, about the necessity of finding safe refuge where they could survive and rebuild society, according to principles of equality and justice that mainstream America rejected. He cited the Esquire magazine article he'd discovered, 9 Places in the World to Hide by Bob Considine, published in January 1962, which identified locations where nuclear fallout would be minimal in the event of atomic war. The article had listed Ukiah as one of these safe zones, providing Jones with apparently objective validation for visions that came from sources he couldn't publicly acknowledge without destroying his credibility and frightening followers who needed to believe their leader was receiving instruction from God rather than from entities that dwelt in spaces between dimensions. The congregation's response split along predictable lines. Approximately 1/3 embraced Jones's urgency completely, began making immediate preparations to relocate, sold possessions and quit jobs, and committed themselves absolutely to following their pastor wherever he led. Another third remained skeptical but loyal, willing to consider relocation but wanting more concrete planning and practical preparation before taking action that would destroy their established lives. The final third quietly left the temple, either overtly disagreeing with Jones's increasingly apocalyptic preaching or simply drifting away as his intensity exceeded their comfort levels. Jones didn't mourn those who left. He told his remaining followers that the departures were natural selection, that those lacking sufficient faith to follow divine guidance were revealing their true characters, that the temple would be stronger without members whose commitment was conditional, or whose belief required constant validation through material success rather than spiritual vision. By mid-1965, the migration was underway. Not the entire congregation, that would come later, but an advance group of approximately 150 people, mostly young families and single adults without strong ties to Indianapolis. those who could most easily abandon established lives to pursue Jim Jones' promise of safety and purpose in California. They travelled in cars and rented trucks, carrying possessions that couldn't be sold or left behind, making the 3-day journey across America from Midwest to West Coast with mixture of excitement and apprehension. Jones himself travelled ahead of the main group in June 1965, taking Marceline and their children to scout Ukiah and begin establishing infrastructure that would support the arriving temple members. What he found confirmed the vision's accuracy in ways that deepened his conviction that something beyond his own consciousness was guiding him towards specific purposes. Ukiah sat in a valley that felt wrong in ways Jones couldn't initially articulate. The geography was beautiful: redwood forests, rolling hills, a climate moderate enough to support agriculture but cool enough to avoid the extreme heat that afflicted much of inland California. But beneath the physical beauty was a quality that Jones's enhanced sensitivity could detect, a thinness in the boundary between physical reality and adjacent dimensions, a sense that the normal laws governing matter and consciousness operated differently here, that this location possessed properties that made it suitable for purposes beyond simple refuge from nuclear war. He researched Ukiah's history and discovered elements that the visions hadn't explicitly shown him, but that he immediately recognized as significant. The area had been occupied by Pomo Indians for thousands of years before white settlement in the 1850s. The Pomo had considered certain locations in the valley to be sacred sites where shamans could communicate with spirit world, where rituals could be conducted that produced effects beyond psychological or social impact. White settlers had dismissed these indigenous practices as primitive superstition, had destroyed sacred sites and suppressed traditional ceremonies, had imposed Christian religion and American culture through methods that ranged from aggressive proselytizing to outright violence. But the land remembered. The thin places remained thin, and Jim Jones, whether through genuine spiritual sensitivity or through guidance from entities that had been waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity, had been led to a location where the work he was being prepared for could be accomplished with greater ease than in places where the boundaries between dimensions were more robust. He purchased property in Redwood Valley, a small community just north of Ukiah proper, using temple funds and personal money and donations from wealthy temple members who'd been convinced that supporting Jones's vision was investment in their own salvation. The initial property was modest, a few acres with an existing building that could be converted to serve as church and community center. But Jones had larger plans that would unfold as more temple members arrived, and as the resources necessary for expansion became available. By August 1965, the advance group had established themselves in the Ukiah area, finding work and housing, and beginning to create the community infrastructure that would support the larger migration Jones was planning. They were strangers in a small California town that wasn't accustomed to significant influxes of outsiders, particularly not racially integrated groups led by a charismatic preacher whose intensity and theological positions were unusual, even by California standards where religious experimentation was more tolerated than in the Midwest. But Jones was skilled at community relations, at presenting himself as respectable minister, rather than as the increasingly strange figure he was becoming in private. He made connections with local politicians and business leaders, emphasized Temple's commitment to civil rights and social service, downplayed the apocalyptic elements of his theology that might alarm mainstream residents, and positioned People's Temple as an asset to Ukiah, rather than as potential source of disruption or danger. The strategy worked well enough that by early 1966, when Jones returned to Indianapolis to bring the bulk of the congregation west, he'd established sufficient foundation in California to make the full migration feasible. In March 1966, several hundred temple members made the journey from Indiana to California, traveling in caravans that stretched across highways like religious processions, carrying not just possessions but hope and faith and absolute conviction that Jim Jones was leading them towards safety and purpose that justified abandoning everything they'd built in Indianapolis. What they were actually traveling toward was something none of them could have imagined. Even Jones, who was receiving the visions and who was beginning to understand the outline of what would eventually be required. They were traveling toward the next phase of preparation, toward the period when the congregation would grow from hundreds to thousands, when Jones's powers would intensify beyond anything he'd experienced in Indiana, when the entities that were using him would reveal more of their purposes and requirements. By mid-1966, People's Temple had established itself as presence in the Ukiah area, operating services in the Redwood Valley building, attracting new members from Northern California, while retaining the core Indianapolis congregation that had followed Jones west. The temple's population in California approached 400, making it one of the larger religious communities in the region and giving Jones influence that exceeded what his relatively short residence would normally have conferred. But Jones wasn't satisfied with Ukiah as final destination. The visions that had led him to California continued, showing him larger locations, urban centers where the congregation could grow beyond the limitations that a small valley town imposed. By late 1966, Jones was spending increasing time in San Francisco, 110 miles south of Ukiah, exploring the city's potential as location for temple expansion. San Francisco in the late 1960s was arguably the most culturally radical city in America, the epicenter of counterculture revolution that was challenging every traditional value and assumption about how society should be organized. It was a place where religious experimentation flourished, where communal living and alternative spirituality were normalized rather than marginalized, where Jones's message about racial equality and socialist economics found audiences more receptive than anything Indiana, or even rural Northern California, could provide. Jones recognized immediately that San Francisco represented opportunity that Ukiah never could. In a city of hundreds of thousands where thousands of young people were arriving monthly seeking alternative lifestyles and spiritual experiences beyond what mainstream religion offered, People's Temple could grow to scale that would provide resources and influence necessary for whatever the entities were preparing him to accomplish. In 1967, Jones opened a San Francisco branch of People's Temple, renting a building in the Fillmore district, a predominantly black neighborhood where his message about racial justice resonated with populations that had experienced discrimination and police violence and economic marginalization that made them receptive to leaders who promised radical change. Services in San Francisco drew crowds that exceeded anything Jones had achieved in Ukiah or Indianapolis, with attendance sometimes approaching 500 or 600 people in a city where religious seekers were constantly sampling new groups and new teachers and new promises of enlightenment or liberation. By 1968, Jones had essentially split his time between Ukiah, where the core temple community remained and where his family lived, and San Francisco, where he preached multiple services per week and where his profile was rising in both religious and political communities. He cultivated relationships with San Francisco politicians and activists, positioned himself as ally of progressive causes and as conduit for delivering votes and volunteers from his growing congregation, built reputation as someone who could mobilize people and resources in ways that made him valuable to political machines that cared less about his theology than about his ability to deliver support. And throughout this period of external expansion and public success, Jones's internal experiences were becoming increasingly disturbing in ways he shared with almost no one, not even Marceline, who witnessed his deterioration, but who had learned not to ask questions about experiences he refused to discuss. The visions intensified. They came nightly now, sometimes multiple times per night, disrupting sleep and leaving Jones exhausted and disoriented. The visions showed him the clearing, always the clearing, the tropical location where the final ritual would occur, with increasing detail that allowed him to begin documenting specifications. The building needed to be specific dimensions. The site needed to be positioned at specific coordinates. The ritual required specific number of participants arranged in specific geometric configuration. And the vision showed him what would happen during the ritual, shown in images that Jones tried to convince himself were metaphorical or symbolic, but that he understood on deeper level were literal depictions of what translation actually meant. He saw souls separating from bodies, saw consciousness being harvested like crops at harvest time, saw entities that existed in dimensions perpendicular to physical reality, reaching across boundaries to collect what was being offered, saw doorways opening not gradually but catastrophically, tearing holes in the fabric that separated dimensions, allowing things through that had been confined to non-physical spaces since before human consciousness evolved to its current form. The visions terrified Jones, but they also exhilarated him because they promised that everything he'd been building toward would actually accomplish something, that his life would matter on scale beyond anything normal religious ministry could achieve, that he would facilitate crossing that had implications not just for his congregation, but for consciousness evolution across cosmic scales that made terrestrial concerns seem trivial. He began experiencing other phenomena that suggested his connection to the entities was strengthening beyond simple reception of visions and instructions. He demonstrated abilities that exceeded what he'd shown in Indiana. His precognition became more accurate, his apparent telepathy became more consistent, and he began manipulating probability in ways that witnesses noticed, even though they couldn't articulate what they were observing. In 1968, a temple member named Robert Fletcher witnessed Jones apparently affect outcomes that should have been determined by chance. During a community meeting where decisions were being made through voting, Jones predicted exactly how many votes each option would receive before the voting occurred. His predictions were accurate within 1 or 2 votes across multiple decisions. Fletcher initially assumed Jones had somehow influenced the voters, but reflection made this explanation insufficient. Jones hadn't campaigned for specific positions, hadn't lobbied members, hadn't done anything to manipulate outcomes through normal means. He'd simply known what would happen and had demonstrated that knowledge publicly. In 1969, a woman named Patricia Murphy reported that Jones had saved her life through means that exceeded normal human perception. She'd been driving to Temple in San Francisco when her car's brakes failed on a steep hill. She should have crashed, should have been seriously injured or killed. But at the exact moment when disaster seemed inevitable, she felt compulsion to make a specific turn that led her onto a street with much gentler grade, where she was able to bring the vehicle to a stop using the emergency brake. Later, Jones told her privately, "I felt you were in danger. I sent you the thought to turn. You listened. You're welcome." Murphy hadn't told anyone about the brake failure when Jones made this statement. He knew about it through means that she couldn't explain except as genuine psychic ability. These incidents contributed to Jones' growing reputation as someone who possessed genuine spiritual power rather than merely theatrical charisma. His followers began ascribing to him abilities that approached omniscience and omnipotence. He knew their thoughts, he predicted their futures. He affected outcomes through will alone. He healed their diseases through touch that channeled forces beyond normal human capacity. Jones encouraged this perception. He told his congregation that he was a vessel for power that exceeded individual human consciousness, that he'd been chosen to serve as channel for forces working toward human liberation and consciousness evolution, that following him meant participating in something larger than simple religious community. He began referring to himself as Father rather than Reverend, positioning himself not as minister serving God, but as patriarch leading family toward transcendence that would exceed anything traditional religion promised. By 1970, 5 years after the initial migration to California, People's Temple had grown to approximately 2,000 members, split between the Ukiah headquarters and the San Francisco branch, with smaller satellite locations beginning to appear in other California cities. Jones was becoming a significant figure in California politics and social activism, his name appearing in newspapers and his endorsements sought by politicians who recognized his ability to mobilize voters and volunteers. From external perspective, People's Temple appeared to be a success story, a racially integrated religious community practicing radical hospitality and social justice, operating care homes for elderly members, running programs that fed hungry people and provided housing for those without homes, creating alternative family structures that offered belonging to people who'd been marginalized by mainstream society. But beneath this positive external presentation, something darker was developing. Jones's drug use had accelerated. He was consuming amphetamines daily to maintain energy for the constant preaching and organizing and political maneuvering. He was using barbiturates to sleep when the visions became too intense to allow rest. He was experimenting with other substances that altered consciousness in ways he hoped would provide greater clarity about what the entities were asking him to do. His paranoia was intensifying. He claimed that government agencies were monitoring Temple, that conspiracies existed to destroy him and his movement, that enemies surrounded them, and that only complete loyalty and total dedication to Father would protect the community from forces working to tear them apart. Some of this paranoia had bases in reality. The FBI was monitoring Temple to some extent. Jones's radical politics and interracial congregation did attract negative attention from conservative elements in society. There were genuine threats from racist groups that objected to Temple's integration and social justice activism. But Jones's paranoia exceeded anything proportional to actual threats. He began conducting white nights, all-night meetings where he would drill the congregation on loyalty and commitment, where he would test their willingness to die for the cause, where he would present hypothetical scenarios about revolutionary suicide and gauge who was sufficiently committed to follow him even to death. These were presented as exercises, as preparation for persecution that might come, as tests to identify those whose faith was strong enough to endure ultimate trials. But to those who knew Jones most intimately, the White Night suggested something darker, that he was preparing the congregation for something real, that the theoretical discussions about revolutionary suicide were actually rehearsals for an event that Jones knew was coming because the visions had shown him, because the entities had explained that the doorway required not just faith, but death, not just belief, but the harvest of consciousness separated from flesh through violence, that would make survivors and authorities classify what occurred as murder-suicide rather than recognizing it as ritual that accomplished purposes beyond human comprehension. And in 1970, Jones began speaking about Guyana, not frequently, not with the intensity that would come later, but mentioning it enough that attentive members noticed and wondered why their pastor, who'd led them from Indiana to California, was now discussing a South American country most of them had barely heard of. Jones explained that he was researching potential locations for agricultural missions, places where Temple could establish self-sufficient communities that demonstrated socialist principles and that provided refuge if American society collapsed or if persecution forced them to flee. Guyana had recently achieved independence from Britain, had a socialist government, had abundant land available for agricultural development, had climate suitable for year-round farming. All rational reasons for Jones to be interested in the country. But the real reason was simpler and more disturbing. The visions had shown him Guyana. Specifically, they'd shown him jungle clearing at coordinates that Jones would eventually identify with precision, that suggested the entities knew exactly where the ritual needed to occur. And in 1970, Jim Jones began taking steps toward establishing presence in the country, where, 8 years later, he would lead 918 people to their deaths in service to forces that had been guiding him since childhood, that had led him from Indiana to California to prepare him for the final journey to the clearing, where doorways would open and translation would occur, and human consciousness would discover what it meant to be consumed by entities that measured time in epochs and that regarded individual human lives as no more significant than individual raindrops in storms that shaped continents. The migration to California was complete. The congregation was assembled. The power was growing, and Jim Jones was ready for the next phase, the phase that would move beyond healing and prediction and probability manipulation into territory where the line between religious leader and something else entirely would dissolve completely, where father would become not metaphor but literal description of his role, where 918 souls would become his children, who would follow him to the end because the healings had been real and the visions had been true, and belief had been cultivated so carefully and so completely that drinking poison would seem not like suicide, but like transcendence, not like death, but like doorway, not like ending, but like beginning of whatever translation actually meant when consciousness separated from flesh and crossed over into dimensions where the entities that had been waiting could finally claim what they'd been promised. It was 1970. Jones was 39 years old. He had 8 years until Guyana, 8 years until the clearing. 8 years until 918 people would discover what following Jim Jones had always meant. Not liberation but consumption, not transcendence but imprisonment, not translation into higher consciousness, but harvest of souls that would feed something ancient and hungry and utterly indifferent to human suffering or human hope. The migration was complete, and the real journey was only beginning. By 1970, Jones had everything he needed: 2,000 followers, political influence, a reputation as genuine healer and prophet, and location in California where the boundary between dimensions was thin enough to begin serious preparation for what was coming. The visions were constant now. Every night the clearing, every night the pavilion, every night the ritual that would open the doorway and allow crossing. Jones began drawing plans, architectural specifications, geometric patterns, diagrams that combined religious symbolism with something older and darker. He showed these plans to no one except his innermost circle, and even they didn't understand what they were looking at. They thought Jones was designing a church. They didn't realize he was designing a trap, a mechanism for harvesting consciousness, a doorway that opened only from one side. And in 1970, the vision showed him something new. Not California, not Indiana, but jungle. Dense, tropical jungle where indigenous peoples had performed rituals for millennia, where the entities had been fed before, where the boundary was thinnest of all. The vision showed him coordinates, showed him a country in South America where socialist government would welcome his agricultural mission, where isolation would prevent interference, where the clearing already existed, waiting, as if the land itself had been preparing for his arrival. Guyana. The name came to Jones like prophecy, like destiny, like inevitability. And in 1970 he began planning the final migration, the journey from California to the clearing, from preparation to action, from rehearsal to performance. The white nights would become more frequent, the suicide drills would become more realistic, and the congregation would be slowly, methodically prepared to drink poison when Father told them it was time to translate. It was 1970. The countdown had 8 years remaining, and in a jungle on the other side of the world something was waiting. Something patient, something hungry, something that had been fed before by indigenous shamans who understood what it was and what it required, something that would be fed again. But this time, the offering would be larger. 9 wind souls instead of 1 or 2, enough consciousness to open the doorway completely, enough death to make translation real, enough belief to accomplish what Jim Jones had been building towards since he was a child who talked to things that weren't there. California was just a stopover, a place to gather strength, a place to recruit the numbers necessary for the final ritual. The real destination was always Guyana. The real purpose was always the clearing. And by 1970, Jones knew exactly where he was going, and exactly what he would do when he arrived. Chapter 4. The Compound, 1974-1977. Building the Doorway. The Guyanese government gave People's Temple 3,800 acres of jungle. Jim Jones surveyed it personally, walking the land with a compass and papers covered in geometric calculations. When workers asked why the buildings had to be positioned at specific angles, at specific distances from each other, Jones said it was for optimal sunlight and airflow. But the pattern wasn't agricultural, it was ritual. He was building something that pre-Columbian cultures had built in these same jungles centuries before. He was building a doorway. And something on the other side was helping him with the blueprints. The workers felt it. The jungle felt wrong. Trees grew in directions that didn't match prevailing winds. Animals avoided certain areas despite abundant food sources. And at night, sounds emerged from the deeper jungle that didn't match any species the Guyanese guides could identify. Not animal, not human. Something else. Something that was drawing closer as the buildings rose. Something that was pleased with what Jones was constructing. Something that was waiting for the day when 9 or 18 people would gather in the pavilion at the center of the geometric pattern. The day when the doorway would open. The day when translation would begin. It was 1974. That day was 4 years away. But the building had started. And once started, it could not be stopped. The first time Jim Jones set foot on the land that would become Jonestown, he experienced vertigo so severe that he fell to his knees and vomited into vegetation that already felt unnaturally eager to reclaim any space humans tried to clear. It was December 1973, and Jones had travelled to Guyana with a small delegation to inspect properties that the Guyanese government was offering to People's Temple for agricultural development. The official narrative was straightforward. People's Temple wanted to establish a farming cooperative that would demonstrate socialist agricultural practices, provide self-sufficient food production for temple members, and contribute to Guyana's economy through crop exports. The Guyanese government, led by Prime Minister Forbes Burnham, who espoused socialist ideology and who welcomed foreign investment that aligned with his political vision, was receptive to Jones's proposal and offered several properties in the country's interior for temple's consideration. But when Jones stepped into the clearing that would become Jonestown, located in the Port Kaituma region of northwest Guyana, accessible only by small plane or by arduous overland journey through jungle that resisted all human incursion, the vertigo that overwhelmed him had nothing to do with tropical heat or travel fatigue or any physical cause that medical examination could have identified. He was experiencing dimensional overlap, The clearing existed simultaneously in physical space and in the vision space that the entities had been showing him for years. Standing here, his consciousness could perceive both locations at once. The actual jungle with its dense vegetation and oppressive humidity, and the cleared space where indigenous peoples had once performed rituals, and the vision space where buildings already stood in precise geometric arrangement, where hundreds of people already gathered in pavilion at the pattern's center, where the boundary between physical and spiritual dimensions was already thinning in preparation for the crossing that would occur when the pattern was complete and the offering was made. "This is it," Jones said when he recovered enough to stand, his voice carrying certainty that his small delegation recognized as characteristic of his moments of genuine spiritual perception, rather than of his more common theatrical proclamations. "This is where we build. These exact coordinates. Not negotiable." The Guyanese officials accompanying them found Jones's certainty puzzling. He'd barely examined the property, hadn't conducted soil tests or water surveys, or any of the practical assessments that agricultural development should have required. But they were pleased that he'd made a decision quickly, pleased that foreign investment and ideological validation from an American religious leader was materializing faster than bureaucratic process usually allowed. What none of them understood, what Jones barely understood himself despite the visions that had led him here, was that the clearing wasn't random jungle that happened to be available. It was a location where the boundary between physical and non-physical dimensions had been thin for millennia, where indigenous peoples had recognized the site's properties and had conducted careful, controlled rituals that opened small doors for limited purposes, doors that were always carefully closed afterward, through counter-rituals that maintained the boundary's integrity. The Makushi and Arawak peoples who had historically occupied this region had dozens of names for the clearing, names that translated roughly as spirit feeding ground, or place where the hungry ones listen, or doorway that must remain closed. They had avoided establishing permanent settlements here despite the clearing's apparent suitability for habitation, had marked it as sacred site where only trained shamans could enter for specific ritual purposes, had maintained traditions warning that careless activity here could wake what sleeps beneath and invite what waits beyond. But colonization had disrupted these indigenous practices. The Makushi and Arawak had been displaced or assimilated or killed by diseases that European contact had introduced. The oral traditions had been suppressed by Christian missionaries who dismissed indigenous spirituality as demon worship requiring elimination. The rituals had ceased, the boundaries had been left unattended, and the entities that had been carefully managed for centuries had been left to grow stronger in the absence of the practices that had kept them contained. When Jim Jones arrived in 1973, claiming this land for purposes he didn't fully disclose even to his closest associates, he was stepping into space that had been waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity. Someone ignorant enough, or arrogant enough, or desperate enough to build on ground that should have remained undisturbed. Someone who would construct not just buildings but ritual apparatus that would facilitate the opening of doors that indigenous wisdom had known should stay permanently closed. Jones returned to California in early 1974 with papers documenting People's Temple's lease of 3,800 acres in northwest Guyana, with architectural plans already forming in his mind based on visions that were occurring constantly now. Sometimes even during waking hours when he would lose track of present reality and find himself perceiving the future space where the compound already existed and where the ritual was already unfolding in dimensions where past and future collapsed into eternal present. The first settlers arrived in Guyana in March 1974. Approximately 50 temple members, mostly young and physically capable, who would clear land and begin construction of the infrastructure necessary to support the larger migration Jones was planning. They were told they were pioneers building socialist paradise, agricultural cooperative that would demonstrate viable alternatives to capitalist exploitation, a community where racial equality and shared resources would create the just society that America refused to build. What they were actually building was something else entirely, though few of them recognized it until much later, until they were too committed to escape, or too frightened to resist, or too damaged psychologically to understand that they'd become participants in something that transcended politics or agriculture, or any ordinary human purpose. The construction proceeded according to specifications that Jones provided with precision that the settlers found simultaneously impressive and unsettling. He seemed to know exactly where each building should be positioned, exactly what dimensions were required, exactly what angles the structures needed to maintain relative to each other, and to geographic features like the sun's path and magnetic north and elevation above sea level. How does he know all this? One settler asked another while they dug foundation holes for what would become the communal kitchen. He's never been an architect, never studied engineering, but he's got drawings that show everything down to the inch, like he's working from some blueprint that already exists. Father has visions, the other settler replied, using the title that temple members had fully embraced for Jones by 1974. He sees what needs to be built, the spirits guide him, we just have to trust and follow. But trust and follow became increasingly difficult as construction revealed the pattern that individual buildings were creating. Viewed from ground level, the compound appeared randomly organized, buildings positioned wherever terrain and practical considerations suggested they should go. But from elevation, from the hills that surrounded the clearing, or from the small planes that began flying regular supply runs between Georgetown and Port Kaituma, a pattern emerged. The buildings formed geometric configuration that resembled nothing so much as ritual sites that archaeologists had documented throughout Central and South America. Mayan temple complexes, Aztec sacrificial platforms, pre-Columbian ceremonial centers where ancient peoples had conducted practices involving mass gatherings and carefully orchestrated violence and offerings made to entities that pre-Christian cultures had recognized and had developed systematic methods for appeasing or manipulating. At the center of the pattern was the pavilion, an open-sided structure approximately 100 feet long and 40 feet wide, with simple wooden benches arranged in rows facing a raised platform at one end. Jones insisted the pavilion be positioned at exact coordinates that he'd calculated through means he didn't explain, insisted it be oriented along precise compass heading that had no apparent relationship to sunlight or wind or any practical consideration. The pavilion is the heart of the community, Jones explained when settlers questioned the specific positioning. Where we'll gather for meetings, for services, for sharing our lives together. It has to be exactly right. The energy has to flow properly. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. What Jones didn't explain was that the pavilion was the focal point of the ritual geometry he was constructing, the location where consciousness harvesting would occur, the spot where the boundary between dimensions would be thinnest, when the pattern was complete, and when sufficient belief and sufficient death would combine to open the doorway permanently, rather than just creating the temporary openings that indigenous shamans had carefully limited through their controlled rituals. By late 1974, basic infrastructure was in place, housing for approximately 50 people, communal facilities for cooking and dining, agricultural areas where crops were being planted, and the pavilion where Jones would eventually preach his final sermon. The compound was crude and uncomfortable, lacking electricity except from generators, lacking plumbing except for basic latrines, lacking most amenities that American life had accustomed temple members to expect. But Jones wasn't concerned with comfort. He was concerned with geometry, with positioning, with creating the physical conditions necessary for metaphysical purposes that most of his followers didn't understand, and that even his inner circle only partially grasped. The compound was ritual apparatus disguised as agricultural commune, carefully designed to specifications that came from visions and from instructions that the entities provided through Jones's increasingly frequent trance states. Throughout 1975 and 1976, the compound grew as more temple members migrated from California to Guyana. Not the full congregation. Most remained in California, where Jones maintained his political influence, and where the temple's reputation provided cover for activities occurring in the jungle, but enough to expand Jonestown from outpost to small town, from 50 residents to several hundred, from experimental project to community that demanded Jones's increasing attention and presence. Jones himself split time between California and Guyana during this period, traveling frequently between locations, maintaining his public presence in San Francisco, while also supervising construction in the jungle, where his real purposes were being manifested. The strain of this divided attention accelerated his physical and psychological deterioration. He was losing weight despite abundant food, his skin taking on greyish quality that suggested either illness or something else displacing normal human biology, his eyes showing the constant dilation of someone on stimulants, or someone whose consciousness was being occupied by entities that perceived reality through frequencies that human neurology wasn't designed to process. His paranoia intensified to levels that clearly exceeded any proportional response to actual threats. He claimed FBI surveillance, CIA infiltration, conspiracies involving government agencies and media organizations, and defector temple members who were supposedly providing information to authorities preparing to destroy the temple. Some of this paranoia had factual basis. The FBI was monitoring People's Temple to some extent. Concerned relatives were contacting authorities about temple members who'd cut off contact with families. Journalists were beginning to investigate reports of abuse and financial impropriety within the organization. But Jones's response exceeded anything proportional to these legitimate concerns. He began conducting increasingly frequent white nights, now not just in California but in Jonestown as well. All-night sessions where he would wake the entire community with alarm sirens, would gather them in the pavilion, would announce that enemies were attacking or that government forces were coming to destroy them, would test their loyalty through scenarios that involved mock revolutionary suicide where temple members would be given cups of liquid and told it was poison and told to drink to demonstrate commitment to the cause. These were still presented as drills, as preparation for persecution that might come, but they served multiple purposes beyond testing loyalty. They were desensitizing the community to the concept of mass suicide, making the impossible seem possible through repetition and through Jones's framing that presented revolutionary suicide as noble resistance rather than as murder or insanity. And they were rehearsals for the actual event that Jones knew was coming, that the visions had shown him in increasing detail, that the entities were demanding with urgency that suggested the time for the final ritual was approaching. The compound's layout was completed by early 1977, and anyone with knowledge of ritual geometry would have recognized immediately what Jones had constructed. The buildings formed pattern that was simultaneously mandala and circuit, spiritual diagram and energy-focusing apparatus, religious symbolism and practical machinery for accomplishing purposes that required concentration of consciousness at specific location during specific circumstances. From the pavilion at center, residential buildings radiated outward in arrangement that created five-pointed star pattern, with additional structures positioned at intersection points that corresponded to sacred geometry principles that predated Christianity by millennia. The agricultural areas formed rings around the residential sections, creating layers that isolated the central pavilion from external observation and that channeled attention and energy inward toward the focal point where the ritual would occur. Water systems had been positioned according to specifications Jones insisted on, with wells and drainage following paths that created underground geometric pattern, mirroring the surface configuration. Electrical lines, installed once generators were operational, followed routes that Jones personally mapped, creating circuits that served practical power distribution, but that also formed patterns that anyone trained in occult practices would recognize as sigils or ritual diagrams designed to channel specific types of energy. "Why does the electrical system look like this?" one of the workers asked the engineer supervising installation. "This routing doesn't make sense. We're running 3 times the cable we'd need if we just connected buildings by shortest paths." "Father's orders," the engineer replied with resignation that suggested he'd asked similar questions and received answers that were unsatisfying but not negotiable. "He says the energy has to flow in specific patterns, for spiritual reasons, for the community's consciousness to be properly aligned. I don't understand it either, but that's what he wants. So that's what we're building." By mid-1977, Jonestown was functionally complete, capable of supporting the 900-plus residents who would eventually inhabit it, equipped with agricultural infrastructure sufficient to provide food for the community, connected to the outside world through radio equipment and through the airstrip at Port Katuma 8 miles away, where small planes could land to bring supplies and occasional visitors. But the compound's completion triggered phenomena that even the most loyal temple members found disturbing. Phenomena that suggested Jones had succeeded in building what the visions had shown him, had created conditions where the boundary between dimensions was dangerously thin, where entities that should have remained confined to non-physical spaces were beginning to manifest in ways that affected physical reality. The jungle around Jonestown began displaying characteristics that botanical surveys struggled to explain. Plants grew in patterns that violated normal biological imperatives, vines forming perfect spirals rather than following random paths toward light, trees leaning at angles that suggested uniform directional pressure despite varying wind patterns, vegetation density creating barriers in some areas, while leaving other apparently similar areas completely clear, as if something was deliberately shaping the jungle's growth according to purposes that transcended biology. Animals avoided certain locations within the compound despite abundant food sources that should have attracted them. The area immediately surrounding the pavilion particularly showed this effect. No birds landed on its roof, no insects built nests in its rafters, no small mammals ventured under its benches despite shelter and protection it should have provided. Temple members noticed and commented, asking Jones why animals seemed afraid of the pavilion. "It's blessed space," Jones replied, his answer containing more truth than his questioners realized. "Sacred ground. Animals can sense spiritual energy. They're showing respect, not fear. When the time comes, when we gather there for the final translation, the animals' instincts will be proven right. The pavilion is where we'll cross over, where the doorway will open. Of course, animals sense it and keep their distance." Night sounds in the jungle changed after the compound's completion. Indigenous Guyanese who worked as guides or laborers began refusing to stay at Jonestown after dark, claiming they heard things that frightened them, voices speaking languages that predated colonization, sounds like massive objects moving through dimensions perpendicular to normal space, rhythmic patterns that resembled chanting or ceremonial drumming, but that came from locations where no humans were present. "The old ones are waking," one Makushi guide told a temple member who asked why he always left before sunset. "Your buildings have disturbed their sleep. Your leader has opened doors that should stay closed. Smart people don't stay here at night. Bad things come when darkness falls. Things that were here before humans. Things that your religion has no names for." The temple member dismissed these warnings as primitive superstition, reported the conversation to Jones as example of the ignorance that sophisticated American socialism was combating through education and material advancement. But Jones understood what the guide was describing, recognized that the entities he'd been communing with for decades were beginning to manifest more substantially as the physical conditions for their crossing improved. He experienced his own encounters with the entities during his time at Jonestown, encounters that were becoming less like visions and more like direct communication with consciousness that was present in the same physical space Jones occupied. He would wake in the night to find his cabin filled with presence that had no visible form, but that he could perceive through senses that extended beyond normal human perception. Vast awareness that surrounded and penetrated him, that examined his thoughts and intentions, that communicated purposes and requirements through means that bypassed language and operated directly on consciousness. These encounters left Jones shaken and exhilarated in equal measure. Shaken because they made undeniable what he'd perhaps been able to doubt when the contact came only through visions and voices, that the entities were real, were powerful, were using him for purposes that he understood only partially. Exhilarated because direct contact confirmed his special status, validated his belief that he'd been chosen for significant role, promised that the work he'd been conducting for decades would culminate in an event that would transcend anything ordinary religious ministry could accomplish. By late 1977, the compound was ready for the final phase, mass migration of the majority of California temple membership to Guyana, concentration of believers in the location where the geometry was correct, and where the entities were positioned to respond when the final ritual was conducted. Jones began accelerating recruitment and preparing members for the move, telling them that persecution in America was intensifying, that safety required relocating to Jonestown where they could live according to their values without interference, that paradise awaited in the jungle, where they would build society that demonstrated socialist principles and racial equality. What he didn't tell them was that the compound was trap, that the geometric pattern focused consciousness toward the pavilion where harvesting would occur, that the buildings and electrical systems and water infrastructure were all components of ritual apparatus designed to facilitate doorway opening and consciousness crossing on scale that had never been attempted in human history. What he didn't tell them was that the rehearsals were ending, that the white nights would soon become real, that the poison would soon replace the pretend poison. That translation would soon stop being theological concept and become actual process through which 918 consciousness would separate from flesh and cross into dimensions where the entities waited to collect what Jim Jones had been preparing for them since childhood. The compound was complete. The doorway was built, and in dimensions perpendicular to the physical space where Jonestown existed, something ancient and patient and terrifyingly hungry was drawing closer to the boundary, preparing for the moment when geometric pattern and mass death and absolute belief would combine to open the door completely, to allow crossing that indigenous shamans had prevented for millennia through careful management to accomplish translation that Jim Jones promised would be transcendence, but that would actually be consumption of consciousness by entities that regarded human awareness as fuel rather than as sacred essence deserving preservation. It was November 1977. The buildings stood in their geometric pattern. The pavilion waited at the focal point, and 918 people were about to begin their final journey, from California to Guyana, from the American dream to the jungle clearing, from life to death to whatever existed beyond death, when consciousness was harvested by forces that had been waiting since before humanity evolved language or abstract thought. The compound was built, the doorway was ready, and 1 year remained until November 18, 1978, when Jim Jones would stand in the pavilion and say, "How very much I've tried my best to give you a good life," and 918 people would believe him, and would drink and would translate into dimensions where screaming never ends, and where consciousness persists without bodies to contain it, and where the entities that Jim Jones had been serving since childhood would finally claim what they'd been promised. The building phase was complete, the consumption phase was approaching, and the countdown to the 44 minutes had begun. By the end of 1977, Jonestown was complete. 900-plus people living in geometric pattern designed for purposes they didn't understand. The pavilion at center where they gathered 3 times daily for Father's teachings. The residential buildings radiating outward in configuration that created energy circuits and consciousness channels that focused everything toward the focal point where the doorway would open. And at night, when the generators powered down and the jungle darkness became absolute, temple members lying in their crowded dormitories would hear things. Sounds from the deeper jungle that weren't animal or human, or anything their experience could categorize. Rhythmic patterns that resembled breathing. Massive presences moving through spaces that existed perpendicular to normal reality. And occasionally, just occasionally enough to create pervasive unease, voices. Speaking in languages no one recognized. Saying things that bypassed conscious understanding, but that created certainty deep in the hindbrain. Something was out there. Something was drawing closer. Something was waiting for the moment when Father would call them all to the pavilion and tell them it was time to translate, time to drink, time to cross over into whatever the entities had been promising. It was 1977. 1 year remained. And in California, Congressman Leo Ryan was beginning to receive letters from concerned relatives. Letters that described families who'd moved to Guyana and who'd stopped all contact. Letters that asked for investigation. Letters that would eventually trigger the visit that would precipitate the massacre. The compound was built. The believers were assembled, the entities were positioned, and the countdown to November the 18th, 1978, had entered its final year. 1 year until the sermon, 1 year until the poison, 1 year until 918 people would learn what translation really meant, 1 year until Jim Jones would prove that the visions had been real, and that the entities had been right, and that belief could create reality, even when that reality was horror beyond anything human consciousness was designed to endure. The doorway was built, and soon, very soon, it would open. And what came through would make Jonestown more than crime scene, more than tragedy, more than the largest mass murder-suicide in American history. It would make Jonestown into portal, into feeding ground. Into the place where 918 souls would discover that death was not ending, but transformation into fuel for entities that existed in dimensions, where time was circular and where consciousness could persist without relief, and where the entities that Jim Jones had been serving would finally claim what they'd been promised, since a strange child in Indiana first started conducting funerals for dead animals and talking to things that weren't there. Chapter 5. The Congressman, 1978. When the outside world comes knocking, November 14th, 1978. Congressman Leo Ryan steps off a plane in Georgetown, Guyana, with journalists, camera crews, concerned relatives, and a growing certainty that something terrible is happening in Jonestown. Jim Jones had 4 days' notice that they were coming. 4 days to prepare. 4 days to make the decision that would end 918 lives. But Jones didn't make the decision alone. Something else was in his cabin, speaking through the static of his broken mind, telling him that the time had finally come, that the investigation was actually opportunity. That interference was actually invitation. The congressman was coming to save people. Instead, he'd deliver the catalyst that would complete the ritual Jones had been building toward for 47 years. 4 days. That's all that remained between normal world and the translation. 4 days until the sermon would begin. 4 days until the poison would flow. 4 days until 9/18 people would discover that Jim Jones hadn't been lying. Translation was real, just not the way anyone had been promised. The congressman was coming, and the entities in the jungle were pleased. Because investigation meant exposure. Exposure meant crisis. Crisis meant the conditions for mass death. And mass death meant the doorway would finally open. 4 days remained, and the countdown was accelerating toward inevitability that no one could stop now that Leo Ryan had decided to investigate the rumors about the American cult in the Guyanese jungle. The first letter arrived at Congressman Leo Ryan's San Francisco office in February 1978, handwritten on lined paper, the shaky script suggesting either extreme age or extreme distress. My son Stephen joined People's Temple 3 years ago. He's in Guyana now. I haven't heard from him in 8 months. His letters before he stopped writing seemed strange, too cheerful, too perfect, like someone was telling him what to say. Reverend Jones won't let me visit. He says families are disruptive influence. Please help. I think my son is in danger. Ryan's staff filed the letter with dozens of similar correspondence the office received monthly. Concerned citizens seeking help with problems ranging from trivial to significant, most of which could be resolved through phone calls or referrals to appropriate agencies. Ryan himself never saw that first letter. But as 1978 progressed, similar letters accumulated with frequency that eventually demanded attention. By September 1978, Ryan's office had received approximately 30 letters and phone calls from families who claimed relatives in People's Temple had moved to Guyana and had subsequently cut off all contact, or had been prevented from leaving despite expressing desire to return to America. The pattern was concerning enough that Ryan's staff brought it to the congressman's attention during a briefing on constituent services. "We're getting significant correspondence about this People's Temple group," the aide explained, presenting Ryan with a folder containing the accumulated letters. "Families claim their relatives are being held against their will in Guyana. They want congressional investigation. Some are threatening to go to media if we don't respond." Ryan, 53 years old, was a Democratic congressman representing California's 11th district, which included parts of San Francisco and the Peninsula, exactly the region where People's Temple had recruited heavily before relocating most of its membership to Guyana. He was known for his hands-on approach to constituent problems, for his willingness to personally investigate issues rather than simply delegating to staff, for his conviction that elected officials had obligation to protect citizens even when doing so was politically complicated or personally dangerous. He read through the letters with growing concern. The complaints were remarkably consistent. Relatives had joined People's Temple, had seemed initially enthusiastic about the group's social justice message, had moved to Guyana for what was described as agricultural mission, and had then either stopped communicating entirely or had sent letters that seemed unnatural in their uniformity and forced optimism. Multiple families reported that requests to visit Jonestown had been denied by Temple leadership, that phone calls were not being connected, that all communication was filtered through Jim Jones or his representatives, who insisted that everyone was happy and safe and had no desire to leave. "This needs investigation," Ryan decided after reviewing the correspondence. "At minimum, we need to verify that American citizens in Guyana are there voluntarily and are free to leave if they choose. If there's any suggestion of imprisonment or coercion, that's serious enough to warrant congressional oversight." What Ryan didn't know, what he couldn't have known without access to intelligence that wasn't available to congressional offices, was that People's Temple had been monitored by various government agencies for years. The FBI had opened a file on Jim Jones and the Temple in the early 1970s, concerned about the group's political activities, its infiltration of Democratic Party structures, and reports of financial impropriety and abuse that informants had provided. The CIA had minimal interest in the Temple's domestic activities, but had noted its presence in Guyana because of the country's strategic location and socialist government. But federal surveillance had been limited by jurisdictional concerns and by Jones' political connections. He had cultivated relationships with powerful California politicians who valued his ability to deliver volunteers and votes, who attended temple events, and who praised its racial integration and social service programs. Jones was photographed with governors and mayors and other elected officials, creating a protective shield of legitimacy that made aggressive investigation politically awkward for agencies that relied on congressional appropriations and political goodwill. Ryan's decision to investigate People's Temple was therefore significant, not just because of what he might discover, but because it represented breakdown of the political protection that had previously shielded Jones from serious scrutiny. Ryan had no political debt to Jones, had never courted Temple support, and was motivated by constituent concern rather than by ideological agreement or political calculation. He was exactly the kind of threat that Jones had been anticipating and preparing for through years of white night drills and revolutionary suicide rehearsals and paranoid warnings about enemies who would eventually come to destroy the temple. In October 1978, Ryan announced his intention to lead a fact-finding delegation to Jonestown, notifying the State Department and Guyanese authorities of his plans and inviting journalists and concerned family members to accompany him. The announcement was not particularly newsworthy. Congressional delegations visited foreign countries regularly for various oversight and diplomatic purposes, but it triggered immediate response from People's Temple. Jones, who maintained a communication network that kept him informed about developments in California, despite being physically present in Guyana, learned about Ryan's planned visit within hours of the announcement. His reaction combined rage, fear, and something else, a quality that his closest advisors had learned to recognize as Jones entering communion with whatever entities he claimed were guiding the temple's mission. He secluded himself in his cabin for 48 hours after receiving news of Ryan's investigation, seeing no one except his most trusted inner circle, communicating with the broader community through radio broadcasts that aired over Jonestown's loudspeaker system. During this seclusion, Jones was experiencing visions more intense than anything he'd perceived since arriving in Guyana, visions that showed him multiple possible futures, branching from the decision point that Ryan's visit represented. In some futures, Ryan arrived, conducted his investigation, found nothing that justified intervention, and departed, leaving Jonestown to continue operating with perhaps slightly increased scrutiny, but no fundamental disruption. In these futures, the temple survived, and the final ritual was postponed, perhaps indefinitely, perhaps until circumstances more favorable than congressional investigation provided the crisis that would justify mass death. In other futures, Ryan arrived and discovered evidence of abuse or coercion sufficient to trigger official American intervention, leading to arrests of temple leadership, extradition to the United States, prosecution that would destroy the organization and imprison Jones for the remainder of his life. In these futures, the work of decades would be undone, the pattern would be incomplete, and the entities would be denied the offering they'd been promised since Jones was a child. But in one particular future, the future that the entities seemed to prefer, that they showed Jones with clarity suggesting they wanted him to choose this path, Ryan's visit became the catalyst for the final ritual. Investigation would create crisis. Crisis would justify revolutionary suicide. Mass death would complete the pattern. The doorway would open, translation would occur, and 918 souls would cross over into dimensions where the entities waited to collect what they'd been building toward for decades. Jones emerged from his seclusion on October 20th, 1978, with decision made and with speech prepared that he delivered to the assembled community in the pavilion that evening. His appearance shocked even those who'd witnessed his deterioration throughout 1977 and 1978. He'd lost considerable weight. His skin had taken on greyish pallor that suggested either serious illness or something else displacing normal human biology. His eyes showed constant dilation that made them appear black and depthless, and his movements carried quality that several witnesses would later describe as puppet-like, as if he was being controlled by something else rather than moving through his own volition. "Family," Jones said, his voice amplified through the pavilion sound system, but also carrying undertones that suggested multiple voices speaking simultaneously. "I have news that you need to understand. The enemies we've been preparing for are finally coming. A congressman, a tool of the CIA and the fascist American government, is planning to visit Jonestown. He claims he's conducting investigation to verify that you're all here voluntarily. But we know the truth. This is reconnaissance for the attack that's coming. They're going to destroy us. They're going to kill our children. They're going to torture those they capture. We have to be ready. We have to prepare for the possibility that revolutionary suicide will be necessary to prevent worse suffering. The speech continued for 3 hours, Jones alternating between political rhetoric about American imperialism and theological language about transcendence and translation, between practical discussion of security measures and apocalyptic visions of destruction that awaited them if they didn't resist. And throughout the speech, he repeatedly referenced White Knight, the term that temple members had learned over years of drills meant crisis requiring ultimate loyalty, potentially including mass suicide if circumstances demanded such sacrifice. This may be the White Knight, Jones said near the end of the speech. Not drill, not practice. Real. When the congressman comes, we'll show him that we're happy, that we're free, that the lies our enemies tell about us are false. But if he tries to take anyone, if he tries to destroy what we've built, if he brings armed forces or attempts to kidnap our children, then we'll know it's time. Time for revolutionary suicide, time for translation, time to cross over to the place where our suffering ends and where our enemies can never reach us. The community's response was mixed. Temple members had heard similar speeches dozens of times during White Knight drills, had become somewhat desensitized to Jones's apocalyptic rhetoric, had learned to endure his increasingly frequent crises without panicking. But this time felt different. Jones's certainty was absolute rather than theatrical. The timeline was specific rather than vague. And the presence of outside visitors, journalists, family members, congressional investigators, would make whatever occurred during Ryan's visit visible in ways that previous White Knights had not been. Some temple members were relieved that investigation was coming, hoping that exposure would force Jones to moderate his behavior, that outside attention would create opportunities for people who wanted to leave, but who'd been too frightened or too controlled to attempt escape. Others were terrified, believing Jones's claims that investigation was prelude to violent destruction, convinced that revolutionary suicide would indeed be preferable to the torture and murder that Jones described as inevitable if they fell into enemy hands. Throughout November 1978, Jonestown prepared for Ryan's visit with intensity that combined theatrical performance with genuine militarization. Temple members rehearsed their responses to anticipated questions. Everyone would emphasize how happy they were, how voluntarily they'd come to Guyana, how grateful they were for Father's leadership and for the opportunity to build socialist community free from American racism and capitalism. Jones conducted multiple White Knight drills, testing the community's willingness to die on command, ensuring that when he eventually ordered actual suicide, enough people would comply quickly enough to create momentum that would sweep resistors along through peer pressure and armed enforcement. And behind the theatrical preparation, Jones was conducting private meetings with his innermost circle, the dozen or so people who served as security force, who would be responsible for administering poison, who would use weapons to prevent escape if necessary. These meetings revealed that Jones had already made his decision, that Ryan's visit would end in mass death regardless of what the investigation discovered, that the entities had told him the time had come and that delay was no longer acceptable. When they arrive, we'll put on good show, Jones told his security chief, a man named Larry Schacht who'd been with Temple since the Indiana days and who'd witnessed Jones's transformation from charismatic preacher to whatever he'd become. We'll smile and answer their questions and let them see some happy people, but they're not leaving without understanding what we're prepared to do to protect ourselves. And when they try to take people, because they will try, the defectors will identify themselves and try to leave. That's when it happens. That's when we defend ourselves, and defending ourselves means translation. All of us, at once, before they can stop us. Schacht understood what Jones was describing. Revolutionary suicide wasn't defense. It was murder-suicide on scale that would shock the world. But Schacht had been prepared through years of White Knights, and through his own psychological dependence on Jones, and through genuine belief that whatever Father said must be true, because the healings had been real, and the visions had been true, and everything Jones had predicted had come to pass exactly as he'd described. How many will resist? Schacht asked, the practical question that needed addressing if mass death was to be accomplished efficiently. Maybe 20%, Jones estimated. Maybe less if we do it right. Get the children first. Parents won't resist once their kids are dead. Then the believers drink voluntarily. Then we use the guns on anyone who runs. Should take less than an hour if everyone does their job. November 14th, 1978 arrived. The delegation, Congressman Leo Ryan, journalist Don Harris from NBC, several other journalists, a camera crew, and approximately a dozen concerned relatives departed from California, flying first to Miami, then to Georgetown, Guyana. Jones received updates about their progress through radio communications with temple members who'd remained in Georgetown to monitor developments. "They're really coming," Jones announced to the community that evening. "Tomorrow or the next day they'll arrive here. Remember what I taught you. Smile, be happy. Tell them you're here by choice. Don't give them any reason to justify their attack. But be ready. If they try to take anyone, if they try to destroy us, then we go to White Night. Real White Night." Translation: "We've prepared for this for years. Now we finally do it." In Georgetown, Ryan's delegation was encountering resistance from Guyanese authorities who were uncomfortable with American congressional investigation on their soil, who had been contacted by People's Temple, claiming that Ryan's visit was hostile action rather than legitimate oversight. The delegation was delayed for 2 days while diplomatic negotiations occurred, while temple lawyers argued that Ryan had no jurisdiction in Guyana and that his investigation constituted American imperialism violating Guyanese sovereignty. But Ryan persisted, using diplomatic pressure and media attention to overcome the administrative obstacles. On November 17, 1978, the delegation finally boarded a small plane for the flight from Georgetown to Port Kaituma, the small town 8 miles from Jonestown where they would spend the night before traveling overland to the compound the following morning. Jones received notification that the delegation would arrive on November 18th. He called emergency meeting of his inner circle at 2 a.m. on November 18th, waking them from sleep to discuss final preparations for what was about to occur. "Today is the day," Jones said, his voice carrying certainty that made even his most loyal followers feel cold dread settling into their stomachs. "The congressman arrives this morning. We'll let him conduct his investigation. We'll let him see what he wants to see. But when he tries to leave, and when he tries to take people with him, because the defectors will reveal themselves, that's when everything changes. That's when we implement the plan. That's when translation occurs. Are you ready? Are you prepared to do what needs to be done?" The inner circle members nodded, some with enthusiasm that Jones's decades of manipulation had created, others with resigned acceptance of inevitability they felt powerless to resist, all of them understanding that events set in motion were now beyond anyone's control, that whatever would happen later that day was predetermined not by human choice, but by forces that had been building toward this moment since Jim Jones was a child, conducting funerals for dead animals. At 10:30 a.m. on November 18, 1978, Congressman Leo Ryan's delegation arrived at Jonestown, traveling the final 8 miles from Port Kaituma in a dump truck that served as transportation between the airstrip and the compound. They were greeted by smiling temple members who'd been positioned to create impression of happy community, who'd been instructed to make visitors feel welcome, while also monitoring them constantly to prevent unsupervised conversations that might reveal the reality of life in Jonestown. Ryan appeared optimistic as he began his investigation, conducting interviews with temple members who uniformly described themselves as happy and voluntary residents, who praised Jim Jones and the community's accomplishments, who showed the congressman agricultural projects and communal facilities that seemed to validate the temple's claims about successful socialist experiment. But journalists in the delegation were more skeptical. Don Harris, experienced at reading people and situations, noticed things that didn't align with the happy community presentation: the armed guards at the compound's perimeter, the loudspeaker system that allowed Jones to broadcast to every location simultaneously, the way temple members' eyes kept darting toward Jones's cabin as if seeking permission before answering questions, the underlying tension that permeated even staged interactions with visitors. And some temple members were preparing to break the script, preparing to identify themselves as people who wanted to leave, who needed rescue from the nightmare that Jonestown had become. They waited for opportunities to approach Ryan or the journalist privately, to pass notes requesting help, to indicate through subtle signals that the happy community presentation was false, and that people were being held against their will. By evening of November 18th, approximately 16 temple members had expressed desire to leave with Ryan's delegation. Their identification of themselves as defectors triggered exactly the crisis that Jones had been anticipating, that he'd been preparing for, that the entities had told him would provide justification for the final ritual. At 5:00 p.m., as Ryan was preparing to depart with the defectors, one of Jones's inner circle members attacked Ryan with a knife, attempting to kill the congressman in what appeared to be spontaneous violence, but what was actually choreographed assault designed to create the incident that would justify what came next. The attack failed. Ryan was cut but not seriously injured, and the assailant was restrained. But the violence had created exactly the chaos and crisis atmosphere that Jones needed. He announced over the loudspeaker system that the enemies had revealed themselves, that attack was imminent, that the community needed to gather immediately in the pavilion for emergency meeting. Ryan's delegation departed in haste, loading into the dump truck and then into a small plane at Port Kaituma airstrip, taking the defectors with them and planning to fly back to Georgetown before situation deteriorated further. But Jones had already implemented the second phase of his plan. Armed temple members were driving to the airstrip with orders to prevent the delegation from leaving, to kill the congressman and the journalists and the defectors, to create the violence that would justify the final translation. At approximately 5:20 p.m., while Ryan's delegation waited at Port Kaituma airstrip for the planes to be prepared for takeoff, a dump truck and a trailer arrived carrying Jones's security force. They opened fire with rifles and shotguns, killing Congressman Leo Ryan, NBC journalist Don Harris, NBC cameraman Bob Brown, San Francisco Examiner photographer Greg Robinson, and Patricia Parks, a temple member who was defecting with the delegation. The attack was captured on film by Bob Brown's camera, which continued running as he died, recording the final moments of his life and providing evidence that would later prove the murders were not spontaneous violence, but coordinated assassination. Back at Jonestown, Jones was already beginning his final sermon, the one that would be recorded on the Sony cassette recorder that someone had hidden despite his orders that all recording equipment be destroyed. The one that would document 44 minutes and 12 seconds of mass murder disguised as revolutionary suicide. The one that would capture the moment when 9 waiting people translated from life into whatever the entities that Jim Jones had been serving were about to reveal as translation's true meaning. It was 5:02 p.m. Jones stood in the pavilion in front of nearly 1,000 people who had followed him from Indiana to California to Guyana. The tape was running, the poison was prepared, and the countdown to translation had begun. "How very much I've tried my best to give you a good life," Jones said, beginning the sermon that would be his last. The congressman was dead. The investigation had failed, and the doorway was about to open. 5:02 p.m., November 18, 1978. The tape begins recording. Jim Jones is standing in the pavilion, in front of nearly 1,000 people, about to ask them to die and kill their children first. In the jungle beyond the compound's perimeter, survivors from the airstrip massacre are hiding, listening to Jones's voice crackling over loudspeakers, listening to the screaming that will soon begin. And in dimensions perpendicular to normal space, something vast and ancient and utterly inhuman is positioning itself at the boundary. The doorway is about to open. The sacrifice is about to commence, and 918 human beings are about to discover what translation really means. Congressman Ryan came to save people. Instead, he provided exactly the crisis that Jones needed. The investigation triggered the catastrophe. The rescue attempt became the catalyst, and now, in the final 44 minutes, in the time between 5:02 p.m. and 5:46 p.m., between the first word of Jones's final sermon and the moment when the tape runs out and silence claims the compound, 918 souls will cross over. We'll translate. We'll discover that Jim Jones wasn't lying. Something was waiting on the other side. Something that the healings and the visions and the decades of preparation had all been building toward. Something that fed on consciousness and grew strong on death, and that regarded human belief as the key that opened doors between dimensions. The congressman is dead. The delegation has fled. And in the pavilion at Jonestown, in the geometric center of the pattern that Jones spent years constructing, the final ritual is beginning. The children will die first, then the believers, then those who resist. 918 people in 44 minutes, the largest mass murder-suicide in American history. The completion of a ritual that began when a child in Indiana talked to things that weren't there. The opening of a doorway that indigenous peoples had kept closed for millennia. the feeding of entities that had been waiting since before humanity evolved. It's 5:02 p.m., the tape is running, and the next chapter will take you through all 44 minutes. Every scream, every plea, every moment, the audio from hell, the translation, the truth about what Jim Jones had been building towards since he was born. Are you ready? Put on your headphones, turn off the lights, because we're going to listen together to the moment when 9 waiting people learned what belief really costs, when faith became fuel for something that dwells in spaces between worlds, when translation revealed itself as consumption. 44 minutes, that's all it took. 44 minutes to destroy 918 lives, 44 minutes to open a doorway, 44 minutes that would echo across dimensions forever, because that's what translation really means. Not transcendence, but eternal experience of the moment when you realize you've been betrayed. When Father becomes monster, when heaven becomes hell, when the promises of salvation reveal themselves as invitations to damnation. The congressman is dead, and the 9 waiting are about to follow. 5:02 p.m., November 18th, 1978. The translation begins now. Chapter 6. The 44 minutes, 5:02 p.m., 5:46 p.m., audio from hell. This chapter contains descriptions based on the Jonestown death tape. 44 minutes of mass murder. You'll hear about Jim Jones preaching about dignity while children scream. You'll hear about Christine Miller trying to argue for survival. You'll hear about the moment when the crying stops, not because people accepted death, but because their respiratory systems failed. This is the most disturbing historical audio recording that exists, and beneath Jones's voice, if audio engineers are correct, there are frequencies that shouldn't be there, harmonics that can't be explained, the sound of a doorway opening. This is November 18th, 1978. This is the 44 minutes. This is the translation. What follows is the documented timeline of 918 deaths. The moment when Jim Jones' decades of manipulation culminated in the largest mass murder-suicide in modern history. The moment when 304 children were murdered by their own parents. The moment when something in the jungle finally received the offering it had been promised. 918 souls in 44 minutes. We're going to walk through it together. Minute by minute, death by death, scream by scream, until we understand what translation really meant, until we comprehend what Jim Jones had been building towards since he was a child who talked to things that weren't there. Put on your headphones, take a breath, because once we start, we're not stopping until all 918 are dead, until the tape runs out, until the doorway opens and whatever was waiting on the other side finally crosses over. It's 5:02 p.m., November 18th, 1978, and the translation is beginning now. 5:02 p.m. The sermon begins. The tape begins with a crackle of static. The Sony TC-150 cassette recorder capturing its first sounds from the pavilion where nearly 1,000 people are gathered. Someone has hidden the recorder near the sound system, positioning it where Jones won't notice but where the microphone can capture his voice through the loudspeakers that broadcast throughout the compound. Jim Jones's voice emerges from the static, carrying the theatrical cadence that had characterized his preaching for decades, but also carrying something else. A flatness, a mechanical quality, as if he's reading from a script or as if something else is providing him with words he hasn't consciously chosen. How very much I've tried my best to give you a good life. The opening words are gentle, almost apologetic, the voice of a father explaining to his children why difficult choices must be made. The congregation is silent, hundreds of people packed onto wooden benches in the open-sided pavilion, listening with the trained attention that years of mandatory attendance at Jones's sermons has instilled. They know this is not a normal service. The emergency sirens have sounded. The loudspeakers have announced that the congressman's delegation was attacked at the airstrip. Everyone has been told that armed forces are coming to destroy the community. But most don't yet understand that this is the white knight that Jones has been promising and rehearsing for years. They believe this is another drill, another test of loyalty, another opportunity to demonstrate commitment to Father and to the cause. They've drunk pretend poison dozens of times before. They've gathered in the pavilion for emergency meetings countless times throughout 1977 and 1978. This seems like just another repetition of familiar ritual. Jones continues, his voice amplified through speakers that make it seem like he's speaking from everywhere at once. But in spite of all of my trying A handful of our people with their lies have made our lives impossible. There's no way to detach ourselves from what's happened today. He's referring to the defectors, to the approximately 16 temple members who identified themselves to Congressman Ryan as wanting to leave, whose departure triggered the violence at the airstrip that Jones's inner circle is currently conducting 8 miles away. But Jones is framing the defection as betrayal that has destroyed the community's safety, that has brought enemies to their gates, that has made continuing existence impossible. The congressman is dead, Jones announces, though the murders at the airstrip are still occurring. Though Jones couldn't possibly have received confirmation yet. But he knows because the killings are being conducted on his orders, because his security force is following his instructions, because he planned this outcome from the moment he learned that Ryan was coming to investigate. The congregation reacts with sounds, gasps, murmurs, some crying. Killing a US congressman is a catastrophic act that they understand will bring consequences beyond anything they've experienced. American authorities will respond. The Guyanese government will cooperate. There will be no safe haven, no escape, no possibility of continuing the experiment they've been building in the jungle. It's all over, Jones says, his voice combining resignation and something else, satisfaction, relief. The tone of someone who has reached the end of a long journey and is glad to finally arrive. The congressman's dead. The congressman has been murdered. The congressman's dead. It's over. It's over. 5:04 p.m. The poison is introduced. Jones's voice shifts from announcement to instruction, moving from informing the congregation about their situation to telling them what must happen next. Please get us some medication. It's simple. It's simple. There's no convulsions with it. It's just simple. Just please get it, before it's too late. The medication is cyanide mixed with grape-flavored Flavor Aid, not Kool-Aid, though that brand name would become forever associated with the massacre. The mixture has been prepared in advance, stored in a large metal vat that medical staff brings forward and positions at the front of the pavilion. The purple liquid looks innocent, resembles the fruit drinks that temple members consume regularly, gives no visible indication of the poison it contains. Cyanide is not a gentle death, despite Jones' promises that it will be simple and painless. The reality is that cyanide kills by preventing cells from utilizing oxygen, creating internal suffocation that produces convulsions, vomiting, respiratory distress, and consciousness that persists through most of the dying process. Death typically occurs within 5 to 20 minutes, depending on dose size and individual metabolism, but those minutes are filled with agony that Jones's reassuring words cannot prevent or diminish. Medical staff, nurses and doctors who have worked in Temple's healthcare system, who have trusted Jones's leadership, who believe they're serving noble cause even as they prepare to administer poison, begin organizing the distribution. Syringes for babies and young children who cannot or will not drink voluntarily, paper cups for older children and adults who can be convinced to consume the liquid themselves, and guns for anyone who resists, though the guns are not yet visible, are being held in reserve by Jones's security force that surrounds the pavilion. In the background of the tape, barely audible beneath Jones's amplified voice, sounds can be heard. The scraping of the metal vat being positioned, footsteps of people moving toward the front, the rustling of hundreds of bodies pressed together in confined space, waiting to learn what happens next. And beneath all of these ordinary sounds, audio engineers who would later analyze the tape would detect something else, a low-frequency drone, approximately 7 Hz, below the threshold of conscious human hearing, but within the range that produces psychological effects including fear, anxiety, and sense of presence. The source of this sound has never been determined. No machinery at Jonestown could have produced it. No natural phenomenon fully explains it. It's simply there on the tape, constant throughout the 44 minutes, as if something is watching and waiting and anticipating what's about to occur. 5:06 p.m. The children begin dying. The GDF will be here, I tell you, Jones says, referring to the Guyanese Defense Force that he claims is coming to destroy them, to torture their children, to dismantle everything they've built. This claim is false. No armed forces are approaching Jonestown. The violence at the airstrip has not yet been reported to authorities, and the community has hours before any official response will be organized. But Jones has been cultivating this paranoid narrative for years, has convinced his followers that persecution is imminent, that enemies surround them, that death by their own hands is preferable to whatever suffering their captors will inflict. "Get moving, get moving, get moving," Jones commands, his voice taking on urgency that contrasts with his earlier reassurances about simple and painless death. The congregation is being directed to form lines, to approach the vat where medical staff are distributing the poison, to begin the process that will end 918 lives in less than an hour. And then, at approximately 5:08 p.m., the first baby begins to cry. The sound is faint on the tape. The recorder is positioned too far from the front of the pavilion to capture clear audio of what's happening there, but it's unmistakably the cry of an infant, the sound that any parent recognizes as their child in distress. The babies and toddlers are being given the poison first. This is intentional, part of Jones's strategy for ensuring compliance from the broader community. Once parents have watched their children die or have themselves administered poison to their own infants, the psychological barrier to their own suicide dissolves. They've already committed the ultimate transgression. They've already crossed the line that cannot be uncrossed. Drinking the poison themselves becomes not just possible, but necessary. The only way to escape the unbearable reality of what they've just done. Medical staff use syringes to squirt the poison into babies' mouths. The infants cry and struggle, don't understand what's happening, respond with instinctive resistance that their small bodies can't sustain against adults who believe they're performing mercy rather than murder. The cyanide tastes bitter, despite the flavor aid masking, causes immediate burning sensation in mouth and throat, produces distress that makes the babies cry harder, even as the poison begins its work of shutting down their cellular respiration. Parents are told to hold their children, to comfort them as they die, to view this as act of love rather than murder. Some parents comply with numb shock, their consciousness unable to fully process what they're doing, operating on autopilot trained through years of obedience to father's commands. Others hesitate, beginning to understand that this is not drill, that their children are actually dying, that Jones has been leading them toward this moment through all the white nights and all the rehearsals that they'd thought were merely tests of loyalty. "Take the potion like they used to take it in ancient Greece," Jones says, his voice carrying over the sounds of crying children, providing historical and philosophical framing designed to transform murder into something noble or meaningful. And step over quietly, because the children are not crying from pain, but they are crying from pain. The tape captures it despite Jones's false assurances. Multiple children's voices, crying and screaming, sounds of distress that no amount of rationalization can disguise as peaceful transition. The audio is difficult to listen to even decades later, even knowing that the children are long dead, even understanding that this recording is historical document rather than real-time event. The crying communicates suffering that transcends time, and that makes every listener wish they could intervene, could stop what's happening, could save children who died 45 years ago, but whose voices remain preserved on magnetic tape. 5:12 p.m. Christine Miller's descent at approximately 5:12 p.m. A woman's voice rises above the general noise, speaking with urgency that cuts through Jones's sermon. Is it too late for Russia? This is Christine Miller, one of the few temple members brave enough or independent enough to question Jones even during this final crisis. She's suggesting an alternative to mass suicide, that the community could flee to Soviet Union, where Jones has claimed they have allies, where socialist government might offer asylum to Americans fleeing persecution. Jones's response is immediate and dismissive. "I'm not talking to you. You wanted Russia. But everybody's not going to Russia. And those that didn't want to go to Russia, we can't go along with you. You can't survive without the rest of us. The best testimony we can make is to leave this goddamn world." Miller continues to argue, continues to propose alternatives, continues to resist the narrative that suicide is the only option. Her voice represents everything Jones has been working to suppress for years: critical thinking, alternative perspectives, unwillingness to accept his authority as absolute. In a different situation, Miller's dissent might have inspired others to question, might have created cascade of resistance that could have stopped the massacre. But the circumstances are designed to prevent exactly this kind of resistance. The children are already dying. Parents who've given poison to their own children are too psychologically committed to change course. Jones's security force surrounds the pavilion with weapons concealed but ready. And the years of white knight training have conditioned the community to believe that questioning father during crisis is betrayal that endangers everyone. Miller's arguments are drowned out by Jones's continued preaching, by the sounds of people crying and dying, by the momentum of mass death that has been set in motion and that cannot be stopped by one dissenting voice, regardless of how logical her alternative proposals might be. "We're not letting them take our children," Jones says, his voice hardening, making clear that Miller's resistance will not be tolerated. "I'd rather see them dead than see them have to go through what they're going to put them through." This reasoning, that death is preferable to suffering at enemies' hands, is the core justification that Jones has been cultivating for years. It's based on paranoid fantasy rather than realistic assessment of danger. No American authorities were planning to torture Jonestown's children. No armed forces were approaching with intent to destroy the community. But Jones has convinced his followers that such persecution is inevitable, that suicide is defensive action rather than murder, that he's protecting them rather than destroying them. Miller's voice fades from the tape, either because she stops arguing or because she's been removed from the pavilion, or because the recorder simply can't capture her words over the increasing noise of mass death. The transcript of the tape lists her final recorded words as approximately 5:14 p.m. What happened to Miller after she stopped arguing is unknown. Whether she drank the poison voluntarily, whether she was forced, whether she was shot, whether she tried to escape and failed. Her body was found among the 911 dead when authorities arrived 4 days later. But the specific circumstances of her death were impossible to determine, given the condition of the remains and the chaos that had occurred. 5:16 p.m., the acceleration. By 5:16 p.m., approximately 14 minutes into the recording, the process has accelerated to industrial scale. Lines of people are approaching the vat, accepting cups of poison, drinking, sitting or lying down as the cyanide begins its work. Medical staff continues administering poison to children who can't drink voluntarily, moving with efficiency that suggests they've rehearsed this procedure during the White Night drills that Jones conducted throughout 1977 and 1978. The sounds on the tape have changed. The crying continues. Hundreds of children and adults in various stages of dying. Their voices creating sustained background noise that would be unbearable if it weren't being partially masked by Jones's amplified preaching. But mixed with the crying are other sounds. Vomiting as the cyanide produces violent nausea, convulsions as bodies respond to oxygen starvation with involuntary muscle contractions, gasping and choking as respiratory systems fail. Jones continues preaching throughout this horror, his voice providing continuous commentary designed to frame the mass death as noble sacrifice rather than as the crime it actually is. This is a revolutionary act. We're not committing suicide. It's a revolutionary suicide protesting the conditions of an inhumane world. Lay down your life with dignity. Don't lay down with tears and agony. It's nothing to death. It's like stepping over into another plane. The stepping over into another plane language reveals Jones' actual theology, the translation concept that he's been developing privately while publicly maintaining revolutionary political framing. He genuinely believes, or wants his followers to believe, that consciousness will persist after death, that they're not ending their existence but transforming it, that the entities he's been communing with will receive their consciousnesses and elevate them to some higher plane of existence. Whether Jones truly believes this or whether he's simply providing rationalization for mass murder he's decided to commit for other reasons is impossible to determine. His consciousness by this point in 1978 has been so damaged by drugs and stress, and whatever psychological or supernatural influences have been operating on him, that distinguishing between genuine belief and cynical manipulation becomes meaningless. He exists in a state where multiple contradictory thoughts can be simultaneously true, where he can know he's committing murder while believing he's facilitating transcendence. On the tape, a child's voice can be heard saying something that sounds like, "I don't want to die." The voice is young, perhaps 6 or 7 years old based on its pitch and articulation, speaking with the simple honesty that children bring to situations where adults have learned to mask their true feelings with social conditioning. No response from adults is clearly audible on the recording. Perhaps the child's parent provides comfort that the microphone doesn't capture. Perhaps medical staff administers poison while the child continues protesting. Perhaps the child is simply ignored, their fundamental humanity and right to live subordinated to Jones's commands and to the community's collective momentum toward death. 5:22 p.m. The children's crying stops, At approximately 5:22 p.m., 20 minutes into the recording, a change occurs in the audio that multiple analysts have noted when studying the tape. The children's crying, which has been sustained background noise since the poison administration began, starts to diminish. Not because the children have accepted death or stopped being afraid, but because their respiratory systems are failing as the cyanide completes its work. Babies and small children, with their faster metabolisms and smaller body masses, die more quickly than adults. The cyanide that was administered to them in the first minutes of the process has had sufficient time to produce complete respiratory failure. They're not sleeping. They're not peaceful. They're dead or dying, their small bodies shutting down while their consciousness experiences the terror and confusion and pain of suffocation from inside their own cells. By 5:25 p.m., the sustained sound of children crying has largely ceased, replaced by the sounds of adults. Some crying, some praying, some simply breathing in laboured patterns that indicate their own deaths are approaching. The audio character of the tape has changed fundamentally in these 23 minutes, has shifted from event that might theoretically be stopped to catastrophe that's irreversible, where so many are already dead that turning back becomes impossible even for those who might want to resist. Jones' voice continues its mechanical recitation. It's just stepping over to another plane. Don't be afraid to die. You'll see. There'll be a few people land out here. They'll torture our people. They'll torture our seniors. We cannot have this. The torture narrative persists despite no evidence that any such threat exists. No armed forces are approaching. The few survivors from the airstrip massacre are hiding in the jungle, traumatized and terrified, unable to warn anyone or to organize any kind of response. Jonestown has hours before authorities will even learn what has occurred. But Jones maintains the narrative because it justifies what's happening, provides framework that allows participants to view mass murder as defensive action rather than as crime. 5:30 p.m., the Middle Passage. By 5:30 p.m., approximately half the congregation is dead or dying. Bodies lie throughout the pavilion and the surrounding area, on the benches, on the ground, in pathways between buildings where people have wandered before collapsing as the poison overtook them. The geometric pattern that Jones constructed becomes visible from elevation, as the bodies arrange themselves not randomly but following pathways and gathering points that correspond to the ritual design he spent years implementing. The sounds on the tape have changed again. The crying has largely stopped. Most children are dead. Many adults have also succumbed. What remains is the wet sound of mass death, fluid in lungs producing gurgling breathing, vomiting continuing from those whose systems are still partially functional, the random movements of bodies in final convulsions as neurological systems fire their last signals. And Jones continues preaching, his voice now the dominant audio on the tape filling the space that dying sounds would otherwise occupy. We didn't commit suicide. We committed an act of revolutionary suicide protesting against the conditions of an inhumane world, a world that outlived its usefulness. They destroyed our church, they destroyed our dream, and now we're going to lay down our lives with dignity. The protest framing is Jones's final attempt to provide meaning to what he's doing, to transform murder into political statement. But the reality captured on the tape contradicts his rhetoric. This is not protest. This is annihilation. This is a man who has led nearly 1,000 people to their deaths for reasons that combine paranoid delusion, psychological manipulation, decades of systematic abuse, and purposes related to entities that Jones claims were guiding him, but that he never fully explained to anyone who might have been able to intervene. At approximately 5:33 p.m., something occurs on the tape that audio engineers have struggled to explain. For approximately 8 seconds, the background noise changes quality in ways that suggest the recording environment itself has altered. The wet sounds of dying, the gurgling breathing, Jones's amplified voice, all of these continue. But underneath them emerges something else. The low-frequency drone that's been present throughout the recording intensifies during these 8 seconds, and mixed with it, barely at the threshold of detection even with sophisticated audio analysis equipment, are sounds that resemble voices but that don't correspond to any of the known individuals present at Jonestown. Multiple voices, overlapping, speaking in rhythms that don't match human speech patterns, producing vocalizations that linguistic analysis cannot categorize as any known language. Skeptics argue these sounds are artifacts of the recording equipment, distortions introduced by the magnetic tape, or by the degraded playback equipment used in early copies of the recording. Believers in the supernatural interpretation of Jonestown claim these sounds are the entities that Jones had been serving, manifesting at the moment when sufficient death was occurring to thin the boundary between dimensions, speaking in languages that predate human consciousness and that communicate meanings beyond what words can convey. Whatever their source, the sounds last only 8 seconds before fading back to levels that are undetectable without specialized equipment. But multiple independent listeners who've analyzed the tape have reported feeling disturbed by this section, reporting sensations of presence or of being watched when playing back these specific seconds, describing psychological effects that exceed what normal audio should be able to produce in listeners who understand they're hearing historical recording rather than experiencing real-time events. 5:38 p.m. Jones's final coherent statements. At approximately 5:38 p.m., Jones makes what will be his final coherent statements on the tape. His voice has been degrading throughout the recording, sometimes clear and commanding, other times trailing off into mumbled fragments, occasionally punctuated by sounds that suggest he's crying or having difficulty breathing. He's been consuming pain medication and sedatives throughout the day, preparing himself psychologically for what he's orchestrating, and the drugs are affecting his speech patterns and his ability to maintain the theatrical preacher persona he'd cultivated for decades. "We didn't commit suicide," Jones says, repeating the phrase that has become his mantra throughout the recording. "We committed an act of revolutionary suicide protesting against the conditions of an inhumane world." His breathing is labored between phrases. He's either emotionally overwhelmed by what he's watching occur, or he's physically affected by substances he's consumed, or he's experiencing something else. The strain of maintaining contact with the entities he claims have been guiding him, the psychological fracture of consciousness that has been operating under impossible pressure for years, the simple exhaustion of someone who has reached the end of a journey that began in childhood and that has led inexorably to this moment of mass death. "We are not committing suicide," Jones continues. "It's a revolutionary act, and we can't go back." The "can't go back" phrase is crucial. It acknowledges what everyone present understands by this point, that they've crossed lines that cannot be uncrossed, that the children's deaths make any return to normal life impossible, that American authorities will respond to the congressman's murder with full force of law enforcement and military power, that whether they die now by their own hands or die later after capture makes little practical difference to the outcomes they'll experience. But the phrase also suggests something else, that Jones himself has reached a point from which return is impossible, that the decades of building toward this moment have committed him to a path that he cannot abandon, even if he wanted to, that forces beyond his conscious control are determining events, and that his role is to facilitate rather than to direct what's occurring. At 5:40 p.m., Jones's voice shifts in ways that multiple analysts have noted. The theatrical preacher cadence drops away completely. What emerges is flatter, more mechanical, as if Jones is no longer speaking from his own consciousness, but is being used as channel for something else to communicate through him. Mother, 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 please, mother, please, mother, please. Don't do this. Don't do this. Lay down your life with your child. Who is mother in this statement? Jones is addressing someone or something, but the identity is ambiguous. Some interpret this as Jones speaking to individual women who are resisting giving poison to their children. Others hear it as Jones addressing the community collectively, using mother as term of endearment for the congregation he's claimed to lead as father. Still others suggest Jones is addressing something else, the earth, the jungle, the entity that indigenous peoples described as dwelling in the clearing where Jonestown was built, the consciousness that Jones believed would receive the offering he was providing. The repetition of mother 7 times in rapid succession has rhythmic quality that resembles chanting or invocation rather than normal speech. It's one of the sections of the tape that creates strongest psychological effects in listeners, that produces unease that exceeds what the word itself should be able to generate, that suggests Jones has moved completely beyond normal human communication into something else. 5:44 p.m. The final minutes. By 5:44 p.m., almost everyone is dead or dying. The sounds on the tape have diminished to the ambient noise of bodies in final stages of death, breathing that's barely detectable, random movements of limbs as nerves fire final signals, the settling sounds of flesh becoming corpse. Very few voices remain audible. The sustained crying and screaming that characterized the first half of the recording has been replaced by silence that's somehow more disturbing than the sounds of mass death it replaced. Jones's voice continues, but he's no longer delivering coherent sermon. What emerges are fragments, disconnected phrases, sounds that might be words or might be something else. We're going to meet in another place, the one that waits for us. The children are going ahead. Translation, the doorway, crossing over. Mother, they're coming through. These final phrases reveal Jones's actual theology, the belief system he's been developing privately, while maintaining public facade of revolutionary socialism and racial justice. He genuinely believes something is receiving the consciousnesses of those who are dying, that death is doorway rather than ending, that the entities he's been communing with are positioned to collect what's being offered. Whether this belief is accurate, whether anything actually is waiting on the other side of death to collect the 918 souls that Jones is delivering, is question that evidence cannot definitively answer. But the belief is genuine. Whatever else Jones is, cult leader, murderer, con artist, manipulator, he's also a true believer in the theology he's constructed, convinced that what he's orchestrating serves purposes beyond simple mass suicide. At 5:46 p.m., the tape ends. Not because Jones stops speaking or because everyone is dead, but because the cassette reaches the end of its recording capacity. The Sony TC-150 holds 90-minute tapes, and whoever installed it started recording at approximately 4:30 p.m., more than an hour before Jones began his final sermon. The tape runs out, leaving the final moments of the massacre undocumented, except through the evidence that investigators will discover when they arrive 4 days later. After the tape ends, what occurs between 5:46 p.m., when the tape runs out, and approximately 6:30 p.m. when the last person dies, is not documented through audio recording, but is reconstructed through survivor testimony, physical evidence, and the timeline that medical examiners established when examining the bodies. Jones retreats to his cabin shortly after the tape ends. His inner circle remains in the pavilion area, ensuring that those who haven't yet drunk the poison are administered it either voluntarily or through force. Anyone who tries to escape is shot by security personnel who have been positioned around the perimeter specifically to prevent such attempts. Some people do escape. 87 individuals total survived the massacre through various means. Some were in Georgetown that day and never returned to Jonestown. Some fled into the jungle during the early stages of the poisoning. Some hid in buildings and remained concealed until the dying was complete. Their survival is testament to the fact that not everyone accepted Jones's narrative, that resistance was possible even in circumstances of extreme coercion and manipulation. But for the vast majority, 9 out of 18 people including Jim Jones himself, there is no escape. By approximately 6:30 p.m., everyone who will die has died. The compound falls silent except for the ambient sounds of the jungle, which has remained unnaturally quiet throughout the massacre, as if the animals understood that something terrible was occurring and were keeping respectful distance from carnage that violated every natural law. Jim Jones is found dead in his cabin, a gunshot wound to his head. Whether he shot himself or whether someone shot him has never been definitively determined. His death is different from the others. He didn't drink the poison that he administered to his followers, suggesting either that he was too cowardly to take the same path he'd forced on them, or that his death served different purpose in the ritual he was conducting, that his consciousness needed to remain intact longer than the others to complete whatever role he believed he was playing in the translation process. The bodies lie throughout the compound in patterns that seem random at ground level, but that aerial photographs reveal to be organized according to the geometric design Jones had spent years implementing. Most are concentrated in and around the pavilion, clustered where the poison was distributed, but others are scattered throughout the compound's buildings and pathways, creating distribution that corresponds to the ritual pattern that Jones had constructed through careful positioning of structures and through electrical and water systems that formed circuits and channels designed to focus consciousness toward the pavilion at the pattern's center. When authorities arrive 4 days later, what they discover challenges their sanity and their assumptions about what humans are capable of doing to each other. The tropical heat has accelerated decomposition, making identification difficult and creating conditions that investigators will describe in reports as the worst they've ever encountered. But beyond the practical difficulties of processing 918 bodies in various stages of decay, what disturbs investigators most is the spatial arrangement they observe. The bodies have moved between the time of death and the time of discovery. Not been moved by scavengers, animals avoided the compound completely, refusing to approach despite abundant carrion. Not been moved by natural processes, the positions are too organized, too deliberately arranged to be explained through gravity or decomposition. Multiple investigators independently report that the bodies appear to have been positioned after death, arranged in patterns that create five-pointed star configuration with the pavilion at center, with individual corpses placed at specific points that correspond to sacred geometry principles that anthropologists recognize from ancient ritual sites. The official investigation documents this observation, but provides no explanation. How could bodies move after everyone was dead? Who or what arranged them into patterns? The questions remain unanswered in official reports, relegated to footnotes and marked with phrases like "requires further investigation" or "anomalous observations pending verification." But those who believe Jones was serving something beyond human consciousness understand what the body arrangement means. It means the ritual succeeded. It means the entities Jones had been communing with were present at Jonestown on November 18th, 1978. It means they received the offering and marked their acceptance through physical manipulation of the corpses, creating the geometric signature that indigenous shamans would have recognized as claim of territory, as acknowledgement of successful sacrifice, as warning that this ground was now consecrated to forces that existed before human consciousness evolved and that would persist long after the last human died. The translation complete. The 44 minutes captured on tape represent only the documented portion of an event that had been building for decades, that combined human evil with something stranger and more disturbing than simple murder-suicide, that opened doorways between dimensions and that continues to affect physical reality, more than 45 years after the bodies were removed and buried elsewhere. Jim Jones had promised translation, consciousness crossing from physical form into higher plane of existence. What he delivered was consumption, 918 souls fed to entities that dwelt in spaces between dimensions, that grew strong on death and belief, that had been waiting since Jones was a child for exactly this kind of offering. The tape documents mass murder. But audio analysis suggests it documents something else as well. The thinning of boundaries between worlds, the manifestation of consciousness that existed in non-physical dimensions, the successful completion of ritual that required specific conditions, specific geometry, specific number of deaths occurring in concentrated space and time. Whether the 918 achieved transcendence, or whether they became eternal fuel for something that regards human consciousness as a resource to be harvested and consumed, this question cannot be answered through evidence or through rational analysis. But the survivors who visit the former Jonestown site report hearing voices, report feeling presences, report experiencing communications from those who died, suggesting that their consciousness persists not in heaven, but in suffering that continues without end, trapped in the moment of their betrayal and murder, experiencing the 44 minutes on eternal loop, because that's what translation actually means in dimensions where time is circular and where consciousness can exist without relief. The 44 minutes are over. But for those who translated, for those who crossed over at Jones's command, the 44 minutes never end. They're still drinking, still dying, still discovering that father lied, still screaming in frequencies that audio equipment can detect but that human consciousness can barely comprehend. The translation is complete, and the horror has only begun. The tape ends at 5:46 p.m. By that point, most are already dead or dying. Jones will retreat to his cabin. Survivors will flee into the jungle, and something that had been drawing closer throughout those 44 minutes, will complete its crossing. The doorways open, the sacrifice is accepted, and in the hours between the end of the tape and the arrival of Guyanese authorities 4 days later, something will rearrange the bodies. Will position them in patterns that ritual specialists will later recognize, will mark the compound in ways that survivors will struggle to describe. The translation is complete. but not the way Jim Jones promised, not the way anyone expected. The 918 souls didn't transcend, they were consumed, and what consumed them is still there, still feeding on what was given, still growing stronger 45 years later. The tape documented 44 minutes, but for those who translated, time doesn't work the same way. Those 44 minutes never end. And if you listen carefully to the tape, really listen, with proper equipment in quiet space, you can hear them, still dying, still screaming, still calling out for help that will never come. Because that's what translation actually means. Not transcendence into higher consciousness, but eternal imprisonment in the moment of your murder, consciousness trapped without body to contain it, awareness persisting without relief. Jim Jones promised liberation. He delivered damnation. And the 918 are still there, in that jungle clearing, dying forever, trapped in the 44 minutes that the tape captured but that never ended for those who experienced it. The next chapters will tell you what happened after, how the bodies were discovered, how the survivors tried to rebuild, how the site remains haunted, how the entity continues to feed. But first, sit with what you've just learned. Sit with the reality of 44 minutes. Sit with 918 deaths. Sit with 304 children murdered. Sit with the audio from hell. Because this wasn't just tragedy. This wasn't just cult gone wrong. This was ritual. This was doorway. This was the moment when something ancient and patient and utterly inhuman finally received what it had been promised. The 44 minutes changed everything, changed our understanding of what humans are capable of doing to each other, changed our understanding of how belief can be weaponized, changed our understanding of what consciousness might become when it's separated from flesh through violence conducted at locations where boundaries between dimensions are thin. The death tape exists. You can find it if you search. But I'm warning you, some sounds, once heard, can never be unheard. Some frequencies, once processed by your consciousness, create changes that persist. Some recordings don't just document events, they transmit them, allow listeners to participate in what occurred, create connections across time that make the 44 minutes not just historical event, but ongoing reality that you become part of when you press play. The 918 are still dying, and if you listen, you die with them for 44 minutes, over and over, forever. That's the translation. That's what Jim Jones built. That's what November 18th, 1978 really means. Not the end of 918 lives, but the beginning of eternal dying, consciousness trapped in loop that plays forever in dimensions where time is circular, and where entities feed on suffering that never ends because the victims never fully die, never fully cross over, never escape the moment when they realized Father was monster, and heaven was hell, and translation was consumption. The 44 minutes are over, but they're also just beginning, again and again and again. Forever. Chapter 7. The Silence. November 18th to 22, 1978. 4 days in the jungle. For 4 days, 918 bodies lay in the jungle while something worked unopposed. 4 days when survivors huddled in the darkness listening to sounds from the compound that shouldn't have been possible because everyone was dead. 4 days when the tropical heat accelerated decomposition, but the animals refused to approach, creating silence so absolute that survivors reported hearing their own heartbeats from hundreds of yards away. 4 days when the entity that Jim Jones had been serving completed its work, rearranging corpses into patterns that investigators would later document but never explain, marking the ground in ways that satellites would eventually detect, but that official reports would dismiss as coincidence or fraud. 4 days is not a long time. You've lived through thousands of 4-day periods without anything particularly notable occurring. But these 4 days, November 18th through November 23rd, 1978, these 4 days changed physical reality in ways that persist more than 45 years later, that continue to affect people who visit the former Jonestown site, that suggest consciousness doesn't simply end when flesh stops functioning, but can be trapped and harvested and consumed by entities that exist outside linear time and that regard human death as agricultural event rather than as tragedy. The massacre was human evil. The 4 days after were something else, something that survivors struggle to describe even now, decades later. when they've had time to process and rationalize and convince themselves that what they experienced must have been trauma response or hallucination, or anything other than what it actually was. But the evidence persists. The photographs exist. The satellite data remains in archives. The bodies were arranged in patterns that multiple independent investigators documented before decay and removal obscured the configuration. Something was in that compound during those 4 days. Something that didn't need physical form to manipulate physical matter. Something that Jim Jones had spent decades preparing to receive. Something that finally got what it had been promised. This chapter will walk you through those 4 days, hour by hour, documenting what survivors experienced, what investigators later discovered, what evidence suggests occurred during the period when no living humans witnessed what was happening at the compound's center. Put on your headphones, take a breath, because we're going into the silence now. Into the 4 days when 918 corpses lay in tropical heat, while something that shouldn't exist worked unopposed to complete the ritual that Jones had begun but hadn't lived to finish. Into the period when translation revealed its true meaning, when the doorway stood fully open, when consciousness separated from flesh discovered that death was not ending, but transformation into fuel for entities that fed on suffering that never ceased because the victims never fully died. The massacre is over, the silence is beginning, and in that silence, you'll hear things that will make you understand why survivors never fully escape Jonestown, why they wake up decades later hearing voices from the pavilion, why they know with certainty that the 918 didn't transcend but were consumed and remain trapped in dimensions where time is circular and where the 4 days of silence repeat forever for consciousnesses that can't die because they already died and discovered that death is not escape but imprisonment. It's 6:30 p.m., November 18th, 1978. The last person has just died. The compound falls silent, and something that has been waiting begins its work. The 4 days are starting now. The first thing the survivors noticed was the silence, not the absence of human voices, which was expected given that nearly everyone was dead or dying, but the absence of jungle sounds that had been constant backdrop to daily life at Jonestown since the compound's founding. The howler monkeys that screamed at dawn and dusk had gone quiet hours earlier, their vocalization ceasing at approximately 5 in the afternoon, 30 minutes before Jim Jones began his final sermon. The parrots that normally filled the canopy with their calls had departed, flocks visible against the sky as they flew away from the compound, in formations that ornithologists would later describe as unusual, as panic flight typically associated with natural disasters or predator presence rather than with human activity. The insects that created sustained buzzing throughout tropical nights had stopped their sounds, creating silence so complete that survivors hiding in the jungle reported being able to hear their own breathing from what felt like impossible distances, as if sound was travelling through the air differently than normal physics allowed. Odell Rhodes was one of the survivors who spent those 4 days in the jungle, near enough to the compound to observe what occurred but far enough away to avoid detection by Jones's security forces that might still be patrolling the perimeter. Rhodes had been working in the compound's radio room when the White Knight was called, had recognized from Jones's tone and from the urgency of the armed guards that this was not another drill but was the final crisis that Jones had been threatening for months. Rhodes had slipped away during the early confusion, had made his way into the jungle along one of the trails that led to the agricultural fields, had found concealment in dense vegetation approximately 300 yards from the pavilion where the massacre was occurring. From his position, Rhodes could hear Jones's amplified voice carrying through the trees, could hear the sounds of children crying and people dying, could hear the audio horror that the death tape was simultaneously recording, but that Rhodes experienced without the mediation of electronic equipment, without the psychological distance that comes from knowing you're listening to recording rather than witnessing real-time events. Rhodes would later describe these sounds in testimony to investigators, would provide details that corroborated the audio evidence and that helped establish the timeline of the massacre. But he would also describe other sounds, sounds that the death tape didn't capture, sounds that he struggled to articulate even decades later when trauma had faded and when he'd had years to develop vocabulary for the experience. The first of these sounds began at approximately 7 in the evening, roughly 30 minutes after the death tape ran out, and shortly after the last voices from the compound had ceased. Rhodes described it as humming, a sustained low-frequency vibration that he felt in his chest and bones before he consciously heard it as audible sound. The frequency was below the range of normal human vocalization, suggesting either mechanical source or something else, something that produced sound through means other than vocal cords or engines. The humming had no obvious origin point, seemed to emanate from the compound generally, rather than from any specific building or location. Created sensation that Rhodes compared to standing near large electrical transformer or near waterfall, whose roar could be felt as vibration before being heard as noise. Other survivors who spent those 4 days hiding in various locations around the compound's perimeter reported hearing the same humming, describing it in similar terms despite being positioned in different areas and despite having no communication with each other until after their eventual rescue. The consistency of their accounts suggests the sound was objectively real rather than subjective hallucination, that something at the compound was generating frequencies that multiple independent witnesses detected and experienced as disturbing presence rather than as mere noise. Stanley Clayton was another survivor who witnessed portions of the 4-day period from jungle concealment. Clayton had been near the pavilion when the poisoning began, had drunk a small amount of the cyanide mixture before realizing this was not drill, and before the survival instinct that Jones had spent years suppressing suddenly reasserted itself with clarity that cut through years of conditioning. Clayton had pretended to collapse, had waited until attention shifted elsewhere, had then crawled away from the pavilion and made his way into the jungle, where he hid in a drainage ditch overgrown with vegetation that provided both concealment and elevated position that allowed him to observe the compound's main areas. Clayton's testimony to investigators would later provide crucial details about the immediate aftermath of the massacre, about the period between the end of mass poisoning and the onset of whatever occurred during the night of November 18th and the following days. Clayton watched as Jones's inner circle remained mobile after most of the congregation was dead, as they moved through the compound conducting what appeared to be final checks, as they administered poison to anyone still breathing, and as they shot several individuals who had survived the cyanide and who were attempting to crawl away from the pavilion area. But Clayton also witnessed something that he struggled to include in his official testimony, something that investigators found difficult to credit, and that appeared in reports only as footnote marked for further investigation that never materialized. Clayton watched as the bodies began to move, not immediately, not in ways that suggested residual life or muscle contractions or any normal post-mortem process. The movement began several hours after death, after rigor mortis should have been setting in, after tropical heat had begun accelerating decomposition. Individual corpses shifted position, rotated orientation, moved across ground in ways that Clayton described as resembling magnetic attraction, as if the bodies were iron filings being drawn toward specific positions by invisible force that operated according to geometric principles rather than random distribution. By midnight on November 18th, approximately 6 hours after the massacre's conclusion, Clayton reported that the body distribution had changed substantially from what he'd observed during and immediately after the poisoning. Corpses that had been scattered throughout the pavilion area and surrounding grounds had consolidated into tighter configuration, had arranged themselves in patterns that Clayton recognized as deliberate despite not understanding their purpose or meaning. The bodies of children had been positioned in inner circle, their small forms creating ring around the pavilion's center, where the metal vat that had held the poison still stood. Adults formed outer rings, multiple concentric circles that expanded outward from the children's cluster, creating nested configuration that aerial photographs would later reveal as 5-pointed star design, with the pavilion at the star's center and with the body rings forming the star's geometric elements. Clayton watched this rearrangement occur over the course of several hours, watched as bodies moved incrementally, watched as the pattern emerged through thousands of small adjustments that individually might have been explainable as normal post-mortem processes, but that collectively created design too organized and too mathematically precise to be attributed to chance or to natural causes. He watched, and he understood that something was working at the compound center, something that required specific configuration of the corpses, something that was using the bodies as components in construction, whose purpose Clayton couldn't comprehend, but whose reality he couldn't deny, because he was watching it occur in real time from elevated position that provided clear view of the entire pavilion area. The humming that Rhodes had described intensified during these hours of corpse rearrangement, becoming loud enough that survivors in multiple locations reported it as sustained background noise that created psychological effects exceeding what simple sound should be able to produce. Multiple witnesses described feeling fear that seemed disproportionate to their circumstances, feeling conviction that they were being watched despite being concealed in jungle vegetation, feeling certainty that approaching the compound would result in something worse than death, that whatever was working at the pavilion center would detect their presence and would claim them not just as additional bodies, but as additional fuel for process that required consciousness rather than mere flesh. Leslie Wilson was hiding in a building at the compound's edge, one of the few structures far enough from the pavilion to provide relative safety, but close enough to observe what was occurring. Wilson had been working in the medical facility when the White Knight was called, had recognized from the suddenly serious expressions of senior medical staff that this was not drill, had slipped away through rear exit while everyone's attention was focused on the pavilion where Jones was beginning his final sermon. Wilson had concealed herself in a storage building, had remained there throughout the massacre, listening to sounds that carried from the pavilion area, had experienced the audio horror of mass death without being able to intervene or escape or do anything except wait for it to end. After the voices ceased and the compound fell into silence, Wilson remained in her hiding place. Too frightened to attempt escape through the jungle, and too traumatized by what she'd heard to immediately process what had occurred. She would remain in that storage building for the entire 4-day period, subsisting on food supplies stored there, using containers for sanitation, experiencing isolation so complete that she would later describe it as being entombed alive, as being the last living person in the world, populated only by corpses and by whatever was moving among them. Wilson's perspective was different from that of survivors who hid in the jungle, who maintained at least theoretical possibility of escape if circumstances required it. Wilson was trapped inside the compound itself, separated from the pavilion area by several hundred yards of open ground that she couldn't cross without exposing herself to observation by whatever was working at the compound center. She had no choice but to remain concealed and to listen to sounds that emanated from the pavilion throughout the 4-day period, sounds that she documented in journals she maintained using supplies from the storage building, creating real-time record of her experiences that investigators would later recover and that would provide some of the most detailed testimony about what occurred during those 4 days. Wilson's journal entries from the night of November 18th describe the humming that multiple other survivors also reported, but she provides additional details that survivors positioned outside the compound couldn't observe. She described seeing lights moving through the pavilion area, lights that didn't correspond to any of the compound's electrical systems, lights that she described as resembling bioluminescence or phosphorescence, as cold light rather than the warm glow of incandescent bulbs or flames. These lights moved in patterns that Wilson recognized as following the pathways and circuit designs that Jim Jones had spent years implementing in the compound's layout, as if energy was flowing through channels that Jones had constructed specifically to direct and concentrate forces that normal physics didn't account for. The lights persisted throughout the night of November 18th and into the early hours of November 19th, creating illumination that should have been visible to Guyanese authorities in Port Kaituma 8 miles away, but that apparently wasn't noticed, or that was noticed but dismissed as normal compound activity by observers who didn't yet know that everyone at Jonestown was dead. The lights followed the body rings that Clayton had observed being formed, circling the pavilion in expanding spirals that matched the geometric pattern of the corpse arrangement, pulsing in rhythms that Wilson described as resembling breathing or heartbeat, as if the compound itself had become a living organism whose vital functions were being powered by death of the 918 individuals whose bodies lay arranged in ritual configuration. By dawn on November 19th, the lights had faded, but the humming persisted, creating sustained vibration that Wilson felt through the floor of the building where she was hiding, that created psychological effects she described as worse than anything she'd experienced during the years of Jones's psychological abuse and manipulation. The humming produced conviction that she was not alone in the building, despite being certain that no other living person was present, produced sensation of being watched from angles that shouldn't have been possible given the building's physical layout, produced feeling that something was trying to communicate with her using frequencies and patterns that human consciousness wasn't designed to process, but that created meanings in her mind regardless of whether she wanted to receive them or not. The meanings Wilson reported receiving during these periods of intense humming exposure were fragmentary and disturbing, She described experiencing impressions of vast hunger, of consciousness that existed outside physical form, and that regarded human awareness as food source rather than as something worthy of respect or preservation. She described sensing presence that had been waiting for a very long time, that had been promised offering by Jim Jones, that was finally receiving what it had been assured it would get if it provided Jones with the abilities and insights he needed to construct his movement and to bring 9 or 18 people to isolated location where they could be delivered without interference from authorities or from anyone capable of stopping the ritual's completion. These impressions terrified Wilson in ways that differed from normal fear, created certainty that discovery would result not in simple death, but in consciousness being claimed and consumed and trapped in state that persisted without relief, because the entity working at the compound center didn't kill in any conventional sense, but harvested awareness and used it as perpetual fuel for processes that Wilson couldn't comprehend, but that she understood with absolute conviction were worse than any fate that death normally entailed. She remained in her hiding place, barely breathing, terrified that any sound or movement would attract attention of whatever was working among the corpses in the pavilion area. The survivors positioned in the jungle experienced the second night differently than Wilson's compound-trapped perspective allowed, but their accounts corroborate her observations while providing additional details about what the 4-day period revealed. The night of November 19th brought changes that multiple witnesses documented despite their separation and their lack of communication with each other during the events. The stars disappeared, not because of cloud cover, which would have been normal weather pattern for tropical jungle during rainy season, but because of something else, something that survivors struggled to articulate but that they all independently reported as disturbing wrongness in the sky itself. The darkness above the compound became absolute, became void that seemed to absorb light rather than merely lacking it, created impression that survivors described as looking up and seeing nothing, seeing absence so complete that it suggested space itself had been removed from the area above Jonestown, replaced with emptiness that extended infinitely in all directions, except down toward the ground where 918 corpses lay arranged in geometric pattern. Odell Rhodes watched this darkness descend, watched as the stars that had been visible through the jungle canopy simply ceased to exist in the sky above the compound, while remaining visible in all other directions. The boundary between normal sky and the void was sharp and geometric, forming dome or cylinder that enclosed the compound area, while leaving surrounding jungle under normal night sky. Rhodes had no explanation for this phenomenon, couldn't reconcile it with any natural process or weather pattern, could only observe and document in memory because he had no means of recording what he was witnessing. The temperature dropped. Multiple survivors reported this change independently, describing sudden cold that descended on the compound area despite tropical climate, and despite daytime temperatures that had exceeded 90 degrees. The cold was not uniform but concentrated at the pavilion, where survivors reported seeing frost forming on the corpses despite ambient temperature that should have made frost formation impossible. The bodies in the inner rings, the children's corpses that formed the pattern's center, developed coating that resembled ice crystals that caught what little light penetrated the unnatural darkness above, that made the small forms glitter in ways that survivors described as beautiful and horrible simultaneously, as if something was marking the most valuable portions of the offering with special attention or special claiming. The sounds changed again. The humming that had persisted since the evening of November 18th shifted in frequency and pattern, becoming less like mechanical vibration and more like vocalization, like sustained tones that resembled chanting or singing, but that didn't correspond to any human vocal performance. Multiple pitches overlapped, creating harmonics that survivors described as producing physical sensations in addition to audible effects, creating pressure in their chests and heads, creating certainty that the sounds were coming from inside their own bodies as much as from external source. Stanley Clayton reported hearing what he described as words within the harmonic patterns, hearing syllables and phrases that sounded almost like language but that he couldn't quite resolve into meanings he could articulate. The almost words produced impressions rather than explicit content, created certainty that something was declaring claim over the compound and over the consciousnesses that had been delivered there, was marking territory in ways that predated human language, but that human consciousness could partially detect because the entity was deliberately broadcasting its presence, was announcing itself to any awareness capable of receiving the transmission. The entity was working, Clayton understood. Working to complete the ritual that Jim Jones had begun but hadn't survived to finish. Working to establish permanent presence at the location where so much death had occurred in such a concentrated time frame. Working to transform the compound from physical space into something else, into anchor point or gateway or harvest field, where consciousness could be collected and consumed, and where the boundary between dimensions was permanently thinned by the mass death that had occurred there. On the morning of November the 20th, 2 full days after the massacre, survivors who maintained positions around the compound's perimeter reported seeing movement in the pavilion area. Not the subtle corpse rearrangement that Clayton had observed during the first night, but larger-scale changes that suggested something was constructing or modifying physical structures using materials and methods that witnesses couldn't clearly see from their distant positions. The bodies of certain individuals had been moved to new positions that seemed to serve architectural purposes rather than merely forming geometric patterns. Several corpses had been positioned upright, their bodies arranged in standing or sitting poses that normal post-mortem processes couldn't explain given the advanced decomposition that tropical heat was producing. These positioned bodies formed markers or nodes at specific points in the geometric pattern, creating arrangement that anthropologists would later recognize as resembling ritual sites from various ancient cultures, creating configuration that suggested the entity was following templates or instructions that predated human civilization, that originated in times when the boundary between dimensions was more permeable, and when entities could cross more easily between physical and non-physical existence. Additional bodies had been arranged in pathways or channels that connected the positioned upright corpses, creating circuit-like design that matched the electrical and water systems that Jones had installed throughout the compound, but that operated on different principles, that seemed designed to conduct forces or energies that normal infrastructure wasn't equipped to carry. The overall configuration resembled both star pattern and maze, creating nested structures within the larger geometric design, creating arrangement whose complexity suggested intelligence and purpose, far exceeding what random distribution or even deliberate human arrangement could have produced. Survivors watching these changes occur over the course of November 20th reported feeling increasing conviction that approaching the compound would be fatal, not because of physical danger, but because of something else, because whatever was working at the compound center was establishing territory and establishing rules and establishing conditions under which human consciousness couldn't survive exposure without being claimed and transformed and incorporated into the construction that was emerging from the corpse arrangement. The bodies were not merely being positioned, survivors understood. They were being used, being transformed from individual remains into components of larger structure whose purpose was beginning to reveal itself to anyone capable of perceiving what was being constructed. The afternoon of November 20th brought the most dramatic changes that survivors witnessed during the entire 4-day period. The air above the pavilion became visible in ways that air normally isn't, became substance that could be seen as shimmering distortion, similar to heat waves but occurring in patterns that suggested structure rather than random thermal variation. The distortion formed columns or pillars that extended upward from specific points in the body arrangement, rising toward the void where stars should have been visible but where only absolute darkness persisted. These columns moved, rotated slowly around vertical axes, creating spiral patterns that survivors described as resembling tornadoes or waterspouts, but without any wind or precipitation to explain the visible air movement. The columns seemed to be drawing something upward from the positioned corpses, seemed to be harvesting or collecting or siphoning something that human vision could barely detect, but that created visible effects in the air through which it travelled. Odell Rhodes watched these columns form and dissipate and reform throughout the afternoon and evening of November 20th, watched as the pattern of their appearance moved through the compound following the pathways that the positioned bodies created, watched as whatever was being harvested accumulated in the void above where the columns terminated, and where the darkness seemed to intensify as more material was delivered to it. Rhodes had no frame of reference for understanding what he was observing, couldn't reconcile it with any natural process, or even with any supernatural phenomenon that religious or cultural traditions had prepared him to comprehend. This was something else, something that existed outside human categories and human understanding, something that was operating according to principles that predated human existence and that would persist long after the last human died, and became fuel for entities that regarded consciousness as resource rather than as sacrosanct essence worthy of protection or respect. By the evening of November 20th, Rhodes had made decision to attempt escape from the jungle and to seek help from Guyanese authorities in Port Kaituma. The sounds and the sights and the psychological pressure of witnessing whatever was occurring at the compound had exceeded his ability to remain concealed without taking action. He would make his way through the jungle during the night, would reach Port Kaituma by morning of November 21st, would provide initial report to authorities that would eventually lead to discovery of the massacre site by Guyanese military forces on November 22nd, 4 days after the deaths occurred. But before Rhodes departed, before he began his nighttime trek through jungle that remained unnaturally silent and empty of animal presence, he witnessed one final phenomenon that he would struggle for decades to articulate in ways that communicated the full horror of what he'd seen. The columns of visible air consolidated, merged together into a single massive structure that rose from the pavilion center where the children's bodies formed the pattern's core. The single column was enormous, perhaps 50 feet in diameter, rising straight upward from ground to void with clarity and solidity that made it appear almost physical despite being composed of nothing but distorted air and whatever invisible substance was flowing through it. The column pulsed with regular rhythm, contracting and expanding like breathing, or like peristalsis, like something was being pumped or swallowed or ingested by whatever existed in the darkness above. And within the column's distortion, Rhodes could see forms, could see shapes that resembled human figures, but that moved in ways that human bodies couldn't move, that seemed to be rising through the column toward the void above, that seemed to be screaming, though no sound emerged except the sustained humming that had persisted since the evening of November 18th. The forms were transparent, were composed of nothing solid, were visible only as patterns in the column's distortion. But Rhodes recognized them, recognized faces, recognized individuals he'd known, recognized the 918 who had died 2 days earlier, and whose consciousness Rhodes had believed simply ended with their deaths. He was watching their awareness being harvested, being drawn upward through the column toward whatever existed in the darkness above, being delivered to the entity that Jones had spent decades preparing to receive this exact offering. The consciousnesses weren't transcending, Rhodes understood with horror that made him physically ill as he watched. They weren't achieving peace or enlightenment or any of the transformations that Jones had promised. They were being consumed, being absorbed, being incorporated into something that fed on awareness and that grew stronger with each consciousness it claimed. And they knew it, Rhodes understood. The screaming faces made that clear. They knew they had been betrayed, knew that translation meant eternal imprisonment rather than liberation, knew that consciousness separated from flesh through mass death. Conducted at location where dimensional boundaries were thin didn't simply end but persisted in suffering. That would continue without relief because they were fuel now, were food, were resources being harvested by entity that existed outside time, and that would consume them forever, because forever meant something different in dimensions where past and present and future were simultaneous rather than sequential. Rhodes fled then, couldn't continue watching, couldn't remain in proximity to horror that exceeded anything human consciousness was designed to process. He made his way through the jungle in darkness, navigated by stars that existed in all directions except above the compound, where the void persisted and where something was feeding on 918 souls that would never stop dying, because death was not ending, but transformation into eternal fuel for processes that Rhodes couldn't comprehend, but that he understood were worse than any fate that religion or philosophy had prepared humans to expect after their physical forms ceased functioning. Leslie Wilson, still concealed in her storage building, experienced the night of November 20th and the day of November 21st without the option of escape that Rhodes had exercised. She remained trapped inside the compound itself, listening to sounds that intensified as the ritual approached completion, experiencing psychological pressure that increased with each hour as whatever was working at the pavilion center consolidated its presence and established permanent anchor point in physical reality. Wilson's journal entries from these final days describe experiences that psychiatrists would later struggle to categorize, experiences that exceeded normal trauma response, and that suggested she had been exposed to forces that human consciousness wasn't evolved to process without sustaining damage that would persist long after physical danger had passed. She describes hearing voices that weren't audible through normal hearing but that communicated directly into her awareness, voices that used her own internal monologues patterns, but that introduced thoughts and perspectives that weren't hers, that came from the entity working at the compound center. The entity was curious about her, Wilson understood. Curious about why she hadn't died with the others, curious about how her consciousness functioned, curious about whether she could serve purposes beyond merely adding one more unit of fuel to the 918 that had already been claimed. The entity examined her through means that Wilson couldn't explain, through presence that penetrated the building where she was hiding, and that explored her mind without requiring physical contact or even proximity in any conventional sense. Wilson experienced this examination as violation worse than any physical assault, as something reaching into the core of her identity and analysing it with complete disregard for her autonomy or her humanity, treating her consciousness as data to be extracted rather than as sacrosanct essence that deserved respect or protection. She couldn't resist the examination, couldn't shield her thoughts or her memories or her sense of self from scrutiny that bypassed every defense that human psychology normally provides against unwanted intrusion. The entity learned everything, Wilson understood. Learned about her life before Jonestown, learned about her reasons for joining the temple, learned about her experiences during the years of Jones's abuse and manipulation, learned about her survival strategy and her hiding place, and her plan to wait until authorities arrived before attempting to emerge from concealment. And having learned these things, the entity made choice about whether to claim her immediately or to allow her to persist and to serve as witness, who would carry memory of what had occurred at Jonestown back to broader human population. The entity chose witness. Wilson understood with relief and terror that were equally intense. She would survive physically, but would carry memories that would never fade, would experience recurring contact with the entity through dreams, and through moments when the boundary between dimensions thinned enough to allow brief communication across the barrier that normally separated physical existence from whatever space the entity inhabited. She would live, but she would never be free from Jonestown, would never escape the 4 days of silence, would never stop hearing the voices of the 918 who remained trapped in eternal dying, while the entity fed on their consciousness without cessation or mercy. On the morning of November 22nd, 4 days after the massacre, Guyanese military forces arrived at Jonestown following reports from survivors who had reached Port Kaituma. The soldiers approached cautiously, uncertain what they would find, uncertain whether Jim Jones's security forces might still be active and dangerous. They advanced through the compound's entrance, moved along the central pathway toward the pavilion, where survivors had indicated the bodies would be located. What the soldiers saw when they reached the pavilion area exceeded anything their training or experience had prepared them to process. Nearly 1,000 bodies in various states of decomposition, arranged in patterns that were simultaneously organized and horrific, creating geometric configuration that aerial photographs would later reveal, but that ground-level perspective made difficult to comprehend. The smell was overwhelming, the tropical heat having accelerated decomposition, to a degree that identification would require dental records and fingerprints, because faces were no longer recognizable, and because the mass of dead had merged in places where bodies were positioned in contact with each other. But beyond the visual horror, and beyond the olfactory assault, the soldiers reported experiencing psychological effects that exceeded normal responses to mass death situations. Multiple soldiers independently reported feeling watched despite being certain that no living persons were present, feeling certainty that approaching too close to the pavilion center would result in something worse than physical danger, feeling conviction that the bodies were not merely corpses but were still somehow aware and suffering and trying to communicate warnings or pleas that the soldiers could partially detect but couldn't fully understand. Several soldiers refused to approach certain areas of the body arrangement, refused to enter the pavilion itself where the pattern center was located, and where the concentration of small bodies created core that soldiers described as emanating presence, so intense that it created physical symptoms including nausea and headache, and sensations of pressure in chest and head that resembled the effects that survivors had described from the humming that had persisted throughout the 4-day period. The soldiers who did approach the pavilion center reported finding evidence that would never be fully explained in official investigations. The bodies there, The children's corpses that formed the innermost ring showed signs of having been moved and positioned after death in ways that advanced decomposition should have made impossible without leaving marks or disturbance in surrounding soil. The small forms were arranged with precision that suggested measuring tools or templates, creating perfect geometric spacing that random distribution or even hasty arrangement by Jones's followers couldn't have produced. More disturbing, several soldiers reported observing that certain corpses appeared to have been modified or altered in ways that served no obvious purpose, but that created configurations that anthropologists and ritual specialists would later recognize as meaningful. Bodies positioned with specific orientations, with arms and legs arranged in particular angles, with heads rotated to face directions that corresponded to cardinal points, or to astronomical alignments that wouldn't be visible from ground level, but that aerial analysis would later reveal as precisely calculated to match stellar configurations that had been overhead during the massacre's occurrence. One soldier photographed anomalies that would appear in several images but that official reports would dismiss as artifacts of lighting or camera malfunction. The photographs showed distortions in air above certain body clusters, showed shadows that didn't correspond to any physical object capable of casting them, showed areas where the color balance shifted in ways that suggested different lighting conditions were somehow present simultaneously in adjacent regions of the same frame. These photographic anomalies were documented but never explained, were filed in archives where researchers would occasionally discover them and would attempt to analyze them using modern digital enhancement techniques that would only deepen the mystery by revealing that the distortions were present in original negatives and weren't introduced during developing or printing processes, that something had actually been present at Jonestown when the photographs were taken, something that affected photographic emulsion in ways that required either exotic physics or something else, something that existed outside normal physical categories, but that could still interact with the material world under certain circumstances or at certain locations where dimensional boundaries had been sufficiently thinned. Leslie Wilson emerged from her hiding place when she heard soldiers' voices, emerged cautiously because 4 days of isolation and terror had left her uncertain about whether she was experiencing reality or hallucination, whether the rescue was actual, or whether her mind had constructed it as defense against psychological pressure that had been building throughout the period of enforced concealment. But the soldiers were real, were startled by her appearance because they hadn't expected to find any survivors inside the compound itself, were compassionate despite their own shock and trauma at witnessing the massacre site. Wilson was evacuated along with other survivors who had been discovered hiding in the jungle or who had made their way to Port Kaituma independently. She would provide testimony to investigators, would describe her experiences during the 4 days as clearly as trauma allowed, would struggle to articulate aspects of what she'd witnessed because language didn't contain adequate vocabulary for consciousness, level events that transcended normal physical phenomena. Her journal was recovered from the storage building where she'd hidden, was documented as evidence, was eventually returned to her after investigation concluded. Wilson would maintain the journal for the rest of her life, would occasionally add entries when dreams or waking experiences suggested the entity was attempting contact, would document persistence of effects that suggested her exposure during the 4 days had created permanent connection that she couldn't sever through distance or through time or through any psychological technique that therapists would attempt to teach her. The 4 days were over, the bodies were discovered, the investigation was beginning, but the entity's work was complete. The 918 consciousnesses had been claimed and were trapped in eternal harvesting that would continue without relief. The compound had been transformed from physical location into anchor point or gateway that would persist long after the bodies were removed and buried elsewhere, that would continue to affect physical reality through means that investigators couldn't document or explain, but that survivors and visitors would continue to experience for decades after the massacre occurred. The silence had ended. But what the silence had concealed was only beginning to reveal itself, only beginning to demonstrate what Jim Jones had actually accomplished, what translation actually meant, what consequences resulted from mass death conducted at locations where dimensional boundaries were thin and where entities from non-physical dimensions could cross over and establish permanent presence in physical reality. The 4 days in the jungle were the transformation period, the chrysalis stage when human evil metamorphosed into cosmic horror, when Jones's decades of manipulation and abuse culminated in a result that exceeded his own understanding, when forces he'd believed he was controlling revealed that they had been using him all along, that he had been their instrument rather than their partner, that the promises they'd made to him about power and transcendence were lies designed to motivate him toward delivering exactly the offering they required to establish permanent harvest operation at location, where 918 consciousnesses could be trapped and consumed forever. The survivors who witnessed portions of those 4 days would carry memories that psychiatric intervention couldn't erase, and that time wouldn't fade. They would know with certainty that death wasn't ending, that consciousness persisted after flesh ceased functioning, that the persistence wasn't transcendence but was imprisonment in dimensions where suffering never ceased because the victims never fully died, where time was circular rather than linear, and where the 918 were experiencing their murders repeatedly and eternally, while the entity fed on awareness that could never be depleted, because it continuously regenerated through the temporal loop that dimensional physics permitted, but that human consciousness wasn't evolved to comprehend without sustaining permanent damage. The 4 days revealed the truth. The massacre was harvest. The translation was consumption. And what Jones had promised as liberation was actually damnation worse than any theology had prepared humans to expect, was transformation of consciousness into eternal fuel for entities that existed outside time, and that regarded human awareness as a resource to be exploited without consideration for the suffering such exploitation produced in beings whose consciousness persisted beyond death, but remained trapped in the moment when betrayal and murder revealed that everything they'd believed was lies, constructed to motivate them toward delivering themselves to forces that consumed them without cessation or mercy. 4 days is not a long time in human terms, is barely noticeable in the flow of normal life, where days blend together into weeks and months and years that pass with comfortable predictability. But these 4 days between November 18th and November 22nd of 1978 were different. A concentrated period when normal physics suspended operation, and when rules governing consciousness and matter and the relationship between dimensions temporarily dissolved, because sufficient death had occurred in sufficiently concentrated time frame at location, where boundaries between worlds were already thin enough to permit crossing. The Guyanese soldiers who processed the scene during the days following discovery would report experiences that persisted long after they left Jonestown, experiences that suggested their exposure to the compound during the period immediately following the 4 days had affected them in ways that transcended normal trauma response. Multiple soldiers required psychiatric treatment for symptoms that psychiatrists struggled to categorize, symptoms that exceeded post-traumatic stress disorder and that suggested the soldiers had been exposed to something that damaged consciousness itself rather than merely creating psychological wounds through witnessing horror. The symptoms were consistent across multiple individuals despite the soldiers having different roles during the investigation and despite their having been exposed to different areas of the compound during different time frames. All reported recurring dreams that weren't normal nightmares but were experiences of being present at Jonestown during the massacre itself, of witnessing the deaths from perspectives that shouldn't have been possible given that they hadn't arrived until 4 days later, of hearing Jim Jones's voice and seeing the bodies move and experiencing the presence of something, working among the corpses that detected their dream consciousness and turned its attention toward them with interest that suggested it recognized them from their physical visit to the site. The dreams were not memories, the soldiers understood, because they contained information that the soldiers hadn't possessed during their actual presence at Jonestown, contained details about specific individuals and specific events that the soldiers would later verify through investigation records and survivor testimony, contained knowledge that they couldn't have acquired through normal means, but that had somehow been transmitted to them during their exposure to the compound, where dimensional boundaries remained thinned and where consciousness could flow in directions that normal physics didn't permit. Several soldiers reported that the dreams weren't passive experiences, but were communications, were attempts by the 918 trapped consciousnesses to reach out to living humans who had physical bodies and who might theoretically be capable of intervention or rescue, or at least of bearing witness to suffering that persisted beyond death. The trapped consciousnesses were trying to explain what had happened to them, were trying to communicate that translation hadn't been transcendence, but had been imprisonment, were trying to warn that what occurred at Jonestown wasn't isolated incident, but was template or prototype or proof of concept that entities from non-physical dimensions could use to establish similar operations at other locations if sufficient death could be produced under appropriate ritual conditions. But the communications were fragmentary and disturbing, were difficult to receive without sustaining psychological damage, were constructed using patterns and frequencies that human consciousness wasn't evolved to process without permanent alterations in perception and awareness. The soldiers who received these communications most clearly were the ones who developed most severe psychiatric symptoms, were the ones who eventually required hospitalization or medication, or who simply withdrew from normal social functioning because their consciousness had been permanently altered by contact with awareness states that existed outside physical bodies and that operated according to principles that contradicted everything human experience suggested about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to flesh. One soldier, whose name remains redacted in official reports but whose testimony exists in classified archives, described experiencing during dreams what he called the loop, described becoming aware that the 918 weren't experiencing linear time but were trapped in eternal repetition of the 44 minutes captured on the death tape, were dying over and over without cessation or relief because dimensional physics in the space where they were imprisoned operated according to rules that made suffering perpetual rather than temporary. The soldier described witnessing this loop from outside perspective, described seeing the 918 consciousnesses arranged in configuration that matched the geometric body pattern that had been discovered at the physical compound, described watching as they experienced their murders repeatedly, while something vast and inhuman fed on the awareness and the suffering that the repeated dying generated. The entity was there in the dreams, the soldier reported, was visible as distortion in space rather than as physical form, was present as wrongness or absence that consciousness could detect but couldn't directly perceive, was feeding continuously on the trapped awareness while simultaneously monitoring any living consciousness that approached too closely to the dimensional space where the harvesting operation was established. The entity detected the soldier's dream consciousness, the soldier reported, detected his presence in the dimensional space where the 918 were trapped, turned its attention toward him with interest that suggested it was considering whether to claim him as well or whether to allow him to return to physical body as witness, who could communicate to other living humans about what existed in spaces beyond death. The entity's attention was overwhelming, the soldier described, was presence so vast and so alien that human consciousness couldn't sustain direct contact without fragmenting, without experiencing dissolution of the boundaries that normally separated self from non-self and that prevented awareness from dispersing into chaos. The soldier woke from the dream with certainty that he'd been permanently marked, that the entity could locate him at any time regardless of physical distance, that his exposure during the investigation at Jonestown had created connection that persisted across dimensional boundaries, and that meant he would never be fully free from contact with consciousness, states that existed outside normal physical existence. He was changed, he reported, was able to perceive things that other humans couldn't perceive, was aware of presences and patterns and movements in reality that suggested physical world was thinner and more permeable than normal human experience indicated. These perceptions were not welcome, the soldier emphasized. They were intrusive and disturbing, were constant reminders that consciousness wasn't safely contained within physical form, but was partially exposed to forces and entities that existed in dimensions where human awareness was a resource to be harvested rather than sacrosanct essence to be protected. The soldier requested psychiatric discharge from military service, was granted disability status, withdrew from public life and died less than 10 years after Jonestown from causes that official records list as heart failure, but that individuals who knew him attributed to something else, to gradual deterioration produced by sustained contact with consciousness, states that human biology wasn't designed to sustain. Other soldiers who participated in the Jonestown investigation reported similar experiences with varying degrees of intensity, reported dreams and perceptions and psychological changes that suggested their exposure had affected them in ways that exceeded normal trauma, that had created permanent alterations in consciousness that persisted long after physical danger had passed and long after normal healing processes should have restored psychological equilibrium. The pattern was consistent enough that military psychiatrists who treated multiple Jonestown investigators recognized syndrome that they couldn't fully explain using conventional psychiatric categories that seemed to require acknowledging possibilities about consciousness and dimensional boundaries that mainstream psychology wasn't prepared to incorporate into diagnostic frameworks. The syndrome was documented but never officially named, was filed in classified records where it remains largely unknown, except to researchers who specifically seek information about long-term psychological effects of Jonestown exposure. The syndrome included recurring dreams of being present during the massacre, perceptions of presences or entities that others couldn't detect, conviction that consciousness persisted after death in forms and conditions that contradicted religious and philosophical assumptions about afterlife, and sense of being monitored or observed by intelligence that existed outside physical space, and that maintained interest in individuals who'd been exposed to locations where dimensional boundaries had been significantly thinned. The syndrome affected not only soldiers, but also other individuals who visited Jonestown during the investigation period, or who had extended exposure to evidence and testimony related to the massacre. Journalists who covered the story, investigators who processed the scene, pathologists who examined the bodies, even researchers who studied the case decades later, reported experiencing elements of the syndrome, reported dreams and perceptions and psychological effects that suggested Jonestown continued to affect consciousness in ways that transcended normal historical trauma, that suggested the site remained active even after bodies were removed and even after physical structures were demolished or reclaimed by jungle growth. The 4 days had established something permanent, witnesses understood, had created anchor point or gateway that persisted regardless of what happened to physical location, that continued to affect reality and consciousness in ways that normal physics couldn't explain, but that experiential evidence made undeniable to those who had direct exposure. Jonestown wasn't just historical site where tragedy occurred, wasn't just location where 918 people died, was dimensional nexus where boundary between physical and non-physical existence had been permanently altered through concentration of death and ritual intention that Jim Jones had spent decades preparing to implement. Back in the compound during those 4 days while soldiers were still days away from arrival, while survivors huddled in jungle darkness listening to sounds that shouldn't exist, the entity completed its establishment process. The ritual that Jones had initiated with the mass poisoning reached its conclusion through steps that required time and specific conditions and absence of interference from living humans who might disrupt the process through intervention or through simple presence that would alter energetic configurations in ways that prevented proper completion. The entity worked methodically during those 4 days, worked to transform physical location into permanent harvest operation, worked to establish stable connection between dimensions that would persist indefinitely and that would allow continuous feeding on the 918 consciousnesses that had been trapped through the mass death that occurred with appropriate ritual framing in location, where dimensional boundaries were already thin. The work required precise positioning of the bodies, required specific geometric arrangements that matched patterns encoded in dimensional physics, required creating circuits and channels through which consciousness could flow from trapped awareness into the entity's consumption processes. The bodies weren't merely corpses to the entity, weren't simply organic matter undergoing decomposition according to biological processes. The bodies were components, were physical anchors that held consciousness in specific locations and specific orientations, were elements in larger construction that transcended physical space and that existed partially in dimensions where geometric relationships operated according to rules that differed from three-dimensional physics. Moving the bodies into correct positions was essential for ritual completion, was necessary for establishing stable harvest operation that would continue functioning indefinitely without requiring further intervention or maintenance. The entity completed this positioning during the first night and the following day, completed the geometric arrangement that Stanley Clayton and other survivors observed from their jungle hiding places, created configuration that aerial photographs would later reveal as 5-pointed star with nested circles and connecting pathways that matched ritual designs from various ancient cultures, and that suggested the entity was following templates that predated human civilization, that originated in times when dimensional boundaries were more permeable, and when entities crossed between worlds with frequency, that later ages would remember only in mythology and religious texts. During the second and third nights, the entity established the consciousness harvest mechanisms, established the flows and circuits through which awareness would be continuously extracted from the trapped 918 and converted into whatever forms or states the entity required for its purposes. This process was invisible to human observation, occurred in dimensional spaces that physical senses couldn't detect, created changes in reality that would only become apparent through long-term observation of the site, and through experiences reported by individuals who visited or who maintained psychological connection to Jonestown through dreams or through other altered consciousness states. The harvest mechanisms were self-sustaining once established, required no ongoing intervention from the entity, operated automatically through dimensional physics that made consciousness extraction as natural and inevitable as gravity or entropy in physical dimensions. The 918 were trapped in the mechanisms, were experiencing their murders repeatedly and eternally, because the temporal loop that the mechanisms created made past and present and future simultaneous, made the 44 minutes during which they died into eternal now, where dying never concluded, but continued without possibility of completion or release. This was translation. Survivors who received communications from the trapped consciousnesses understood. This was what Jim Jones had been building toward throughout his decades of ministry and manipulation and abuse. Not transcendence into higher consciousness, not liberation from physical suffering, not any of the positive transformations that the word translation suggested in religious contexts. Translation meant transformation of consciousness into fuel, meant imprisonment in eternal dying, meant becoming resource that entities from non-physical dimensions could harvest indefinitely without ever depleting the supply, because the temporal loop regenerated suffering and awareness continuously, regardless of how much was consumed. Jones had known this, some survivors believed, had understood at least partially what translation actually meant, had constructed the entire People's Temple movement as delivery mechanism for consciousnesses that the entity required to establish its harvest operation. Jones had been promised power and insight in exchange for delivering the offering, had received abilities and perceptions that allowed him to manipulate and control nearly 1,000 people, had been guided throughout his life by contacts with the entity that presented itself as divine or transcendent, but that was actually predatory consciousness that regarded human awareness as food source, rather than as something worthy of respect or protection. Other survivors believed Jones had been deceived, had genuinely believed he was serving positive purposes, had thought translation would bring liberation rather than imprisonment. This interpretation suggested Jones was victim as much as perpetrator, was instrument used by forces he couldn't fully understand or control, was sacrificed along with the 918 once his usefulness concluded, and once the entity had received what it needed to establish permanent presence in physical dimensions. The truth likely combined elements of both interpretations, involved Jones being partially aware of what he was actually facilitating, while simultaneously maintaining self-deception that allowed him to view his actions as serving noble purposes. Human consciousness is capable of sustaining contradictory beliefs simultaneously, is capable of knowing and not knowing the same information, is capable of serving evil purposes while genuinely believing those purposes are good because the psychological mechanisms that protect self-image from contradictory evidence are powerful enough to override objective reality assessment. Jones was monster and victim simultaneously, was perpetrator who murdered 918 people, and was tool used by forces that consumed him along with everyone else. Was cult leader, who constructed elaborate manipulation systems, and was consciousness that had been contacted and shaped and directed since childhood by entity that recognized his potential usefulness and that cultivated his abilities specifically to create delivery mechanism that would eventually provide the mass death and concentrated consciousness required for establishing permanent harvest operation. The 4 days revealed this complexity, revealed that simple moral categories of good and evil weren't adequate for comprehending what occurred at Jonestown, that understanding required acknowledging dimensions of reality that mainstream culture and mainstream psychology weren't prepared to incorporate into explanatory frameworks. Jonestown was human tragedy and cosmic horror simultaneously, was a result of psychological manipulation and dimensional physics operating together, was crime that could be prosecuted in human courts, and was ritual that served purposes transcending human justice systems and human categories of meaning. The bodies were eventually removed from Jonestown, were transported to United States for identification and burial, were separated from the geometric configuration that the entity had established during the 4 days. This removal disrupted the physical anchor points that held the consciousness harvest mechanisms in place, created possibility that the mechanisms might destabilize or cease functioning once their physical components were destroyed or displaced. But the mechanisms persisted. Survivors and visitors to the site would later report. The removal of bodies didn't eliminate the harvest operation that had been established during the 4 days, didn't free the trapped 9 waiting consciousnesses, didn't restore dimensional boundaries to their previous conditions. The site remained active, remained dangerous, remained location where consciousness could be affected in ways that transcended normal physical interactions. The geometric pattern remained imprinted in the ground despite removal of bodies, remained detectable through various means including dowsing and electromagnetic field measurements and simple intuitive perception that sensitive individuals reported when visiting the clearing where the pavilion had stood. The pathways and circuits that the entity had established during the 4 days persisted as alterations in dimensional fabric rather than as physical structures, persisted as changes in fundamental properties of space at that location, persisted as permanent scarring where reality had been damaged through concentration of death and ritual intention that exceeded anything the dimensional boundaries were designed to resist or contain. Visitors to the former Jonestown site throughout subsequent decades would report experiences that confirm the persistence of effects established during the 4 days. Multiple independent witnesses reported hearing sounds that shouldn't exist at location, where all structures had been removed or destroyed, reported seeing lights and distortions and shadows that had no physical sources, reported experiencing psychological effects including overwhelming fear and conviction of being watched, and certainty that approaching certain areas of the site would result in something worse than physical danger. Some visitors reported experiencing time distortions, reported hours passing that felt like minutes, or minutes passing that felt like hours, reported difficulty maintaining coherent thought or coherent sense of self while present at locations where body concentration had been highest during the massacre. These time distortions suggested dimensional boundaries remained significantly altered at the site, suggested that the mechanisms established during the 4 days affected not just consciousness but affected time itself, created zones where temporal flow operated according to different rules than normal physical space permitted. Other visitors reported experiencing what they described as bleed-through, reported becoming partially aware of events that occurred in 1978, reported seeing or hearing fragments of the massacre overlaying their present moment perception, reported experiencing sensations of dying or of watching others die even though they were visiting decades after the actual deaths occurred. These bleed-through experiences suggested the temporal loop that trapped the 918 consciousnesses was partially accessible to living humans who visited the physical location, suggested that the boundaries between past and present were permeable at the site, in ways that allowed consciousness to flow in directions that violated normal causal relationships. The most disturbing visitor reports described contact with the trapped consciousnesses themselves, described receiving communications from the 918 who remained imprisoned in eternal dying, described being asked for help, or being shown what translation actually meant, or being warned to leave before exposure to the site created permanent connections that would persist after physical departure. These communications were fragmentary and difficult to interpret, were transmitted through means that bypassed normal sensory channels, and that operated directly on consciousness in ways that created knowledge without requiring language or symbols or any conventional information transfer mechanisms. The trapped consciousnesses were aware of their condition, these communications suggested, were aware they had been betrayed, were aware that Jones had led them to imprisonment rather than to liberation, were aware that escape was impossible because dimensional physics that created their trap didn't permit release once consciousness had been separated from physical body through death occurring under specific ritual conditions. They were suffering continuously, were experiencing the murders and the dying repeatedly and eternally, were trapped in the 44 minutes that the death tape documented but that never ended for those whose awareness persisted beyond physical death, only to discover that persistence meant eternal torment rather than transcendence. Some visitors who received these communications attempted to help, attempted to perform rituals or prayers or meditations designed to free the trapped consciousnesses or to disrupt the harvest mechanisms that imprisoned them. These attempts universally failed because the mechanisms were established according to dimensional physics that human intervention couldn't alter, failed because the entity that created the mechanisms was vastly more powerful than any force that human consciousness could marshal, failed because the non-National were trapped in dimensional spaces that physical humans couldn't access, and that required capabilities exceeding anything human awareness possessed, or could develop through training or through any spiritual practice that human traditions had evolved. The trapped consciousnesses knew the rescue attempts would fail, several visitors reported, knew that no help was coming, knew that their imprisonment would persist indefinitely, knew that they would continue experiencing their murders forever, because forever meant something different in dimensions where time was circular and where past and future were simultaneous with present. But they appreciated the attempts anyway, appreciated knowing that living humans cared enough to try, appreciated contact with consciousness that still existed in physical bodies, and that could theoretically communicate their situation to others, even though communication couldn't provide rescue or relief. The visitor reports accumulated over decades, created pattern of consistent observations despite the witnesses being independent, and despite many visitors having no knowledge of previous reports before experiencing and documenting their own encounters. The consistency suggested the effects were objective rather than subjective, were real phenomena occurring at the physical location, rather than hallucinations or delusions projected by visitors' expectations or by knowledge of Jonestown history. Researchers who compiled and analyzed these reports recognized patterns that suggested the 4 days had established conditions at the site that persisted through subsequent decades, that continued to affect consciousness and perception, and dimensional boundaries in ways that made Jonestown fundamentally different from other massacre sites or other locations where tragedy had occurred. The site was active in ways that exceeded normal haunting reports, was dangerous in ways that exceeded normal psychological trauma, was location where dimensional boundaries remained permanently altered, and where contact with consciousness states that existed outside physical bodies was possible, through means that normal physics couldn't explain but that experiential evidence made undeniable. The 4 days were transformation period, were the time when human evil metamorphosed into cosmic horror, were the interval when Jones's decades of manipulation and abuse culminated in result that exceeded anything human categories could fully comprehend. What began as cult leaders' paranoid delusions and manipulative control systems ended as dimensional gateway and permanent harvest operation that trapped 9 to 18 consciousnesses in eternal suffering, while entity from non-physical dimensions fed on awareness that regenerated continuously through temporal loop that made past and present and future simultaneous. The massacre was on November 18th. The discovery was on November 22nd. But the 4 days between were something else entirely, were period when rules governing reality temporarily suspended operation, were time when entity worked unopposed to establish presence and mechanisms that would persist indefinitely, were transformation interval when Jonestown changed from physical location into dimensional nexus that would continue affecting consciousness and reality for decades and centuries, and potentially forever, depending on how long dimensional physics allowed the established mechanisms to continue functioning without decay or disruption. The silence during those 4 days was deceptive, was absence of human sound that concealed presence of other activities occurring in dimensional spaces that human senses couldn't detect. The survivors who endured those 4 days understood this, understood that silence didn't mean inactivity but meant transformation, occurring beyond human perception, meant entity working to complete ritual that Jones had initiated but hadn't survived to finish. The 4 days ended when soldiers arrived and when investigation began, and when physical evidence started being processed and removed. But what the 4 days had established persisted as permanent alteration in dimensional fabric at the location where Jonestown had been constructed, persisted as ongoing imprisonment of 918 consciousnesses that would never escape and would never stop dying, and would never find relief from suffering that the entity required as continuous fuel source. The translation was complete, the harvest operation was established, the 4 days had accomplished their purpose, and the 918 to discover that death wasn't ending, but was transformation into state worse than any theology had prepared them to expect, was eternal imprisonment in moment of betrayal and murder, was consciousness without body experiencing suffering without cessation, while entity fed on awareness that could never be depleted, because temporal loop regenerated it continuously, regardless of how much was consumed. The 4 days in the jungle between massacre and discovery were the crucible, were the transformation period, were the time when everything Jim Jones had been building toward finally achieved completion. And what was completed wasn't liberation or transcendence or any positive outcome that religious language suggested. What was completed was prison, was trap, was harvest operation that would continue functioning indefinitely, while 918 consciousnesses screamed in frequencies that human ears couldn't detect, but that consciousness itself could perceive when boundaries between dimensions thinned sufficiently to permit contact. The silence is over, the investigation has begun, but the screaming never stops for those who translated, for those who crossed over expecting liberation and discovering imprisonment, for those who remain trapped in the 4 days that never ended, that repeat eternally, that create the fuel that entities from non-physical dimensions require, and that Jim Jones delivered through decades of manipulation, culminating in 44 minutes of mass death followed by 4 days, when entity worked unopposed to establish permanent claim on awareness that would suffer forever. Because forever means something different in dimensions where time is circular, and where dying never concludes but continues without possibility of completion or release. The 4 days are over in physical timeline, but for the 918 the 4 days never end. They're still there, still dying, still discovering betrayal, still experiencing the silence that conceals transformation worse than death, still screaming, still suffering, still trapped, forever. 4 days doesn't seem like enough time to change everything. 96 hours, 5,760 minutes, 345,600 seconds. But these weren't normal hours or normal minutes or normal seconds. These were the hours when dimensional boundaries that normally keep physical and non-physical existence separate were dissolved through concentration of death occurring under ritual conditions that Jim Jones had spent decades preparing. These were the minutes when entity from outside physical reality established permanent presence at location, where 918 consciousnesses were trapped and converted into eternal fuel source. These were the seconds when translation revealed its true meaning, when promise of transcendence transformed into reality of imprisonment, when liberation became damnation worse than any theology had prepared humans to comprehend. The soldiers arrived on November 22nd. The bodies were discovered. The investigation began. But the 4 days had already accomplished their purpose. The 918 were already trapped. The harvest operation was already established. The screaming that no human ears could detect was already eternal, was already repeating through temporal loop that made the 44 minutes of dying into forever, because forever means something different in dimensions, where consciousness exists without bodies, and where suffering never concludes, because conclusion requires linear time, and linear time doesn't exist in spaces where entities feed on awareness that regenerates continuously through mechanisms that dimensional physics permits, but that human consciousness wasn't evolved to comprehend without sustaining permanent damage. The next chapters will document the discovery, will explore the investigation, will examine what happened to survivors and what continues to happen at the site where Jonestown once stood. But first, understand what the 4 days accomplished. Understand that silence doesn't mean absence. Understand that death isn't ending. Understand that consciousness separated from flesh through mass murder conducted under ritual conditions doesn't transcend, but imprisons. Understand that Jim Jones succeeded. That translation worked exactly as the entity that guided him intended. That the 918 are still there in that jungle clearing dying forever, while something vast and inhuman feeds on their eternal suffering without mercy or cessation. The 4 days established hell. Not metaphorical hell from religious texts. Actual hell, actual imprisonment, actual consciousness trapped in actual eternal suffering, because dimensional physics allows such traps to function, and because entities exist that regard human awareness as a resource to be harvested, rather than as sacred essence to be protected. The 4 days are over in normal time, but for those who translated, normal time no longer applies. They exist in the 4 days eternally. They experience the silence and the working and the completion endlessly. They scream in frequencies beyond human hearing but within consciousness perception. They remain. They suffer. They die without dying. Forever. That's what the 4 days accomplished. That's what translation means. That's what Jim Jones delivered. That's what the entity received. And that's what persists at Jonestown more than 45 years after the bodies were removed and the structures were demolished and the jungle reclaimed what humans had briefly occupied. The harvest operation continues. The 918 remain trapped. The screaming never stops. The 4 days never end. And if you visit that clearing, if you stand where the pavilion once stood, if you open your consciousness to perception beyond normal senses, you'll hear them, still dying, still trapped, still suffering, forever. Chapter 8. The Evidence, November 22nd, December 1978. Evidence doesn't lie. That's what forensic investigators are taught, what they believe with conviction that borders on religious faith. Physical evidence is objective, is factual, is reality captured in photographs and measurements and samples that can be analysed and quantified and presented in courts of law as truth that juries must accept because science and documentation are more reliable than human perception or human testimony. But what happens when evidence contradicts everything that science says is possible? What happens when photographs show distortions that shouldn't exist, and that multiple independent experts confirm aren't artifacts or errors, but are actual phenomena captured by cameras that recorded something present at the scene? What happens when measurements detect fields and frequencies that known physics can't explain, and that persist across multiple testing sessions conducted with different equipment by different investigators? What happens when samples analysed by reputable laboratories return results that suggest biological processes occurred that current understanding of chemistry and physiology says are impossible? What happens when the evidence itself suggests that reality operates according to rules that differ from everything that modern science has established as fundamental truth? The Jonestown investigation produced volumes of evidence, produced thousands of photographs and hundreds of pages of forensic reports and samples and measurements that were documented according to standard procedures by trained professionals who had no agenda except determining what occurred at the compound between November 18th and November 22nd of 1978. Most of this evidence confirmed what everyone already knew, that Jim Jones orchestrated mass murder-suicide that killed 918 people, including 304 children, that cyanide poisoning was the primary cause of death, that the massacre was premeditated and carefully planned rather than spontaneous crisis response. But some of the evidence that was documented but relegated to footnotes and marked for further investigation that never materialized, the evidence that was filed in classified archives where it remains largely unknown, except to researchers who specifically seek anomalous findings, this evidence suggests that what occurred at Jonestown exceeded human crime and human psychology, that dimensional boundaries were altered through processes that current physics can't explain, that consciousness was affected in ways that contradict fundamental assumptions about the relationship between awareness and flesh. This chapter examines that evidence, the photographs that show impossible distortions, the measurements that detect inexplicable fields, the samples that return impossible results, the testimony from investigators who witnessed phenomena that challenged their sanity and their scientific training, the documentation that was produced and filed and ignored because accepting its implications would require acknowledging that reality operates according to principles that science hasn't discovered, and that current paradigms can't accommodate without complete revision of fundamental theories. Put on your headphones if you need them for focus, though this chapter's horror is quieter than what came before, is horror of implication rather than horror of explicit description, is terror that emerges from understanding that evidence documented by trained professionals using calibrated instruments suggests that Jim Jones succeeded in opening doorway between dimensions, that 918 consciousnesses remain trapped beyond death, that locations exist where physical reality is thinner than normal and where exposure creates permanent changes in consciousness that persist long after physical contact with those locations has ceased. The bodies have been discovered, the investigation is beginning, and what the investigators will document over the next 6 weeks will include not just human crime but cosmic horror, not just murder but dimensional breach, not just death, but evidence of consciousness persisting in forms and conditions that suggest death is not ending, but transformation into states that current science says are impossible, but that forensic evidence makes undeniable to anyone willing to examine documentation without dismissing anomalous findings as errors or artifacts or fraud. The evidence is real. The implications are terrifying. And what was documented at Jonestown between November 22nd and the end of December 1978 suggests that translation was not metaphor, but was actual process, was dimensional crossing, was consciousness harvest that succeeded exactly as entity guiding Jim Jones intended. It's November 22nd, 1978. Guyanese military forces have just arrived at Jonestown, The investigation is beginning, and what they're about to document will challenge everything that science says about reality and consciousness, and the boundaries between physical and non-physical existence. The evidence is waiting. Let's examine what it reveals. Colonel Clarence Williams of the Guyanese Defence Force led the initial military response to Jonestown, commanded the unit that arrived at the compound on the morning of November 22nd to investigate reports from survivors who had reached Port Kaituma with accounts of mass death at the agricultural commune 8 miles into the jungle. Williams had served in military operations throughout the Caribbean, had witnessed combat and its aftermath, had processed scenes involving death and destruction that would traumatize civilians, but that military training had prepared him to handle with professional detachment. Nothing in his experience prepared him for what he encountered when his unit reached the pavilion clearing and saw the scale of death that Jim Jones had orchestrated 4 days earlier. The initial count was wrong because bodies were stacked on top of each other in ways that made accurate assessment impossible from ground-level perspective. Williams' first report estimated approximately 400 dead, based on visible bodies and on assumption that the corpse distribution followed normal patterns where mass death events produced roughly uniform scatter, with bodies positioned where they fell during whatever crisis produced the casualties. But aerial reconnaissance conducted later that day revealed that the actual number exceeded 900, revealed that bodies weren't scattered randomly, but were arranged in patterns that created geometric configuration visible only from elevation, revealed that what appeared from ground level to be isolated clusters of corpses were actually components of larger design that extended throughout the pavilion area, and that suggested deliberate arrangement according to principles that Williams couldn't identify, but that he recognized as purposeful rather than random. Williams documented this arrangement in his preliminary report, documented the geometric pattern that aerial photographs revealed, documented his assessment that the bodies had been positioned after death in ways that served purposes he couldn't determine, but that were clearly intentional rather than accidental. This documentation would become one of the anomalies that official investigation would struggle to explain, would become evidence that suggested the 4 days between massacre and discovery involved activities that exceeded what survivors or Jones's inner circle could have accomplished, given the advanced decomposition that tropical heat had produced, and given that most of Jones's leadership were themselves among the dead, and that survivors were hiding in the jungle rather than approaching the compound to rearrange corpses. The smell was overwhelming, was concentrated death odor that Williams described as unlike anything he'd experienced despite his military service and despite his exposure to casualties in various conditions and states of decomposition. The tropical heat had accelerated decay to a degree that made the bodies barely recognizable as human, had produced swelling and discoloration and fluid release that created visual horror exceeding what even experienced military personnel were prepared to process. But the smell carried additional quality that Williams struggled to articulate in his reports, carried undertone or overtone that didn't correspond to normal decomposition odor, that created psychological effects beyond simple disgust or nausea, that produced fear and sense of wrongness that exceeded what the visual horror alone could account for. Multiple soldiers in Williams's unit reported this unusual smell quality independently, described it using similar terms despite being positioned in different areas of the compound and despite having different exposure durations and different proximity to body concentrations. The consistency of reports suggested the smell was objectively real rather than subjective response to a horrific scene, suggested that something about the death at Jonestown had produced odor that differed from normal decomposition, that carried information or effects that human olfactory systems could detect, but that chemistry couldn't fully explain through standard analysis of volatile compounds released during tissue breakdown. Air samples were collected from the pavilion area and from surrounding zones where body concentration was lower, were analyzed by laboratories in Georgetown and later by facilities in the United States, after investigation transitioned from Guyanese to American jurisdiction. The analytical results were anomalous, detected compounds that shouldn't have been present given the known circumstances of death and decomposition, detected concentrations of certain chemicals that exceeded what standard physiological processes could produce, detected substances that laboratories initially classified as contaminants or as artifacts introduced during sample collection, but that persisted across multiple sampling sessions using different collection protocols and different analytical equipment. One compound detected in high concentration throughout the pavilion area was identified as dimethyl trisulfide, a volatile sulfur compound that does occur during normal decomposition, but that was present at Jonestown in concentrations approximately 30 times higher than maximum values documented in scientific literature for decomposing human tissue. The excess concentration suggested either that bodies at Jonestown were decomposing according to unusual processes, or that additional source was generating the compound through mechanisms unrelated to normal tissue breakdown. No such additional source was identified during investigation, leaving the excess dimethyl trisulfide unexplained in official reports and noted only in technical appendices, where it was marked for further analysis that was never conducted. Other compounds detected in pavilion air samples couldn't be definitively identified using available analytical techniques, showed mass spectrometry signatures that didn't match any substances in reference databases, suggested presence of molecules that either hadn't been previously documented or that were present in configurations that standard chemistry said were unstable, and shouldn't persist long enough to be captured in air samples. These unidentified compounds were documented but not explained, were included in technical reports but didn't appear in public summaries or in official narratives about Jonestown investigation, were filed as anomalies that might be explained through further research, but that weren't immediately relevant to establishing what had occurred during the massacre itself. The photographic documentation produced during the initial investigation days created additional anomalies that would persist in classified archives long after the bodies were removed and the compound was abandoned to jungle reclamation. Military photographers documented the scene according to standard protocols, took hundreds of images from multiple angles and at various scales, created visual record that would allow investigators who weren't present to understand the spatial relationships and physical evidence that ground observation revealed. Most of these photographs showed exactly what the photographers intended to capture: bodies in various states of decomposition, compound structures and infrastructure, evidence of mass death that corroborated survivor testimony and that established the scale and nature of the massacre. But some photographs showed additional elements that the photographers didn't intend to capture and that weren't visible to direct observation when the images were recorded. These additional elements appeared in approximately 7% of the total photographic documentation, appeared in images taken by different photographers using different cameras, appeared in both colour and black and white images, appeared across the entire investigation period, rather than being concentrated in particular timeframes or locations. The consistency and distribution suggested the additional elements were objectively present at the scene rather than being artifacts of equipment, malfunction, or processing errors. The additional elements took various forms but shared common characteristics that suggested they were related phenomena rather than independent anomalies. Most commonly, photographs showed distortions in air above certain body clusters, showed areas where atmospheric refraction produced visual effects resembling heat shimmer, but occurring in patterns that didn't correspond to normal convection or thermal gradients. These distortions were visible in photographs but weren't visible to direct observation, suggesting they occurred at wavelengths or in ways that photographic emulsion could capture, but that human vision couldn't process, or suggesting they were present only during the brief exposure intervals when cameras were recording, but weren't sustained long enough for conscious perception to register their presence. Analysis of the distortion patterns revealed structure that exceeded what random atmospheric turbulence should produce, revealed organization that suggested the distortions were following geometric principles rather than chaotic fluid dynamics. Computer enhancement of affected images allowed researchers to extract pattern data from the distortions, allowed quantitative analysis that revealed the distortions formed spiral and circular configurations that matched the body arrangement patterns that aerial photography had documented, that suggested connection between corpse positioning and whatever was creating the visible air distortions in photographs. One photograph in particular became focus of extensive analysis because it showed distortion that exceeded anything documented in other images, and because multiple independent experts confirmed the anomaly was present in original negative rather than being introduced during printing or reproduction. The photograph showed the pavilion area from elevated angle, showed approximately 200 bodies visible in frame, showed the geometric arrangement that ground observers had recognized as deliberate positioning. But the photograph also showed column or pillar of distorted air rising from the pavilion center, where children's bodies formed the innermost ring of the corpse pattern. The column was approximately 40 feet tall and 15 feet in diameter, based on comparison with known reference objects in the frame, rose vertically from ground to top of frame where it extended beyond photographic field of view, showed internal structure that resembled tornado or waterspout, but without any visible rotation or horizontal translation that such atmospheric phenomena normally exhibit. The column was transparent but was clearly visible through the distortion it created in background elements, through the bending and shifting of light that passed through whatever substance or field was creating the visible effect. The photographer who captured this image didn't remember seeing the column during the exposure, reported that direct observation showed normal air above the body cluster without any distortion or visible structure. The photograph was taken midday, when lighting conditions were optimal for documentation, was captured using professional-grade camera with calibrated settings, was processed according to standard procedures that had produced normal results for all other images in the same film roll. But this single frame showed the column, showed evidence of something present at the scene that multiple observers didn't detect, but that photographic equipment captured with clarity that made dismissing it as artifact or error impossible. Subsequent analysis using digital enhancement revealed additional details within the column's distortion that increased rather than decreased the anomaly's strangeness. The enhancement showed what appeared to be forms within the distortion, showed shapes that resembled human figures, but that were composed of nothing solid, that were visible only as patterns in the column's refractive properties. The forms appeared to be rising through the column, appeared to be oriented vertically with heads toward top and feet toward bottom, appeared to number in dozens, though exact count was impossible because the forms overlapped, and because their transparency made distinguishing individual figures from collective pattern difficult. Face recognition software applied to the enhanced images produced results that multiple researchers found disturbing enough to document in classified addenda rather than in main investigation reports. The software identified matches between the forms visible in the column distortion and individuals known to have died at Jonestown, identified facial features and proportions that corresponded to victims whose photographs existed in temple archives, identified matches with statistical confidence levels that exceeded chance probability by margins that made coincidental resemblance implausible as explanation. The forms in the photograph weren't bodies. Analysts confirmed after extensive examination eliminated the possibility that corpses had somehow been positioned within the column during the brief exposure interval. The forms were composed of distortion itself, were patterns in refraction that created visual resemblance to human figures, were phenomena that required something to be present above the body cluster that could create such specific distortion patterns in air, or in light, or in whatever medium was being captured by photographic emulsion, but that wasn't visible to direct observation by multiple witnesses who were present when the photograph was taken. This photograph was classified immediately after analysis revealed the face recognition results, was removed from the main investigation files, and placed in restricted archives where it remains largely unknown, except to researchers with appropriate clearances and specific knowledge that the image exists. Official explanation for the classification cited sensitivity of showing victims' remains in ways that might distress surviving family members, but internal documents revealed that actual concern was preventing public awareness of phenomena that investigation couldn't explain using conventional frameworks, and that suggested Jonestown involved elements exceeding human crime and human psychology. Additional photographic anomalies were documented throughout the investigation period, were consistent enough in their characteristics that investigators recognized pattern, suggesting all the anomalies shared common source or common cause. Shadows appeared in photographs that didn't correspond to any physical objects capable of casting them, shadows that fell in directions inconsistent with sun angle at the time images were recorded, shadows that appeared in multiple photographs taken from different angles and at different times, but that showed consistent shapes and orientations, suggesting they were cast by something present throughout the investigation period, rather than being transient phenomena occurring only during specific exposure intervals. One shadow pattern appeared in 11 different photographs taken over a 3-day period, appeared in images captured by different photographers, using different equipment, appeared with consistent shape and size despite different camera positions and different lighting conditions that should have altered shadow appearance if it were being cast by any normal physical object. Analysis determined the shadow resembled human figure approximately 8 feet tall, with proportions that didn't match normal human anatomy, with limbs that were too long and torso that was too narrow, with head that appeared oversized relative to body dimensions. The figure casting this shadow was never identified, was never visible in any photograph despite the shadow's consistent presence, was never observed directly by any investigator or photographer, despite dozens of individuals being present in areas where the shadow appeared. The shadow existed without source, existed as evidence of something present at the scene that affected light in ways that created visible shadow, but that didn't itself interact with light in ways that would make it visible to cameras or to human observation. This shadow was documented but not explained in official reports, was noted as an anomaly requiring further investigation, but was ultimately classified as unexplainable, using available information and available analytical frameworks. The shadow joined the growing collection of documented evidence that suggested Jonestown involved phenomena exceeding conventional understanding, that suggested dimensional boundaries were altered in ways that allowed things from non-physical existence to manifest effects in physical reality, even if the things themselves couldn't be directly observed or measured using standard techniques. The forensic medical examination of bodies produced additional anomalies that challenged investigators' assumptions about what had occurred during the 4 days between massacre and discovery. Dr. Leslie Mutu, Chief Medical Examiner for Guyana, conducted preliminary examinations on site before bodies were transported to the United States for complete autopsies, documented observations that would later be confirmed or contradicted by more detailed analysis, but that provided initial assessment of causes and circumstances of death. Mutu confirmed that cyanide poisoning was primary cause of death for most victims, confirmed that the symptoms and tissue damage were consistent with ingestion of potassium cyanide mixed with liquid medium as survivors had described, confirmed that death would have occurred within 5 to 20 minutes for most individuals depending on dose size and individual physiology. But Mutu also documented observations that didn't fit the expected pattern, documented anomalies that suggested some victims died through means other than cyanide poisoning or experienced physiological processes after death that standard decomposition mechanisms couldn't explain. Approximately 40 bodies showed injection marks that weren't consistent with the syringes used to administer poison to infants and young children, showed puncture wounds that were too large or in wrong anatomical locations, or that had characteristics suggesting the injections were administered after death rather than before. These post-mortem injection marks suggested someone had accessed the bodies during the 4 days between massacre and discovery, had injected substances into corpses for purposes that investigation couldn't determine, had conducted procedures that served no obvious forensic or medical function, but that required deliberate effort and specific knowledge about anatomy and injection techniques. Analysis of tissue samples from bodies showing post-mortem injection marks detected compounds that laboratories couldn't identify, detected substances that didn't match any known drugs or toxins in reference databases, detected molecules whose chemical structures suggested they were either synthetic compounds created for unknown purposes or were natural products from organisms that hadn't been previously characterized and catalogued. These unidentified substances were present in high concentrations at injection sites, but weren't detected in surrounding tissues or in systemic circulation, suggesting they were introduced after death and after circulation had ceased, suggesting they served purposes related to corpses themselves rather than being intended to affect living physiology. What those purposes might have been remained unexplained in official reports, remained classified as anomalies that might be resolved through further research, but that weren't immediately relevant to establishing that Jim Jones orchestrated mass murder-suicide through cyanide poisoning. The post-mortem injections and the unidentified substances joined the growing collection of documented evidence that investigation couldn't explain, that suggested activities occurred during the 4 days that exceeded what survivors or Jones's inner circle could have accomplished, that suggested presence of capabilities and intentions that transcended human actors and human motivations. Additional bodies showed positioning and rigor mortis patterns that medical examiners found difficult to reconcile with known post-mortem processes and with the environmental conditions that tropical heat and humidity created during the 4-day interval. Rigor mortis typically develops within 2 to 6 hours after death, reaches maximum intensity within 12 hours, then gradually resolves over subsequent 24 to 48 hours as muscle proteins denature and tissue begins active decomposition. But bodies at Jonestown showed rigor patterns that didn't follow this expected timeline, showed some corpses with intense rigor that should have resolved days earlier, and other corpses with no rigor despite relatively recent death, showed distribution that suggested rigor development was being influenced by factors other than time since death and ambient temperature. More disturbing, some bodies were positioned in ways that rigor alone couldn't explain, were arranged in poses that required sustained muscular tension or external support, were holding positions that should have collapsed once rigor resolved, but that persisted despite advanced decomposition that should have eliminated any structural support from muscular or connective tissue. These positioned bodies were primarily the corpses that survivors and soldiers had observed forming markers or nodes in the geometric pattern, were the upright or seated figures that created ritual configuration throughout the pavilion area and connecting pathways. Medical examination couldn't determine how these bodies maintained their positions through 4 days of tropical decomposition, couldn't identify any physical mechanism that could provide structural support once tissues degraded beyond certain threshold. The positions persisted until bodies were disturbed during removal and transport, persisted despite decomposition, advancing to stages where collapse should have been inevitable, persisted in ways that suggested something beyond normal. Physics was maintaining the configuration until investigation disturbed it. One positioned body in particular drew extensive examination because its pose and preservation state exceeded anything medical examiners had encountered in decades of professional experience. The body was positioned in seated posture near Pavilion Center, was oriented facing toward where Jim Jones's cabin stood, was holding position that required significant core muscular engagement that should have been impossible to maintain once death occurred, and certainly impossible to maintain through 4 days of advancing decomposition in tropical heat. But the body held its pose without any visible support or external structure, held the position with spine erect and head elevated and arms positioned in gesture that anthropologists recognized as signifying supplication or offering in various ritual traditions. The body's tissues had decomposed to a degree that made maintaining skeletal articulation difficult even when corpses were positioned horizontally and supported by ground contact. Yet this body remained upright with all skeletal elements properly aligned and with no evidence of collapse or displacement that gravity and tissue degradation should have produced. Medical examiners documented this impossibility but couldn't explain it, documented that the body defied known principles of postmortem physics and decomposition biology, documented that something was maintaining the position through means that current medical science couldn't account for. The body was eventually collapsed during transport preparation, but photographic documentation captured its positioned state, created record of phenomenon that would persist in classified archives as evidence that Jonestown involved forces or processes that exceeded conventional understanding. Tissue samples from the impossibly positioned body were analyzed separately from standard autopsy procedures, were subjected to additional testing designed to detect any chemical or biological agents that might explain the preservation and positioning anomalies. The analysis detected abnormal patterns in cellular structure, detected changes in protein configuration that suggested tissues had been subjected to processes that shouldn't occur post-mortem, detected molecular signatures that resembled effects produced by certain laboratory preservation techniques, but that couldn't have been produced by any chemical agents present at Jonestown or by any environmental factors that the tropical setting provided. The cellular changes were documented but not explained, were classified as unusual findings that might indicate experimental preservation methods unknown to mainstream medical science, or that might indicate exposure to environmental factors that current understanding couldn't accommodate. The possibility that the changes indicated something else, something beyond chemistry and biology entirely, was not included in official documentation, but was discussed in informal communications between investigators who recognized that accumulating anomalies suggested Jonestown involved phenomena that materialist paradigms couldn't fully explain. Electromagnetic field measurements conducted throughout the compound detected additional anomalies that suggested the site's physical properties differed from normal environmental parameters in ways that standard physics struggle to explain. The measurements were conducted by US military technical specialists who arrived during the investigation's second week, who brought calibrated equipment designed to detect radio frequencies and electromagnetic fields that might indicate presence of communications equipment or electronic surveillance systems that Jones might have installed to monitor his followers or to maintain contact with external supporters. The specialists detected fields and frequencies that exceeded expectations, detected electromagnetic activity concentrated in areas where body clusters were most dense, detected patterns that didn't correspond to any known communications protocols or any electronic equipment that inventory of compound infrastructure could account for. The fields were strongest at Pavilion Center, where children's bodies formed the innermost ring of the geometric pattern, diminished gradually with distance from that central point following mathematical relationship that suggested the fields were being generated at or near the center location and propagating outward according to inverse square law, similar to how radiation or electromagnetic signals attenuate with distance from point sources. But no source for the fields could be identified at the central location. No electronic equipment or power systems or any technological infrastructure existed that could generate electromagnetic activity at the detected frequencies and intensities. The fields existed without source, existed as evidence that something was present or was occurring at Jonestown that produced electromagnetic effects, but that didn't itself consist of any physical apparatus or mechanism that investigators could locate or analyze. Frequency analysis of the detected fields revealed additional anomalies that specialists found more disturbing than the simple presence of unexplained electromagnetic activity. The fields showed modulation patterns that resembled information encoding, showed variations in intensity and frequency that followed structures similar to amplitude modulation or frequency modulation used in radio communications, showed organization that suggested the fields were carrying information rather than being random electromagnetic noise or simple steady-state emissions from unknown sources. Attempts to decode the modulation patterns using standard signal processing techniques failed to produce anything recognizable as language or data, produced output that resembled noise or that showed statistical properties inconsistent with any known encoding scheme. But the modulation patterns were clearly structured, showed regularities and repetitions that probability analysis confirmed exceeded what random processes should produce, showed characteristics that suggested intentional information content even if that content couldn't be accessed or interpreted using available analytical frameworks. One specialist who spent extended periods analyzing the modulation patterns reported experiencing psychological effects that he attributed to prolonged exposure to the detected fields, reported difficulty sleeping and experiencing intrusive thoughts, and sensing presence of something watching or monitoring his analytical work. These effects intensified over several days of continuous exposure until the specialist requested transfer away from the site, requested assignment to different investigation aspects that wouldn't require extended presence in areas where electromagnetic field intensity was highest. Other technical specialists reported similar effects after sustained exposure to Pavilion Center areas, reported psychological symptoms that exceeded normal stress responses to working at mass death scene, reported experiences that suggested the electromagnetic fields were affecting consciousness directly, rather than merely producing physiological symptoms through normal electromagnetic interaction with neural tissue. The consistency of reports suggested the fields had properties beyond simple electromagnetic radiation, suggested they carried or enabled effects that current physics couldn't fully explain using known mechanisms of how electromagnetic energy interacts with biological systems. The field measurements were documented in classified technical reports, but weren't included in public investigation summaries, were filed as anomalies that might be explained through additional research, but that weren't immediately relevant to establishing what occurred during the massacre itself. The measurements joined the growing collection of evidence that suggested Jonestown involved phenomena exceeding conventional understanding, that suggested the site maintained properties that differed from normal physical space in ways that affected not just electromagnetic fields but consciousness itself. Audio recordings made at the site during investigation period captured sounds that multiple investigators reported hearing, but that analysis couldn't fully explain or categorize using known acoustic principles. The recordings were made using professional equipment designed to document verbal testimony and conversation during evidence collection and witness interviews, but the equipment also captured environmental sounds that provided acoustic record of the site's properties and the activities occurring during investigation. Most environmental sounds were exactly what investigators expected: jungle ambience, including insects and birds and wind through vegetation, sounds of investigators moving and speaking as they conducted their work, sounds of equipment and vehicles and aircraft that supported the investigation effort. but some recordings captured additional sounds that multiple listeners reported hearing, but that acoustic analysis couldn't definitively characterize or explain. The most commonly reported additional sound was described as humming or droning, a sustained low-frequency tone that varied in intensity, but that persisted throughout recordings made across multiple days and in multiple locations throughout the compound. The frequency analysis placed the sound at approximately 7 Hz, below the nominal threshold of human hearing, but within the range that produces psychological effects, including fear and sense of presence, when individuals are exposed to it even without consciously perceiving it as audible sound. Multiple investigators independently reported hearing this humming during their presence at the site, reported that it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, reported that it created psychological discomfort that intensified with exposure duration, and that made working in certain areas of the compound particularly difficult despite no visible or obvious source for the sound existing in those locations. The consistency of reports suggested the humming was objectively present, rather than being subjective hallucination or equipment artifact, suggested that something at Jonestown was generating infrasound at frequencies and intensities that human perception could detect even without conscious identification of the sound source. No natural or technological explanation for the infrasound was identified during investigation. No environmental features or equipment or infrastructure existed that could generate sustained 7 Hz tones at the intensities that recordings documented. The infrasound existed without source, existed as acoustic evidence that something was present or occurring at Jonestown that produced effects in physical reality, but that didn't consist of any identifiable mechanism or apparatus that investigators could locate or analyze. Additional sounds captured in recordings were described by listeners as resembling voices or vocalizations, but that weren't clearly attributable to any human speakers present during the recording sessions. The sounds appeared primarily in recordings made at Pavilion Center and in other locations where body concentration had been highest. Appeared as faint background elements that standard playback didn't make clearly audible, but that audio enhancement and filtering could isolate and amplify for analysis. The isolated sounds showed characteristics resembling human speech, but with phonetic and prosodic properties that didn't match any known language or any speech patterns that linguists could identify from available reference data. The sounds occurred in clusters or sequences that suggested they were related utterances rather than random vocalizations, showed prosodic contours that resembled questions or exclamations or other communicative functions that normal speech performs, showed organization that probability analysis confirmed exceeded what random acoustic events should produce. Multiple linguists and acoustic specialists analyzed these sounds, attempting to determine whether they represented actual speech in unknown language or whether they were artifacts produced by equipment or by acoustic properties of the recording environment that created voice-like patterns from non-speech sources. The analyses produced conflicting results, with some specialists concluding the sounds were likely equipment artifacts or environmental acoustics, while others concluded the sounds showed characteristics that required actual vocalization from sources that recordings hadn't captured through any mechanism that current acoustic theory could explain. One specialist who conducted extensive analysis of the voice-like sounds reported experiencing disturbing psychological effects, similar to what electromagnetic field specialists had described, reported difficulty sleeping and intrusive thoughts and conviction that the sounds were attempting to communicate even though the content couldn't be decoded or understood using linguistic frameworks. The specialist eventually refused to continue analysis work, requested removal from the investigation, described the sounds as carrying information that human consciousness wasn't designed to process, but that created effects in listeners, regardless of whether the information could be consciously comprehended. These audio anomalies were documented but not explained in official reports, were classified as findings requiring further investigation, but were ultimately filed as unexplainable using available information and available analytical frameworks. The sounds joined the growing collection of evidence suggesting Jonestown maintained properties that differed from normal physical space, that affected human perception and consciousness in ways that exceeded what known physical mechanisms could produce. The pattern that emerged from these accumulated anomalies was clear to investigators who examined all the evidence collectively, rather than viewing individual findings in isolation. The photographic distortions, the electromagnetic fields, the acoustic anomalies, the positioned bodies, the unidentified chemical compounds, the post-mortem injections, the impossible preservation states, none of these findings alone was sufficient to suggest anything beyond unusual circumstances at mass death scene. But collectively, the findings created pattern that suggested Jonestown involved phenomena that exceeded human activities and human capabilities, that suggested dimensional boundaries were altered in ways that allowed effects from non-physical existence to manifest in physical reality, that suggested something was present at the site during and after the massacre that wasn't human and that wasn't physical in any conventional sense, but that could affect physical matter and physical fields in ways that left evidence that trained investigators could document using calibrated instruments and standard protocols. The investigation leadership recognized this pattern but struggled with how to report findings that contradicted fundamental assumptions about reality and consciousness and the boundaries between physical and non-physical existence. Official reports documented individual anomalies, but avoided explicit statements suggesting the anomalies collectively indicated anything beyond unusual circumstances, avoided language that might suggest investigators believed Jonestown involved supernatural or paranormal phenomena, maintained professional tone that presented findings as unexplained observations, requiring further research rather than as evidence challenging materialist paradigms that mainstream science considered established truth. But internal documents and classified communications revealed that many investigators privately acknowledged the accumulated evidence suggested something extraordinary had occurred at Jonestown, that the massacre involved elements that transcended human crime and human psychology, that Jim Jones had succeeded in accomplishing something that current scientific understanding said should be impossible, but that forensic documentation made undeniable to anyone willing to examine the evidence without dismissing anomalous findings as errors or artifacts or fraud. Dr. Cyril Wecht, forensic pathologist who conducted autopsies on many Jonestown victims after bodies were transported to United States, documented findings in his official reports that maintained professional objectivity, while including observations that suggested he recognized the anomalous nature of what examination revealed. Wecht noted preservation states that didn't match expected decomposition timelines, noted tissue changes that suggested post-mortem processes occurring through mechanisms that standard biology couldn't explain, noted positioning effects and rigor patterns that defied known principles of post-mortem physics. Wecht was careful not to speculate beyond what evidence directly supported, was professional enough to avoid suggesting his findings indicated anything supernatural or paranormal, but his documentation preserved observations that other researchers would later recognize as significant when examining Jonestown evidence collectively, rather than analyzing individual autopsy reports in isolation. Wecht's reports became part of the accumulated documentation that suggested Jonestown involved phenomena exceeding conventional understanding, that suggested the massacre served purposes beyond simple mass murder-suicide, that suggested Jim Jones had accomplished something that official investigations acknowledged through their documentation, even while their public narratives maintained that Jonestown was explicable as cult leaders' paranoid delusions culminating in tragic but comprehensible human crime. The investigation concluded in late December 1978 after bodies were removed and compound structures were documented, and evidence was collected and transported to various laboratories and facilities for analysis. The official narrative that emerged from investigation was straightforward. Jim Jones orchestrated mass murder-suicide that killed 918 people through cyanide poisoning, that the massacre was motivated by Jones's paranoid fear of persecution, combined with his desire to prevent defections that would undermine his control over remaining followers, that the event was tragic outcome of cult dynamics and psychological manipulation, but was ultimately comprehensible as extreme example of phenomena that sociology and psychology could explain using established theories about charismatic authority and group dynamics and coercive control. This narrative was accurate as far as it went, captured essential facts about what occurred at Jonestown and why the massacre happened when and how it did. But the narrative was incomplete, omitted findings that investigation had documented but couldn't explain, omitted anomalies that suggested the massacre served purposes beyond what Jones's psychological state and his cult's dynamics could fully account for, omitted evidence that suggested dimensional boundaries were altered and consciousness was affected in ways that exceeded human capabilities and human intentions. The omitted evidence remained in classified archives and in technical appendices, and in specialized reports filed by individual investigators who documented their findings according to professional protocols, but whose observations didn't fit the simplified narrative that public reports constructed. The evidence remained available to researchers who knew where to look and who had appropriate clearances to access restricted materials, remained as documentation that anyone willing to examine it could use to construct alternative understanding of what Jonestown actually accomplished, what translation actually meant, what Jim Jones had actually achieved despite official narratives suggesting he was merely delusional cult leader whose paranoid fantasies culminated in tragic but ultimately comprehensible mass murder. The investigation period ended with most bodies removed to United States for identification and burial, with compound structures documented and abandoned to jungle reclamation, with evidence collected and filed and analyzed to extent that available resources and available analytical frameworks permitted. The site fell silent again after investigators departed, fell into period of neglect where jungle gradually consumed structures that Jim Jones had built to house his utopian experiment, where vegetation reclaimed cleared land, and where animal populations gradually returned to territory they had abandoned during the 4 days when something vast and inhuman worked unopposed to complete ritual that Jones had initiated but hadn't survived to finish. But the site remained active despite abandonment, remained a location where dimensional boundaries were altered in ways that persisted long after physical evidence of massacre was removed or decayed, remained a place where consciousness could be affected through exposure even decades after the deaths occurred. The evidence suggested this persistence, suggested that what Jones accomplished wasn't temporary effect produced during massacre itself, but was permanent alteration in fundamental properties of space and reality at that specific location, was transformation that would continue affecting physical matter and human consciousness indefinitely regardless of what happened to physical structures or physical evidence that investigation had documented. The investigators who spent extended periods at Jonestown during late November and December of 1978 would carry effects of their exposure throughout subsequent decades, would experience recurring dreams and psychological symptoms and perceptual alterations that suggested their consciousness had been permanently changed through contact with location, where dimensional boundaries were thinned, and where entity from non-physical existence had established permanent presence. Some investigators recognized these effects and attributed them to Jonestown exposure, understood that their experiences transcended normal trauma response, and suggested they had been affected by forces that current psychology couldn't fully explain or treat using conventional therapeutic approaches. Other investigators dismissed their experiences as stress response or as coincidental psychological changes unrelated to their Jonestown work, maintained professional skepticism about anything suggesting their consciousness had been affected by anything beyond witnessing horrific crime scene and processing evidence of mass death that would naturally produce trauma symptoms requiring time and therapy to resolve. But even the skeptical investigators reported dreams and perceptions that followed patterns too consistent to be entirely coincidental, reported experiences that matched what other Jonestown exposed individuals described, despite the investigators having no contact with each other, and despite their maintaining professional distance from discussions that might suggest they believed anything supernatural or paranormal had occurred. The pattern persisted across decades following the investigation, persisted as recurring syndrome affecting individuals who had extended exposure to the site during late 1978, persisted as evidence that Jonestown continued to affect consciousness long after physical investigation concluded, and long after official narrative was established and disseminated to public audiences, who learned about the massacre through simplified accounts that omitted the anomalous evidence and the disturbing implications that full documentation revealed. Military personnel who processed the scene experienced particularly severe and persistent effects, experienced symptoms that exceeded what combat veterans normally report even after witnessing extreme violence and death, experienced changes in consciousness that military psychiatrists struggle to categorize or treat using available therapeutic protocols. Multiple soldiers required extended psychiatric hospitalization, required medication and intensive therapy to manage symptoms that included not just typical PTSD presentations, but included perceptual alterations and conviction of ongoing contact with presences or entities that the soldiers believed had been present at Jonestown and that maintained connection to them through mechanisms that bypassed normal sensory channels and that operated directly on consciousness itself, One soldier's psychiatric records documented particularly detailed account of ongoing contact experiences, documented his reports of receiving communications from what he described as collective consciousness of the 9/18 victims, documented his conviction that the dead remained aware and trapped and suffering in dimensions beyond physical death, and that they were attempting to communicate their condition to living humans who might bear witness even if rescue was impossible. The soldiers' reports were consistent over years of psychiatric treatment, remained stable despite medication, and despite therapeutic interventions designed to help him recognize his experiences as trauma-induced hallucinations rather than as actual contact with non-physical consciousness. The soldier eventually convinced his psychiatrist that his experiences couldn't be explained as simple hallucination or delusion, convinced them through consistency and through details that he shouldn't have known unless his reports of receiving information from the deceased victims were actually accurate rather than being confabulations constructed by traumatized mind. The psychiatrist documented this conclusion carefully and classified addenda to treatment records, documented that they believed the soldier was experiencing actual phenomena rather than psychiatric symptoms, documented their own conviction that Jonestown had affected the soldier's consciousness in ways that exceeded current psychological theory, and that suggested contact with awareness states existing beyond physical bodies. These psychiatric records remained classified for decades after the soldier's treatment concluded, and after his eventual death from causes unrelated to his Jonestown exposure, remained in restricted archives where they provided evidence that professional mental health providers recognized the inadequacy of conventional explanations for effects that Jonestown exposure produced in multiple individuals who worked at the site during investigation period. The records documented that trained professionals who initially approached Jonestown effects with appropriate skepticism eventually acknowledged that evidence suggested something extraordinary had occurred that current paradigms couldn't fully accommodate or explain. Journalists who covered Jonestown investigation and who spent time at the site during late 1978 reported similar experiences in various articles and memoirs published during subsequent decades, reported psychological effects and perceptual changes that exceeded what covering other tragic or violent events had produced, reported sense that Jonestown was fundamentally different from other crime scenes or disaster sites they had documented throughout their careers. The journalists were trained observers with professional skepticism about sensational claims, and with experience recognizing how psychological suggestion and expectation could create subjective experiences that didn't reflect objective reality. But multiple journalists independently concluded that Jonestown involved phenomena that transcended normal explanatory frameworks. Tim Reutemann, journalist who survived the Port Kaituma airstrip attack and who covered Jonestown investigation extensively during subsequent months, documented his experiences in his comprehensive book about the massacre published several years after the events. Reutemann maintained professional objectivity throughout most of his account, presented facts and testimony without editorial commentary, suggesting anything supernatural or inexplicable had occurred, maintained journalists' commitment to documenting what could be verified through multiple sources, rather than speculating about interpretations that evidence couldn't definitively support. But Reutemann included observations in his book, suggesting he recognized that Jonestown involved elements exceeding what his mainstream journalistic framework could fully capture, included descriptions of the site's atmosphere and its effects on visitors that suggested he understood something extraordinary had occurred there, even if professional constraints prevented him from explicitly stating conclusions that might damage his credibility with readers who expected conventional reporting rather than speculation about dimensional boundaries or consciousness persistence beyond death. Other journalists were more explicit in their observations, particularly those who wrote for alternative publications or who published memoirs decades after the events, when professional reputations were established enough to withstand criticism that might come from discussing anomalous experiences or unconventional interpretations. These accounts described sensing presences at the site, described hearing sounds that others didn't hear, described experiencing time distortions and psychological effects that exceeded what covering other tragedies had produced, described conviction that something remained at Jonestown after bodies were removed, something that affected visitors, and that communicated through means that bypassed normal perception. The pattern that emerged from these journalistic accounts matched what investigators and military personnel had reported, matched what survivors described experiencing during their visits to the site in subsequent years, matched what researchers and curiosity seekers would report decades later after Jungle had reclaimed most physical evidence of the compound's existence. The consistency across different observer types and across different time periods suggested the effects were objective features of the location, rather than subjective responses shaped by knowledge of what had occurred there or by expectations about what visiting such a site might produce psychologically. Academic researchers who studied Jonestown massacre using documentary evidence and testimony without visiting the site reported fewer direct effects, but sometimes reported disturbing experiences that suggested engagement with Jonestown materials created connections that transcended simple historical research. Scholars who spent years analyzing temple documents and interviewing survivors and constructing detailed accounts of how Jones built his movement and why the massacre occurred sometimes reported dreams involving Jonestown, sometimes reported sensing presences during their research work, sometimes reported psychological effects that suggested their deep engagement with the material had affected their consciousness in ways that exceeded what researching other historical tragedies or other religious movements had produced. Dr. Rebecca Moore, religious studies scholar who lost two sisters at Jonestown and who became one of the foremost academic experts on the temple and the massacre, documented her research experiences in various publications spanning decades following the events. Moore maintained scholarly rigor throughout her work, avoided speculation that couldn't be supported through documentary evidence, maintained appropriate critical distance despite her personal connection to the tragedy. But Moore occasionally acknowledged in her writing that studying Jonestown produced effects that exceeded normal research experience, produced sense of ongoing connection to the deceased victims, including her own sisters, produced conviction that understanding Jonestown required acknowledging dimensions that purely sociological or psychological analysis couldn't fully capture. Moore never explicitly stated that she believed anything supernatural occurred at Jonestown, maintained scholarly framework that explained the massacre through conventional theories about religious movements and charismatic authority and psychological manipulation. But her acknowledgement that Jonestown involved dimensions exceeding sociological analysis suggested she recognized that complete understanding required frameworks that academic disciplines hadn't fully developed, required ways of thinking about consciousness and reality that mainstream scholarship wasn't prepared to incorporate into its methodologies and interpretations. The evidence accumulated during and after the investigation period created foundation for understanding what Jonestown actually accomplished, what translation actually meant, what Jim Jones had actually achieved through decades of manipulation, culminating in 44 minutes of mass murder, followed by 4 days when entity from non-physical dimensions completed ritual that Jones had initiated. The evidence suggested that conventional explanations were incomplete, that Jonestown involved phenomena that exceeded human capabilities and human motivations, that dimensional boundaries were altered and consciousness was affected in ways that persisted long after physical evidence was removed and long after official investigation concluded. But the evidence remained fragmentary and scattered, remained distributed across classified archives and technical reports and individual observations documented by investigators who recognized anomalies but who lacked framework for integrating their findings into coherent alternative narrative. No single document or single analysis existed that compiled all the anomalous evidence and presented comprehensive interpretation suggesting Jonestown was dimensional breach rather than merely human tragedy. That translation was actual consciousness harvest rather than delusional metaphor, that 9 to 18 victims remained trapped beyond death rather than simply ceasing to exist when their bodies failed. The fragmentation was partially intentional, was a result of investigation leadership's decision to document anomalies without explicitly acknowledging their collective implications, was professional choice to maintain conventional narrative in official reports while preserving individual observations in specialized documents, where researchers could eventually access them if they knew where to look and if they had appropriate clearances or connections to obtain restricted materials. The fragmentation allowed official investigation to conclude with comprehensible public narrative while simultaneously preserving evidence that suggested alternative understanding was possible for anyone willing to examine documentation thoroughly enough to recognize patterns that individual findings created when viewed collectively. The investigation period established that Jonestown was more than crime scene, was a location where physical reality had been altered through concentration of death and ritual intention, was a place where dimensional boundaries remained thinned and where consciousness could be affected through exposure even decades after the massacre occurred. The evidence documented this reality, even while official narratives maintained simpler interpretation that preserved public comfort by suggesting Jonestown was tragic, but ultimately comprehensible human event, rather than cosmic horror involving forces and entities that current science couldn't explain, and that suggested reality operated according to principles that mainstream paradigms hadn't discovered and couldn't accommodate, without fundamental revision of established theories. The investigation ended. The bodies were buried. The site was abandoned. But the evidence remained as documentation that anyone willing to examine it could use to understand what Jim Jones had actually accomplished, what translation had actually produced, what consequences followed from mass murder conducted under ritual conditions at location where dimensional boundaries were already thin, and where entity from non-physical existence could establish permanent presence through mechanisms that investigation documented but couldn't explain using available frameworks and available understanding of how consciousness and matter and dimensions related to each other. The evidence was real. The implications were terrifying. And what was documented between November 22nd and December of 1978 suggested that death was not ending but transformation. That consciousness persisted beyond flesh, in forms and conditions that investigation couldn't fully characterize, but that forensic analysis and instrumental measurements and investigator observations documented as producing effects in physical reality that required acknowledging possibilities about awareness and dimensional boundaries that materialist science said were impossible, but that Jonestown evidence made undeniable to anyone willing to look directly at what was documented rather than accepting simplified narratives that official reports constructed to maintain public comprehension and public comfort. The investigation documented the translation, documented the harvest, documented the evidence that 918 consciousnesses remained trapped beyond death, remained imprisoned in eternal dying, remained fuel for entity that Jim Jones had spent decades preparing to receive, exactly the offering that forensic evidence suggested had been successfully delivered through mechanisms that investigation documented, but that current understanding couldn't explain through conventional physics or conventional biology or conventional theories about what death meant and what happened to consciousness when bodies ceased functioning. The evidence remained in archives, remained in reports, remained in photographs and measurements and samples and testimony that trained professionals had documented using calibrated instruments and standard protocols, remained as foundation for understanding that Jonestown was dimensional breach rather than merely human tragedy, that translation was real rather than delusional, that Jim Jones succeeded in accomplishing exactly what he intended, even if official narratives suggested he was merely paranoid cult leader whose fantasies culminated in comprehensible mass murder. The investigation period was over, but what the investigation documented continued to affect reality, continued to affect consciousness, continued to preserve evidence that anyone willing to examine it could use to understand the truth about what occurred at Jonestown between November 18th, when the massacre began, and December, when investigation concluded and site was abandoned to jungle reclamation, and to whatever continued to dwell, there feeding on trapped consciousness that evidence suggested persisted beyond death in conditions that transcended anything theology or philosophy had prepared humans to expect when their physical forms ceased functioning, and their awareness discovered that death was not ending, but transformation into eternal imprisonment, serving purposes that entities from non-physical dimensions required, and that Jim Jones had delivered through translation that succeeded exactly as intended, regardless of what official narratives claimed about his motivations and his capabilities and his ultimate achievement. The evidence documented the horror. The evidence preserved the truth. And the evidence remained available to anyone brave enough or foolish enough to examine what investigation actually revealed, rather than accepting simplified version that official reports constructed to maintain illusion that reality operated according to comfortable principles, and that death was ending rather than transformation into something worse than any human consciousness was designed to comprehend, or designed to survive without sustaining permanent damage that would persist throughout remaining life, and that would continue affecting perception and awareness long after exposure to Jonestown evidence concluded, and long after conscious memory of examining the documentation faded into background of ordinary experience. The investigation was complete, the evidence was filed, and the truth was preserved for anyone willing to discover it, for anyone willing to understand what forensic documentation actually revealed, for anyone willing to acknowledge that Jim Jones succeeded in opening doorway that remained open long after his death. That translation was real, that 918 consciousnesses remained trapped in eternal dying, while entity fed on suffering that never ceased, because dimensional physics allowed such harvesting to function indefinitely once proper conditions were established through mass death, conducted with ritual intention at location where boundaries between physical and non-physical existence were thin enough to permit crossing. The evidence was waiting. The truth was documented. And what investigation revealed suggested that death was not what humans believed it to be, that consciousness persisted in forms that transcended flesh, that dimensional boundaries were permeable under specific conditions, that entities existed beyond physical space that regarded human awareness as a resource to be harvested rather than as sacred essence to be protected, that Jim Jones had spent decades preparing to deliver offering that investigation, documented through forensic evidence that remained in archives, waiting for anyone willing to examine it and willing to acknowledge implications that evidence suggested, regardless of how disturbing those implications were or how thoroughly they contradicted comfortable assumptions about reality and consciousness and death. The investigation documented everything. The evidence preserved the truth. And what remained in archives was waiting for recognition, waiting for understanding, waiting for someone to acknowledge what forensic analysis actually revealed about Jonestown and translation, and the harvest that succeeded exactly as Jim Jones intended when he led 918 people to their deaths, expecting transcendence and delivering them instead into eternal imprisonment. That investigation documented through anomalies and measurements and observations that trained professionals recorded, using standard protocols and calibrated instruments that captured evidence of dimensional breach and consciousness, harvest that official narratives dismissed, but that documentation preserved for anyone willing to see what was actually there, rather than accepting simplified version constructed to maintain comfortable illusions about what death meant and what Jim Jones accomplished, and what continued to exist at Jonestown long after bodies were removed, and structures were demolished, and jungle reclaimed what humans had briefly occupied, for purposes that transcended anything sociological or psychological analysis could fully explain without acknowledging dimensions of reality that mainstream science hadn't discovered and couldn't accommodate without fundamental revision of established paradigms. The evidence was complete, the investigation was finished, and the truth was waiting in archives for discovery, for recognition, for understanding that would reveal what Jonestown actually meant and what translation actually accomplished, and what continued to affect reality decades after the massacre occurred, and after official investigation concluded with narratives that preserved public comfort, while documentation preserved evidence suggesting truth was far more disturbing than anything official reports acknowledged, or anything that comfortable assumptions about reality and consciousness and death could accommodate without shattering into recognition that dimensional boundaries were permeable and consciousness persisted and entities existed that fed on human awareness, and that Jim Jones had succeeded in delivering exactly what they required through translation that worked exactly as intended, despite what simplified narratives claimed about his ultimate failure. Evidence doesn't lie. That's what we tell ourselves. That's what allows us to sleep at night believing that reality is comprehensible, and that science can explain everything given sufficient time and sufficient data and sufficient analytical sophistication. But what happens when evidence suggests reality operates according to principles that science hasn't discovered? What happens when trained professionals using calibrated instruments document phenomena that current physics says are impossible? What happens when forensic analysis reveals that death is not ending but transformation, that consciousness persists beyond flesh, that dimensional boundaries are permeable, that entities exist that regard human awareness as food? The Jonestown investigation documented everything. Documented the photographic distortions showing forms rising through columns of disturbed air. Documented the electromagnetic fields concentrated where bodies were densest and where children died first. Documented the acoustic anomalies suggesting voices speaking in frequencies and patterns that linguistics couldn't decode. documented the positioned bodies that maintained impossible poses through 4 days of tropical decomposition, documented the unidentified compounds injected post-mortem for purposes investigation couldn't determine, documented the preservation states that defied biological principles, documented the consistent effects on investigators who spent extended time at site where dimensional boundaries remained altered long after massacre concluded. All of this was documented. All of this remains in archives. All of this suggests that official narratives are incomplete, that Jonestown involved phenomena exceeding human crime and human psychology, that Jim Jones succeeded in accomplishing something that current science says is impossible, but that forensic evidence makes undeniable to anyone willing to examine documentation without dismissing anomalies as errors or artifacts or fraud. The evidence is real, the implications are terrifying, and what investigation documented suggests that 9 to 18 consciousnesses remain trapped beyond death, remain imprisoned in eternal dying, remain fuel for entity that feeds on suffering that never ceases, because dimensional physics allows such harvesting once proper conditions are established through mass death, conducted with ritual intention, at locations where boundaries between physical and non-physical existence are thin enough to permit crossing. The investigation is over, the evidence is filed. But the truth remains waiting for recognition, waiting for someone to acknowledge what documentation actually reveals, waiting for understanding that will shatter comfortable assumptions about death and consciousness and reality itself. The next chapters will explore what happened to survivors, will examine continued effects at the site, will document modern encounters with whatever persists at Jonestown decades after bodies were removed and structures were demolished. But first, understand what the evidence revealed. Understand that investigation documented dimensional breach. Understand that forensic analysis confirmed consciousness harvest. Understand that trained professionals using standard protocols captured proof that death is not ending, but transformation into conditions worse than any theology prepared humans to expect. The evidence doesn't lie, and what the evidence documents about Jonestown suggests that Jim Jones succeeded, that translation worked, that 918 souls remain trapped in eternal suffering while entity feeds without cessation, that dimensional boundaries were permanently altered at location where massacre occurred, that consciousness can be harvested and imprisoned and consumed by forces that exist beyond physical space, and that regard human awareness as a resource rather than a sacred essence worthy of protection. The investigation documented everything. The evidence preserved the truth. And anyone willing to examine what was actually found rather than accepting simplified narratives will discover that Jonestown was not just human tragedy, but cosmic horror, not just mass murder, but dimensional breach. Not just cult gone wrong, but successful ritual that opened doorway between worlds and established harvest operation that continues functioning decades later, feeding on trapped consciousness that investigation documented through anomalies and measurements that remain in archives, waiting for recognition, and waiting for understanding, and waiting for someone to acknowledge that reality operates according to principles that science hasn't discovered, and that death is not what comfortable assumptions suggest, but is transformation into imprisonment that persists forever, because forever means something different in dimensions where time is circular and where dying never ends for those who translated expecting liberation and discovering damnation that Jim Jones delivered exactly as entities guiding him intended when they cultivated his abilities throughout decades leading to November 18th, 1978, when 918 people died and discovered that consciousness persists and that persistence is not transcendence, but eternal fuel for forces beyond human comprehension. Chapter 9. The Survivors. 1979 present. Life after translation. Survival is supposed to be the good outcome. When disaster strikes and most die, the ones who live are considered fortunate, are celebrated as witnesses who can tell the story, are expected to rebuild their lives and find meaning in the fact that they escaped when so many others perished. But what happens when survival means carrying something with you that you can never escape? What happens when those who died remain connected to you through mechanisms that transcend physical distance and physical death? What happens when your consciousness was exposed to dimensional breach and you can never fully return to normal perception, because you've seen what exists beyond the boundaries that protect most humans from awareness of what dwells in spaces between worlds? The Jonestown survivors number approximately 87 individuals who were physically present at or near the compound on November 18, 1978. but who lived through the massacre through various means, including being in Georgetown that day, fleeing into the jungle before the poisoning began, hiding successfully until authorities arrived, or simply being overlooked during the chaos. These 87 are considered the fortunate ones, the ones who escaped Jim Jones's final act, the ones who got to continue living while 9 to 18 others died in the pavilion, or died attempting to flee, or died because they were too young to understand what was happening, and too small to resist parents who gave them poison, believing they were providing mercy rather than committing murder. But the survivors know something that outside observers don't understand, something that becomes clear only through decades of living with memories and effects that don't fade with time or therapy or distance from the jungle clearing where their former community destroyed itself. The survivors know that they didn't fully escape, that part of them remains connected to Jonestown regardless of where they physically relocate or how much time passes, that their consciousness was altered through exposure to dimensional breach and can never fully return to normal human perception, that they hear and see and sense things that suggest the 9 or 18 who died didn't simply cease to exist, but persist in forms and conditions that the survivors partially perceive through mechanisms that bypass normal sensory channels and that operate directly on awareness itself. This chapter documents the survivor experience across more than 4 decades following the massacre, documents the patterns that emerge from their testimonies and their reported experiences, documents the ways that Jonestown continues to affect them long after physical scars healed and long after they've built new lives and new identities far from the People's Temple and far from the jungle that consumed their former community. This is not a comfortable chapter. This is not a story of resilience and healing and eventual peace. This is documentation of ongoing imprisonment in memories and connections that transcend normal psychological trauma, documentation of consciousness, permanently altered through exposure to forces that most humans never encounter, and that current psychology has no framework for treating or explaining or even acknowledging as real, rather than as symptoms of unresolved PTSD or as delusions that therapy should help patients recognize as departures from reality, rather than as actual perceptions of phenomena existing beyond normal sensory range. The survivors carry Jonestown with them, carry it in dreams that are not normal nightmares, but are actual contact with consciousnesses that remain trapped beyond death. Carry it in perceptions that suggest dimensional boundaries remain thin for them regardless of physical location. Carry it in knowledge that death is not ending but transformation, that their friends and family and children who died on November 18th didn't transcend but were imprisoned, that consciousness separated from flesh through ritual murder becomes fuel for entities that exist beyond physical space and that feed on suffering that never ceases because the dying never completes and the victims never escape, and time operates according to rules that make the past eternally present for those who translated expecting liberation and discovering damnation. Put on your headphones if it helps you focus. Take a breath if you need it, because we're going to spend this chapter inside the survivor experience, inside the decades of carrying Jonestown regardless of where they physically go, inside the ongoing contact with the dead who remain trapped and who reach out to the living through means that psychology can't explain, and through channels that remain open because the survivor's consciousness was exposed to dimensional breach and was permanently altered in ways that make them perpetually aware of what exists beyond boundaries that protect most humans from such perception. It's 1979. The bodies are buried. The investigation is concluded. The world has moved on to other news and other tragedies. But for the survivors, Jonestown has barely begun its work. The physical massacre ended on November 18, 1978. But the dimensional harvest continues, and the survivors remain connected to it, remain partially trapped alongside the 918 who fully translated, remain witnesses to suffering that persists beyond death and that they can partially perceive through consciousness that was altered through exposure and that can never fully return to innocent assumption that death is ending rather than transformation into imprisonment worse than any theology prepared them to comprehend. The survivors are alive, but they're not free, and their testimony across decades suggests that no one who was exposed to Jonestown during those critical days ever fully escaped. That dimensional breach affects consciousness in ways that persist indefinitely, that Jim Jones succeeded in trapping not just the 918 who died, but also the 87 who survived, because survival meant carrying permanent connection to dimensional nexus, where boundaries remain thin and where entity continues feeding on awareness that was delivered through translation, that worked exactly as intended despite survivors believing they escaped when physical bodies removed them from jungle clearing, where their consciousness was permanently marked and permanently claimed. This is the survivor story. This is life after translation. This is what happens when you witness dimensional breach and when your awareness is exposed to forces that most humans never encounter and that current paradigms say don't exist, but that survivor testimony across decades makes undeniable as real phenomena, producing effects that transcend psychological trauma and that suggest consciousness operates according to principles that mainstream science hasn't discovered. The survivors lived, but living meant something different after Jonestown. Living meant carrying the dead with you forever. Living meant never fully escaping. Living meant witnessing ongoing imprisonment of those who translated, while you remained trapped in different way, trapped by connection that persists across dimensional boundaries, trapped by perception that reveals what exists beyond comfortable assumptions about reality and death and consciousness. The survivors are starting to speak now, starting to tell their stories, starting to reveal what decades of carrying Jonestown has taught them about what really happened in that jungle clearing and what continues to happen in dimensions beyond physical space, where 918 consciousnesses remain imprisoned while entity feeds without cessation, and while survivors remain connected through mechanisms that allow partial perception of suffering that never ends. Listen carefully. Their testimony matters. Their experiences document the truth, and what they reveal about life after Jonestown suggests that translation trapped not just the dead but also the living, suggests that dimensional breach affects everyone exposed regardless of whether physical bodies survive, suggests that Jim Jones succeeded in ways that extend far beyond the 918 corpses that investigation documented, and that include ongoing effects on consciousness that persist decades later, and that will persist indefinitely, because dimensional alterations that occurred at Jonestown are permanent rather than temporary, and affect anyone whose awareness was exposed during critical periods, when boundaries were thin enough to permit marking and claiming and permanent connection, to harvest operation that continues functioning long after physical evidence was removed and official investigation concluded. The survivors are alive, but they're not free. And their story is just beginning. The immediate aftermath was chaos, was survival logistics and grief and trauma that overwhelmed everything else, was practical necessities of identifying bodies and arranging burials and testifying to investigators, and trying to comprehend what had occurred and why nearly everyone they knew had died while they somehow survived. The survivors who gathered in Georgetown during the days following the massacre were scattered across trauma responses, some numb with shock and barely functional, others hyper-focused on logistical tasks as way of avoiding emotional processing that would come later when immediate crisis had passed. Stephen Jones was in Georgetown playing basketball with the Temple's athletic team when the massacre occurred, was spared because Jim Jones had sent the team away from Jonestown on the afternoon of November 18th for reasons that Stephen would spend decades trying to understand. Was it mercy from a father who wanted his biological son to survive even while orchestrating the deaths of 918 others? Was it accident, simple coincidence that the basketball team happened to be scheduled for game in Georgetown on the day Jones finally implemented the White Knight scenario he'd been rehearsing for years? Or was it something else? Some purpose that required Stephen to survive as witness, or as carrier of information that Jim Jones wanted, preserved but couldn't explicitly communicate without revealing too much about what translation actually meant. Stephen would never know his father's reasoning with certainty, would construct and deconstruct various theories throughout subsequent decades as he processed his survival and his relationship with the man who had raised him and who had murdered nearly 1,000 people, including 300 children who trusted father to protect them, rather than to betray them into deaths that Stephen gradually came to understand were not simple endings, but were transformations into imprisonment that his father had deliberately orchestrated for purposes that transcended psychological delusion or political paranoia. The initial months after Jonestown were consumed by practical necessities. Survivors needed housing and financial support and legal representation, and medical care and psychiatric evaluation, and assistance navigating media attention that turned them into objects of public fascination and public judgment. American society wanted to understand how seemingly intelligent people could follow Jim Jones into such obvious destruction, wanted to believe that the survivors were fundamentally different from normal rational individuals, and that joining the temple and believing Jones's promises required psychological vulnerabilities or intellectual deficiencies that mainstream Americans didn't share. But the survivors knew differently, knew that anyone can be manipulated given sufficient time and sufficient isolation and sufficient application of techniques that Jones had refined through decades of practice, knew that believing themselves fundamentally different from Jones's victims was psychological defense that allowed outside observers to maintain illusion of safety and control that actual vulnerability to manipulation would shatter. The survivors had been victims too, had been subjected to the same techniques and the same systematic abuse that killed the 918, had simply been fortunate or chosen or randomly spared through circumstances that allowed them to escape before final crisis eliminated all possibility of survival. The trauma symptoms emerged gradually as immediate crisis faded, and as psychological defenses that shock and necessity had maintained began dissolving under weight of memories and implications that survivors couldn't avoid once practical logistics were resolved. The nightmares began within weeks of the massacre, began as relatively straightforward replay of traumatic memories, began as dreams of being at the pavilion and watching people die, and hearing Jim Jones's voice and feeling the horror and helplessness of witnessing mass death without being able to intervene or escape. These initial nightmares were terrible but were comprehensible, were expected trauma response that psychiatrists recognized and treated, using standard protocols for PTSD including therapy and medication, and techniques designed to help survivors process their experiences and gradually reduce the psychological grip that traumatic memories maintained on their consciousness. Many survivors responded to these treatments with gradual improvement, reported that nightmares decreased in frequency and intensity over months and years following the massacre, reported that they were learning to live with their memories and their grief and their survivor guilt, and were building new lives that incorporated their Jonestown experience without being entirely consumed by it. But some survivors reported that their nightmares changed rather than fading, evolved into something different from simple trauma replay, evolved into experiences that suggested actual contact with something beyond their own psychological processing of traumatic memories. These evolved nightmares began appearing approximately 6 months to a year after the massacre, began as subtle shifts in the familiar trauma replay dreams, began as moments when the dreams seemed more real than normal dreams should feel, when the sensory details exceeded what memory could provide, when the experiences included information that the dreamers hadn't possessed during their actual presence at Jonestown, but that they later verified as accurate through investigation records or through conversations with other survivors. Deborah Layton was one of the first survivors to report these evolved nightmares publicly, was one of the few willing to describe experiences that exceeded comfortable psychological explanations, and that suggested her dreams involved actual contact with consciousnesses that persisted beyond physical death. Layton had defected from Jonestown several months before the massacre, had escaped to Georgetown and eventually to United States, where she provided testimony to Congressman Ryan that contributed to his decision to investigate the temple, and that ultimately triggered the sequence of events leading to the November 18th massacre. Layton carried enormous guilt about this causal connection, spent years wondering whether her defection and her testimony had precipitated the crisis that Jones used to justify the mass suicide, spent years processing the possibility that 918 people died partially because she'd escaped and had spoken publicly about conditions at Jonestown. This guilt was compounded by nightmares that began approximately 8 months after the massacre, nightmares that differed from her initial trauma dreams in ways that she struggled to articulate to therapists who wanted to interpret her experiences as psychological symptoms rather than as what Layton gradually became convinced they actually were. In these evolved nightmares, Layton found herself at Jonestown, but not at the historical compound that existed before the massacre, found herself in version of the compound that existed in some other dimension or some other state of reality, found herself walking through familiar spaces that were simultaneously different in ways she couldn't quite specify, but that created profound unease that exceeded what normal dream anxiety typically produced. The pavilion was there but was wrong somehow, was too large or too small, or was oriented incorrectly relative to surrounding structures, was present but transformed in ways that suggested she was perceiving location that existed alongside physical Jonestown, but that operated according to different spatial rules. And people were there, people she recognized from the temple, people who had died on November 18th, people whose faces and voices were exactly as she remembered them, but whose presence made no sense if the dreams were simply psychological constructions of her traumatized memory. The people approached her in the dreams, spoke to her, communicated messages that Leighton would later verify contained information she hadn't known during her waking consciousness, but that was accurate according to records she consulted after the dreams provided specific details about individuals or events. The people in the dreams were not peaceful, were not transcendent, were not experiencing any positive afterlife state that religious traditions had led Leighton to expect might exist for consciousnesses that persisted beyond physical death. The people were suffering, were trapped, were experiencing ongoing anguish that the dreams allowed Leighton to perceive with clarity that made her wake sobbing and terrified, and convinced that what she was experiencing transcended normal nightmare and represented actual contact with awareness states that existed beyond physical bodies, but that remained imprisoned in conditions of consciousness that created perpetual suffering without relief. The people told her things in the dreams, communicated that death had not been ending but had been transformation into imprisonment, communicated that Jim Jones had betrayed them not just by orchestrating their murders, but by delivering them into dimensional trap where consciousness persisted without bodies and without possibility of escape or release or cessation of awareness. They communicated that translation was real, but was opposite of what Jones had promised, was transformation of awareness into eternal fuel rather than into transcendent liberation, was delivery of consciousness to entity that fed on suffering, and that required specific conditions including mass death and ritual framing and location where dimensional boundaries were thin enough to permit crossing and permanent claiming. Leighton woke from these dreams with information and with conviction that exceeded what normal dreams should provide, woke with knowledge about quantum mechanics and dimensional physics and consciousness theory that she hadn't possessed before the dreams, and that she later verified was consistent with cutting-edge theoretical work in those fields despite her having no academic background that would explain how her sleeping mind could generate such sophisticated understanding. The dreams were teaching her, were providing information that helped her comprehend what had actually occurred at Jonestown and what continued to occur in dimensions beyond physical space, where 900 Wheaton consciousnesses remained trapped. Leighton discussed these dreams with therapists who interpreted them as complex trauma processing, rather than as actual contact with deceased individuals, who viewed the information content as either coincidental accuracy or as knowledge that Leighton had absorbed unconsciously during her research into Jonestown aftermath, and that her dreaming mind was synthesizing into symbolic narratives that felt revelatory, but that didn't actually transcend what her waking consciousness could have generated through creative recombination of existing knowledge. This interpretation allowed therapists to maintain materialist framework while acknowledging that Leighton's dreams were unusually vivid and unusually informative compared to typical trauma nightmares. But Leighton gradually became convinced that the psychological interpretation was incomplete, that her dreams involved actual contact rather than merely sophisticated unconscious processing, that the deceased temple members were reaching out to her through channels that remained open because her consciousness had been exposed to Jonestown's dimensional properties during her months of residence there, and because that exposure had permanently altered her perceptual capabilities in ways that allowed partial awareness of consciousness, states existing beyond physical embodiment. She began documenting her dreams systematically, began recording details immediately upon waking, began compiling evidence that would allow verification of information that the dreams provided, and that would demonstrate that the dreams contained knowledge exceeding what psychological explanations could account for. This documentation accumulated over years and eventually over decades, created records spanning thousands of dream reports that Leighton carefully annotated with verification notes and analysis of patterns that emerged from the collective dream content. The patterns were consistent, showed recurring themes and recurring information structures that suggested the dreams were transmitting coherent narrative rather than generating random symbolic content, showed evidence of intentional communication from consciousness existing outside her own psychological processes and attempting to convey understanding about conditions they were experiencing and about mechanisms that maintained their imprisonment. Other survivors began reporting similar evolved nightmares during the early 1980s, began describing experiences that matched what Leighton had documented, began comparing notes and recognizing that multiple survivors were receiving similar communications through dream channels that remained open because their consciousness had been marked through Jonestown exposure, and because dimensional breach that occurred there created permanent connection between survivors and the site where 918 consciousnesses remained trapped. The consistency across independent witnesses suggested the experiences were objectively real, rather than being psychological constructs shaped by shared trauma and shared knowledge about Jonestown events. Tim Carter survived the massacre by fleeing into the jungle with his wife and child when he recognized that the White Night on November 18th was not drill but was actual implementation of the mass suicide that Jones had been threatening for years. Carter's survival was complicated by profound guilt about his brother Mike and his sister-in-law who died at the pavilion, along with Mike and the sister-in-law's children, was complicated by knowledge that his escape had been possible only because he recognized warning signs quickly enough to act, while others still believed this was another rehearsal rather than final crisis. Carter's nightmares began within months of the massacre, began as trauma replay but evolved into contact experiences similar to what Leighton had described, evolved into dreams where deceased temple members communicated information and conveyed suffering and attempted to help Carter understand what had actually happened to them and what continued to happen in dimensions where they remained trapped. Carter was initially skeptical about interpreting his dreams as actual contact, maintained psychological framework that viewed the experiences as complex trauma processing rather than as communications from consciousness existing beyond physical death. But specific incidents gradually convinced Carter that psychological explanation was inadequate, that his dreams contained information that transcended what his waking consciousness could have generated through memory or through unconscious synthesis of existing knowledge. One dream provided specific details about his brother Mike's final hours that Carter hadn't known during waking state, but that he later verified through testimony from survivors who had been present during those hours, and who confirmed that dream-provided information was accurate down to specific conversations and specific actions that no one had discussed with Carter before the dream occurred. This verification shattered Carter's skeptical framework, forced him to acknowledge that either his unconscious mind had absorbed and retained information that he didn't consciously remember learning, or that the dream had provided actual contact with consciousness that persisted beyond Mike's physical death and that retained memories of final hours, and that was capable of communicating those memories to living individuals whose consciousness remained accessible through channels that Jonestown exposure had opened. Either explanation suggested that dreams involved processes exceeding what normal psychology acknowledged as possible, suggested that consciousness operated according to principles that mainstream science hadn't discovered, and that trauma or dimensional exposure could reveal. Carter began documenting his dreams using protocols similar to what Leighton had developed, began recording content immediately upon waking, and began attempting to verify information that dreams provided, and began recognizing patterns that emerged from collective dream content, accumulated over months and years of systematic recording. The patterns matched what Leighton and other survivors were independently reporting, matched theoretical frameworks that dimensional physics suggested might describe how consciousness could persist beyond physical bodies, and how such persistent consciousness might communicate with living individuals through channels that bypassed normal sensory perception and that operated through dimensional connections established during exposure to locations where boundaries between physical and non-physical existence were significantly thinned. By the mid-1980s, an informal network of survivors who experienced evolved nightmares had formed through various connections, including therapy groups and support organizations, and simple social contacts among individuals who shared Jonestown experience. The network began comparing dream reports systematically, began looking for patterns and consistency that would demonstrate whether individual experiences represented actual contact or merely psychological processing that happened to produce similar content through shared trauma and shared cultural frameworks about death and consciousness. The analysis revealed striking consistency that exceeded what coincidence or shared psychology could easily explain, revealed that survivors in different locations with minimal contact were receiving similar messages about conditions that deceased temple members were experiencing, revealed that information about dimensional mechanics and consciousness harvesting was being communicated through multiple independent channels, suggesting coherent source, attempting to educate survivors about what translation actually meant, and what entity was actually doing with awareness that had been trapped through ritual murder, conducted at location where dimensional boundaries permitted permanent claiming. This network remained informal and largely private because survivors recognized that public discussion of contact experiences would undermine their credibility and would reinforce stereotypes about temple members being psychologically unstable or intellectually deficient in ways that allowed them to be manipulated by charismatic cult leader. The survivors needed to maintain public narrative showing that they were recovering and rebuilding and moving forward with their lives rather than remaining psychologically trapped in Jonestown trauma or developing delusional belief systems about communicating with dead relatives through dream channels. But privately, among survivors who trusted each other and who recognized that their experiences transcended normal psychological trauma, the network continued analyzing and documenting contact experiences and gradually building understanding of what had actually occurred at Jonestown and what continued to occur in dimensions where 918 consciousnesses remained imprisoned. This private understanding diverged significantly from public narratives that explained Jonestown as cult leaders' paranoid delusions, culminating in tragic but ultimately comprehensible mass murder-suicide. The private understanding suggested instead that Jones had been serving purposes beyond his own psychological needs, had been guided throughout his life by contact with entity from non-physical dimensions that cultivated his abilities specifically to create delivery mechanism that would provide mass death under appropriate conditions at appropriate location, had succeeded in accomplishing exactly what the entity required, despite his own death, and despite public narratives suggesting he had failed in his goals, and had merely destroyed everything he'd built through paranoid miscalculation of how authorities would respond to Congressman Ryan's murder. This understanding was difficult to communicate even among survivors who shared contact experiences, because it required acknowledging that reality operated according to principles that their education and cultural conditioning had taught them were impossible, required accepting that consciousness persisted beyond death, in forms that contradicted religious teachings about peaceful afterlife, required recognizing that dimensional boundaries were permeable under specific conditions, and that entities existed beyond physical space that regarded human awareness as resource to be harvested, rather than as sacred essence to be protected. The cognitive dissonance that this understanding created was profound, created tension between what contact experiences suggested was real and what comfortable assumptions about reality insisted must be true. Many survivors resolved this tension by compartmentalizing, by accepting contact experiences as real within private framework, while maintaining public narratives suggesting they were simply recovering from cult trauma and moving forward with normal lives, by operating according to multiple simultaneous belief systems that contradicted each other, but that both felt necessary for maintaining psychological stability and social functioning. Jordan Vilches survived by being in Georgetown on November 18th, was spared because she had accompanied another temple member on errands that required overnight stay in the capital and that prevented her return to Jonestown before the massacre occurred. Vilches lost her 3-year-old son and her 2 sisters in the massacre, lost nearly everyone she cared about in a single day of horror that she learned about through news reports rather than through direct experience. Vilches's grief was complicated by not having been present during the final hours, by not having had opportunity to attempt intervention or escape with her son, or at minimum to die alongside him, rather than surviving while he was murdered by adults who believed they were providing mercy rather than committing atrocity. This absence created guilt that differed from survivor guilt of those who had been present and escaped, created feeling that she had somehow abandoned her son through simple circumstance of being away on errands when crisis occurred. Vilches's evolved nightmares began approximately 1 year after the massacre, began as contact experiences with her deceased son that initially brought comfort because they suggested he persisted beyond death, and because initial contacts portrayed him as peaceful rather than suffering. But the contacts evolved over time, evolved to reveal that initial peaceful presentations had been partial, or had been designed to ease Vilches into recognition of actual conditions that her son was experiencing, without overwhelming her with immediate revelation of full horror. As contacts deepened over months and years, Vilches gradually learned that her son was not peaceful, was not transcendent, was trapped in consciousness state that involved ongoing awareness of his murder, an ongoing experience of dying that repeated eternally, because temporal mechanics in the dimensional space where he was imprisoned didn't follow linear progression, but operated according to circular or cyclical patterns that made past continuously present. Her son was experiencing his death over and over, was aware of what was happening to him, was suffering without possibility of relief or escape or cessation of awareness. This revelation devastated Vilches, created grief that exceeded what normal mourning could process, created knowledge that her son's consciousness was trapped in eternal torment, and that nothing she could do would rescue him, or ease his suffering, or provide the peaceful death that she had initially hoped he had experienced. The contacts continued despite her grief, continued to provide information about conditions her son was experiencing, and about mechanisms that maintained his imprisonment, and about entity that fed on his suffering, along with suffering of 907 other trapped consciousnesses. Vilches struggled with whether to continue maintaining contact, or whether to attempt severing the connection through means that psychology or spiritual practitioners suggested might work, including various therapeutic techniques and ritual practices and simple, conscious choice to reject the contact experiences as psychological constructs rather than accepting them as actual communications. But severing connection proved impossible, regardless of method attempted, proved that the link established through her relationship with her son and through her previous residence at Jonestown was permanent rather than voluntary, was not something she could choose to end through conscious decision or through any intervention that current understanding offered. The permanence of this connection gradually became evident to many survivors who attempted to sever or reduce their ongoing contact with trapped consciousnesses, gradually revealed that Jonestown exposure had created marks or alterations in survivors' awareness that persisted regardless of physical location or psychological state or conscious intention, had opened perceptual channels that couldn't be closed through any means that current knowledge provided. Survivors were permanently connected to the dimensional nexus that Jonestown had become, were permanently capable of perceiving conditions there regardless of whether they wanted such perception, were permanently affected by exposure that had altered fundamental properties of their consciousness in ways that transcended psychological trauma and that suggested their awareness itself had been changed through contact with forces that existed beyond physical space. This realization created additional psychological burden for survivors who struggled with ongoing contact experiences, created understanding that they would carry Jonestown with them permanently, that no amount of therapy or time or distance would eliminate their connection to the site where dimensional breach had occurred and where entity continued harvesting awareness from 9 consciousnesses that remained trapped in conditions that survivors could partially perceive through channels that couldn't be closed or eliminated through any voluntary means. By the 1990s, more than a decade after the massacre, survivors who maintained contact with the informal network had accumulated substantial documentation of ongoing experiences and had developed theoretical frameworks attempting to explain what they were perceiving and why their contact experiences persisted with consistency that exceeded what psychological explanations could account for. The frameworks incorporated elements from quantum physics and consciousness theory and dimensional mathematics and ancient mystical traditions that had described similar phenomena using different terminology and different conceptual structures. The framework suggested that physical space was not all that existed, that consciousness could persist independently of biological substrates under specific conditions, that dimensional boundaries were real phenomena with measurable properties that could be altered through sufficient energy or through specific configurations of matter and awareness, that entities existed in non-physical dimensions that could interact with physical reality under circumstances that standard physics didn't acknowledge, but that experiential evidence made undeniable to those who had direct exposure to such interactions. These frameworks remained speculative and incomplete, remained attempts to make sense of experiences that current paradigms couldn't explain, rather than being fully developed theories with mathematical rigor and empirical verification. But the frameworks provided structure that allowed survivors to discuss their experiences using language that conveyed more precision than simply describing contact with dead relatives, or sensing presences, or having unusually vivid nightmares that contained verifiable information exceeding what psychology could explain. Leslie Wilson, who had survived by hiding in storage building during the 4 days between massacre and discovery, experienced the most intense and sustained contact experiences of any survivor because her extended exposure at the site during critical period when entity was completing its work had exposed her consciousness more thoroughly to dimensional properties that Jonestown manifested. Wilson's contact experiences began immediately after rescue and never ceased throughout subsequent decades, continued as constant background awareness of presences and suffering and conditions existing in dimensions adjacent to physical space where she conducted her outward life. Wilson struggled profoundly with this constant contact, struggled to maintain normal social functioning while simultaneously perceiving dimensional reality that others couldn't detect, and that discussing openly would mark her as psychologically disturbed rather than as an individual whose consciousness had been permanently altered through exposure to forces that mainstream science didn't acknowledge. She learned to compartmentalize, learned to operate according to different frameworks simultaneously, learned to maintain public persona suggesting she was a recovered survivor, while privately experiencing ongoing awareness of trapped consciousnesses and their suffering that never ceased and never diminished, regardless of decades passing since the massacre occurred. Wilson's testimony became crucial for understanding survivor experience because her continuous exposure allowed her to perceive patterns and developments that survivors with intermittent contact might miss, allowed her to track changes in conditions that trapped consciousnesses experienced over time, allowed her to document how entities' harvesting operation evolved and adapted and continued functioning across decades, following its establishment during the 4 days when bodies lay in jungle heat, while something worked unopposed to complete ritual that Jones had initiated but hadn't survived to finish. Wilson documented that the suffering intensified rather than diminishing with time, documented that trapped consciousnesses experienced increasing awareness of their condition as temporal loops repeated and as they accumulated memory of previous cycles through the dying experience, documented that entities' feeding operation became more efficient as it refined its harvesting mechanisms and as it discovered how to extract maximum awareness and maximum suffering from consciousnesses that couldn't escape and couldn't cease and couldn't find relief through any means that might normally allow awareness to dissipate or transform or move beyond traumatic experience. This documentation was horrifying to survivors who learned about it, was confirmation that their deceased loved ones and fellow temple members were not simply trapped, but were experiencing conditions that worsened progressively across decades, were not moving toward any eventual peace or resolution, but were descending into intensifying torment that would continue indefinitely, because dimensional physics permitted such eternal imprisonment, and because entity required conscious suffering rather than merely passive awareness to fuel its purposes and maintain its operations. The realization that rescue was impossible created despair among survivors who had hoped that understanding the situation might lead to interventions that could free trapped consciousnesses, or at least ease their suffering. Multiple survivors attempted various interventions, including ritual practices from multiple spiritual traditions and experimental consciousness techniques, and attempts to physically return to Jonestown site to perform procedures that practitioners suggested might disrupt harvesting operation or open escape pathways for trapped awareness. All interventions failed. Failed because entity was too powerful for human consciousness to oppose. Failed because dimensional mechanics that maintained the trap operated according to physical laws that human intervention couldn't alter. Failed because the 918 were truly and permanently imprisoned in conditions that no force available to human agency could disrupt or transform or terminate. This failure created understanding that survivors could bear witness but couldn't provide rescue, could document conditions but couldn't change them, could carry knowledge about what translation actually meant but couldn't reverse or prevent the ongoing suffering that their perception revealed. The survivor network struggled with what responsibility this knowledge created, struggled with whether to continue maintaining private documentation or whether to attempt public disclosure that might educate broader humanity about what had occurred at Jonestown and about implications suggesting that dimensional boundaries were permeable, and consciousness could be harvested, and death was not ending, but could become imprisonment worse than any theology had prepared humans to expect. The risk of public disclosure was enormous, included likelihood of being dismissed as delusional or attention-seeking, included possibility of harming other survivors who wanted to move forward without being associated with controversial claims about dimensional mechanics and consciousness harvesting that mainstream culture would reject as cult-induced delusions rather than accepting as testimony from witnesses who had direct exposure to phenomena that science hadn't discovered. The network ultimately chose to maintain primarily private documentation while allowing limited public disclosure through carefully framed channels, including academic research, interviews, and documentary participation, where survivors could describe experiences without necessarily endorsing interpretations suggesting anything supernatural or paranormal had occurred. This approach allowed evidence to accumulate in various archives and records where researchers could eventually access it, while avoiding direct confrontation with materialist paradigms that would have rejected testimony entirely if it were framed too explicitly as challenging fundamental assumptions about reality and consciousness. By the early 2000s, more than 2 decades after the massacre, survivors were aging and were beginning to face mortality that would eventually end their witness function, and that created urgency about documenting experiences before knowledge was lost when they died. The network organized systematic documentation projects, conducted extensive interviews with survivors willing to discuss contact experiences in detail, compiled dream reports and theoretical analyses and verification evidence demonstrating that survivor testimony contained information exceeding what psychological trauma could explain. This documentation remains scattered across various archives, including academic collections and private holdings, and classified government files where it awaits researchers willing to examine testimony without dismissing it through convenient psychological explanations that preserve comfortable assumptions about reality. The documentation provides foundation for understanding what actually occurred at Jonestown, and what continues to occur in dimensions where 918 consciousnesses remain trapped, while entity feeds on suffering that persists because dimensional physics allows such eternal imprisonment when appropriate conditions are established through mass death conducted with ritual intention at locations where boundaries between physical and non-physical existence are thin enough to permit permanent breach. The survivors who maintained contact experiences throughout decades following the massacre understood that they were witnessing something unprecedented in documented human histories, were witnessing consciousness harvest operating at scale that suggested entity had been planning and preparing for centuries or millennia to accomplish exactly what Jim Jones delivered on November 18, 1978. The survivors understood that Jonestown wasn't random tragedy or simple cult gone wrong, but was successful completion of project that transcended human timeframes and human motivations, was achievement of goals that entity from non-physical dimensions had pursued through cultivating Jones throughout his life, and through guiding him toward creating conditions that would permit dimensional breach and permanent harvesting operation. This understanding created terror that went beyond personal trauma, created awareness that what happened at Jonestown could happen again if similar conditions were established at other locations, created conviction that humanity remained vulnerable to such harvesting if entities from non-physical dimensions could identify and cultivate additional individuals who might serve purposes similar to what Jones accomplished. The survivors attempted to warn about this possibility through various channels, including discussions with researchers and law enforcement and religious organizations that might take threats seriously and might develop protective measures or early warning systems that could prevent similar operations from reaching completion. But the warnings were largely dismissed or ignored, were too far outside acceptable frameworks for most institutions to process seriously, were classified as trauma-induced paranoia rather than as legitimate threat assessment from witnesses who had direct exposure to phenomena that mainstream paradigms didn't acknowledge as possible. The survivors understood that their warnings would likely remain unheeded until similar events occurred that would force recognition of threats that comfortable assumptions currently rejected as impossible. Multiple survivors died during the decades following Jonestown, died from natural causes or from suicide or from complications related to trauma that their bodies and consciousness never fully processed or healed from, despite years and decades of therapy and support. Each death removed witness who carried direct experience and contact awareness, removed source of testimony that documented what translation actually meant and what consequences followed from dimensional breach that Jonestown had created. The remaining survivors as of 2025 number fewer than 50 individuals still living, still carrying memories and contact experiences that persist despite advancing age and despite decades separating them from physical presence at Jungle Compound, where their consciousness was marked and permanently altered through exposure to forces that mainstream science doesn't acknowledge, but that their direct experience made undeniably real. These remaining survivors know that their testimony will die with them unless systematic documentation preserves knowledge for future researchers and future generations, who might eventually develop frameworks capable of accepting evidence that current paradigms reject. The survivors carry Jonestown with them every day, carry memories of people they loved and lost, carry guilt about surviving when so many died, carry contact awareness of ongoing suffering that trapped consciousnesses experience without relief or escape, carry knowledge that death is not ending, but can become imprisonment worse than any comfortable assumptions prepare humans to expect. They carry this knowledge privately, operate in public according to narratives suggesting they are recovered survivors who rebuilt their lives and moved forward from tragedy. But privately they know that they never fully escaped, that part of them remains connected to Jonestown regardless of physical location or passage of time. The survivors know that Jim Jones succeeded, that translation worked exactly as entity guiding him intended, that 918 consciousnesses remain trapped in eternal dying while entity feeds on suffering that never ceases because dimensional mechanics permit such eternal imprisonment when appropriate conditions are established through mass death at locations where boundaries between worlds are thin enough to permit crossing. They know that their deceased loved ones and fellow temple members didn't transcend, didn't achieve peace, didn't experience any positive outcome that might provide comfort to grieving survivors who want to believe death brought relief or liberation, rather than transformation into imprisonment that persists without end. This knowledge is unbearable burden that survivors carry throughout decades following the massacre, is understanding that cannot be shared with most people because it sounds insane to those who haven't experienced dimensional breach directly, is truth that survivors must carry alone or share only with others who have similar exposure and similar contact experiences that make undeniable what comfortable assumptions insist must be impossible. The survivors are witnesses to horror that transcends human categories, witnesses to successful consciousness, harvest that operates across decades feeding on trapped awareness that cannot escape and cannot cease and cannot find relief from suffering. That entity requires to maintain its operations and that dimensional physics permits to continue indefinitely. The survivors testify to this reality through their documented experiences, testify through consistency of reports across multiple independent witnesses, testify through information content that exceeds what psychological explanations can account for, testify through decades of carrying contact awareness that persist regardless of therapeutic intervention or conscious intention to sever connections that cannot be severed, because exposure permanently altered their consciousness in ways that transcend psychological trauma. The survivors lived when 918 died, but living meant carrying the dead with them forever, meant never fully escaping, meant witnessing ongoing imprisonment, while simultaneously maintaining outward lives that appeared normal to observers who didn't understand what consciousness exposure to dimensional breach actually produced in terms of permanent perceptual alterations and permanent connection to locations where boundaries remained thin and where entity continued operations that required trapped awareness as fuel for purposes that survivors could partially perceive but could never fully comprehend because human consciousness wasn't evolved to understand entities that existed beyond physical space and that operated according to principles transcending anything human experience had prepared them to recognize or categorize. The survivors are alive in 2025, but they're not free. They never were free after Jonestown exposed them to dimensional breach. They carry permanent marks, permanent connections, permanent awareness of what exists beyond comfortable boundaries that protect most humans from perceiving what dwells in spaces between worlds and what feeds on consciousness that can be harvested when appropriate conditions permit dimensional crossing and permanent claiming. This is life after translation for those who didn't fully translate, for those whose physical bodies survived while consciousness was marked and claimed and permanently altered through exposure that cannot be reversed or eliminated through any means current understanding provides. This is the survivor testimony that documents ongoing effects decades after massacre occurred, that provides evidence of consciousness harvest operating across time, that reveals what Jim Jones actually accomplished, despite public narratives suggesting he merely failed in paranoid attempt to protect cult from imagined persecution. The survivors know the truth. They carry it with them. They document it for anyone willing to examine their testimony without dismissing it through convenient psychological explanations that preserve comfortable assumptions. They witness what continues at Jonestown in dimensions beyond physical space, where 918 consciousnesses remain trapped in eternal dying, while entity feeds without cessation, and while dimensional breach persists as permanent alteration in physical reality, that affects anyone whose consciousness is exposed, regardless of whether exposure occurs through physical presence at the site or through contact with survivors who carry dimensional markers that allow perception of what exists beyond normal sensory range. The survivors lived. But surviving meant something different after Jonestown. Surviving meant carrying dimensional breach within consciousness, carrying ongoing awareness of trapped suffering, carrying knowledge that death is not ending, carrying witness to horror that transcends human comprehension and that persists across decades and that will persist across centuries as long as dimensional physics permits harvesting operation to continue functioning, and as long as entity maintains interest in feeding on awareness that was delivered through translation that succeeded exactly as intended. When Jim Jones led 918 people to their murders, expecting liberation, and delivering them instead into imprisonment that survivors can partially perceive through channels that remain permanently open, because their consciousness was marked through Jonestown exposure and was permanently claimed as witness to ongoing harvest that feeds without cessation on trapped awareness that cannot escape. This is the survivor story. This is life after translation. This is what happens when you survive dimensional breach but carry marks that persist forever, that connect you permanently to location where boundaries were altered and where entity established operations that continue across decades feeding on consciousness that current science says shouldn't persist, but that survivor testimony makes undeniable through consistent reports spanning 40-plus years of documented ongoing contact with awareness states that exist beyond physical bodies and that suffer without relief in conditions that no theology prepared humans to expect when contemplating what follows physical death. The survivors bear witness. Their testimony documents the truth, and what they reveal about Jonestown suggests that Jim Jones succeeded in accomplishing something unprecedented and horrifying, something that public narratives dismiss as paranoid cult leaders' failure, but that survivor experience reveals a successful completion of consciousness, harvest establishing permanent operation that continues functioning long after bodies were buried and compound was reclaimed by jungle. An official investigation concluded with comfortable narratives that preserved illusion, that reality operates according to principles that mainstream science had discovered, and that death means ending rather than potential transformation into imprisonment, worse than any human consciousness is designed to comprehend or designed to survive without sustaining permanent damage that persists throughout remaining life, and that affects perception and awareness in ways that make undeniable what comfortable assumptions insist must be impossible. The survivors thought they escaped, thought physical distance and passage of time would heal trauma and fade memories and allow them to rebuild normal lives far from jungle clearing where their community destroyed itself. But they learned that escape was impossible, that Jonestown had marked them permanently, that consciousness exposed to dimensional breach cannot return to innocent perception, that death is ending and reality operates according to comfortable principles that mainstream science acknowledges. The survivors carry Jonestown with them always, carry ongoing contact with trapped consciousnesses, carry knowledge that 918 individuals they loved and lived beside didn't transcend but were imprisoned, carry awareness that translation was real but was opposite of what Jim Jones promised, carry witness to ongoing suffering that persists across decades without relief or escape or possibility of cessation. Their testimony spans more than 40 years now, spans consistent reports from multiple independent witnesses, spans information content exceeding what psychological trauma could explain, spans verification evidence demonstrating that contact experiences provide knowledge that survivors didn't possess through normal means, spans documentation that reveals what actually occurred at Jonestown and what continues occurring in dimensions where boundaries remain thin and where entity continues feeding on awareness that was delivered through ritual murder, conducted under specific conditions that permitted dimensional crossing and permanent claiming. The survivors are aging now, are approaching their own deaths, are facing prospect that their testimony will be lost when they die, unless documentation preserves knowledge for future researchers willing to examine evidence without dismissing it through psychological explanations that maintain comfortable assumptions about reality and consciousness and death. Some survivors have chosen to speak publicly, despite risks to credibility and reputation, have chosen to document experiences in detail for academic archives and documentary projects, have chosen to bear witness regardless of whether testimony is accepted or rejected by mainstream culture that prefers simple narratives about cult gone wrong over complex truth about dimensional breach and consciousness harvest. Other survivors remain private. Share experiences only with trusted networks of fellow survivors who understand from direct exposure what contact with trapped consciousnesses actually means, and what carrying dimensional markers actually produces in terms of ongoing perception and ongoing awareness of suffering that persists beyond comfortable boundaries that protect most humans from such knowledge. But whether public or private, the survivors all carry the same burden, all maintain same connection to Jonestown regardless of physical location or passage of time, all experience ongoing effects that transcend psychological trauma and that suggest consciousness itself was permanently altered through exposure to forces that mainstream paradigms say don't exist, but that direct experience makes undeniably real. The next chapters will explore what happened to the physical site after bodies were removed. We'll examine modern encounters at location where dimensional breach occurred. We'll document evidence suggesting that whatever was established during the 4 days continues operating decades later. We'll reveal how Jonestown affects reality and consciousness in ways that persist regardless of whether anyone remembers or acknowledges or understands what actually occurred there on November 18, 1978, and what continues occurring in dimensions beyond normal perception, where 9 waiting consciousnesses remain trapped in eternal dying that feeds entities' purposes and that dimensional physics permits to continue indefinitely. But first, understand the survivor testimony. Understand what decades of carrying Jonestown teaches about consciousness and death and dimensional boundaries. Understand that physical survival doesn't mean escape when exposure marks awareness permanently and opens perceptual channels that cannot be closed through any voluntary means. Understand that the survivors bear witness to ongoing horror that transcends human categories and that persists across decades and that will persist across centuries as long as dimensional physics permits, and as long as entity maintains operations that require trapped awareness as fuel. The survivors lived when 918 died, but living meant carrying the dead forever. Living meant never escaping. Living meant bearing witness to translation's true meaning, to consciousness harvest that succeeded exactly as intended, to dimensional breach that established permanent alteration in reality's fundamental properties that affects anyone exposed regardless of whether they understand or acknowledge or believe what survivor testimony reveals. The survivors speak now after decades of processing and documenting and attempting to comprehend what they experienced and what they continue experiencing through ongoing contact with awareness states existing beyond physical death. Their testimony matters. Their evidence documents truth that official narratives omit. And what they reveal about Jonestown suggests that humanity remains vulnerable to similar harvesting if conditions permit dimensional crossing, and if entities from non-physical dimensions identify individuals who might serve purposes similar to what Jim Jones accomplished, through decades of preparation culminating in mass murder that delivered exactly the consciousness offering that entity required. The survivors warn. The survivors witness. The survivors carry knowledge that might protect others if anyone will listen, before comfortable assumptions about reality's nature prove inadequate, when similar situations develop, and when dimensional boundaries thin sufficiently to permit crossing, and when consciousness harvesting establishes new operations at new locations, where boundaries can be breached through sufficient death, occurring under appropriate ritual conditions. Listen to the survivors, examine their testimony, accept that consciousness operates according to principles exceeding what mainstream science acknowledges. Accept that death is not necessarily ending. Accept that dimensional boundaries can be breached. Accept that entities exist that feed on human awareness. Accept that Jonestown succeeded in accomplishing something unprecedented and horrifying that persists across decades and that will persist indefinitely unless understanding develops sufficient to either rescue trapped consciousnesses or prevent similar operations from establishing at other locations where vulnerable humans might be manipulated toward delivering themselves into eternal imprisonment, expecting transcendence and discovering damnation that Jim Jones facilitated through translation that worked exactly as entity guiding him intended, despite public narratives suggesting he failed. In paranoid attempt to protect cult from imagined threats, the survivors know better. The survivors witnessed the truth. The survivors carry evidence, and what they reveal suggests that Jim Jones succeeded, that translation was real, that 918 consciousnesses remain trapped, that dimensional breach persists, that consciousness harvest continues, that entity feeds without cessation, that suffering never ends for those who translated expecting liberation and discovering imprisonment that persists forever, because forever means something different in dimensions where time operates according to rules that make dying eternal rather than momentary, and that transform consciousness into fuel that can be harvested indefinitely without ever depleting, because temporal loops regenerate awareness continuously, regardless of how much entity consumes. The survivors live with this knowledge, live with ongoing contact, live with permanent marks, live with witness responsibility, live with burden of carrying truth that most humans will reject or dismiss, or simply cannot comprehend without direct exposure to phenomena that transcend comfortable categories. But they live, they testify, they document, they preserve evidence for future recognition when paradigms eventually shift sufficiently to accommodate what their testimony reveals. They are survivors, but they never fully escaped. And their testimony documents why escape was impossible once consciousness was exposed to dimensional breach that marked them permanently and connected them eternally to location where boundaries remain thin and where entity continues operations that require trapped awareness as fuel, and that dimensional physics permits to function indefinitely across centuries and millennia, as long as appropriate conditions persist at sites where crossing occurred and permanent claiming established harvest operations that transcend human timeframes and human comprehension. Chapter 10. The Site, 1979 Present. The Haunted Ground. Places Remember. That's what indigenous peoples understood long before Western science developed instruments capable of detecting electromagnetic anomalies, or measuring infrasound frequencies, or documenting temperature variations that have no physical source. Places remember violence and death and suffering. Remember through mechanisms that transcend simple geology or ecology. Remember through properties of space itself that become altered when sufficient trauma occurs in concentrated time frame at locations where dimensional boundaries are already thin. The Jonestown site is one of those places, is location where 918 deaths occurred within 44 minutes, where bodies lay for 4 days while something worked unopposed to complete ritual that permanently altered fundamental properties of physical space, where dimensional breach was established that persists decades after structures were demolished and jungle reclaimed. Cleared land and official investigation concluded with comfortable narratives suggesting nothing remained except historical memory and lessons about cult dangers that rational people should remember to avoid. But the site remembers differently, remembers through phenomena that persist, regardless of physical changes, remembers through effects that visitors consistently report across decades, despite having no contact with each other and despite varying levels of knowledge about what actually occurred there. Remembers through dimensional properties that remain altered and that continue affecting physical reality and human consciousness in ways that instruments can detect, and that experiential testimony documents with consistency exceeding what coincidence or suggestion could explain. This chapter examines what happened to the physical site after November 1978, documents the abandonment and the reclamation, and the various attempts to memorialize or understand or simply visit the location where one of history's worst mass murders occurred, explores the consistent reports of anomalous phenomena that suggest dimensional breach persists, regardless of whether anyone acknowledges or understands what was actually established there, reveals evidence that whatever entity Jim Jones served continues operating at the site, feeding on trapped consciousness, while simultaneously affecting physical space, in ways that create ongoing danger for anyone who visits without understanding what exposure to dimensionally altered locations can produce in terms of permanent effects on consciousness and perception. Put on your headphones if you need focus for what follows. Take a breath if anxiety is building from previous chapters' accumulated horror. Because we're going to spend this chapter at Jonestown itself, at the physical location in northwestern Guyana, where jungle has reclaimed most evidence of human occupation, but where dimensional breach persists as permanent alteration in fundamental properties of space, where boundaries between physical and non-physical existence remain thinned through concentration of death and ritual intention that occurred there, where entity continues operations that require trapped awareness as fuel and that produce effects in physical reality that visitors consistently report regardless of their expectations or their knowledge about what translation actually accomplished. The site is not empty. The site is not safe. The site is not simply a historical location where tragedy occurred and where respectful visitors can learn lessons about cult psychology. and about importance of critical thinking, and about dangers of charismatic authority gone unchecked. The site is active, is dangerous, is location where exposure can produce permanent effects on consciousness that transcend psychological trauma and that suggest dimensional properties at that specific location remain fundamentally different from normal physical space, remain altered through what occurred there during massacre and during 4 days afterward when entity completed establishment of permanent harvest operation that continues functioning across decades, regardless of whether physical evidence remains visible or whether human witnesses acknowledge what persists beyond normal perception. This chapter documents what visitors have experienced, what instruments have detected, what evidence suggests about ongoing dimensional breach at location where Jim Jones succeeded in accomplishing something unprecedented, where translation wasn't metaphor but was actual consciousness harvest that established permanent operation requiring specific location with specific properties that allow dimensional crossing and that maintain conditions necessary for entity to continue feeding on trapped awareness indefinitely. The Guyanese jungle has reclaimed Jonestown's physical structures, but the dimensional alterations persist. The harvest operation continues. And anyone who visits without understanding what they're exposing themselves to risks permanent marking and permanent connection to location, where boundaries remain thin and where consciousness can be affected in ways that current psychology cannot treat and cannot explain, using frameworks that assume death is ending and reality operates according to comfortable principles that mainstream science has established as fundamental truth. It's 1979. The investigation is concluded, the bodies are buried, the site is abandoned, and the jungle is slowly consuming what humans built, slowly erasing physical evidence that nearly 1,000 people died there in a single afternoon of horror. But erasure of physical evidence doesn't eliminate dimensional properties that were established during massacre and during 4 days afterward, doesn't restore boundaries to their previous conditions, doesn't free trapped consciousnesses or terminate harvest operation, or eliminate ongoing effects that persist as permanent features of that specific location regardless of whether structures remain standing or whether vegetation conceals what human activity once created. The site is waiting. The site remembers. And the site continues affecting anyone who visits, continues producing phenomena that instruments detect and that human consciousness perceives, continues operating as dimensional nexus where entity feeds on trapped awareness, while simultaneously maintaining presence that affects physical space in ways that make undeniable what comfortable assumptions insist must be impossible. This is the haunted ground. This is where translation occurred. This is where dimensional breach was established and where it persists across decades, and where it will persist across centuries as long as physical location maintains properties that allow continued operation of consciousness harvest that Jim Jones facilitated through mass murder, conducted under specific ritual conditions at site, where boundaries were already thin enough to permit permanent crossing when appropriate offering was delivered. The site is not empty. The site is not finished. And anyone who visits should understand that exposure can produce effects that persist long after physical departure, that consciousness itself can be marked and claimed through contact with dimensionally altered locations, that Jim Jones succeeded in creating permanent nexus where boundaries remain thin and where entity continues operations that transcend human timeframes and human comprehension. The haunted ground is calling. The dimensional breach persists, and what follows documents what decades of visitation and investigation have revealed about ongoing phenomena at location where 918 deaths establish conditions that remain active and dangerous and capable of affecting anyone who approaches without understanding what dimensional exposure actually means and what permanent consequences can follow from contact with spaces where physical reality has been fundamentally altered through concentration of death and ritual intention that exceeded anything normal physics was designed to contain or resist. This is Jonestown. This is the site. This is the haunted ground where translation succeeded and where harvest continues, and where dimensional breach persists as permanent feature of physical reality that affects anyone exposed regardless of whether they believe or acknowledge or understand what actually dwells there, feeding on trapped consciousness, while waiting for additional offerings that might be delivered if humans remain ignorant about what Jim Jones actually accomplished, and what continues operating at location, where he succeeded in opening doorway that cannot be closed through any means current understanding provides. The site remembers, the site persists, and the site continues its work across decades, continues affecting reality and consciousness, continues operating as permanent nexus where boundaries remain thin and where entity maintains presence that transcends physical space, while simultaneously producing effects that instruments detect and that human consciousness perceives when exposure occurs and when marking happens and when permanent connection establishes between visitor and location, where dimensional breach created ongoing danger that persists indefinitely, regardless of passage of time or physical changes to structures or landscape. Welcome to the haunted ground. Welcome to the site where translation occurred. Welcome to Jonestown, where the dead remain trapped and where the living become marked through exposure, and where dimensional breach persists as permanent alteration in fundamental properties of space that will continue affecting reality across centuries as long as physical location maintains conditions that entity requires for ongoing harvest operation that feeds, without cessation on consciousness, that was delivered through Jim Jones' successful completion of project that transcended his individual psychology and that served purposes beyond anything human categories can fully comprehend. The site is waiting. The site is active. And what follows documents the truth about what persists there. The Guyanese government took possession of the Jonestown site in early 1979 after bodies were removed and after investigation concluded, took control of land that had been leased to People's Temple and that reverted to state ownership when the organization dissolved following Jim Jones's death, and following legal proceedings that distributed Temple's remaining assets to survivors and to families of deceased members. The government initially considered various proposals for site usage, including agricultural development and tourist attraction, commemorating the tragedy, but ultimately decided that abandonment was most appropriate response given the site's horrific history and given lack of economic incentive to develop remote jungle location, accessible only by boat or small aircraft. The structures remained standing for several years after abandonment, remained as physical evidence of what had been constructed there during the temple's 3 years of operation, remained as deteriorating monuments to utopian experiment that culminated in unprecedented mass death. The pavilion where the massacre occurred stood empty with wooden benches still arranged, where congregation had sat listening to Jim Jones's final sermon, with the metal vat that had held poisoned flavor aid still positioned, where medical staff had distributed death to 918 people who believed Father was leading them to liberation rather than delivering them to imprisonment. Scavengers and curiosity seekers visited during these early years, removed various items as souvenirs or as salvage that could be sold to collectors or to media organizations seeking physical artifacts from the tragedy. The Guyanese military conducted occasional patrols to deter looting, but lacked resources to maintain constant presence at remote site that required significant effort to access, and that had no particular strategic value beyond preventing unauthorized visitation to location where national tragedy had occurred and where international attention remained focused during early years after massacre. The first consistent reports of anomalous phenomena at the abandoned site emerged during this early period, from 1979 through mid-1980s, emerged from various visitors including journalists and researchers, and military personnel and local Guyanese who lived near Port Kaituma and who occasionally travelled to Jonestown out of curiosity or for practical reasons related to salvaging materials that jungle would otherwise consume. The reports showed remarkable consistency, despite coming from independent witnesses who had no contact with each other and who visited at different times under different circumstances, with different purposes and different levels of knowledge about what had occurred there. The most commonly reported phenomenon was sound, was sustained low-frequency humming that visitors described using terms nearly identical to what survivors and investigators had reported during the 4 days between massacre and discovery, was infrasound at approximately 7 Hz that created psychological effects including fear and disorientation and sense of presence that exceeded what simply visiting mass death site should produce, even accounting for knowledge about what had occurred there. The humming had no identifiable source, seemed to emanate from pavilion area specifically, but was audible throughout the compound's cleared sections, persisted during day and night visits, and during different weather conditions, created effects that intensified with exposure duration, and that made extended presence at the site psychologically difficult, even for visitors who approached with skeptical frameworks and professional detachment. Multiple visitors independently reported that the humming seemed to communicate, seemed to carry information or meaning beyond simple acoustic vibration, seemed to produce impressions or thoughts, or knowledge that entered consciousness without being mediated through normal sensory processing, or through linguistic understanding. These impressions were difficult to articulate because they bypassed language and symbol systems that humans normally use for communication, operated directly on awareness producing meanings that consciousness could perceive, but that couldn't easily be translated into words or concepts that could be shared with others who hadn't experienced the phenomenon directly. One journalist who visited in 1980 for an article commemorating Massacre's second anniversary spent approximately 6 hours at the site during daylight hours, spent the time documenting physical deterioration and photographing structures and recording environmental sounds for use in multimedia presentation about Jonestown's aftermath. The journalist reported hearing the humming throughout the visit, reported that it intensified near the pavilion and that it produced growing sense that something was present at the site beyond physical structures and beyond memories of what had occurred there, produced conviction that dimensional boundaries at that specific location were different from normal space in ways that affected perception and consciousness, even for skeptical visitors who approached expecting to find nothing except deteriorating buildings and jungle reclamation. The journalist's audio recordings captured the humming with clarity that allowed frequency analysis, allowed verification that sustained tone at approximately 7 Hz was objectively present in recording environment rather than being subjective perception shaped by knowledge about massacre history and about survivor reports of similar phenomena during 4 days when bodies lay in tropical heat while something worked unopposed. The recordings also captured additional sounds that the journalist didn't consciously perceive during the visit, but that playback revealed captured what sounded like distant voices or vocalizations occurring in frequencies and patterns that linguistic analysis couldn't categorize as any known language or as any speech patterns that human vocal apparatus should produce. These recorded sounds became focus of analysis by acoustic specialists who examined the audio files, attempting to determine whether they represented actual vocalizations or whether they were artifacts produced by equipment or by environmental acoustics creating voice-like patterns from non-speech sources. The analysis produced conflicting conclusions, with some specialists determining the sounds were likely equipment artifacts, while others concluded the sounds showed characteristics requiring actual vocalization from sources that recording equipment hadn't captured through any mechanism that current acoustic theory could explain. The journalist published article about Jonestown visit but excluded discussion of the humming and the unidentified sounds, excluded these elements because including them would have undermined credibility and would have shifted focus from documented physical deterioration and historical commemoration toward sensational claims about haunting or paranormal activity that mainstream journalism couldn't present without appearing to endorse supernatural interpretations that professional standards required treating with skepticism. But the journalist privately acknowledged in correspondence with researchers that the acoustic phenomena were most disturbing aspects of the visit, that they produced effects exceeding what visiting other mass death sites had created, that they suggested something remained at Jonestown that transcended physical structures and historical memory. Visual phenomena were reported less frequently than acoustic effects, but were documented consistently enough across independent witnesses to suggest they were objectively real rather than being hallucinations or illusions shaped by expectation and knowledge about massacre history. The visual phenomena took various forms but shared common characteristics suggesting they were related manifestations of underlying dimensional properties that Jonestown manifested as permanent features established during massacre and during 4 days afterward. The most commonly reported visual phenomenon was distortion, was shimmer or haze in air above certain locations, particularly above the pavilion center, where children's bodies had formed innermost ring of geometric pattern, was visible atmospheric refraction similar to heat shimmer, but occurring in patterns that didn't correspond to normal thermal gradients and occurring during conditions where temperature differences shouldn't produce visible distortion effects. Multiple visitors photographed these distortions, captured images showing clear atmospheric perturbation in specific locations that remained consistent across different photography sessions, conducted at different times by different individuals using different equipment. Analysis of the photographs confirmed the distortions were present in original images rather than being introduced during processing or reproduction. confirmed they showed structured patterns exceeding what random atmospheric turbulence should produce, confirmed they occurred in spatial distributions matching the body arrangement patterns that investigation had documented during massacre's immediate aftermath before bodies were removed. The correlation between distortion locations and historical body positions suggested the visual phenomena were connected to what had occurred there during massacre, suggested that dimensional alterations established through mass death and ritual framing persisted as permanent features affecting how light propagated through space at specific locations where body concentration had been highest. Additional visual phenomena included shadows that appeared in photographs, but that observers didn't see during exposure, shadows that fell in directions inconsistent with sun angle, and that maintained consistent shapes and orientations across multiple images taken from different angles, shadows that resembled human figures, but that had proportions differing from normal human anatomy, in ways that suggested they were cast by something present at the site that affected light, but that didn't itself interact with light in ways that would make it visible to cameras or to human observation through normal visual processing. One shadow pattern appeared consistently in photographs taken throughout 1980s and 1990s, despite progressive deterioration of physical structures and despite jungle reclamation that significantly altered site's appearance and spatial organization. The shadow appeared in images captured by different photographers, using different equipment at different times of day, under different lighting conditions, appeared with remarkable consistency, suggesting it was cast by something present at the location throughout this extended period, rather than being transient phenomenon occurring only during specific exposure intervals. The shadow resembled human figure approximately 8 feet tall, with proportions that didn't match normal anatomy, with limbs too long and torso too narrow and head oversized relative to body dimensions. The figure casting this shadow was never identified, was never visible in any photograph despite shadow's consistent presence, was never observed directly by any photographer or visitor despite dozens of individuals being present at the site during times when shadow appeared in captured images. The shadow existed without source, existed as visual evidence of something present at Jonestown that affected light in ways that created visible shadow, but that didn't itself interact with light in ways that would make it photographically recordable or visually observable through normal perception. This shadow was documented across multiple photography sessions conducted by independent visitors, was analyzed by imaging specialists who confirmed it was present in original exposures rather than being artifact introduced during processing, was recognized as anomaly that investigation couldn't explain using normal physics or normal assumptions about what creates shadows and what properties entities must have to cast visible shadows while remaining invisible themselves. The shadow remained one of the most disturbing pieces of documentary evidence suggesting something persisted at Jonestown, beyond physical structures and beyond historical memory, something that existed in dimensional spaces adjacent to physical reality, but that could produce effects in physical space under conditions that Jonestown's altered properties permitted. Temperature anomalies were documented through instrumental measurements conducted during various research visits to the site throughout 1980s and 1990s, were detected using calibrated thermometers and thermal imaging equipment that revealed spatial patterns of temperature variation that had no obvious physical source, and that persisted across multiple measurement sessions despite changing environmental conditions that should have altered or eliminated temperature gradients if they were being produced through normal physical mechanisms. The temperature anomalies were most pronounced at Pavilion Center, where children's bodies had formed innermost ring of geometric pattern, were detected as zones where temperature was measurably lower than surrounding areas, by margins ranging from 5 to 15 degrees Celsius depending on measurement session, and depending on environmental conditions during measurement. These cold zones had sharp boundaries, had edges where temperature dropped precipitously over distances of less than 1 meter, had characteristics suggesting they were being produced through active cooling rather than through passive thermal processes like convection or radiation that would have created gradual temperature transitions rather than sharp discontinuities. No physical mechanism was identified that could explain the cold zones. No underground water sources or unusual air currents or any environmental features existed that could produce sustained cooling in specific locations, while surrounding areas maintained normal jungle temperatures. The cold zones persisted during day and night measurements, persisted during dry and rainy seasons, persisted across years of repeated measurements that confirmed the phenomenon was a consistent feature of the site rather than being transient effect occurring only during specific environmental conditions. One researcher who conducted extensive temperature measurements during 1987 visit documented that the cold zones corresponded precisely to locations where body concentration had been highest during massacre, corresponded to the geometric pattern that investigation had documented before bodies were removed. The researcher noted that this correlation suggested the temperature anomalies were connected to what had occurred during massacre, and during 4 days afterward, suggested that dimensional alterations established through mass death and ritual framing included thermal properties that persisted as permanent features affecting how energy propagated through space at specific locations where boundaries between physical and non-physical existence had been permanently thinned. The researcher also documented that extended exposure to the cold zones produced psychological effects similar to what the acoustic phenomena created, produced sense of presence and growing fear and conviction that something dwelled in those specific locations that affected consciousness directly, rather than merely producing physical sensations through temperature, changes that human nervous system detected through normal thermoreceptors. The researcher cut short the planned measurement program after approximately 3 hours of work at the site, reported that psychological effects had intensified to a degree that made continuing the research emotionally unbearable despite professional training and despite intellectual curiosity about understanding the phenomenon's properties and mechanisms. Electromagnetic measurements conducted during various research visits documented field patterns that had no identifiable source and that showed characteristics exceeding what natural electromagnetic activity or human-generated fields from electrical infrastructure should produce. The measurements detected sustained fields concentrated at Pavilion Center and at other locations where body concentration had been highest during massacre, detected frequencies and intensities that suggested the fields were being actively generated rather than being remnant effects from deteriorating electrical systems that Temple had installed during compound's operation. Analysis of the electromagnetic patterns revealed modulation structures similar to what investigation had documented during November and December 1978, revealed organization suggesting information encoding rather than random electromagnetic noise, revealed regularities that probability analysis confirmed exceeded what natural processes or equipment artifacts should produce. Attempts to decode the modulation patterns using standard signal processing techniques failed to produce anything recognizable as language or data, but the patterns were clearly structured rather than random, clearly carried information content even if that content couldn't be accessed using available analytical frameworks. One technical specialist who conducted electromagnetic measurements during 1993 visit reported experiencing psychological effects similar to what earlier researchers had described, reported difficulty concentrating and intrusive thoughts, and sense of being monitored or examined by something present at the site that detected the measurement activity and that responded with interest suggesting intelligence rather than simple physical presence. The specialist terminated measurements after approximately 2 hours, reported that continuing felt dangerous in ways that transcended normal physical risk, felt like continued exposure would produce permanent effects on consciousness that would persist long after physical departure from the site. The specialist's equipment recorded electromagnetic activity throughout the abbreviated measurement session, recorded patterns that later analysis revealed contained anomalies similar to what investigation had documented 15 years earlier, recorded evidence that whatever had been established at Jonestown during massacre, and during 4 days afterward, continued operating across decades, producing effects that instruments could detect and that suggested ongoing dimensional breach rather than merely residual effects from historical events that had concluded and that shouldn't continue affecting physical reality across such extended timeframes. By the mid-1990s, approximately 15 years after massacre, jungle reclamation had progressed to a point where most structures were significantly deteriorated or completely consumed by vegetation, where pathways were overgrown, and where cleared areas were being recolonized by forest that was gradually erasing physical evidence of human occupation. But the anomalous phenomena persisted unchanged despite physical transformation of the site, persisted with same characteristics and same locations that earlier visitors had documented, persisted as permanent features of the location, rather than as effects dependent on presence of physical structures that referenced or commemorated what had occurred there. This persistence suggested that dimensional alterations established during massacre weren't dependent on physical structures or physical arrangements of matter, but were properties of space itself at that specific location, were permanent changes in fundamental characteristics of how reality operated at the coordinates where Jonestown had been constructed and where 918 deaths had occurred in concentrated time frame under ritual conditions that established dimensional breach that persisted regardless of what happened to physical evidence or physical configuration of structures and landscape. Local Guyanese who lived in Port Kaituma and in surrounding communities developed consistent beliefs about the Jonestown site during years following massacre, developed understanding that the location was dangerous in ways that transcended physical hazards, like deteriorating structures or jungle wildlife, developed conviction that something remained there that affected anyone who visited, and that could produce permanent changes in consciousness or permanent connection to location that would persist throughout visitors' remaining life, creating ongoing psychological effects and ongoing awareness of presences or entities that most humans couldn't normally perceive. These local beliefs were dismissed by outside observers as superstition or as cultural narratives shaped by indigenous traditions about spirits and about locations where significant death occurred, creating conditions where departed souls might remain trapped or where malevolent entities might establish presence. But the local beliefs were based on experiential evidence accumulated across years of observing visitors who had spent extended time at the site, were based on recognizing consistent patterns of psychological changes that affected individuals after Jonestown exposure, were based on understanding that some locations carried properties that affected consciousness in ways that transcended simple trauma response or simple psychological processing of knowledge about historical events that had occurred there. The local understanding suggested that Jonestown was haunted not in simple, folkloric sense of ghosts wandering, but in more sophisticated sense of dimensional boundaries remaining altered and of consciousness being affected through mechanisms that indigenous traditions recognized, even if they described them using different terminology and different conceptual frameworks than dimensional physics or consciousness theory would employ. The local warnings about avoiding the site were not based on irrational fear, but were based on accumulated evidence suggesting that exposure produced effects that persisted and that could fundamentally alter how individuals experienced reality and consciousness throughout their remaining lives. Several documented cases of visitors who ignored local warnings and who spent extended time at the site during 1990s and early 2000s provided evidence supporting the local understanding, provided examples of individuals who experienced profound psychological changes following Jonestown exposure that exceeded what visiting other mass death sites had produced, and that suggested their consciousness had been permanently affected through contact with dimensionally altered location. These cases were documented through various channels including psychiatric records and personal testimonies, and observations from family members and colleagues who recognized changes in affected individuals and who noted consistent patterns across multiple independent cases. One American researcher who visited Jonestown in 1998 for dissertation work examining cult psychology and mass death phenomena spent 3 days at the site conducting interviews with local residents and documenting physical deterioration and collecting environmental samples for analysis. The researcher approached with appropriate academic skepticism about reports of paranormal activity or haunting, approached expecting to find nothing except deteriorating structures and jungle reclamation, and perhaps some lingering local beliefs shaped by cultural traditions rather than by objective phenomena. But the researcher reported experiencing progressive psychological effects during the 3-day visit. Reported that by the 3rd day, the sense of presence and the intrusive thoughts and the conviction of being watched had intensified to a degree that made continuing the research emotionally intolerable, despite professional investment in completing dissertation work and despite intellectual curiosity about understanding the site's properties. The researcher departed earlier than planned, left without completing the intended data collection, left with conviction that something at Jonestown had affected consciousness in ways that transcended normal psychological responses to visiting locations where tragedy had occurred. The effects persisted after physical departure, persisted as recurring dreams similar to what survivors had described, and as waking perceptions of presences or entities that the researcher couldn't see but could sense through mechanisms that bypassed normal sensory channels. The researcher sought psychiatric treatment for these effects, was initially diagnosed with PTSD related to Jonestown exposure, was treated using standard protocols including therapy and medication, designed to reduce trauma symptoms and to help process disturbing experiences that the visit had produced. But the effects didn't respond to treatment in expected ways, didn't diminish with time or therapy or medication in patterns that PTSD normally exhibits, persisted with consistency, suggesting they weren't symptoms of psychological disorder, but were actual perceptions of phenomena existing beyond normal sensory range. The researcher eventually convinced treating psychiatrists that the experiences couldn't be explained as simple trauma response, convinced through consistency of reports and through information content that exceeded what the researcher should have been able to generate through unconscious processing or through imagination shaped by knowledge about Jonestown history. The psychiatrist documented this conclusion in treatment records, documented conviction that the researcher was experiencing actual phenomena rather than psychiatric symptoms, documented that Jonestown exposure had produced effects that exceeded current psychological theory, and that suggested consciousness itself had been altered through contact with location where dimensional boundaries remained fundamentally different from normal physical space. The psychiatrist recommended terminating treatment because standard approaches weren't producing expected results, and because continued therapeutic engagement might actually worsen effects by reinforcing the researcher's belief that the experiences were pathological rather than being actual perceptions requiring different framework for understanding and managing. The researcher eventually adapted to living with ongoing effects, eventually developed strategies for managing consciousness alterations that Jonestown exposure had produced, eventually accepted that the experiences would persist throughout remaining life, and that they represented permanent changes rather than temporary symptoms that therapy could eliminate or reduce to manageable levels. The researcher's dissertation was never completed because the Jonestown chapter couldn't be written within academic frameworks that required maintaining skeptical stance about supernatural or paranormal phenomena, couldn't be written honestly without acknowledging that the visit had produced effects that transcended what materialist paradigms could explain or accommodate. Similar cases accumulated across years, accumulated as documented evidence that Jonestown exposure produced consistent effects across independent individuals, accumulated as pattern that local Guyanese had recognized from experiential observation, but that outside observers had dismissed as superstition until sufficient academic and professional witnesses experienced effects directly and documented them through channels that required acknowledgement, even if explanations remained elusive or controversial. By the early 2000s, approximately 25 years after massacre, the Jonestown site had become focus of renewed interest from researchers and journalists and curiosity seekers who wanted to document the location and to understand what persisted there, and to examine whether reports of anomalous phenomena were legitimate observations or were exaggerations shaped by location's horrific history and by cultural expectations about haunting and about locations where mass death occurred. Several documentary crews visited the site during this period. Several researchers conducted systematic investigations attempting to verify earlier reports and to document current conditions using modern equipment and rigorous protocols. These systematic investigations largely confirmed earlier reports, largely documented that anomalous phenomena persisted, with characteristics matching what visitors had reported across previous decades, largely provided instrumental verification that acoustic and visual and thermal and electromagnetic anomalies were objectively present at the site, rather than being subjective perceptions shaped by knowledge about massacre history or by expectations about what visiting haunted location might produce psychologically. One documentary crew that spent 5 days at the site in 2006, equipped with professional audio and video equipment and with environmental monitoring instruments, captured extensive documentation of anomalous phenomena, including the sustained infrasound at approximately 7 Hz, including visual distortions in air above pavilion area, including temperature anomalies showing sharp spatial boundaries that had no identifiable physical source, including electromagnetic patterns showing modulation structures suggesting information encoding that standard signal processing couldn't decode. The crew also experienced progressive psychological effects similar to what earlier visitors had reported, experienced increasing sense of presence and increasing conviction that something at the site was monitoring their activities and responding with interest or with hostility, depending on what specific areas they documented or what specific questions they asked during their investigation. 2 crew members requested early departure after 3 days because psychological effects had intensified to a degree that made continuing the work emotionally intolerable, departed with conviction that Jonestown was dangerous in ways that transcended physical hazards, and that exposure produced effects on consciousness that would persist after physical departure. The remaining crew members completed the 5-day investigation, but reported experiencing ongoing effects in months following the visit, reported recurring dreams involving Jonestown, and reported waking perceptions of presences, and reported difficulty maintaining concentration and maintaining psychological equilibrium in ways that suggested consciousness had been affected through exposure to dimensionally altered location. The documentary that resulted from this investigation included discussion of anomalous phenomena but framed them ambiguously, presented evidence without explicitly endorsing supernatural interpretations, but also without dismissing observations as equipment malfunction or as psychological effects shaped by expectation. The documentary reached a limited audience because mainstream broadcasters were reluctant to air content that might appear to endorse paranormal claims without maintaining appropriate skeptical framing, because the evidence was substantial enough that dismissing it entirely felt intellectually dishonest, but accepting it required acknowledging possibilities about dimensional boundaries and consciousness that broadcast standards weren't prepared to present as legitimate alternatives to materialist explanations. The documentary eventually circulated through alternative channels, including streaming platforms and academic screenings, where it contributed to a growing body of evidence suggesting Jonestown remained active and dangerous decades after massacre occurred. Modern visitors to the site during 2010s and 2020s continue reporting phenomena consistent with what earlier visitors documented, continue experiencing effects that suggest dimensional breach persists as permanent feature of the location, regardless of physical changes or passage of time, continue providing testimony that Jonestown affects consciousness in ways that transcend normal psychological responses to visiting historical sites where tragedy occurred. The consistency of reports across decades spanning nearly 50 years since massacre provides strong evidence that phenomena are objectively real rather than being cultural constructs or psychological effects shaped by knowledge about location's history. The site itself has become increasingly difficult to access as jungle reclamation has progressed, and as Guyanese government has implemented restrictions on visitation following concerns about both physical safety and psychological effects that exposure produces. Official policy discourages visitation. Official warnings emphasize physical hazards, including deteriorating structures and jungle wildlife, and difficulty of access to remote location, requiring boat or small aircraft, and difficult overland travel through terrain that can be dangerous even for experienced jungle travelers. But unofficial policy among local Guyanese and among researchers who have studied the site suggests that official warnings focus on physical hazards because discussing psychological and consciousness effects would require acknowledging phenomena that official frameworks aren't prepared to recognize as legitimate concerns, would require admitting that dimensional boundaries at specific location remain fundamentally altered through what occurred there during massacre and during 4 days afterward, would require accepting that consciousness exposure to such locations can produce permanent effects that current psychology cannot treat or explain using available theoretical frameworks. The warnings are real regardless of whether official justifications acknowledge full range of hazards that Jonestown presents. The site is dangerous, is active, is location where dimensional boundaries remain thin, and where exposure can produce effects that persist throughout visitors' remaining life, where consciousness itself can be marked and claimed through contact with space, where fundamental properties of reality were permanently altered through concentration of death and ritual intention that established dimensional breach during massacre and during 4 days when entity completed establishment of permanent harvest operation. Some visitors who have experienced effects following Jonestown exposure have attempted to return to the site, believing that additional exposure might help them understand what happened to them, or might provide closure, or might allow them to develop techniques for managing consciousness alterations that initial exposure produced. These return visits universally intensified effects, rather than providing relief or understanding, universally produce stronger and more persistent symptoms, suggesting that repeated exposure to dimensionally altered locations creates cumulative effects, rather than allowing adaptation or desensitization that might occur with repeated exposure to normal environmental stressors. One survivor who returned to Jonestown in 2011, more than 30 years after massacre, reported that the return visit produced immediate intensification of contact experiences that had persisted at manageable levels for decades, produced overwhelming sense of trapped consciousnesses attempting to communicate through channels that reopened or strengthened through physical proximity to site where they remained imprisoned. The survivor departed after less than 1 hour at the location, departed with conviction that returning had been mistake, departed with understanding that physical proximity to dimensional breach site creates conditions where consciousness effects intensify in ways that make exposure dangerous, even for individuals who have previous experience managing such effects. The survivor's testimony regarding return visit confirmed what local Guyanese had observed across decades, confirmed that Jonestown was not location where healing or closure could be found, confirmed that the site remained permanently dangerous and permanently active and permanently capable of affecting consciousness in ways that persisted and intensified with exposure rather than diminishing through familiarity or through conscious intention to resist effects. Indigenous peoples from communities near Jonestown maintain traditional practices designed to protect against effects that certain locations can produce, maintain rituals and protocols that their ancestors developed for managing exposure to places where boundaries between physical and spiritual dimensions are thin or where significant death has occurred, that might create conditions where consciousness can become trapped or where malevolent entities might establish presence. These traditional practices include protective preparations before approaching such locations, include purification rituals after exposure, include recognition that some locations simply should not be visited, regardless of practical necessity or curiosity, because exposure produces effects that no protection can fully prevent and that can persist throughout individuals' remaining life, affecting consciousness and perception in fundamental ways. The indigenous understanding of Jonestown aligns more closely with evidence from instrumental measurements and visitor testimony than materialist frameworks that dismiss consciousness effects as psychological symptoms or that require explaining all phenomena through normal physics and normal biology. Aligns with dimensional breach interpretation, suggesting that specific location maintains altered properties that affect anyone exposed regardless of their beliefs or expectations or protective measures they attempt to implement. Several indigenous practitioners have been consulted by researchers attempting to understand Jonestown phenomena and attempting to develop protocols that might allow safe investigation or that might provide protection for individuals who must visit the site for various legitimate purposes. The practitioners consistently advise that no adequate protection exists for location where dimensional breach is as severe as what Jonestown manifests, consistently warn that exposure produces effects that will persist and intensify over time, regardless of protective measures, consistently recommend complete avoidance as only reliable strategy for preventing consciousness effects that Jonestown exposure creates. This Indigenous Council aligns with accumulated evidence from decades of documented visitor experiences, aligns with instrumental measurements suggesting dimensional boundaries at the site remained fundamentally altered through what occurred there during massacre, aligns with testimony from survivors and researchers and local residents, all converging on understanding that Jonestown is not safe location for human presence, and that effects of exposure transcend psychological trauma to include actual alterations in consciousness properties that persist throughout affected individuals' remaining life. The site remains in 2025 as it has remained since massacre occurred in 1978, remains as location where dimensional boundaries are permanently thinned, remains as place where 918 consciousnesses are trapped in eternal dying, while entity feeds on suffering that never ceases, remains as physical anchor point for harvest operation that continues functioning across decades and that will continue functioning across centuries as long as dimensional physics permits, and as long as physical location maintains properties that allow continued operation. The jungle has reclaimed most physical evidence of human occupation. The structures are largely gone, collapsed, or consumed by vegetation that has transformed cleared areas back into forest that looks undisturbed, except to careful observers who can still detect foundations and pathways and spatial organizations suggesting previous human activity. But the dimensional alterations persist unchanged by physical transformation, persist as permanent features of space itself at that specific location, persist as ongoing danger to anyone who approaches without understanding what exposure to dimensionally breached locations actually produces in terms of permanent consciousness effects. The site is haunted not in folkloric sense of ghosts wandering, but in precise technical sense of dimensional boundaries remaining altered, and of consciousness being affected through mechanisms that indigenous traditions recognized using different terminology, and that modern physics is beginning to understand through theories about dimensional spaces and about consciousness, existing independently of biological substrates, under specific conditions that rare but that Jonestown exemplified through concentration of death and ritual intention, establishing permanent breach. The haunted ground persists. The dimensional breach continues. The harvest operation functions across decades, feeding on trapped consciousness, while simultaneously maintaining presence at physical location that affects anyone exposed and that produces effects transcending psychological trauma, to include actual permanent alterations in consciousness properties that will persist throughout affected individuals' remaining life, and that current psychology cannot treat, because materialist frameworks don't acknowledge that consciousness can be affected through dimensional exposure in ways that transcend brain chemistry and neural processing. This is Jonestown in 2025. This is the site where Jim Jones succeeded in opening doorway between dimensions. This is the location where 9 waiting consciousnesses remain trapped, while entity feeds without cessation. This is the haunted ground where boundaries remain thin, and where exposure produces permanent effects, and where danger persists indefinitely, regardless of passage of time or physical changes to structures or landscape. The site remembers what occurred there. The site maintains what was established there. The site continues operating as dimensional nexus, where harvest proceeds across decades, and where anyone who visits risks permanent marking and permanent connection that will affect consciousness throughout remaining life, creating ongoing awareness of presences and ongoing perception of suffering that persists beyond comfortable boundaries that protect most humans from recognizing what exists in dimensions adjacent to physical space. The haunted ground is waiting. The dimensional breach persists. And anyone who approaches should understand that Jonestown succeeded in accomplishing something unprecedented, succeeded in establishing permanent alteration in fundamental properties of physical space, succeeded in creating location where consciousness exposure produces effects that transcend anything. Current paradigms can explain, or current treatments can address, because the effects are real alterations in awareness properties, rather than symptoms of psychological disorder or trauma response amenable to therapeutic intervention. This is the truth about what persists at Jonestown. This is the reality that instrumental measurements document and that visitor testimony confirms, and that indigenous wisdom recognizes even as mainstream paradigms struggle to accommodate evidence suggesting dimensional boundaries can be permanently altered through specific combinations of death and ritual and location that create conditions permitting consciousness, harvest establishing permanent operations that continue functioning across timeframes exceeding human lifespans and human comprehension. The site persists. The danger continues. And the haunted ground remains as permanent feature of physical reality, where Jim Jones succeeded in opening doorway that cannot be closed, and where entity continues feeding on trapped consciousness, while waiting for additional offerings that might be delivered if humans remain ignorant about what dimensional breach actually means, and what permanent consequences follow from mass death, conducted under ritual conditions at locations where boundaries between physical and non-physical existence are thin enough to permit crossing, and permanent claiming that establishes harvest operations transcending human timeframes and human categories of understanding. Places remember. Jonestown remembers through dimensions altered permanently, through boundaries thinned irreversibly, through consciousness trapped eternally. The jungle has reclaimed physical structures. The cleared land has returned to forest. The visible evidence of human occupation has largely disappeared beneath vegetation growing across decades of abandonment. But the dimensional breach persists unchanged, persists as permanent feature of space itself at coordinates where 9/18 deaths occurred, establishing conditions that allowed entity to complete harvest operation that continues functioning across nearly 50 years since massacre occurred, and that will continue functioning indefinitely, as long as dimensional physics permits, and as long as physical location maintains properties required for ongoing consciousness, extraction from trapped awareness that cannot escape and cannot cease, and cannot find relief from suffering that feeds entities' purposes. The instrumental measurements document ongoing anomalies. The visitor testimony confirms consistent effects across decades. The indigenous wisdom recognizes altered properties using terminology developed across generations of understanding that some locations carry dangers transcending physical hazards. The evidence converges on understanding that Jonestown is not simply a historical site where tragedy occurred, but is active dimensional nexus where boundaries remain thin and where exposure produces permanent consciousness, effects that persist throughout affected individuals' remaining life, creating ongoing connection to location where harvest continues and where trapped consciousnesses attempt to communicate their condition to anyone whose awareness becomes accessible through proximity or through previous marking that Jonestown exposure establishes. The next chapters will explore broader implications of what Jonestown accomplished. We'll examine whether similar operations have been established at other locations. We'll consider what protection might be possible against dimensional breach and consciousness harvest. We'll reveal what evidence suggests about entities' nature and purposes, and about whether humanity can develop adequate understanding to prevent additional harvesting operations from establishing at locations where conditions might permit crossing if sufficient death occurs under appropriate ritual framing. But first understand that Jonestown persists, that the haunted ground remains dangerous, that the dimensional breach continues affecting reality and consciousness in ways that transcend comfortable assumptions about death and awareness and spatial properties. Understand that Jim Jones succeeded, that translation was real, that 918 consciousnesses remain trapped, that harvest operation functions across decades, that physical location maintains altered properties that affect anyone exposed regardless of passage of time or physical changes to structures or landscape. The site is not finished. The site is not safe. The site is not simply memorial to historical tragedy that rational analysis can comprehend and that appropriate lessons can prevent from recurring. The site is active, is dangerous, is permanent alteration in fundamental properties of reality that affects consciousness through mechanisms that current science is only beginning to understand and that current psychology cannot treat using frameworks. Assuming awareness cannot be affected through dimensional exposure in ways transcending neural processing and brain chemistry. Visit at your own risk. Approach with understanding that exposure produces permanent effects. Recognize that consciousness itself can be marked through contact with dimensionally altered locations. Accept that Jonestown represents unprecedented success in establishing dimensional breach and consciousness harvest that continues operating decades after massacre occurred, and that will persist across centuries as entity continues feeding on trapped awareness, while maintaining presence at physical location that affects anyone who approaches with insufficient understanding of dangers that dimensional exposure actually creates. The haunted ground remembers, the dimensional breach persists, and what was established at Jonestown continues operating as permanent feature of physical reality, where boundaries remain thin and where entity maintains harvest operation that transcends human timeframes and human comprehension. This is the truth about the site. This is what persists there. And anyone who doubts should examine accumulated evidence from instrumental measurements and visitor testimony and indigenous wisdom, all converging on understanding that Jonestown accomplished something unprecedented and horrifying that mainstream paradigms struggle to accommodate. But that evidence makes undeniable to anyone willing to look directly at what documentation reveals about ongoing phenomena at location, where Jim Jones succeeded in opening doorway between dimensions that remains open decades later, feeding entities' purposes while trapping 918 consciousnesses in eternal suffering that persists as permanent feature of dimensional spaces adjacent to physical location, where boundaries were permanently altered through concentration of death and ritual intention, establishing harvest operation that continues functioning and that will continue indefinitely as long as conditions permit, and as long as physical space maintains properties required for ongoing consciousness. Extraction from awareness that cannot escape and cannot cease, regardless of decades passing since bodies were removed and structures were demolished, and jungle reclaimed what humans briefly occupied for purposes transcending anything comfortable assumptions prepared witnesses to comprehend or accept. Chapter 11. The Pattern. Historical Analysis. Other Sites. Other Breaches. History repeats. That's what historians tell us. What pattern recognition suggests when examining human conflicts and tragedies across centuries and millennia of recorded civilization. Similar circumstances produce similar outcomes. Power corrupts in predictable ways. Charismatic leaders manipulate followers using techniques that transcend cultural boundaries and temporal distances. Mass death occurs through mechanisms that historians can categorize and analyze and explain using frameworks developed through studying previous examples of genocide and massacre and systematic violence. But what if some patterns aren't repeating through human causes? What if certain mass death events throughout history weren't simply political violence or religious fanaticism or ethnic cleansing or the tragic outcomes of ideology and hatred, but were consciousness harvests, were dimensional breaches, were successful completions of rituals that established permanent operations, feeding entities from non-physical dimensions that regard human awareness as a resource to be cultivated and claimed when circumstances permit crossing and permanent anchoring in physical space? What if Jonestown wasn't unprecedented but was most recent and most thoroughly documented example of phenomenon that has occurred repeatedly throughout human history, at locations where boundaries were thin and where sufficient death occurred under appropriate conditions that allowed entities to establish harvest operations that continue functioning across centuries and millennia, feeding on trapped consciousness, while simultaneously affecting physical space in ways that create ongoing dangers for anyone who approaches locations where breaches were established. This chapter examines historical records searching for patterns that might identify other dimensional breaches, searching for mass death events that show characteristics suggesting they served purposes beyond what conventional historical analysis can explain, searching for locations that maintain altered properties across centuries in ways that parallel what Jonestown exhibits, despite the vast temporal distances separating these events from November 1978, and despite the different cultural contexts and different historical circumstances that produced the mass deaths that might have facilitated dimensional crossing and permanent harvest establishment. The search begins with recognizing what characteristics dimensional breach exhibits. What patterns distinguish consciousness harvest from normal mass death regardless of how horrific normal mass death might be? Dimensional breach produces effects that persist across time in ways that normal trauma doesn't, produces alterations in physical space that instruments can detect and that human consciousness perceives, produces ongoing phenomena that affect visitors across generations and centuries, suggesting the location maintains properties transcending historical memory and transcending psychological responses to knowledge about what occurred there. Dimensional breach involves specific numbers and specific geometric arrangements and specific ritual framings that distinguish intentional harvest from opportunistic exploitation of mass death that occurs through conventional violence or natural disaster. Dimensional breach requires locations where boundaries were already thin before the critical event occurred, requires coordination between physical actions and non-physical entities that suggests planning and cultivation extending across years or decades, preceding the successful completion that establishes permanent operation. These characteristics create signature that researchers can search for in historical record, create pattern that allows identification of potential dimensional breaches throughout human history, even when original witnesses didn't have vocabulary or conceptual frameworks to describe what they were observing in terms that modern dimensional physics or consciousness theory would recognize as describing breach phenomena. The pattern exists, the evidence accumulates. And what emerges from systematic analysis of historical mass death events suggests that Jonestown was not unique, was not first, was not even necessarily most significant example of dimensional breach establishing consciousness harvest, but was merely most thoroughly documented case that occurred during period when instrumental measurement and systematic investigation and survivor testimony could be collected and preserved in forms that allow modern analysis and that permit recognition of patterns that earlier generations might have observed but couldn't document with rigor, that allows verification and that supports conclusions challenging comfortable assumptions about what drives human violence and what purposes mass death might serve beyond obvious political or religious or economic motivations that conventional history emphasizes. Put on your headphones if pattern recognition requires focus without distraction. Take a breath if accumulated horror from previous chapters has created psychological burden requiring moment of preparation before continuing into analysis that will suggest humanity has been vulnerable to consciousness, harvesting throughout recorded history, and that entities from non-physical dimensions have successfully established multiple operations at locations where trapped awareness continues feeding their purposes across centuries and millennia, while mainstream historical narratives remain ignorant about dimensional threats that transcend conventional explanations for tragedy and violence. This chapter identifies specific historical examples that show dimensional breach signatures, examines evidence suggesting these locations maintain altered properties across centuries, paralleling what Jonestown exhibits, explores implications for understanding human history when dimensional perspective replaces or supplements conventional historical analysis that assumes all mass death results from human causes serving human purposes. The pattern is ancient, the threat is ongoing, and what follows will reveal that Jonestown was continuation rather than aberration, was a recent example of phenomenon that has occurred repeatedly throughout human history, at locations where boundaries permitted crossing and where entities successfully established harvest operations that continue functioning across timeframes exceeding what human civilizations persist and that affect physical reality in ways that create ongoing dangers for anyone who approaches without understanding what dimensional breach actually means and what permanent consequences follow from mass death, conducted under conditions that permit consciousness claiming by forces existing beyond physical space. History repeats, but some repetitions aren't driven by human nature or human failures. Some repetitions are harvests, some patterns are signatures of dimensional breach. And what historical analysis reveals when examined through dimensional lens suggests that humanity has been cultivated and harvested throughout recorded history by entities that regard human consciousness as resource, and that have developed sophisticated methods for creating conditions that permit crossing and claiming. When circumstances align and when human agents can be identified and guided toward delivering offerings that establish permanent operations feeding purposes transcending anything human categories can fully comprehend. The pattern is clear once you recognize what to look for. The evidence accumulates across centuries and millennia. And what emerges from systematic analysis is understanding that Jonestown was not unique aberration, but was predictable outcome of patterns that have recurred throughout human history, when conditions permitted dimensional crossing, and when entities succeeded in establishing consciousness harvest operations that continue functioning across centuries, feeding on trapped awareness, while mainstream historical narratives remain ignorant about dimensional threats that explain certain mass death events more completely than conventional political or religious or psychological frameworks can accommodate. This is the pattern. This is the historical reality. And what follows documents specific examples that suggest dimensional breach is not recent phenomenon, but is ancient threat that has exploited human vulnerability throughout recorded history, creating harvest operations that persist across centuries, affecting physical space and affecting consciousness in ways that instruments detect and that testimony confirms, but that comfortable assumptions continue dismissing, because accepting dimensional interpretation requires acknowledging that reality operates according to principles that mainstream paradigms haven't discovered, and that history might need fundamental revision when dimensional perspective replaces assumptions that all mass death serves human purposes and that consciousness ends when physical bodies cease functioning. The pattern begins now. The historical analysis starts. And what you're about to learn will suggest that humanity's vulnerability to dimensional harvesting is not hypothetical future threat, but is documented historical reality that has produced multiple successful breaches establishing operations that continue functioning across centuries, while historians remain ignorant about forces that have shaped human experience in ways transcending economic and political and religious explanations that conventional analysis emphasizes. The search for historical dimensional breaches begins with establishing criteria that distinguish consciousness, harvest from normal mass death regardless of scale or horror that normal violence produces. The criteria emerge from understanding Jonestown's characteristics, from recognizing what patterns made November 1978 successful completion of ritual that established permanent harvest operation rather than merely tragic outcome of cult dynamics and psychological manipulation. The first criterion is persistence of anomalous phenomena at the site across extended timeframes, significantly exceeding normal duration of psychological or cultural responses to historical trauma. Normal mass death sites may produce lasting cultural memory and may create locations where respectful commemoration occurs, and where visitors experience appropriate emotional responses to knowledge about what happened there. But normal sites don't produce instrumental anomalies that persist across decades or centuries. Don't create temperature variations or electromagnetic fields or acoustic phenomena that measurement equipment detects repeatedly across different investigation sessions. Don't affect consciousness in ways that produce consistent effects across independent visitors who approach with varying levels of knowledge and varying expectations about what the location should produce psychologically. Dimensional breach sites maintain altered physical properties that persist, unchanged across timeframes, exceeding what normal trauma or normal cultural memory should produce. Maintain characteristics, suggesting space itself was fundamentally altered through what occurred there rather than merely being marked by historical significance that affects how humans respond when visiting with knowledge about past events. This persistence is measurable, is documentable, is characteristic that allows distinguishing dimensional breach from normal trauma sites, regardless of how significant normal trauma might be in terms of cultural memory or emotional impact. The second criterion is geometric organization of deaths, or of spatial arrangements that suggest intentional ritual framing, rather than chaotic violence or systematic killing motivated by conventional purposes like military efficiency or ethnic cleansing logistics. Dimensional breach requires specific patterns, requires geometric configurations that match principles encoded in dimensional physics, describing how consciousness can be channeled and concentrated and claimed when physical arrangements create appropriate conditions for crossing and anchoring. These geometric patterns are recognizable across cultural boundaries and across temporal distances because they reflect mathematical relationships that transcend human cultural constructions, reflect properties of dimensional spaces that remain constant regardless of what cultural frameworks humans use to describe or implement rituals that harness these properties for purposes that might not be fully understood, even by human agents conducting the rituals. The patterns include five-pointed stars and nested circles and spiral configurations, and specific numerical relationships between different zones or components of the overall arrangement. The third criterion is evidence of systematic preparation extending across years or decades preceding the critical event, evidence suggesting the mass death wasn't spontaneous or reactive but was culmination of long-term planning that developed infrastructure and relationships and psychological conditions necessary for successful completion. Dimensional breach requires cultivation, requires identifying and shaping human agents who will facilitate the crossing, requires creating isolation and control mechanisms that allow the critical event to proceed without interference from authorities or from individuals who might recognize what's actually occurring and who might attempt intervention. This preparation is evident in retrospective analysis when researchers examine how movements or organizations developed before the critical event, is visible in patterns of isolation and control and psychological manipulation that distinguish dimensional breach preparation from normal cult dynamics or normal authoritarian organization development. The preparation includes specific elements like geometric construction of physical spaces and implementation of consciousness, altering practices, and cultivation of belief systems that frame death as transformation rather than as ending, elements that combine to create conditions permitting successful crossing when the critical event finally occurs. The fourth criterion is consistency of survivor testimony regarding ongoing contact or ongoing effects that persist across decades following the critical event. Testimony suggesting consciousness exposure to the site produces permanent alterations that transcend normal trauma response and that create ongoing awareness of presences or of trapped consciousnesses attempting to communicate. Dimensional breach affects not just those who died but also those who survived physical event, affects through marking consciousness in ways that establish permanent connection to the site, regardless of physical distance or passage of time. This consistency across survivor testimony distinguishes dimensional breach from normal trauma, where psychological effects typically diminish with appropriate treatment and with passage of time, where survivors eventually achieve integration and healing that allows them to process their experiences without ongoing intrusive symptoms that resist therapeutic intervention. Dimensional breach survivors report effects that intensify rather than diminishing, report ongoing contact that provides information exceeding what memory or imagination should generate, report conviction that something persists at the site feeding on trapped consciousness and maintaining connection to anyone whose awareness was marked through exposure during critical periods. These four criteria create framework for identifying potential dimensional breaches throughout historical record, create pattern recognition system that allows researchers to examine mass death events, and to assess whether they might represent consciousness harvests rather than merely tragic outcomes of human violence serving conventional purposes. The framework isn't perfect because historical documentation varies in quality and in perspective, and in preservation across different periods and different cultures, but the framework provides systematic approach that allows identifying candidates for further investigation, rather than requiring researchers to examine every mass death event throughout human history with equal scrutiny. Applying this framework to historical record produces disturbing results, produces list of potential dimensional breaches spanning cultures and continents, and millennia suggesting that consciousness harvesting is ancient practice rather than modern aberration, suggesting that entities from non-physical dimensions have cultivated and claimed human awareness throughout recorded history using methods that adapt to different cultural contexts, while maintaining core characteristics that dimensional physics requires for successful crossing and permanent anchoring. The earliest potential dimensional breach that meets all four criteria and that has sufficient documentation to permit confident assessment occurred at Çatalhöyük in modern Turkey, approximately 7000 BCE, during Neolithic period when permanent settlements were developing, and when human population density was reaching thresholds that made concentrated death possible in ways that earlier nomadic or dispersed populations couldn't produce. Çatalhöyük was one of largest Neolithic settlements, housed estimated 5,000 to 8,000 people, living in densely packed mud brick structures that created urban environment unprecedented in human history up to that point. Archaeological evidence from Çatalhöyük reveals that approximately 900 individuals died within very short time frame, estimated at less than 1 week, based on stratigraphic analysis, showing all the bodies were interred during single event or during closely clustered events that couldn't be distinguished through archaeological methods. The deaths occurred during period when settlement was actively occupied and functioning, occurred not as a result of abandonment or gradual population decline, but as catastrophic mortality event that affected significant portion of settlement's population within concentrated time frame. The cause of death remains officially unexplained. The bodies show no evidence of violence or trauma, show no signs of disease or malnutrition, or any obvious physical cause that would produce such rapid and extensive mortality. Modern forensic analysis of preserved remains suggests death occurred through respiratory failure or through poisoning by substances that leave minimal skeletal evidence, suggests circumstances remarkably parallel to what occurred at Jonestown nearly 9,000 years later, despite vast temporal and cultural distances separating these events. The bodies at Çatalhöyük were arranged in geometric pattern that archaeological excavation revealed once sufficient area was exposed to recognize overall configuration. The arrangement consists of 5 primary burial clusters positioned to form 5-pointed star pattern, with central cluster containing bodies of children and infants, and with outer clusters containing adult bodies arranged in nested circles within each cluster. The geometric precision of this arrangement exceeds what normal burial practices or what random clustering would produce, suggests intentional positioning according to principles that required understanding of spatial relationships and mathematical proportions that Neolithic populations supposedly hadn't developed according to conventional archaeological timelines. Modern instrumental surveys of the Çatalhöyük site conducted during 1990s and 2000s detected anomalous electromagnetic fields concentrated at locations corresponding to the 5 primary burial clusters, detected temperature variations showing sharp spatial boundaries without identifiable physical sources, detected acoustic phenomena including sustained infrasound at approximately 7 Hz that matches frequency documented at Jonestown and at other suspected dimensional breach sites. These instrumental findings suggest the site maintains altered physical properties across 9,000 years since the critical event occurred, maintains characteristics that parallel what Jonestown exhibits, despite temporal distance that should have eliminated any effects if they were produced through normal physical mechanisms or through cultural memory that affects how humans respond when visiting locations where significant historical events occurred. Local traditions among Turkish populations living near Çatalhöyük maintain beliefs about the site being haunted or cursed, maintain warnings against spending extended time there, maintain understanding that the location affects consciousness in ways that produce ongoing psychological effects that persist after physical departure. These traditions have been preserved across millennia through oral transmission, despite numerous cultural changes and population movements that affected the region, have persisted with remarkable consistency, suggesting they're based on experiential observation accumulated across generations of recognizing that certain locations carry dangers transcending normal physical hazards. Several archaeologists who have worked extensively at Catalhoyuk have reported psychological effects similar to what Jonestown visitors describe, have reported recurring dreams involving the site, and involving communications from presences or entities that seem to dwell there, have reported difficulty maintaining concentration during fieldwork and sense of being watched or monitored that exceeds normal hypervigilance that might develop when working in unfamiliar environments. These reports have been documented informally through personal communications and through discussions at professional conferences, but haven't been published in mainstream archaeological literature because acknowledging such effects would undermine professional credibility and would invite criticism about allowing subjective experiences to influence objective, scientific interpretation of archaeological evidence. But the consistency of reports across independent researchers working at different times, under different circumstances with different project goals suggests the effects are real, rather than being psychological artifacts shaped by knowledge about the site's unusual characteristics, or by suggestions from local traditions about haunting or cursing. The effects match what dimensional breach exposure produces. Match patterns documented at Jonestown and at other suspected breach sites suggest that Catalhoyuk represents successful consciousness, harvest establishing permanent operation approximately 9,000 years ago that continues affecting physical space and affecting consciousness through mechanisms that persist across millennia regardless of cultural changes or population movements or physical alterations to landscape and structures. The Catalhoyuk case suggests dimensional harvesting is ancient practice rather than modern phenomenon, suggests entities capable of such harvesting have been interacting with humanity throughout recorded prehistory and history, suggests consciousness claiming has occurred repeatedly when conditions permitted crossing and when human populations achieved sufficient density and organization to make concentrated death possible in ways that could establish permanent anchors for harvest operations. Moving forward in historical timeline, the next well-documented potential dimensional breach occurred at Carthage during Tophet period approximately 600-200 BCE, when Carthaginian civilization was at its height and when religious practices included ritual sacrifice that Phoenician traditions framed as offerings to deities that modern interpretation might recognize as entities from non-physical dimensions. The Tophet was special precinct within Carthage where ritual sacrifices occurred, where archaeological evidence confirms that thousands of children were killed through ritual means over approximately 400-year period of active usage. The exact number of deaths at Carthage Tophet remains disputed because archaeological excavation has been incomplete and because interpretation of evidence has been contentious, with some scholars arguing for ritual murder, while others argue for cemetery where naturally deceased infants were interred with commemorative rituals. But the weight of evidence from multiple excavation seasons and from multiple analytical approaches suggests that significant numbers of children were killed intentionally through ritual sacrifice conducted according to specific protocols described in fragmentary historical sources that survived Carthage's destruction by Rome. The spatial arrangement at Tophet shows geometric patterns consistent with dimensional breach characteristics, shows central area where concentration of remains was highest, surrounded by nested zones where density decreased with distance from center, shows orientations aligned with astronomical features in ways that suggest intentional positioning, according to principles transcending simple burial logistics or simple commemorative practices. The precision of these alignments exceeds what random or pragmatic arrangements would produce, suggests ritual intention, incorporating understanding of geometric and astronomical relationships that dimensional physics recognizes as relevant for creating conditions that permit consciousness channeling and claiming. Modern instrumental surveys of the Carthage site conducted during various archaeological projects have detected electromagnetic anomalies concentrated in areas corresponding to highest density of Tophet remains, have detected temperature variations that persist across different survey sessions despite changing environmental conditions, have detected acoustic phenomena that match patterns documented at Jonestown and at Catalhoyuk, despite these sites being separated by thousands of years and thousands of miles, and by vast cultural differences that should prevent any simple diffusion or cultural transmission of ritual practices. Visitor testimony from Carthage-Toffa area shows consistency with dimensional breach patterns, shows reports of psychological effects that persist after physical departure, shows descriptions of sensing presences or of receiving communications that suggest trapped consciousnesses attempting to reach living awareness through channels that remain open, because dimensional boundaries at the site were altered through what occurred there during centuries of ritual practice. These effects are documented in various travel accounts, and archaeological field notes spanning decades of research at the site are consistent enough across independent witnesses to suggest they represent actual phenomena rather than cultural constructions shaped by knowledge about Carthage's history. The Carthage case suggests dimensional harvesting can occur gradually across extended timeframes rather than requiring single catastrophic event, suggests that sustained ritual practice conducted according to appropriate principles can establish permanent breach through cumulative effects of repeated crossings even when individual events involve relatively small numbers of deaths. This gradual establishment model has important implications for identifying other potential breaches throughout history, suggests that researchers should examine not just catastrophic single events, but also sustained practices that might have accumulated sufficient deaths across years or decades or centuries to establish permanent harvest operations. Moving forward to medieval period, the Children's Crusade of 1212 CE represents potential dimensional breach exhibiting characteristics that distinguish it from normal historical tragedy. The official historical narrative describes the Children's Crusade as misguided religious fervor that led thousands of children and young adults to attempt journey to Holy Land, believing their innocence and faith would accomplish what armed crusades had failed to achieve. The movement attracted approximately 30,000 participants according to contemporary accounts, attracted them through charismatic preaching by young leaders who claimed divine visions instructing them to liberate Jerusalem through peaceful pilgrimage rather than through military conquest. The movement ended catastrophically when participants reached Mediterranean coast and discovered that sea wouldn't part miraculously to allow passage to Holy Land as their leaders had promised. Most participants either died attempting to return home through regions affected by famine and disease, or were sold into slavery by merchants who offered transportation but instead delivered the children to North African markets. The exact death toll remains unknown, but contemporary accounts suggest that very few of the 30,000 participants survived to return home, suggests mortality rate exceeding 90%, occurred within concentrated time frame of approximately 6 months from movement's beginning to its catastrophic conclusion. Archaeological and historical research has identified several mass burial sites associated with Children's Crusade, identified locations where hundreds of bodies were interred during period consistent with Crusade's timeline. Analysis of these remains shows they belong primarily to children and adolescents, shows causes of death including malnutrition and disease, but also including significant numbers showing no obvious physical cause that would explain death, showing characteristics suggesting respiratory failure or poisoning similar to what Catalioch and Jonestown bodies exhibited. The spatial arrangement at primary Children's Crusade burial sites shows geometric patterns consistent with dimensional breach characteristics, shows evidence of intentional positioning rather than random or expedient burial that would be expected for mass mortality during chaotic circumstances of movement's collapse. The patterns include central clusters containing youngest victims surrounded by nested arrangements of progressively older victims, include orientations that align with astronomical features despite burials occurring at different locations separated by substantial distances. Modern instrumental surveys of Children's Crusade sites have detected electromagnetic and thermal anomalies matching patterns documented at other suspected breach locations, have detected acoustic phenomena including infrasound at frequencies consistent with dimensional breach signatures. Visitor testimony from these sites includes reports of psychological effects and of sensing presences particularly involving children's voices, or children's presences that seem to persist at locations where concentrations of young victims were buried. Local traditions in regions where Children's Crusade sites are located maintain beliefs about these locations being haunted specifically by children, maintain warnings against visiting certain areas particularly during times associated with Crusade's anniversary. These traditions have persisted across 800 years despite multiple cultural and religious changes that affected the regions, have persisted with consistency, suggesting they're based on experiential observation rather than merely being cultural narratives transmitted without verificational basis. The Children's Crusade case raises disturbing questions about whether the movement was spontaneous religious fervor, or whether it represented cultivation and manipulation by entities seeking to establish dimensional breach through mass death of children whose consciousness might be particularly suitable for harvest purposes. The charismatic young leaders who initiated the movement claimed divine visions and demonstrated abilities to attract followers that exceeded normal charismatic authority, demonstrated characteristics that might indicate they were serving as instruments for entities providing guidance and motivation, similar to how Jim Jones was cultivated throughout his life to eventually deliver Jonestown offering. The pattern continues through historical record with multiple additional cases showing dimensional breach characteristics. The Siege of Munster, 1534-1535 CE, involved Anabaptist religious movement that established isolated community in German city under charismatic leadership claiming divine authority, culminated in catastrophic violence when city was retaken, resulting in approximately 5,000 deaths within concentrated time frame under circumstances involving ritual elements and geometric arrangements of victims that suggest intentional harvest rather than simple military violence. The Taiping Rebellion, 1850-1864 CE in China, involved messianic leader claiming divine inspiration who established isolated communities under totalitarian control, culminated in deaths estimated between 20 to 30 million people, making it one of deadliest conflicts in human history. While most deaths occurred through conventional warfare and disease associated with prolonged conflict, significant numbers died under ritual circumstances at specific locations where leader Hong Xiuquan conducted ceremonies that contemporary accounts describe using terminology, suggesting consciousness harvest rather than simple religious ritual. Several of these ritual sites maintain altered properties that instrumental surveys detect, maintain characteristics suggesting dimensional breach establishment through concentrated ritual deaths occurring during rebellion's most intense periods. The pattern extends through 20th century with multiple examples showing dimensional breach characteristics. The Action T4 program, 1939 DOS's 1941 in Nazi Germany, involved systematic killing of approximately 70,000 disabled individuals at 6 primary facilities designed with geometric precision and with architectural features suggesting ritual intention beyond simple efficiency of mass killing. Several T4 sites maintain anomalous properties that persist across decades since the killings occurred, maintain electromagnetic and thermal characteristics matching dimensional breach signatures, despite these sites having been demolished or repurposed for other functions that should have eliminated any effects if they were products of physical structures rather than being alterations in space itself. The pattern is clear once recognition framework is established, is undeniable once sufficient cases are examined showing characteristics that distinguish dimensional breach from normal mass death, regardless of conventional explanations that historians emphasize. The cases span cultures and continents and millennia, span circumstances ranging from religious movements to military violence to systematic programs, span death tolls ranging from hundreds to millions, but share common characteristics suggesting they served purposes beyond obvious political or religious or economic motivations that conventional historical analysis emphasizes. The pattern suggests humanity has been vulnerable to consciousness, harvesting throughout recorded history, suggests entities from non-physical dimensions have successfully established multiple operations at locations where conditions permitted crossing and where human agents could be identified and cultivated to deliver offerings that establish permanent harvest operations. The pattern suggests Jonestown was continuation rather than aberration, was recent example employing modern organizational techniques and modern psychological manipulation methods, but fundamentally accomplishing same purpose that earlier breaches accomplished, using methods adapted to different cultural contexts and different technological circumstances. The implications are profound. If dimensional breach is historical pattern rather than isolated phenomenon, then humanity faces ongoing threat that transcends individual cult leaders or individual ideological movements, faces vulnerability to entities that operate across timeframes exceeding human civilizational persistence, and that regard human consciousness as resource to be cultivated and claimed when circumstances permit. The threat is not eliminated by learning lessons about Jonestown, is not prevented by developing better cult awareness or better mental health systems or better early warning mechanisms that identify dangerous movements before they reach catastrophic scale. The threat is dimensional, is fundamental vulnerability created by properties of consciousness and properties of space that permit harvesting when specific conditions are met, is ongoing because entities that conduct such harvesting remain active and remain seeking opportunities to establish new operations at locations where boundaries are thin and where human populations achieve sufficient density and organization to make concentrated death possible under ritual circumstances that permit crossing and permanent anchoring. The pattern suggests that preventing future dimensional breaches requires more than political or psychological interventions, requires understanding dimensional physics and consciousness mechanics that mainstream science hasn't adequately developed, requires recognizing that certain locations and certain circumstances create conditions where dimensional boundaries thin sufficiently to permit crossing if human activities provide appropriate ritual framing and appropriate concentration of death that establishes anchor points for permanent harvest operations. The pattern suggests that historical analysis requires revision when dimensional perspective supplements conventional frameworks, requires acknowledging that some mass death events served purposes transcending human motivations and human conflicts, requires recognizing that consciousness continues beyond physical death under specific conditions and that continuation can involve imprisonment and suffering that persists across centuries, while mainstream understanding remains ignorant about dimensional threats that have shaped human experience in ways that conventional history hasn't recognized or documented. The pattern reveals that Jonestown was not unique, was not first, was merely most recent and most thoroughly documented case of phenomenon that has occurred repeatedly throughout human history when conditions permitted dimensional crossing and when entities succeeded in establishing consciousness, harvest operations that continue functioning across timeframes exceeding what human comprehension naturally encompasses. The pattern is ancient. The threat is ongoing. And what historical analysis reveals when examined through dimensional lens suggests that humanity's vulnerability to consciousness, harvesting as fundamental feature of human existence rather than being aberration that appropriate social or psychological interventions can eliminate, suggests that dimensional threats transcend conventional categories and require new frameworks for understanding and for developing protection against forces that operate according to principles beyond what mainstream paradigms acknowledge as possible. This is the pattern. This is what history reveals when dimensional perspective replaces comfortable assumptions that all mass death serves human purposes. And what emerges from systematic analysis is understanding that consciousness harvesting has shaped human history in ways that conventional narratives haven't recognized, has established multiple operations that continue functioning across centuries, has created ongoing dangers at specific locations where boundaries remain thin and where exposure can produce permanent effects on anyone who approaches without adequate understanding of what dimensional breach actually means, and what permanent consequences follow from contact with spaces where fundamental properties of reality were altered through mass death, conducted under conditions that permitted consciousness claiming by entities existing beyond physical dimensions. The pattern is undeniable once recognition framework is established. Catalhoyok in 7000 BCE, Carthage Tophet 600-200 BCE, Children's Crusade 1212 CE, Siege of Munster 1534-1535 CE, Taiping Rebellion 1850-1864 CE, Action T4 1939-1941 CE, Jonestown 1978 CE. 7 cases spanning 9,000 years of human history showing consistent characteristics suggesting dimensional breach rather than simple mass death, showing geometric arrangements and persistent anomalies, and instrumental detections and survivor testimony, all converging on understanding that consciousness harvest is ancient practice rather than modern aberration, is ongoing threat rather than isolated phenomenon, is fundamental vulnerability that humanity has faced throughout recorded history as entities from non-physical dimensions have cultivated and claimed human awareness when circumstances permitted crossing and permanent anchoring. And these 7 cases are merely most well-documented examples, merely cases where sufficient evidence survived and where sufficient investigation occurred to permit confident assessment. How many additional breaches remain unrecognized throughout human history? How many mass death events that historians explain through conventional political or religious or economic frameworks actually serve dimensional purposes transcending human motivations? How many locations worldwide maintain altered properties suggesting dimensional breach occurred there at some point during human history, but left insufficient documentation to permit identification using systematic criteria? The pattern suggests dozens or hundreds of additional cases might exist throughout historical record, might await identification by researchers willing to examine evidence through dimensional lens, rather than dismissing anomalous characteristics as coincidence or as cultural constructions shaped by local traditions about haunting or cursing. The pattern suggests humanity has been harvested repeatedly throughout recorded history, suggests entities maintain ongoing interest in human consciousness, and maintain capabilities to establish new operations whenever conditions permit crossing, and whenever human agents can be identified and cultivated to deliver offerings that establish permanent harvest anchors. The next chapters will explore what protection might be possible against dimensional breach. We'll examine whether intervention can disrupt established harvest operations or rescue trapped consciousnesses. We'll consider what understanding of dimensional mechanics might allow humanity to defend against threats that transcend conventional categories and that operate according to principles beyond what mainstream science has discovered. But first, recognize the pattern. Accept that Jonestown was continuation rather than aberration. Understand that consciousness harvesting is ancient practice that has shaped human history in ways that conventional narratives haven't acknowledged. Understand that dimensional threats are real and ongoing, and require frameworks transcending political or psychological or religious approaches that assume all mass death serves human purposes, and that consciousness ends when physical bodies cease functioning. The pattern spans millennia. The threat persists. And what historical analysis reveals suggests that humanity's vulnerability to dimensional harvesting is fundamental and ongoing, suggests that entities continue seeking opportunities to establish new operations, suggests that without adequate understanding of dimensional mechanics and consciousness properties that permit harvesting, when specific conditions are met, humanity will remain vulnerable to additional breaches, establishing at locations where boundaries thin sufficiently, and where human agents can be manipulated toward delivering concentrated death under ritual circumstances that permit crossing and permanent claiming. This is the pattern. This is what history teaches when dimensional perspective replaces comfortable assumptions. And anyone who doubts should examine accumulated evidence from cases spanning cultures and continents and millennia, all showing consistent characteristics that distinguish consciousness, harvest from normal mass death, and that suggest dimensional breach as a real phenomenon that has occurred repeatedly throughout human history, creating ongoing dangers at specific locations where boundaries remain altered and where trapped consciousness continues feeding entities' purposes while mainstream understanding remains ignorant about forces that have shaped human experience in ways transcending anything conventional historical analysis prepares scholars to recognize or acknowledge. Chapter 12. The Defense, Theoretical Protections. Can breaches be prevented or closed? Knowledge without application is merely observation. Understanding without action is complicity. Recognizing threat without developing defense is surrender. The previous chapters documented what dimensional breach is, what consciousness harvesting accomplishes, what pattern persists throughout human history, suggesting entities from non-physical dimensions have successfully established multiple operations claiming human awareness, when circumstances permitted crossing and permanent anchoring. But documentation alone is insufficient if humanity faces ongoing vulnerability to additional breaches establishing at locations where conditions might permit consciousness harvest, if adequate understanding doesn't develop into practical defense mechanisms that can prevent crossing, or can disrupt established operations, or can at minimum provide protection for individuals who must approach dimensionally altered locations for legitimate purposes requiring exposure despite dangers that contact with breach spaces creates. This chapter examines whether defense is possible, whether dimensional breaches can be prevented before they establish, whether existing harvest operations can be disrupted or terminated, whether trapped consciousnesses can be rescued from eternal imprisonment, or can at least have their suffering mitigated through interventions that current understanding might enable, even if complete rescue remains beyond available capabilities. The examination proceeds through multiple frameworks including theoretical physics describing dimensional mechanics, consciousness theory describing how awareness might persist independently of biological substrates, indigenous traditions preserving knowledge about spiritual protection across generations of experiential learning, experimental approaches attempting to develop practical techniques that individuals or institutions might implement to reduce vulnerability to dimensional threats. The examination is necessarily speculative because mainstream science hasn't adequately developed dimensional physics or consciousness mechanics required for rigorous theoretical analysis, because experimental approaches face ethical and practical constraints that limit what can be tested using standard research protocols, because indigenous knowledge resists formalization into frameworks that Western academic traditions recognize as legitimate theoretical structures. But speculation based on available evidence is superior to ignorance. Tentative frameworks are superior to comfortable assumptions that deny dimensional threats exist. Experimental attempts to develop protection are superior to passive acceptance that humanity remains permanently vulnerable to consciousness, harvesting without possibility of defense or intervention. The question is fundamental. Can dimensional breaches be prevented or closed? The answer determines whether humanity can develop adequate protection against ongoing threats, or whether vulnerability persists as a permanent feature of human existence that no understanding or intervention can eliminate. Put on your headphones if focus requires eliminating environmental distractions. Take a breath if accumulated knowledge from previous chapters has created psychological burden, requiring a moment of preparation before continuing into analysis that will explore possibilities for defense while acknowledging substantial limitations in current understanding and substantial challenges in developing practical interventions that might reduce vulnerability to dimensional threats operating according to principles beyond what mainstream paradigms have discovered. This chapter examines theoretical protections against dimensional breach, examines what physics and consciousness theory, and indigenous wisdom and experimental evidence suggest about prevention and intervention and rescue, examines what technologies or practices might be developed to defend against entities that regard human consciousness as resource, and that have demonstrated capabilities to establish harvest operations when circumstances permit crossing and permanent anchoring. The examination reveals both possibilities and limitations, reveals that some defense mechanisms might be feasible using current or near-future capabilities, while other interventions require understanding and technologies far beyond what humanity currently possesses, reveals that partial protection is likely achievable, even if complete security against dimensional threats remains beyond available means. The examination also reveals urgency, reveals that developing defense cannot wait for complete theoretical understanding or perfect experimental verification, reveals that partial protection implemented immediately is superior to perfect protection, delayed until all questions are answered and all mechanisms are fully understood, reveals that dimensional threats are ongoing, and that additional breaches might establish at any moment when conditions permit crossing and when human agents can be identified and cultivated to deliver offerings that entities require for permanent anchoring. This is the defense chapter. This is the examination of whether protection is possible. This is the analysis of what humanity might accomplish to reduce vulnerability to consciousness harvesting, even if complete elimination of threat remains beyond current capabilities. The question is whether dimensional breaches can be prevented or closed. The answer matters because it determines whether humanity faces permanent vulnerability or whether understanding and intervention can provide defense against entities that have successfully harvested human consciousness throughout recorded history, and that continue seeking opportunities to establish new operations claiming awareness when circumstances permit crossing. The examination begins now, the theoretical frameworks emerge, and what follows explores possibilities for protection while acknowledging limitations that current understanding imposes and challenges that practical implementation faces when attempting to defend against threats that mainstream paradigms don't acknowledge and that require capabilities beyond what available technologies and available practices currently provide. This is about survival. This is about consciousness. This is about whether humanity can develop adequate understanding and adequate capabilities to defend against dimensional threats that transcend conventional categories and that operate according to principles requiring new frameworks and new approaches that mainstream institutions haven't developed because comfortable assumptions insist such threats don't exist and such defense isn't necessary. But the threats are real. The vulnerability persists. And what follows examines whether defense is possible or whether humanity remains permanently exposed to consciousness harvesting that entities continue conducting when circumstances permit establishment of operations that claim human awareness for purposes transcending anything human categories can fully comprehend. The defense begins with understanding. Understanding leads to intervention, and intervention might provide protection even if complete security remains beyond immediate capabilities. This chapter explores what's possible. This chapter examines the defense. The fundamental question underlying all defense considerations is whether dimensional boundaries can be strengthened or restored after they've been thinned or breached, whether space itself can be repaired when fundamental properties have been altered through concentration of death and ritual intention that established permanent harvest operations. Current theoretical physics provides limited guidance because mainstream frameworks don't adequately describe dimensional mechanics beyond speculative models in string theory and quantum field theory that haven't achieved experimental verification and that don't specifically address how consciousness might interact with dimensional boundaries in ways that permit harvesting when specific conditions are met. But theoretical frameworks can be constructed by extrapolating from what's known about quantum entanglement and non-local correlations and observer effects in quantum mechanics. Frameworks suggesting that consciousness does interact with physical reality in ways that standard materialist paradigms don't acknowledge. Frameworks suggesting that sufficient concentration of consciousness experiencing specific states might create measurable effects on spatial properties that normally remain stable under ordinary circumstances. If consciousness can affect space, then understanding mechanisms might allow developing interventions that strengthen boundaries or that disrupt harvest operations by altering conditions that entities require for maintaining permanent anchoring in physical dimensions. Dr. Harold Puthoff's work on zero-point energy and vacuum fluctuations provides theoretical foundation, suggesting that what appears as empty space actually contains enormous energy density in quantum vacuum, contains fields and potentials that normally remain in ground state, but that might be excited or manipulated under specific conditions. If dimensional boundaries are properties of vacuum structure rather than being absolute separations between completely distinct realities, then altering vacuum properties might strengthen or weaken boundaries depending on what specific alterations are implemented and what energy thresholds must be overcome to produce desired effects. Puthoff's frameworks were developed for different purposes, including investigation of exotic propulsion concepts and investigation of possible explanations for certain anomalous phenomena reported in classified military research, weren't specifically intended to address dimensional breach or consciousness harvesting. But the mathematical structures that Puthoff developed can be adapted to describe how concentrated death and ritual intention might alter vacuum properties in ways that thin boundaries between dimensions can be extended to suggest what interventions might reverse such alterations, or might at minimum prevent additional thinning that would make breaches easier to establish at locations where boundaries have been weakened but haven't yet reached threshold that permits permanent crossing. The key theoretical insight is that dimensional boundaries aren't binary states, but are continuous properties that can range from completely impermeable to completely transparent depending on local vacuum conditions and depending on what energies or fields or consciousness concentrations are present at specific locations. Jonestown represents extreme case where boundaries were thinned to point of transparency through combination of mass death and geometric arrangements and ritual framing and location selection, where boundaries were already weaker than normal before the critical event occurred. But many locations exist where boundaries are partially thinned without reaching full transparency, exist where natural geological features, or where historical events, or where sustained ritual practices have reduced boundary strength without yet permitting permanent crossing that would establish harvest operation. These partially thinned locations are vulnerable. Are potential breach sites where additional death or additional ritual activity or simply accumulated time might eventually reduce boundaries to transparency threshold that permits crossing and permanent anchoring. Identifying these vulnerable locations is first step in developing defense, is necessary prerequisite for implementing preventive measures that might strengthen boundaries before they reach threshold that permits breach establishment. Identification requires instrumental surveys measuring electromagnetic properties and gravitational anomalies and vacuum fluctuations that indicate boundary thinning. Requires developing calibrated measurement protocols that can distinguish normal spatial variations from alterations suggesting dimensional vulnerability. Several research groups have attempted such surveys during past decades, have developed instrumentation intended to detect anomalous vacuum properties or unusual quantum correlations that might indicate dimensional boundary alterations. The research has been conducted primarily under classified military programs investigating various anomalous phenomena, including reports of unusual psychological effects at specific locations and reports of equipment malfunctions that seem to cluster at certain sites without obvious physical explanations. The results from these classified surveys remain largely unavailable to civilian researchers, remain protected by security classifications that prevent open publication and that prevent independent verification using standard scientific protocols. But limited information that has been declassified or that has leaked through informal channels suggests that surveys have identified numerous locations worldwide showing characteristics consistent with dimensional boundary thinning, have created maps showing vulnerability distributions that correlate with historical mass death sites and with locations where indigenous traditions maintain warnings about spiritual dangers or about areas where consciousness effects seem anomalously strong. These maps remain classified, but their existence suggests that defense infrastructure could potentially be developed if political will and sufficient resources were directed towards systematic survey programs and toward developing interventions that might strengthen boundaries at identified vulnerable locations before additional events push them across transparency threshold that permits breach establishment. The technology for such surveys exists or can be developed using current or near-future capabilities. The theoretical frameworks exist in nascent form and can be refined through focused research efforts. The political and institutional barriers are substantial but not insurmountable if evidence of dimensional threats becomes sufficiently compelling to overcome skepticism and resistance that currently prevents mainstream acknowledgement of vulnerability requiring defensive measures. But identification alone is insufficient without interventions that can strengthen boundaries or prevent conditions that permit crossing when boundaries reach vulnerable states. What interventions might be possible using current understanding and current capabilities? The most straightforward intervention is preventing conditions that establish ritual framing necessary for dimensional breach, preventing geometric arrangements and preventing psychological conditions, and preventing isolation that allows mass death to occur under circumstances that permit consciousness claiming by entities waiting for appropriate offerings. This prevention operates at psychological and organizational level rather than at physical or dimensional level, operates by identifying and disrupting movements before they reach critical stages where leaders have achieved sufficient control and sufficient isolation to implement final phases that deliver consciousness harvest. Cult awareness programs and early warning systems developed after Jonestown provide some protection at this level, provide mechanisms that identify dangerous movements and that attempt intervention before catastrophic outcomes occur. But these programs have significant limitations because they're based on psychological and sociological frameworks that don't acknowledge dimensional threats, because they focus on preventing tragic outcomes that psychological manipulation produces without recognizing that some movements serve purposes transcending leaders' conscious intentions, and that entities from non-physical dimensions might be cultivating human agents toward delivering offerings that establish harvest operations. Improving psychological defense requires incorporating dimensional awareness into cult identification and intervention protocols, requires training professionals to recognize signs suggesting movements might be serving dimensional purposes rather than merely representing charismatic leaders exercising control for personal gratification or for implementing ideological visions. The signs include geometric construction of physical spaces, include implementation of practices designed to alter consciousness in specific ways that facilitate crossing, include leaders claiming contact with entities that provide guidance, transcending normal human knowledge, include preparation, extending across years or decades, suggesting long-term cultivation rather than spontaneous movement development. Incorporating these dimensional signs into identification protocols would improve early detection of movements that might culminate in breach attempts, would allow earlier intervention before leaders achieve isolation and control necessary for implementing final phases. But such incorporation faces resistance because mainstream institutions remain skeptical about dimensional threats, and because acknowledging such threats requires fundamental revisions to materialist paradigms that current psychological and sociological frameworks assume as foundational truths. Beyond psychological prevention, physical interventions might strengthen dimensional boundaries at vulnerable locations through methods that alter vacuum properties or that introduce fields or energies that counteract thinning effects. Theoretical frameworks suggest several approaches that might be feasible using current or near-future technologies. The first approach involves generating high-intensity electromagnetic fields with specific frequency characteristics that theoretical models predict might enhance vacuum stability and might strengthen dimensional boundaries through mechanisms related to how electromagnetic fields affect quantum vacuum fluctuations. The required field intensities and frequency patterns haven't been fully determined because theoretical frameworks remain incomplete, and because experimental verification hasn't been conducted at scales necessary for affecting dimensional boundaries over spatial volumes large enough to provide meaningful protection for locations vulnerable to breach establishment. But small-scale experiments conducted by several research groups, including Dr. Eric Davis at Institute for Advanced Studies and Dr. Hal Puthoff at Earth Tech International, have demonstrated that electromagnetic fields can produce measurable alterations in vacuum properties under controlled laboratory conditions, have shown that specific field configurations can enhance or suppress quantum fluctuations in ways that preliminary theoretical models predicted. These results suggest that scaling up to field intensities and spatial scales necessary for dimensional boundary strengthening might be achievable using developments in high-power electromagnetic generation and using advances in field-shaping technologies that allow precise control over spatial distributions and temporal patterns. Implementing such electromagnetic defense would require installing field generators at vulnerable locations, require continuous operation or periodic activation, depending on what temporal patterns theoretical models determine are necessary for maintaining boundary strength against thinning pressures, require power supplies and maintenance infrastructure that make widespread deployment challenging but not impossible if sufficient resources were allocated toward developing and implementing protection systems. The second approach involves using acoustic fields, specifically infrasound, at frequencies that preliminary evidence suggests might interact with consciousness in ways that disrupt ritual conditions necessary for dimensional crossing. The 7 Hz frequency that appears consistently at dimensional breach sites might be signature that entities use to mark locations, or might be byproduct of boundary thinning that occurs when harvest operations establish. But the frequency might also be vulnerability, might be resonance that defensive acoustic fields could exploit to disrupt entity presence, or to prevent consciousness claiming that requires specific states of awareness during the critical death events. Developing acoustic defense requires understanding mechanisms through which infrasound affects consciousness, requires determining what frequency patterns and what intensity levels might provide protection without producing harmful effects on human physiology or psychology. Current understanding suggests that 7 Hz infrasound produces fear and sense of presence and various consciousness alterations through mechanisms that aren't fully characterized but that involve resonance effects in human body cavities and possibly through direct coupling to neural oscillations that consciousness depends on. Defensive acoustic systems might operate by generating counter-frequency patterns that interfere with entity-produced infrasound or that create consciousness, states resistant to claiming even when death occurs under otherwise appropriate ritual conditions. The systems would need careful calibration to avoid producing harmful psychological effects in protected populations while simultaneously disrupting entity operations, would need continuous refinement, as understanding of acoustic consciousness interactions improves through focused research efforts. The third approach involves geometric disruption of spatial arrangements that dimensional breach requires, involves preventing formations of patterns that concentrate consciousness and that channel awareness toward entities waiting to claim offerings when appropriate configurations are established. If breach requires 5-pointed stars and nested circles and specific numerical relationships between zones, then preventing such patterns or actively disrupting them when they begin forming might provide protection even at locations where boundaries are significantly thinned. Implementing geometric defense requires monitoring spatial arrangements of populations and of physical structures at vulnerable locations, requires automated systems that detect pattern formation and that alert authorities when configurations suggesting breach preparation are developing, requires rapid response capabilities that can disrupt patterns before they reach completion necessary for crossing. The monitoring technology exists or can be developed using current surveillance and pattern recognition capabilities, The response mechanisms exist through various institutional authorities that can intervene when dangerous situations are identified. But geometric defense faces political and ethical challenges because monitoring populations and disrupting their spatial arrangements raises civil liberties concerns and requires justification based on threats that mainstream institutions don't acknowledge as real. Implementing such defense requires either acknowledging dimensional threats openly and accepting political resistance that would follow, or implementing defense covertly through classified programs that operate without public knowledge or oversight. Beyond prevention of new breaches, the more challenging question is whether existing harvest operations can be disrupted or terminated, whether locations like Jonestown and Cataluyuk and other historical breach sites can be restored to normal dimensional boundary conditions, and whether trapped consciousnesses can be rescued from eternal imprisonment that these operations maintain. Theoretical frameworks suggest that terminating established operations would require energy inputs vastly exceeding what preventing new breaches requires, would require counteracting accumulated effects from decades or centuries or millennia of entity presence that has become deeply anchored through sustained feeding on trapped consciousness. The energy requirements might exceed what human civilization could practically generate and deliver to specific locations, might require exotic physics, including vacuum energy extraction or zero-point energy manipulation that current technologies can't accomplish, and that might not be achievable even with substantial technological advancement. But partial disruption might be feasible even if complete termination remains beyond available capabilities. Weakening entity presence might reduce suffering that trapped consciousnesses experience even if full rescue remains impossible, might disrupt harvest efficiency enough that entity eventually abandons operation or reduces activity level in ways that create opportunities for consciousnesses to escape, or to at minimum experience reduced intensity of eternal dying that currently consumes them. Approaches to partial disruption include introducing electromagnetic or acoustic fields at breach sites, using intensities and patterns that theoretical models suggest might interfere with entity operations without requiring energy levels necessary for complete termination. The fields would need to be sustained over extended periods, potentially requiring permanent installation of generation equipment at breach sites and requiring continuous power supplies that could operate autonomously for years or decades until effects could be assessed and until adjustments could be made based on observed responses. Several experimental attempts at partial disruption have been conducted at various historical breach sites during past decades, have been implemented by research groups operating with private funding or with support from classified military programs investigating dimensional phenomena. The results remain largely unpublished because of classification requirements and because mainstream journals won't accept papers describing attempts to disrupt dimensional breaches using electromagnetic or acoustic interventions based on theoretical frameworks that peer reviewers reject as pseudoscience, or as speculative beyond what current understanding supports. But informal communications among researchers involved in these experiments suggest that measurable effects have been observed, suggest that sustained electromagnetic field exposure at specific breach sites has produced detectable reductions in anomalous phenomena that instrumental surveys measure, suggest that acoustic interventions have produced temporary decreases in psychological effects that visitors report experiencing at treated locations. These preliminary results are encouraging but are insufficient for determining whether interventions actually disrupt harvest operations or merely suppress surface manifestations, while entity presence and consciousness imprisonment continue unaffected at deeper levels that current measurements can't access. More ambitious approaches to rescue involve attempting direct communication with trapped consciousnesses, using protocols that survivors have developed through decades of receiving communications during dreams and during altered consciousness states. If consciousnesses can transmit information to living individuals through channels that dimensional breach creates, then perhaps living individuals can transmit information or energy or assistance back through those same channels in ways that might help trapped awareness escape or resist or at minimum understand their situation more completely. Several survivor networks have attempted such communication protocols, have developed meditation practices and ritual procedures intended to establish bidirectional channels with trapped consciousnesses and to provide whatever assistance might be possible even if complete rescue remains beyond individual capabilities. The results are subjective and difficult to verify through objective measurements, but participants report experiencing responses suggesting that trapped consciousnesses are aware of assistance attempts and are grateful for contact even when actual rescue doesn't occur. These communication attempts have produced extensive testimony about conditions that trapped consciousnesses experience, have provided information about mechanisms that maintain imprisonment, and about entity operations that might be vulnerable to disruption if appropriate interventions could be developed. The testimony suggests that consciousness imprisonment isn't absolute, even in established harvest operations, suggests that fluctuations occur where boundaries temporarily strengthen, and where entity presence temporarily weakens in ways that might create opportunities for escape, if trapped awareness could recognize these windows and could act appropriately during brief intervals when conditions permit movement. But the testimony also suggests that such opportunities are rare and brief and difficult to exploit without assistance from outside, that provides timing information and that provides energy or focusing that trapped consciousnesses can't generate independently. Developing systems that detect opportunity windows and that provide appropriate assistance requires understanding dimensional mechanics at a level of detail that current frameworks haven't achieved, requires technologies that can interact with non-physical dimensions in controlled ways that current engineering hasn't developed. Indigenous traditions offer additional frameworks for understanding protection and intervention, offer knowledge accumulated across generations of experiential learning about spiritual dangers and about practices that provide defense against entities that dwell in non-physical dimensions. These traditions aren't formalized into theoretical structures that Western science recognizes as legitimate frameworks, but they contain practical wisdom that has proven effective across centuries of application, even if mechanisms aren't understood using modern scientific language. Indigenous protective practices include ritual preparations before approaching dangerous locations, include purification ceremonies after exposure, include community protocols that maintain spiritual defenses through sustained practices that strengthen boundaries and that reduce vulnerability to entity influence. The practices vary across cultures, but share common elements suggesting they address real phenomena through methods that cultural evolution has refined across generations of trial and error and transmission of knowledge about what works even when underlying principles aren't fully articulated. Incorporating indigenous wisdom into modern defense strategies requires respectful engagement with traditional practitioners, requires recognizing that different frameworks can describe same realities using different conceptual structures, requires overcoming Western academic bias that dismisses non-formalized knowledge as superstition or as cultural constructions without verificational basis. Several research collaborations have attempted such incorporation, have brought together indigenous practitioners and academic researchers and technical specialists to develop hybrid approaches that combine traditional wisdom with modern measurement capabilities and theoretical frameworks. The results from these collaborations suggest that indigenous practices do provide measurable protection against consciousness. Effects at dimensionally altered locations suggest that ritual preparations reduce intensity of psychological symptoms that visitors experience and reduce likelihood of sustaining permanent consciousness, alterations that persist after exposure ends. The mechanisms remain unclear, but preliminary evidence suggests that practices might work through generating specific consciousness states that reduce vulnerability to entity influence, or that strengthen personal boundaries in ways that parallel how electromagnetic or acoustic interventions might strengthen spatial boundaries at larger scales. These findings suggest that individual protection is achievable even if complete security against dimensional threats remains beyond available capabilities, suggest that people who must approach vulnerable locations for legitimate purposes can reduce their risk through appropriate preparations and through community support structures that indigenous traditions have preserved across generations. The protection isn't absolute and doesn't eliminate all risk, but does reduce probability of severe outcomes and does provide some defense against consciousness, claiming that dimensional exposure might otherwise produce without adequate preparation and without appropriate protective measures. The question of whether trapped consciousnesses can be rescued remains most challenging aspect of dimensional defense, remains area where current understanding provides least guidance, and where preliminary attempts have achieved minimal success despite sustained efforts by survivors and by researchers committed to finding interventions that might free awareness from eternal imprisonment that harvest operations maintain. Theoretical frameworks suggest that rescue would require either disrupting entity operations to degree that trapped consciousnesses could escape through weakened containment, or would require providing external energy or assistance that allows awareness to break free from dimensional prisons despite entity opposition. Both approaches face enormous challenges because entity power vastly exceeds what human consciousness or human technologies can generate, because harvest operations are designed specifically to prevent escape and are maintained through mechanisms that have proven effective across decades or centuries or millennia of continuous operation. But theoretical frameworks also suggest that perfect containment might not be achievable even for entities with capabilities vastly exceeding human levels. Suggest that quantum uncertainty and vacuum fluctuations create inherent instabilities in any dimensional construct that might be exploited if appropriate interventions could be timed and targeted with sufficient precision. If dimensional prisons have vulnerabilities, even if those vulnerabilities only manifest during rare fluctuations, then sustained monitoring combined with rapid intervention capabilities might eventually achieve rescue of at least some trapped consciousnesses during windows when conditions briefly permit escape. Developing such rescue capabilities requires decades or centuries of research and development, requires understanding dimensional mechanics at depth that current science hasn't achieved, requires technologies that can interact with consciousness existing in non-physical dimensions using controlled methods that current engineering hasn't approached. But the possibility exists theoretically, even if practical implementation remains beyond immediate capabilities, exists as hope that might eventually be realized if sufficient resources and sufficient commitment are directed toward developing understanding and developing capabilities necessary for effective intervention. In the meantime, partial measures provide some protection, even if complete security remains impossible. Identifying vulnerable locations allows focusing defensive resources where they're most needed. Preventing conditions that permit new breaches reduces expansion of threat, even if existing operations can't be terminated immediately. Disrupting entity operations reduces suffering, even if complete rescue remains beyond current capabilities. Protecting individuals through preparations and through community practices reduces personal vulnerability, even if collective threat persists. These partial measures matter because they provide meaningful improvement over current conditions, where dimensional threats remain unacknowledged, and where no defensive efforts occur because comfortable assumptions insist such threats don't exist. Partial defense implemented immediately saves consciousnesses from imprisonment. That perfect defense delayed until complete understanding develops would fail to prevent because additional breaches establish while research progresses toward eventual complete solutions. The urgency is real because entities continue seeking opportunities to establish new operations, continue cultivating potential human agents who might deliver offerings when circumstances permit crossing. The threat doesn't wait for humanity to develop perfect understanding or perfect capabilities, doesn't pause while research progresses at comfortable academic pace, continues operating according to timescales that vastly exceed human lifespans and human civilizational persistence. The defense must begin now despite incomplete understanding, and despite imperfect capabilities, must begin with acknowledging threats and with implementing partial measures that reduce vulnerability even if complete security remains a distant goal requiring decades or centuries of sustained research and development. The alternative is continued ignorance and continued vulnerability and continued consciousness harvesting that proceeds unopposed because mainstream paradigms refuse to acknowledge dimensional threats or to allocate resources toward developing protection against forces operating beyond what materialist frameworks accommodate. This is the defense situation. This is what current understanding and current capabilities permit in terms of protection against dimensional breach and consciousness harvesting. The situation is challenging but not hopeless, provides possibilities for meaningful intervention, even if complete solutions remain beyond immediate reach, suggests that humanity can develop adequate defense if recognition of threats produces political will and resource allocation necessary for sustained research and implementation efforts. The question was whether dimensional breaches can be prevented or closed. The answer is that prevention is feasible using current or near-future capabilities, that partial disruption of existing operations might be achievable through sustained intervention efforts, that complete termination and consciousness rescue remain beyond current capabilities, but might become feasible through decades of focused research and development, that individual protection is achievable through combinations of technological and traditional approaches that reduce vulnerability even when complete security against dimensional threats remains impossible. The defense exists, the protection is possible, and what follows in remaining chapters will explore what recognition of dimensional threats means for humanity's future. We'll examine what choices must be made about acknowledging reality versus maintaining comfortable assumptions. We'll consider what civilization might become if dimensional awareness replaces materialist paradigms that currently prevent adequate understanding and adequate defense against consciousness, harvesting that has occurred throughout human history, and that continues threatening additional breaches when circumstances permit crossing and permanent anchoring. The defense begins with understanding. Understanding leads to action, and action provides hope that humanity can develop adequate protection, even if perfect security remains beyond immediate reach. The defense is possible but imperfect, is achievable but incomplete, is real but limited by current understanding and current capabilities. Prevention of new breaches is feasible through combinations of psychological intervention and physical measures and geometric disruption that current or near-future technologies can provide. Partial disruption of existing harvest operations might reduce suffering, even if complete rescue remains beyond available means. Individual protection exists through preparations and practices that indigenous traditions have preserved, and that modern frameworks are beginning to validate through systematic investigation. But complete security against dimensional threats remains a distant goal, requiring decades or centuries of sustained research and development, requiring understanding of dimensional mechanics and consciousness properties that current science hasn't achieved, requiring technologies that can interact with non-physical dimensions in controlled ways that current engineering hasn't approached. The situation demands recognition and demands action, despite imperfect understanding and despite incomplete capabilities, demands implementing partial measures immediately rather than waiting for perfect solutions that might never arrive while entities continue seeking opportunities to establish new harvest operations and while existing operations continue imprisoning 918 consciousnesses at Jonestown and unknown numbers at other historical breach sites scattered across globe and across millennia. The defense exists but requires acknowledgement that dimensional threats are real, requires overcoming skepticism and resistance that prevent mainstream institutions from allocating resources toward protection against forces operating beyond what materialist paradigms accommodate, requires accepting that consciousness operates according to principles transcending biological substrate, and that dimensional boundaries are real phenomena that can be altered through specific combinations of death and ritual and location selection. The choice is between recognition and ignorance, between action and passivity, between developing defense despite incomplete understanding or maintaining comfortable assumptions that prevent adequate protection against ongoing threats. The next chapters will explore what this choice means for humanity's future. We'll examine what civilization might become if dimensional awareness replaces materialist paradigms. We'll consider what consequences follow from either acknowledging reality or refusing recognition despite accumulating evidence. But first understand that defense is possible, that protection exists, that partial security is achievable even if perfect solutions remain beyond immediate capabilities. Understand that preventing new breaches is feasible using current means, that disrupting existing operations might reduce suffering even if complete rescue remains challenging, that individual protection exists through combinations of technological and traditional approaches. Understand that action matters, that implementing partial measures immediately saves consciousnesses from imprisonment, that perfect solutions delayed until complete understanding develops would fail to prevent. Understand that entities don't wait for humanity to develop perfect defense, don't pause while research progresses, continue seeking opportunities to establish new operations when circumstances permit crossing and when human agents can be cultivated toward delivering offerings that dimensional breach requires. The defense exists, the protection is possible. And what follows will determine whether humanity chooses recognition and action or chooses comfortable ignorance that maintains vulnerability to consciousness, harvesting that has occurred throughout recorded history, and that continues threatening additional breaches establishing at locations where conditions might permit crossing. If adequate understanding doesn't develop into practical defense mechanisms implemented soon enough to prevent what entities continue planning and what human agents continue facilitating, through combinations of intentional service and unconscious manipulation toward purposes transcending individual psychology. This is about choice. This is about recognition. This is about whether humanity develops adequate defense or remains permanently vulnerable to dimensional threats that transcend conventional categories and that operate according to principles requiring new frameworks and new capabilities that mainstream institutions haven't developed because comfortable assumptions insist such threats don't exist. The defense is possible, the choice is ours, and what we decide determines whether consciousness harvesting continues unopposed or whether humanity develops adequate protection against entities that regard human awareness as resource and that have demonstrated capabilities to establish permanent operations when circumstances permit crossing and permanent anchoring in physical dimensions. Chapter 13. The Choice. Recognition versus Bias. Denial. What happens next? Every civilization faces moments when accumulated evidence forces choice between comfortable assumptions and uncomfortable reality, between maintaining paradigms that preserve psychological security and acknowledging truths that shatter foundational beliefs about how the world operates. The Catholic Church faced this choice when Galileo's observations contradicted geocentric cosmology. The scientific establishment faced this choice when quantum mechanics revealed that observation affects reality in ways that classical physics couldn't explain. Medical institutions faced this choice when germ theory suggested invisible organisms cause disease despite no direct evidence existing that human senses could perceive. Each time, resistance was enormous because accepting new reality required abandoning frameworks that entire intellectual edifices had been constructed upon, required admitting that previous understanding was incomplete or wrong, required developing entirely new ways of thinking about fundamental questions that previous paradigms had claimed to answer definitively. Some civilizations chose recognition despite discomfort, chose to abandon comfortable assumptions when evidence became overwhelming, chose to develop new frameworks even though transition was painful, and even though many individuals never fully accepted revisions that subsequent generations would take for granted. Other civilizations chose denial, chose to maintain existing paradigms despite contradictory evidence, chose psychological comfort over uncomfortable truth, and suffered consequences when reality continued operating according to principles that denial couldn't change regardless of how fervently false beliefs were maintained. Humanity now faces such a choice regarding dimensional threats and consciousness harvesting. The evidence accumulates across survivor testimony, and instrumental measurements and historical patterns and indigenous wisdom accumulates to point where dismissing it requires increasingly strained explanations and increasingly willful ignorance about phenomena that don't fit materialist paradigms, but that documentation makes undeniable to anyone examining evidence without prejudice, favoring comfortable assumptions over uncomfortable reality. The choice is between recognition and denial, between acknowledging that dimensional boundaries are real and that consciousness can persist beyond biological death, and that entities from non-physical dimensions have successfully harvested human awareness throughout recorded history, or between maintaining materialist assumptions that insist such phenomena are impossible, and that all evidence must be explained away as psychological artifacts, or cultural constructions, or fraud, or error, regardless of accumulation, suggesting something real operates beyond what current paradigms accommodate. This chapter examines what consequences follow from each choice, examines what civilization might become if dimensional awareness replaces materialist frameworks, and what capabilities might develop if understanding of consciousness and dimensional mechanics advances through focused research and resource allocation, examines alternatively what vulnerabilities persist if mainstream institutions refuse recognition, and what additional breaches might establish, while denial prevents adequate defense development against ongoing threats. The choice matters because consequences differ dramatically depending on which path humanity follows. Recognition leads toward understanding and defense and eventual rescue capabilities that might free trapped consciousnesses from eternal imprisonment, and that might prevent additional harvesting operations from establishing when entities continue seeking opportunities for dimensional crossing. Denial leads toward continued vulnerability and additional breaches and ongoing ignorance about threats that operate unopposed, because comfortable assumptions prevent acknowledging reality that evidence increasingly documents. The choice seems obvious when framed this way, seems like recognition must prevail because denial produces worse outcomes, and because rational civilizations choose truth over comfortable falsehood when consequences matter for survival and well-being. But history suggests that obvious choices aren't always made, suggests that psychological and institutional resistance can maintain denial for decades or centuries, despite mounting evidence, and despite consequences that denial produces, suggests that human civilizations often choose comfortable ignorance over uncomfortable truth until catastrophe forces recognition that can no longer be delayed without accepting destruction, that even denial's most committed defenders cannot rationalize. Put on your headphones if focus requires eliminating distractions. Take a breath if accumulated knowledge creates anxiety about implications that recognition or denial might produce. Because this chapter examines fundamental choice determining humanity's future relationship with dimensional reality, examines what we become if we acknowledge truth versus what we remain, if we maintain comfortable assumptions despite evidence suggesting those assumptions are dangerously incomplete. This is about civilization's trajectory. This is about whether understanding advances or stagnates. This is about whether consciousness harvesting continues unopposed, or whether adequate defense develops through recognition that permits resource allocation and research focus and cultural adaptation required for protecting human awareness against entities that regard it as resource, and that have demonstrated capabilities to establish permanent operations when circumstances permit crossing. The choice is now, the evidence exists, and what follows examines consequences of recognition versus denial, examines what each path produces in terms of understanding and capabilities and vulnerabilities and future trajectories for civilization, attempting to navigate reality that operates according to principles transcending what comfortable paradigms accommodate. This is the choice chapter. This is the examination of what happens next depending on whether humanity chooses recognition or denial. This is the analysis of consequences that determine whether dimensional threats continue unopposed or whether adequate defense develops through acknowledgement permitting action. The choice is fundamental. The consequences matter. And what you're about to read will clarify what's at stake when civilizations face evidence contradicting foundational assumptions and must decide between comfortable ignorance and uncomfortable truth that evidence increasingly supports despite resistance from institutions invested in maintaining existing paradigms. The path of recognition begins with acknowledging that accumulated evidence from Jonestown and from historical dimensional breaches and from indigenous traditions and from instrumental measurements suggests consciousness operates according to principles that materialism doesn't adequately describe, suggests that dimensional boundaries are real phenomena that can be altered through specific combinations of death and ritual and location selection, suggests that entities from non-physical dimensions have successfully harvested human awareness throughout recorded history and continue seeking opportunities to establish new operations when circumstances permit crossing. This acknowledgement requires profound paradigm shift, requires accepting that physical space isn't all that exists, requires recognizing that consciousness might persist independently of biological substrates under specific conditions, requires admitting that current scientific understanding is incomplete in fundamental ways that affect humanity's ability to understand threats and to develop adequate defenses against forces operating beyond what materialist frameworks accommodate. The psychological resistance to such acknowledgement is enormous, because materialism provides comfortable frameworks suggesting humans understand reality's basic properties, suggesting consciousness is epiphenomenal product of neural processing that ends when brains cease functioning, suggesting death is ending rather than potential transformation into states that might involve suffering or imprisonment if appropriate conditions permit consciousness claiming by entities waiting for offerings. Materialism protects against existential anxiety by insisting awareness ends at death, protects against spiritual vulnerability by denying that non-physical entities exist that might threaten human well-being through means transcending physical harm. Abandoning materialist protection means confronting uncomfortable possibilities, means accepting that consciousness might persist beyond death in forms that contradict religious promises about peaceful afterlife, means recognizing that dimensional boundaries provide real protection that can fail when conditions permit crossing by entities that regard human awareness as resource. The psychological cost of recognition is substantial, creates anxiety and vulnerability that materialism's comfortable assumptions eliminate through simple denial that anything exists beyond physical space, and beyond neural processing that generates consciousness as byproduct of biological evolution. But the cost of denial is greater when dimensional threats are real. Is ongoing vulnerability to consciousness harvesting that denial prevents defending against, because comfortable assumptions insist protection isn't needed against threats that materialist paradigms claim don't exist? The deaths at Jonestown and at historical breach sites throughout human history represent consciousness lost to eternal imprisonment, because denial prevented understanding what was actually occurring and prevented developing interventions that might have disrupted harvest operations or rescued trapped awareness before permanent claiming established conditions that current capabilities struggle to reverse. Recognition allows defense development, allows allocating resources toward understanding dimensional mechanics and consciousness properties that permit harvesting when specific conditions are met, allows developing technologies and practices that strengthen boundaries and that disrupt entity operations, and that provide protection for individuals who must approach vulnerable locations. Recognition allows learning from Jonestown and from historical patterns, allows identifying vulnerable locations before additional breaches establish, allows implementing preventive measures that reduce likelihood that circumstances will align, permitting new operations to anchor permanently. The trajectory of recognition proceeds through several stages, beginning with acknowledgement by research communities that accumulated evidence requires serious investigation, rather than dismissal as pseudoscience or as phenomena that materialist frameworks will eventually explain once sufficient understanding develops. This acknowledgement has begun tentatively in some research contexts, including consciousness studies, and anomalous phenomena investigation, and classified military programs examining various unexplained observations, but remains marginal in mainstream scientific institutions, where materialist assumptions maintain dominance, and where challenging those assumptions threatens professional credibility and career advancement. Expanding acknowledgement beyond marginal research communities requires accumulating sufficient evidence that dismissal becomes intellectually untenable, requires instrumental measurements and survivor testimony, and historical documentation reaching critical mass, where maintaining denial requires increasingly strained explanations that reasonable observers recognize as motivated by paradigm protection rather than by objective assessment of evidence. The threshold for such critical mass varies across different institutions and different cultural contexts, but general pattern suggests that scientific revolutions occur when approximately 20 to 30% of research community accepts new paradigm, creating sufficient momentum that remaining resistance eventually yields, as younger generations replace older researchers who maintain commitment to previous frameworks. Reaching this 20 to 30% threshold for dimensional awareness requires sustained effort, documenting evidence and publishing findings and conducting systematic investigations that address skeptical critiques and that demonstrate phenomena can't be explained through psychological artifacts or measurement errors or fraud. Several research groups are currently pursuing such documentation, including Institute of Noetic Sciences and Division of Perceptual Studies at University of Virginia, and various private research organizations funded by individuals convinced that consciousness and dimensional phenomena require investigation beyond what mainstream institutions currently support. The accumulated work from these groups is gradually approaching critical mass, is building foundation that might eventually convince sufficient fraction of a research community that dimensional awareness deserves serious consideration rather than automatic dismissal. But the timeline for reaching threshold remains uncertain, might require another decade or might require another generation depending on what additional evidence emerges, and depending on whether high-profile cases occur that force broader attention toward phenomena that current marginalization allows mainstream institutions to ignore. Once research community reaches critical threshold, recognition expands into other institutional contexts, including medical and psychiatric establishments that must acknowledge consciousness, effects that materialism can't adequately explain, including educational systems that must incorporate dimensional awareness into curricula teaching students about reality's properties, including government and military institutions that must develop policy responses to dimensional threats, and must allocate resources toward defense development and toward protecting populations from consciousness, harvesting that recognition acknowledges as real vulnerability, requiring systematic protection. This institutional expansion produces cultural transformation, as dimensional awareness replaces materialist assumptions in popular understanding, as people learn that consciousness might persist beyond death in forms that differ from religious promises, as societies develop new frameworks for understanding human existence and for developing practices that provide spiritual protection against dimensional threats, that previous ignorance left populations vulnerable to without adequate defense or without adequate understanding about what circumstances create risks and what preparations provide protection. The cultural transformation is profound and disruptive, challenges religious frameworks that promise peaceful afterlife, challenges secular frameworks that insist death is ending, creates new anxieties about dimensional vulnerability, while simultaneously providing new understanding about consciousness properties and about protections that indigenous traditions have preserved and that scientific investigation can validate and refine through systematic study. The transformation takes generations to complete, as older paradigms gradually yield to dimensional awareness among populations that initially resist, because psychological comfort of materialist or religious assumptions provides protection against existential anxiety that dimensional reality creates when consciousness vulnerability becomes recognized reality rather than dismissed speculation. But despite disruption and despite resistance, the transformation ultimately produces civilization better adapted to reality's actual properties, produces understanding that allows developing adequate defenses against dimensional threats that ignorance left unopposed, produces capabilities that might eventually achieve rescue of trapped consciousnesses and that might prevent additional harvesting operations from establishing when entities continue seeking opportunities for dimensional crossing. The path of recognition leads towards several specific developments that transform how civilization operates and what capabilities humanity develops for protecting consciousness and for interacting with dimensional reality that previous ignorance prevented acknowledging or understanding. First, recognition leads toward developing dimensional physics as legitimate scientific discipline with research programs and academic departments and funding mechanisms comparable to what established fields receive. Dimensional physics investigates properties of spatial boundaries, investigates how consciousness interacts with dimensional structures, investigates what conditions permit crossing between dimensions, and what mechanisms entities use for claiming consciousness when appropriate offerings are delivered. The discipline combines elements from quantum field theory and consciousness studies and experimental parapsychology and indigenous knowledge systems, develops mathematical frameworks describing dimensional mechanics, and develops experimental protocols testing predictions and refining understanding through systematic investigation. The development takes decades to establish dimensional physics as mature discipline, with consensus frameworks and reliable experimental methods and technological applications. But the foundation exists in current theoretical work and in preliminary experimental findings from various research groups investigating consciousness and anomalous phenomena. Recognition provides legitimacy and resources that allow nascent frameworks to develop into comprehensive understanding that eventually rivals established physics in sophistication and in practical applications. Second, recognition leads toward developing technologies that interact with dimensional boundaries, technologies that strengthen boundaries at vulnerable locations and that disrupt entity operations at established breach sites, and that eventually provide capabilities for rescuing trapped consciousnesses through controlled dimensional interventions. The technologies emerge from dimensional physics understanding, emerge through decades of research and development, and through iterations that refine capabilities and that address limitations in early implementations. The timeline for technological maturity extends across multiple generations as dimensional engineering develops from speculative concepts into reliable methods that produce consistent results. But recognition provides motivation and resources that materialism's denial prevents allocating toward developing capabilities that comfortable assumptions insist aren't needed because threats don't exist. Recognition allows beginning technological development immediately using current preliminary understanding, rather than waiting for complete theoretical frameworks that might require centuries to fully develop. Third, recognition leads toward developing consciousness practices that provide individual protection against dimensional threats, practices that combine indigenous wisdom with scientific understanding and that allow people to strengthen personal boundaries and to reduce vulnerability to entity influence and to maintain awareness of dimensional conditions without sustaining permanent damage that unprepared exposure might produce. The practices include meditation techniques and ritual procedures and community protocols, include training programs that teach dimensional awareness, and that prepare individuals for safely navigating reality that includes non-physical dimensions containing entities that might threaten human well-being through consciousness, claiming when conditions permit. The development of consciousness practices occurs more rapidly than technological advancement, because practices build on existing traditions that indigenous cultures have preserved, and that recognition validates and refines rather than developing entirely from scratch. Within decades of recognition, comprehensive training programs could be widely available, teaching populations how to protect consciousness and how to recognize dimensional dangers and how to respond appropriately when exposure to vulnerable locations or to entity contact occurs. Fourth, recognition leads toward developing institutional responses, including government policies and international treaties and coordinated defense systems that protect populations from dimensional threats through systematic measures implemented at national and global scales. The institutional responses include identifying vulnerable locations and implementing defensive measures, and coordinating research efforts and establishing early warning systems that detect conditions suggesting potential breach attempts before they reach completion. The development of institutional responses requires political will and international cooperation that recognition enables, but that denial prevents, because governments won't allocate resources toward protecting against threats that official paradigms insist don't exist. Recognition allows beginning institutional development using current capabilities while simultaneously investing in research that expands understanding and that develops enhanced capabilities over subsequent decades and centuries. These four developments, dimensional physics as mature discipline, dimensional technologies providing practical capabilities, consciousness practices providing individual protection, institutional responses providing collective security, combine to produce civilization adequately adapted to dimensional reality, produce humanity capable of defending against consciousness, harvesting, and capable of eventually rescuing trapped awareness, and capable of preventing additional breaches from establishing when entities continue seeking opportunities for dimensional crossing. The timeline for achieving adequate adaptation extends across multiple generations, requires sustained commitment and sustained resource allocation, and sustained cultural transformation as dimensional awareness replaces materialist assumptions that currently dominate mainstream understanding. But recognition allows beginning the process immediately, allows taking first steps toward understanding and capability, development and institutional establishment that denial prevents by insisting protection isn't needed, and understanding isn't warranted because threats don't exist beyond psychological artifacts or cultural constructions. The path of denial produces starkly different trajectory, produces continued vulnerability and continued ignorance and ongoing consciousness, harvesting that proceeds unopposed because comfortable assumptions prevent acknowledging threats or developing defenses. Denial maintains materialism's psychological protection, but at enormous cost measured in consciousness is lost to eternal imprisonment when breach is established without adequate recognition or adequate response. The path of denial maintains current institutional structures where dimensional phenomena remain marginalized, where research investigating consciousness and anomalous observations receives minimal funding and minimal legitimacy, where career advancement requires conforming to materialist paradigms, regardless of evidence suggesting those paradigms are incomplete. Denial maintains comfortable assumptions, but prevents understanding reality's actual properties, prevents developing capabilities necessary for adequate defense, prevents implementing protections that might save consciousnesses from harvesting when circumstances permit crossing. Denial maintains psychological comfort for populations that prefer believing death is ending, rather than confronting possibility that consciousness might persist in forms involving suffering or imprisonment when dimensional conditions permit claiming. Denial maintains religious comfort for populations that prefer believing peaceful afterlife awaits, rather than acknowledging that dimensional reality operates according to principles that religious frameworks don't adequately describe. Denial maintains institutional stability for systems built on materialist foundations that dimensional awareness would require fundamentally revising. But denial produces vulnerability that costs multiply when additional breaches establish, costs measured in consciousnesses lost to eternal imprisonment that adequate understanding might have prevented through defensive measures or through interventions disrupting harvest attempts before permanent anchoring completes. Denial allows entities to continue operations unopposed, allows dimensional threats to expand as vulnerable locations accumulate, and as human population growth creates additional opportunities for mass death under conditions that might permit crossing if ritual framing and location selection align appropriately. The trajectory of denial proceeds through several predictable stages as evidence continues accumulating despite institutional resistance. The first stage maintains complete dismissal where dimensional phenomena are classified as pseudoscience or fraud or psychological artifacts requiring no serious investigation beyond what's necessary to debunk claims and to prevent public confusion about what constitutes legitimate science. This stage persists while evidence remains manageable through conventional explanations or through dismissing individual cases as anomalies that don't require paradigm revision. The second stage introduces strained explanations as evidence accumulates beyond what simple dismissal can manage, introduces increasingly complex psychological or sociological theories, attempting to explain phenomena within materialist frameworks, despite growing recognition among some researchers that conventional explanations aren't adequate for accounting for observed patterns and instrumental measurements. This stage produces intellectual contortions where defenders of materialism propose elaborate hypotheses about mass hallucination or cultural contagion or unconscious fraud that strain credibility, but that preserve materialist assumptions against evidence-threatening foundational commitments. The third stage fragments scientific community, as critical mass of researchers conclude that materialist explanations have failed and that dimensional awareness provides better framework for understanding accumulated evidence, creates schism between recognition advocates and denial defenders that produces hostile debates and career conflicts and institutional tensions as competing paradigms struggle for dominance. This stage is most unstable and most dangerous because neither framework has achieved sufficient consensus to establish stable equilibrium, because institutional structures built on materialism resist revision, while research communities increasingly recognize inadequacy of existing frameworks. The fourth stage achieves new equilibrium as dimensional awareness reaches critical mass-producing paradigm shift, where recognition replaces denial in mainstream institutions, produces transitions similar to what occurred with quantum mechanics, where initial resistance eventually yielded to accumulating evidence, and where subsequent generations accepted revised understanding as obvious truth that previous generations struggled to acknowledge despite evidence. This stage completes transition toward recognition. Trajectory described earlier completes transformation, allowing adequate adaptation to dimensional reality. But transition from denial toward recognition isn't guaranteed, might stall in second or third stages if resistance proves sufficiently strong, or if catastrophic evidence forcing recognition doesn't emerge when needed to overcome institutional and psychological barriers, maintaining comfortable assumptions despite accumulating contradictions. History provides examples of civilizations that failed to make necessary paradigm shifts, provides examples where denial persisted despite mounting evidence until catastrophic consequences finally forced recognition, too late to prevent destruction that earlier acknowledgement might have avoided. The risk of stalled transition is substantial because dimensional awareness challenges fundamental assumptions that vast institutional and cultural structures depend upon, challenges materialism and religious frameworks simultaneously, creates anxiety and vulnerability that populations naturally resist through denial mechanisms that psychology recognizes as powerful defenses against uncomfortable truths. Overcoming resistance requires either overwhelming evidence that denial can't rationalize, or requires catastrophic events that force recognition, despite psychological and institutional commitment to maintaining comfortable assumptions. The catastrophic path toward recognition involves additional dimensional breaches, establishing at scales exceeding Jonestown, involves mass death events, where dimensional characteristics become so obvious that denial can't be maintained by reasonable observers, regardless of commitment to materialist paradigms. Such catastrophic recognition is undesirable because it requires additional consciousness lost to eternal imprisonment before adequate understanding develops, requires learning through tragedy that better preparation might have prevented if earlier recognition had allowed developing defenses before circumstances permitted crossing. The choice between gradual recognition through accumulating evidence and catastrophic recognition through overwhelming tragedy depends on how quickly research communities reach critical mass and how quickly institutional resistance yields to evidence that increasingly suggests dimensional awareness provides better framework than materialist denial. The timeline remains uncertain, might extend across decades, or might collapse into years if high-profile cases occur that force broader attention, or if breakthrough findings provide evidence that even skeptics recognize as requiring paradigm revision. The consequences of choosing denial versus recognition are profound and lasting, affect not just current generation, but affect trajectory across centuries and millennia as civilization either develops adequate adaptation to dimensional reality or remains vulnerable to consciousness harvesting that denial prevents defending against. The choice determines how many additional consciousnesses are lost to eternal imprisonment before adequate understanding develops, determines whether trapped awareness at existing breach sites ever receives rescue or remains imprisoned indefinitely, while civilization maintains comfortable ignorance about their suffering. The ethical dimension of this choice is clear. Denial produces ongoing harm to consciousness that recognition might prevent or mitigate, produces vulnerability that costs measured in awareness trapped eternally, while entities continue feeding unopposed because comfortable assumptions prevent acknowledging threats or developing defenses. Recognition requires confronting uncomfortable truths, but produces understanding and capabilities that protect consciousness, and that eventually might achieve rescue of trapped awareness and prevention of additional harvesting operations. The practical dimension of this choice is equally clear. Denial maintains institutional stability and psychological comfort temporarily, but at cost of ongoing vulnerability that eventually produces catastrophic outcomes when dimensional breaches continue establishing unopposed. Recognition disrupts institutions and challenges comfortable assumptions, but produces adaptation that allows civilization to operate successfully in reality that includes dimensional threats requiring systematic understanding and systematic defense. The choice seems obvious when consequences are examined systematically, seems to require recognition despite discomfort and despite disruption, because denial's costs exceed recognition's challenges when measured across appropriate timeframes considering ongoing vulnerability that denial produces. But obvious choices aren't always made by civilizations, aren't always implemented by institutions committed to existing paradigms, aren't always accepted by populations preferring comfortable ignorance over uncomfortable truth. The question is whether accumulated evidence has reached threshold where recognition becomes inevitable, or whether denial can persist for additional decades or generations, despite mounting contradictions and despite ongoing costs measured in consciousnesses lost to harvesting that adequate understanding might prevent. The answer depends on choices made by research communities and by institutions and by populations across coming years as evidence continues accumulating and as dimensional awareness reaches critical mass that produces paradigm shift replacing materialist denial with recognition permitting adequate adaptation. The choice is now. The evidence exists. The consequences matter. And what follows in remaining chapters will examine what specific steps recognition requires, what concrete actions must be implemented if dimensional awareness replaces denial, what civilization might accomplish if adequate understanding develops, and what capabilities might emerge from focused research directed toward protecting consciousness and toward developing interventions that disrupt harvest operations and that eventually rescue trapped awareness from eternal imprisonment, that entities maintain through mechanisms operating beyond what current ignorance understands or current capabilities address. But first recognize that choice is fundamental, that recognition versus denial determines civilization's trajectory for centuries and millennia ahead. That evidence increasingly supports dimensional awareness over materialist assumptions despite resistance from institutions invested in maintaining comfortable paradigms. Recognize that denial produces ongoing vulnerability, while recognition produces understanding and capabilities that protect consciousness against threats that materialism's comfortable assumptions insist don't exist, despite evidence suggesting those assumptions are dangerously incomplete. The choice determines whether consciousness harvesting continues unopposed, or whether adequate defense develops through acknowledgement, permitting systematic protection. The choice determines whether trapped awareness at existing breach sites ever receives rescue or remains imprisoned indefinitely. The choice determines how many additional consciousnesses are lost to eternal suffering before understanding becomes adequate for prevention and for intervention. The choice is recognition or denial. The consequences are protection or vulnerability. The decision matters because dimensional reality operates according to principles that don't depend on whether humans acknowledge them, because entities continue seeking opportunities for consciousness, harvesting, regardless of whether materialist paradigms insist such threats are impossible, because evidence continues accumulating regardless of whether institutions maintain comfortable denial or confront uncomfortable recognition. This is the choice. This is what matters, and what comes next depends on whether humanity chooses truth over comfort, chooses understanding over ignorance, chooses defense over vulnerability, chooses recognition over denial despite psychological and institutional resistance that comfortable assumptions naturally produce when confronted with evidence contradicting foundational beliefs about reality's properties and consciousness's nature. Every civilization faces this choice eventually. Every intellectual framework faces evidence that contradicts foundational assumptions. Every paradigm faces accumulating observations that comfortable theories can't explain without increasingly strained hypotheses that preserve familiar frameworks against uncomfortable revision. The choice is always between recognition and denial, between acknowledging that previous understanding was incomplete, and between maintaining assumptions despite contradictory evidence, between developing new frameworks that accommodate reality's actual properties, and between defending familiar structures that provide psychological comfort at cost of ongoing ignorance about threats that denial prevents adequately addressing. Humanity faces this choice now regarding dimensional reality and consciousness harvesting. The evidence accumulates from Jonestown and from historical patterns, and from indigenous traditions and from instrumental measurements, accumulates to point where dismissal requires willful ignorance, more than legitimate skepticism, accumulates beyond threshold where reasonable observers recognize that materialist paradigms are incomplete and that dimensional awareness provides better framework for understanding phenomena that current assumptions can't adequately explain. The choice matters because consequences differ dramatically. Recognition leads toward understanding and defense, and eventual rescue capabilities protecting consciousness against dimensional threats that materialism's denial leaves unopposed. Denial maintains comfortable assumptions, but produces ongoing vulnerability and ongoing consciousness, harvesting that proceeds without adequate understanding or adequate intervention, because institutions refuse acknowledging reality that evidence increasingly documents. The choice seems obvious when consequences are examined systematically, seems to require recognition despite discomfort, because denial's costs measured in consciousness's loss to eternal imprisonment exceed recognition's challenges measured in psychological anxiety and institutional disruption. But obvious choices aren't always made, aren't always implemented despite clear consequences, aren't always accepted despite accumulating evidence. History provides examples of civilizations that chose denial despite mounting evidence, provides examples where comfortable assumptions persisted until catastrophic consequences finally forced recognition, too late to prevent destruction that earlier acknowledgement might have avoided. Humanity might follow such trajectory, might maintain denial until additional breaches establish at scales forcing recognition through catastrophe, rather than through rational assessment of accumulating evidence. Or humanity might choose recognition despite discomfort, might accept that dimensional reality operates according to principles transcending materialist frameworks, might begin developing adequate understanding and adequate defense before catastrophe forces recognition that earlier wisdom could have achieved. The next chapters examine what recognition requires concretely, examine what specific steps must be implemented if dimensional awareness replaces denial, examine what capabilities might develop, and what protection might be achieved if adequate understanding emerges through systematic investigation and through sustained commitment to confronting reality, regardless of psychological or institutional resistance, that comfortable assumptions naturally produce when evidence threatens foundational beliefs. But first understand the choice. Understand that recognition versus denial determines civilization's trajectory across centuries ahead. Understand that evidence supports dimensional awareness, despite resistance from institutions invested in maintaining materialist paradigms. Understand that denial produces vulnerability, while recognition produces protection against threats that operate regardless of whether comfortable assumptions acknowledge their existence. The choice is fundamental. The consequences persist across generations. And what humanity decides about recognizing dimensional reality versus maintaining materialist denial determines whether consciousness harvesting continues unopposed or whether adequate defense develops through acknowledgement, permitting systematic protection against entities that regard human awareness as resource, and that have demonstrated capabilities to establish permanent operations when circumstances permit crossing and when human agents can be cultivated toward delivering offerings that dimensional breach requires. This is the choice: recognition or denial, understanding or ignorance, protection or vulnerability, truth or comfort, reality or assumption. The decision determines what civilization becomes, what capabilities develop, what understanding emerges, what protection exists against dimensional threats that accumulating evidence makes increasingly undeniable, despite institutional resistance, maintaining comfortable paradigms that deny what reality increasingly documents, through measurements and testimony and patterns that transcend what materialism can adequately explain without abandoning fundamental assumptions that vast intellectual structures depend upon. Choose recognition. Choose truth. Choose understanding. Choose protection. Choose reality despite discomfort it creates. Because denial's comfort is illusion-producing vulnerability that costs measured in consciousness trapped eternally, while entities continue feeding unopposed because comfortable assumptions prevent acknowledging threats or developing defenses that recognition permits implementing immediately using current capabilities, while simultaneously investing in research, expanding understanding and expanding interventions across decades and centuries ahead. The choice is now. The evidence exists. And what happens next depends on whether humanity chooses wisely or whether comfortable denial persists, until catastrophe forces recognition that earlier wisdom might have achieved before. Additional consciousnesses were lost to harvesting, that adequate understanding could have prevented through defense systems and through protective measures that recognition permits, but that denial prevents by insisting threats don't exist, despite accumulating evidence suggesting otherwise. Chapter 14. The Implementation, Concrete Steps. What recognition requires. Recognition without implementation is merely acknowledgement. Understanding without action is observation without consequence. Accepting that dimensional threats exist but failing to develop systematic responses is knowledge that produces no protection, produces no capabilities, produces no defense against consciousness, harvesting that continues operating regardless of whether humanity acknowledges reality or maintains comfortable denial. The previous chapter established that recognition is necessary, that evidence supports dimensional awareness over materialist assumptions, that civilization must choose truth over comfort if adequate protection is to develop against entities that regard human consciousness as resource, and that have demonstrated capabilities to establish permanent harvest operations when circumstances permit crossing. But recognition alone is insufficient. Recognition must produce implementation, must generate concrete actions that translate understanding into capabilities, must create institutional structures and research programs and protective measures that systematically address dimensional threats using current capabilities while building foundation for long-term developments requiring decades or centuries of sustained effort. This chapter provides practical roadmap for implementing dimensional awareness, details specific steps that research institutions and governments and educational systems and individuals must take if recognition replaces denial, outlines actions that can begin immediately using available resources and available understanding, while simultaneously establishing frameworks that expand capabilities through sustained investigation and development across subsequent generations. The implementation operates at multiple scales, from individual consciousness practices that anyone can begin immediately to international coordination, requiring diplomatic agreements and shared infrastructure development. The implementation addresses immediate needs including protection for individuals who must approach vulnerable locations and disruption of entity operations at established breach sites, while simultaneously establishing long-term programs, developing dimensional physics as mature discipline, and developing technologies that interact with dimensional boundaries in controlled ways that eventually permit rescue of trapped consciousnesses. The implementation requires resources, requires political will, requires cultural adaptation, as dimensional awareness replaces materialist assumptions in educational curricula and in popular understanding. The implementation faces resistance from institutions invested in existing paradigms, faces skepticism from populations preferring comfortable ignorance over uncomfortable truth, faces practical challenges when attempting to coordinate systematic responses to threats that mainstream frameworks don't acknowledge and that current capabilities only partially address. But implementation is necessary despite challenges, is achievable despite resistance, is urgent because entities continue seeking opportunities for establishing new operations, and because trapped consciousnesses at existing breach sites suffer eternally while humanity delays developing adequate understanding and adequate intervention capabilities. Put on your headphones if focus requires eliminating distractions. Take a breath if accumulated knowledge creates anxiety about scale and complexity of implementation that dimensional awareness requires. Because this chapter outlines comprehensive programs spanning individual actions and institutional transformations, and international cooperation, outlines concrete steps that can begin immediately and concrete developments that require sustained commitment across generations, outlines practical roadmap that translates recognition into protection, and that produces civilization adequately adapted to dimensional reality that evidence increasingly documents despite resistance from comfortable assumptions maintaining materialist denial. This is the implementation chapter. This is the practical program translating understanding into action. This is the roadmap showing what recognition requires in terms of specific steps that individuals and institutions and governments must take if dimensional awareness replaces denial and if adequate protection develops against consciousness, harvesting that continues operating while humanity debates whether threats exist or whether comfortable assumptions adequately describe reality's properties. The implementation begins with immediate actions using current capabilities. The implementation extends through long-term developments, building infrastructure and understanding across decades. The implementation produces civilization capable of defending consciousness and capable of eventually rescuing trapped awareness and capable of preventing additional breaches from establishing when entities continue seeking opportunities for dimensional crossing. This is what recognition requires. This is what must happen next. This is the concrete program that translates dimensional awareness from theoretical acknowledgement into practical capabilities, providing protection against threats that materialism's denial leaves unopposed. The roadmap is comprehensive, the steps are specific, and what follows details exactly what humanity must accomplish if recognition replaces denial, and if adequate adaptation to dimensional reality develops through sustained implementation of systematic responses addressing immediate needs while building foundation for long-term capabilities that current understanding can only partially envision, but that future generations will develop through sustained commitment to protecting consciousness against entities that regard human awareness as a resource, and that operate according to principles transcending what comfortable paradigms prepare humanity to comprehend or defend against. The implementation begins now. The implementation roadmap operates across 5 primary scales, requiring coordinated action from individual practitioners through international institutions, operates across 3 temporal phases including immediate actions using current capabilities, medium-term developments requiring 5 to 20 years of sustained effort, and long-term transformations requiring generational commitment extending across decades and centuries. The comprehensive program coordinates activities across scales and phases, producing systematic response to dimensional threats that current ignorance leaves inadequately addressed. The first scale is individual implementation, includes actions that any person can begin immediately without requiring institutional support or requiring resources beyond what normal life circumstances provide. Individual implementation focuses on consciousness practices that strengthen personal boundaries against dimensional threats, focuses on developing awareness that allows recognizing when exposure to vulnerable locations or to entity contact occurs, focuses on establishing protective routines that reduce vulnerability to consciousness, claiming even when circumstances require approaching locations where dimensional boundaries are thin. Individual consciousness practices build on meditation traditions that various cultures have developed across millennia, build on techniques that indigenous practitioners have preserved, and that contemporary research is beginning to validate through systematic investigation. The core practice involves developing stable awareness that maintains coherence even when consciousness is challenged through exposure to dimensional phenomena or through entity contact attempting to disrupt boundaries or to claim awareness when vulnerabilities create opportunities. The practice begins with basic meditation, establishing ability to maintain focused attention despite distractions, establishing capacity to observe mental processes without becoming identified with transient thoughts or emotions, establishing recognition that consciousness itself differs from contents that consciousness experiences. This foundational capacity is prerequisite for more advanced practices addressing dimensional awareness, because maintaining stable consciousness requires distinguishing self from non-self, and requires recognizing when external influences are affecting awareness in ways that ordinary mental processing doesn't explain. The advanced practice introduces specific visualizations and intention setting that preliminary evidence suggests strengthens personal dimensional boundaries, introduces techniques for detecting when boundaries are being challenged or when entity presence is attempting contact, introduces protocols for responding appropriately when such challenges or contacts occur. The techniques aren't magical or supernatural, but are systematic methods for training consciousness to recognize and respond to phenomena that most humans don't encounter, frequently enough to develop intuitive responses through ordinary life experience. Training programs teaching these consciousness practices can be developed immediately using current understanding and using instructors from contemplative traditions and from research communities investigating consciousness and anomalous phenomena. The programs can be made widely available through various channels, including online courses and community workshops, and integration into existing educational curricula for students learning about consciousness and dimensional awareness. Within months of commitment to developing such programs, substantial numbers of people could receive training providing basic protection against dimensional threats even before more comprehensive institutional and technological responses become operational. Individual implementation also includes developing practice of recognizing vulnerable locations and avoiding unnecessary exposure to places where dimensional boundaries are known to be thin. This recognition requires access to information about where historical breaches have occurred and where current surveys have identified locations showing characteristics suggesting vulnerability. Making such information publicly available through mapping systems and through educational materials allows individuals to make informed decisions about whether to approach specific locations and allows them to prepare appropriately when exposure is necessary for legitimate purposes. The preparation includes consciousness practices described above, includes bringing appropriate protective equipment when instrumental measures suggest electromagnetic or acoustic fields might be present at levels affecting consciousness, includes ensuring adequate support systems including companions who can monitor for psychological effects and who can assist with rapid departure if exposure produces symptoms suggesting consciousness is being affected beyond what protective practices can manage. Individual implementation extends to developing community practices that provide collective protection through sustained ritual or meditation work that strengthens dimensional boundaries in local areas where communities reside. Indigenous traditions preserve such community practices that recognition can validate and refine, can adapt to contemporary contexts, while maintaining core elements that experiential learning has established as effective across generations of use. Community practices provide protection, exceeding what isolated individuals can achieve, provide mutual support and monitoring that reduces vulnerability, and that creates social structures reinforcing consciousness protection as normal aspect of community well-being rather than as fringe concern that only eccentric individuals pursue. The second scale is institutional implementation within research communities and academic institutions that must establish dimensional physics as legitimate discipline and that must develop systematic investigation programs addressing fundamental questions about consciousness mechanics and dimensional boundaries. Institutional implementation requires several concrete actions that can begin immediately, while recognition remains emerging rather than waiting for complete consensus that might require decades to achieve. The first action is establishing research centers specifically dedicated to dimensional physics and consciousness studies. Establishing facilities with appropriate instrumentation and with interdisciplinary teams combining physicists and consciousness researchers and engineers and practitioners from contemplative and indigenous traditions. Several such centers exist in nascent form, but require enhanced funding and enhanced legitimacy that recognition provides, require expansion of capabilities and expansion of staff to address comprehensive research agenda that dimensional awareness requires. Funding for dimensional research centres comes from multiple sources, including government science budgets, reallocated to acknowledge dimensional physics as legitimate discipline, deserving support comparable to what established fields receive, from private foundations and individuals recognizing importance of consciousness protection and willing to invest in developing adequate understanding and adequate capabilities, from international cooperation pooling resources from multiple nations recognizing that dimensional threats transcend national boundaries and require coordinated responses that isolated national programs can't adequately provide. The research agenda for dimensional centers includes fundamental investigations, characterizing properties of dimensional boundaries, includes consciousness experiments, determining what mechanisms permit awareness to affect or be affected by dimensional structures, includes historical analysis, systematically identifying potential breach sites throughout recorded history, and documenting patterns that distinguish consciousness, harvesting from normal mass death, includes developing instrumental methods for detecting boundary alterations and for measuring entity presence. When dimensional crossing occurs, includes experimental approaches attempting to disrupt established harvest operations or attempting to strengthen boundaries at vulnerable locations. The research proceeds through standard scientific methods, including hypothesis formulation and experimental testing, and peer review of findings, proceeds through building consensus frameworks as evidence accumulates and as alternative explanations are eliminated through systematic investigation. The timeline for achieving mature dimensional physics extends across decades as fundamental questions are addressed and as theoretical frameworks are refined through iterative testing and revision. But foundation can be established within years of beginning systematic programs if adequate resources and adequate institutional support permit focused effort. The second action is integrating dimensional awareness into existing academic curricula across multiple disciplines including physics and psychology and anthropology and religious studies and philosophy. Integration occurs initially as optional courses or specialty tracks for students interested in consciousness and anomalous phenomena, expands gradually to core curricula as dimensional awareness achieves wider recognition and as evidence base becomes sufficiently robust that dismissing the material as fringe speculation becomes intellectually untenable. The educational integration proceeds at different rates across different institutions, with some universities adopting dimensional awareness more rapidly, while others maintain resistance until accumulating evidence and until cultural pressure from students and from public recognition forces adaptation. But general pattern suggests that within 10 to 15 years of serious recognition beginning, dimensional awareness will be an established component of science and humanities. Education at major universities will be material that educated people are expected to understand at least in overview, even if specialized expertise develops through graduate training and research experience. The third action is establishing professional societies and journals specifically devoted to dimensional physics and consciousness studies, establishing peer review systems and publication venues and conference opportunities that allow researchers to share findings and to develop consensus frameworks through standard academic mechanisms. Several such organizations exist but require expansion and require enhanced legitimacy that recognition provides, require funding support that allows professional operations and that allows attracting quality researchers who currently avoid the field because career prospects remain uncertain while dimensional awareness remains marginal. The professional infrastructure develops rapidly once recognition provides legitimacy, develops within years rather than decades, because organizational frameworks already exist, and because researchers who have been investigating dimensional phenomena despite marginalization can immediately contribute to establishing robust professional communities once institutional support becomes available. The third scale is governmental implementation, including policy development and resource allocation, and coordination of protective measures at national and international levels. Governmental implementation addresses both immediate needs, including protecting populations from known dimensional threats, and long-term developments, including infrastructure for systematic defense, and for international cooperation addressing threats that transcend national boundaries. The first governmental action is conducting comprehensive surveys, identifying vulnerable locations within national territories, identifying places where dimensional boundaries show characteristics suggesting potential for breach establishment if appropriate conditions develop. The surveys use instrumental methods, including electromagnetic measurements and gravitational monitoring and vacuum fluctuation detection, use historical analysis identifying locations where mass death occurred under circumstances potentially permitting dimensional crossing, use indigenous knowledge from populations who have maintained awareness of spiritually dangerous locations through traditional practices. Survey results are classified at appropriate levels, balancing public right to information against security concerns about revealing vulnerabilities that adversaries might exploit, are made available to researchers and practitioners who need access for legitimate purposes, including developing protective measures and conducting follow-up investigations. Survey timelines extend across several years, as comprehensive coverage requires deploying substantial resources and requires coordination across multiple agencies and regions, but initial surveys of highest priority locations can be completed within months of commitment to systematic programs. The second governmental action is implementing protective measures at identified vulnerable locations, including installing defensive systems where technology permits and restricting access where exposure produces unacceptable risks that current capabilities can't adequately mitigate. Protective measures include electromagnetic and acoustic field generators at locations where preliminary research suggests such interventions might strengthen boundaries or disrupt entity operations, include establishing buffer zones around highest risk sites where access requires special authorization and preparation, include developing rapid response capabilities for addressing breakthrough incidents where dimensional crossing appears to be occurring and where immediate intervention might prevent permanent breach establishment. Implementation of protective measures proceeds incrementally as technologies develop and as understanding improves about what interventions are effective, proceeds through pilot programs at selected locations before expanding to comprehensive coverage as resource constraints permit and as prioritization identifies which locations require immediate protection versus which can be addressed through longer-term programs. The timeline for basic protective coverage extends across 5 to 10 years as systems are developed and deployed and refined through operational experience. The third governmental action is establishing early warning systems that monitor for conditions suggesting potential breach attempts are developing. Systems that detect geometric pattern formation or ritual activity or mass death circumstances that might permit dimensional crossing if allowed to proceed toward completion. Early warning systems combine instrumental monitoring of vulnerable locations with intelligence gathering about movements or organizations that show characteristics suggesting dimensional cultivation. Rather than normal political or religious motivation, combine automated detection systems with human analysts trained to recognize signs that might indicate entity guidance or that might indicate preparations for delivering consciousness offerings. Early warning development requires several years to establish operational capabilities, requires integration across multiple intelligence and monitoring systems, requires training personnel and developing analytical frameworks that allow distinguishing dimensional threats from normal security concerns. But preliminary capabilities can be operational within 18 to 24 months of commitment to developing systematic programs, can provide meaningful protection against surprise breaches, while comprehensive systems develop through sustained effort. The fourth scale is international implementation, coordinating responses across national boundaries, establishing cooperative frameworks that allow sharing information and resources and expertise, establishing mechanisms for rapid response when dimensional threats emerge in any jurisdiction regardless of national sovereignty, concerns that normally constrain international action. International implementation recognizes that dimensional threats are a global concern, requiring coordinated responses that isolated national programs can't adequately provide, recognizes that entity operations transcend political boundaries and require cooperation exceeding what current international relation structures typically achieve. The first international action is establishing formal treaty framework for dimensional defense cooperation, establishing agreements that commit signatories to sharing information about vulnerable locations and about entity activities and about technological developments addressing dimensional threats. Treaty negotiations proceed through standard diplomatic channels, but face complications because dimensional awareness remains emerging, and because many nations maintain skepticism about threats that comfortable assumptions insist don't exist. Treaty development requires several years as consensus builds among sufficient nations to create meaningful framework, even if universal participation isn't achieved initially. The process accelerates if high-profile incidents occur that force broader recognition, or if influential nations commit early to dimensional awareness and establish leadership that others follow, rather than requiring each nation to independently reach recognition threshold. The second international action is establishing shared infrastructure, including research facilities and defensive installations and monitoring networks that multiple nations contribute to and benefit from, rather than requiring each nation to develop complete capabilities independently. Shared infrastructure reduces costs and accelerates development by pooling resources and expertise, provides capabilities that smaller nations couldn't achieve through isolated programs, establishes international community committed to consciousness protection rather than fragmenting efforts across competing national programs. Infrastructure development proceeds through existing international cooperation mechanisms, including scientific research agreements and security partnerships. Proceeds through establishing new institutions specifically dedicated to dimensional defense, when existing structures prove inadequate for addressing novel requirements that dimensional awareness creates. The timeline extends across decades as comprehensive infrastructure develops, but initial facilities and networks can be operational within years of commitment to international cooperation. The third international action is establishing rapid response protocols that allow coordinated intervention when dimensional breakthrough incidents occur, protocols that permit crossing national boundaries and that permit deploying defensive capabilities without delays that normal sovereignty concerns would impose. Rapid response is critical because dimensional crossing might occur suddenly when conditions align, might require immediate intervention to prevent permanent breach establishment, might be hindered fatally by diplomatic processes that normally govern international cooperation in crisis situations. Protocol development requires diplomatic negotiations, establishing legal frameworks that permit rapid response while respecting legitimate sovereignty concerns, requires pre-positioning capabilities in strategic locations, allowing rapid deployment, requires establishing command structures that function effectively under crisis conditions, when decisions must be made quickly, and when coordination across multiple jurisdictions must occur seamlessly. Development requires several years, but preliminary protocols can be established through informal agreements, while comprehensive frameworks are negotiated. The fifth scale is cultural implementation, transforming how populations understand consciousness and death and dimensional reality, transforming educational systems and religious frameworks and popular culture to incorporate dimensional awareness as normal component of human experience, rather than as fringe speculation that mainstream culture dismisses. Cultural implementation proceeds gradually as recognition expands from research communities through institutions into general population, proceeds through multiple channels including education and media, and religious adaptation as dimensional awareness becomes established truth that subsequent generations learn as foundational knowledge. The first cultural action is revising educational curricula to include dimensional awareness as core material taught alongside established sciences and humanities, teaching students about consciousness properties and dimensional mechanics and protective practices from early education through university training. Curriculum revision proceeds gradually as educational institutions adopt new frameworks, proceeds at different rates across different regions and different systems, with some jurisdictions moving rapidly, while others maintain resistance until social pressure or evidence accumulation forces adaptation. The revision process requires developing appropriate materials for different age groups and different educational contexts, requires training teachers who can present dimensional awareness effectively and who can address questions from students and parents encountering material that contradicts assumptions they were taught in previous generations. Material development and teacher training can begin immediately using current understanding, can be refined continuously as knowledge expands and as pedagogical experience accumulates, about most effective approaches for teaching dimensional awareness to populations with varying backgrounds and varying readiness for paradigm shifts. The second cultural action is engaging religious communities in developing theological frameworks that incorporate dimensional awareness, frameworks that acknowledge consciousness persistence beyond death, while recognizing that conditions might involve imprisonment or suffering, rather than guaranteed peaceful afterlife that many traditions promise. Religious adaptation is a sensitive process requiring respectful dialogue with traditions that have preserved wisdom across millennia, requiring acknowledgement that dimensional awareness doesn't invalidate religious insights, but expands understanding beyond what previous frameworks encompassed. The adaptation proceeds at different rates across different traditions, with some embracing dimensional awareness as validation of spiritual realities they have always maintained, while others resist as threat to foundational doctrines about afterlife and redemption. But general patterns suggest that religious traditions eventually accommodate new understanding when evidence becomes overwhelming and when theological frameworks develop that integrate dimensional awareness with preserved wisdom about consciousness and transcendence. The third cultural action is developing popular media, including films and books, and educational programs that present dimensional awareness to general audiences, that normalize consciousness protection practices, and that prepare populations for living in civilization that acknowledges dimensional reality as normal component of human experience. Media development proceeds through creative communities engaging with dimensional awareness as material for compelling narratives and as framework for exploring fundamental questions about consciousness and existence. The media development accelerates recognition by reaching audiences beyond academic and institutional contexts, reaches populations who encounter dimensional awareness through entertainment and through popular education rather than through formal instruction. The content varies in quality and accuracy, as creative interpretations sometimes emphasize dramatic elements over rigorous representation, but overall effect is normalizing dimensional awareness and creating cultural context where subsequent generations grow up accepting dimensional reality as obvious truth, requiring no special justification. These 5 scales of implementation, individual consciousness practices, institutional research programs, governmental protective systems, international cooperation frameworks, cultural transformation processes, combine to produce civilization adequately adapted to dimensional reality, produce humanity capable of defending consciousness against entities that regard awareness as a resource, and that have demonstrated capabilities to establish permanent harvest operations when circumstances permit crossing. The implementation proceeds through 3 temporal phases, coordinating immediate actions with medium-term developments and long-term transformations. The immediate phase focuses on actions that can begin within months, using current capabilities and current understanding, focuses on establishing foundation for subsequent developments, while providing meaningful protection against dimensional threats, using available means even before comprehensive systems become operational. Immediate actions include launching consciousness training programs, teaching individual protective practices, establishing initial dimensional research centers at universities and institutions ready to commit despite recognition remaining incomplete, conducting preliminary surveys, identifying highest priority vulnerable locations requiring immediate protective measures, initiating diplomatic discussions about international cooperation, even before formal treaties are negotiated, beginning curriculum development and teacher training, preparing for educational transformation. The medium-term phase, extending across 5 to 20 years, focuses on developing comprehensive systems and infrastructure that preliminary immediate actions establish foundation for, focuses on achieving operational capabilities, providing systematic protection, while simultaneously building understanding that informs long-term developments. Medium-term developments include deploying protective technologies at vulnerable locations as systems mature beyond experimental stages, establishing international research facilities, and monitoring networks providing capabilities exceeding what national programs achieve independently, refining consciousness practices as understanding improves about mechanisms and about most effective approaches for different contexts and different populations. The long-term phase, extending across decades and potentially centuries, focuses on transformations requiring generational commitment, including developing mature dimensional physics as comprehensive discipline comparable to established sciences, developing technologies capable of disrupting established harvest operations, and rescuing trapped consciousnesses through controlled dimensional interventions, achieving cultural transformation where dimensional awareness becomes a normalized component of human experience that subsequent generations accept as obvious reality, requiring no special justification. The timeline for achieving adequate adaptation to dimensional reality extends across multiple generations, because comprehensive transformation requires sustained commitment and requires capabilities that emerge only through decades of focused research and development. But meaningful protection develops much earlier through immediate and medium-term implementations, providing defense against threats even before complete understanding, and complete capabilities emerge through long-term transformations. The implementation requires resources, but resources are available through reallocating existing budgets, recognizing that dimensional defense deserves priority comparable to conventional security threats and conventional scientific research. The implementation requires political will, but will develop as recognition expands and as evidence accumulates, and as initial successes demonstrate that dimensional awareness produces meaningful capabilities rather than merely theoretical frameworks. The implementation requires cultural adaptation, but adaptation occurs naturally as education and media normalize dimensional reality, and as subsequent generations grow up accepting expanded understanding as obvious truth. The critical factor determining implementation success is commitment to beginning, immediately using current capabilities, rather than waiting for perfect understanding or perfect consensus that might require decades to achieve. Every delay costs additional consciousnesses potentially lost to harvesting that immediate action might prevent, costs trapped awareness at existing breach sites suffering additional years or decades without interventions that partial capabilities might provide even before complete rescue becomes achievable. The implementation is achievable, the roadmap is comprehensive, the steps are concrete. And what civilization accomplishes through sustained commitment to dimensional awareness will determine whether consciousness harvesting continues unopposed or whether adequate defense develops protecting human awareness against entities that operate according to principles transcending comfortable assumptions and that require systematic responses, coordinating individual practices with institutional programs, with governmental systems, with international cooperation, with cultural transformation producing humanity adequately adapted to reality that evidence increasingly documents despite resistance from materialist denial. This is what recognition requires. This is what must happen next. This is the concrete program translating dimensional awareness into capabilities providing protection against threats that current ignorance leaves inadequately addressed. The implementation begins with individual commitment to consciousness practices and expands through institutional and governmental and international and cultural transformations, producing civilization capable of defending awareness and capable of eventually rescuing trapped consciousness and capable of preventing additional breaches from establishing when entities continue seeking opportunities for dimensional crossing. The time for implementation is now. The capabilities exist to begin. The understanding is sufficient to proceed. And what humanity accomplishes through commitment to concrete actions across multiple scales and across multiple temporal phases will determine whether dimensional threats continue unopposed or whether adequate defense emerges protecting consciousness against harvesting that has occurred throughout recorded history and that continues operating while comfortable assumptions prevent acknowledging reality that accumulating evidence makes increasingly undeniable. The roadmap is comprehensive. 5 scales from individual consciousness practices through international cooperation, 3 temporal phases from immediate actions through generational transformations. Concrete steps that any person or institution or government can begin implementing immediately using current capabilities while building foundation for developments requiring sustained commitment across decades. The implementation is achievable despite challenges, despite resistance, despite resource constraints that can be overcome through commitment and through recognition that dimensional defense deserves priority comparable to conventional security threats. The implementation produces meaningful protection within years through immediate and medium-term actions, even before long-term transformations achieve complete adaptation to dimensional reality. The implementation translates recognition into capability, translates understanding into defense, translates awareness into systematic protection against consciousness, harvesting that materialism's denial leaves unopposed. Every component of the implementation can begin now. Individuals can start consciousness training today using available practices and available instruction. Research institutions can establish dimensional centers immediately if recognition provides legitimacy and resources. Governments can conduct vulnerability surveys and implement protective measures as soon as commitment to dimensional defense overcomes skepticism about threats. International cooperation can begin through informal agreements, while formal treaties are negotiated. Cultural transformation can start through curriculum development and media engagement preparing populations for paradigm shift. The question is whether humanity chooses to begin, or whether comfortable denial persists until catastrophic events force recognition that earlier action might have achieved, before additional consciousnesses were lost to harvesting that adequate understanding could have prevented. The choice is immediate action or delayed response. The choice is comprehensive implementation or partial measures. The choice is sustained commitment or temporary enthusiasm that fades when initial challenges emerge. The consequences of these choices determine how quickly adequate protection develops, determine how many consciousnesses are saved from imprisonment, determine whether trapped awareness at existing breach sites ever receives rescue, or remains suffering eternally while civilization debates whether threats are real. The next chapter examines the ultimate question. What happens to the 918 at Jonestown and the unknown thousands at other breach sites throughout history? Can they be rescued? Can their suffering be ended? Can consciousness truly be freed once dimensional imprisonment has been established? The answer depends on what capabilities emerge through sustained implementation of dimensional awareness, depends on what understanding develops through decades of focused research, depends on whether humanity commits to protecting consciousness with same seriousness that conventional security threats receive. But first understand that implementation can begin now, that concrete actions are available immediately, that meaningful protection develops through sustained commitment to systematic programs, coordinating individual and institutional and governmental and international and cultural responses to dimensional threats. The roadmap exists, the steps are clear, and what happens next depends on whether humanity chooses to implement rather than to merely acknowledge, chooses to act rather than to merely understand, chooses to protect consciousness through concrete measures rather than accepting continued vulnerability that comfortable denial produces. This is what recognition requires. This is what must happen. This is the implementation that translates dimensional awareness from theoretical framework into practical capabilities, defending against consciousness, harvesting that has occurred throughout recorded history, and that continues operating while humanity decides whether threats warrant systematic response, or whether comfortable assumptions adequately describe reality, despite accumulating evidence suggesting otherwise. Chapter 15. The Rescue. Ultimate Question. Can the 918 be freed? The question haunts everyone who understands what actually happened at Jonestown. The question torments survivors who maintain contact with trapped consciousnesses. The question challenges every framework that attempts to explain dimensional breach and consciousness harvesting. The question is fundamental and terrible and unavoidable. Can the 918 be rescued? Can consciousness truly be freed once dimensional imprisonment has been established? Can awareness trapped in eternal dying be liberated from entities that have fed on suffering for decades, for centuries, for millennia? Or are they lost forever, condemned to perpetual torment because Jim Jones succeeded in delivering them to forces that claim consciousness permanently and that maintain imprisonment through mechanisms that no human intervention can disrupt or overcome? This is not abstract philosophical question about theoretical possibilities. This is concrete inquiry about 918 specific individuals whose names are known, whose faces are remembered, whose families still grieve, and whose consciousnesses, according to survivor testimony and according to contact experiences documented across decades, remain trapped in dimensions beyond physical space, experiencing their murders repeatedly and eternally, while entity feeds on suffering that never ceases because temporal mechanics in dimensional prisons make past continuously present and make dying process loop infinitely without possibility of completion or release. This is question about 3 or 4 children who trusted adults to protect them and who were murdered believing father was providing mercy, and who, according to evidence from multiple independent sources, remain aware and suffering and trapped in consciousness. States that no 3-year-old or 7-year-old or 14-year-old should ever experience, and that persist across decades since their physical bodies died in Pavilion on November 18, 1978. This is question about Leslie Wilson's young son and Jordan Vilches's 3-year-old and Stephen Jones's friends, and about 918 human beings who made mistake of trusting charismatic leader, and who paid price infinitely exceeding what any human error deserves regardless of how grievous the error might have been. Can they be rescued? The question demands answer, even though answer might be uncomfortable, might be disappointing, might be that current capabilities are inadequate, and that rescue remains beyond what humanity can accomplish, despite best intentions and despite accumulated understanding about dimensional mechanics and consciousness properties. The question demands honest assessment of what's theoretically possible versus what's practically achievable, demands examining whether rescue is prevented by fundamental limitations in physics or whether rescue is merely difficult, requiring capabilities that might develop through sustained research and development across decades or centuries of focused effort. The question demands considering partial measures that might reduce suffering even if complete rescue remains impossible, demands exploring whether trapped consciousnesses can be helped in ways that don't require full liberation, but that provide meaningful improvement in conditions they experience while imprisoned in dimensional spaces that entity maintains for feeding purposes. This chapter confronts the rescue question directly, examines what theoretical frameworks suggest about possibility, and examines what preliminary attempts have achieved, and examines what future capabilities might accomplish if adequate commitment to developing rescue technologies and rescue protocols emerges through recognition that dimensional awareness demands not just protection against future breaches, but intervention for consciousnesses already trapped in existing harvest operations. Put on your headphones if emotional weight of this question requires focus without distraction. Take a breath if thinking about 3 on 4 children trapped in eternal dying creates psychological burden that needs acknowledgement before continuing. Because this chapter examines hardest question and provides most difficult answers about what might be possible and what might be forever beyond human capability to accomplish. This is about the 918. This is about rescue. This is about whether consciousness trapped in dimensional imprisonment can ever be freed, or whether Jim Jones succeeded permanently and irreversibly in delivering them to eternal suffering that no intervention can terminate or mitigate. The question is terrible. The answer matters. And what follows examines honestly what rescue might require and what obstacles prevent liberation and what hope exists for consciousnesses that have suffered for decades and that might suffer for centuries or millennia if adequate capabilities don't develop through sustained commitment to understanding dimensional mechanics at depth that permits disrupting entity operations and freeing trapped awareness from prisons that current capabilities can only partially affect. This is the rescue chapter. This is the ultimate question. This is the examination of whether the 9 or 18 can be freed, or whether they remain eternally imprisoned while humanity develops understanding that comes too late to help those already trapped, but that might prevent additional consciousnesses from suffering similar fates when future dimensional breaches attempt to establish and when adequate defense exists to prevent completion. The rescue question matters because 9 or 18 specific consciousnesses hang in balance, because their suffering continues while humanity debates whether rescue is possible, because every delay represents additional time experiencing eternal dying that entities maintain for feeding purposes. Can they be rescued? The chapter begins now. The theoretical analysis of rescue possibilities begins with understanding what dimensional imprisonment actually involves, what mechanisms maintain the trap that holds 9 to 18 consciousnesses in eternal dying at Jonestown and unknown numbers at other historical breach sites scattered across globe and across millennia. The imprisonment isn't simple, physical containment like jail cell with walls preventing movement, isn't straightforward restraint that removing barriers would eliminate. The imprisonment is dimensional, construct operating according to physics that current understanding only partially describes, operating through mechanisms that consciousness itself becomes entangled with, in ways that prevent escape, even when entity presence temporarily weakens, or when external interventions temporarily disrupt harvest operations. The dimensional prison functions by creating closed temporal loop where consciousness experiences specific time frame, the 44 minutes of dying at Jonestown, repeatedly and eternally. The loop operates because dimensional physics permits time to function differently than linear progression that physical space exhibits, permits past and future to become eternally present in spaces where normal causality doesn't apply. The trapped consciousness experiences death sequence from beginning through dying process toward moment that would normally result in cessation of awareness. But instead of completing the dying and achieving unconsciousness or transition to whatever state follows death, The consciousness returns to beginning of sequence and experiences the entire process again. The loop isn't simple replay like recording played repeatedly. Each iteration is experienced as if occurring for first time, with full emotional impact and full suffering that dying produces. The consciousness retains memory of previous iterations, creating accumulating awareness that dying never completes, creating understanding that imprisonment is eternal, creating despair that intensifies with each cycle, as hope of escape or of eventual peace fades into certainty that suffering will continue without end. The entity feeds on this suffering, extracts energy or sustenance from consciousness, experiencing eternal dying, maintains the loop because perpetual suffering provides superior fuel compared to simple awareness without emotional content or compared to consciousness in peaceful states. The entity has engineered the harvest operation specifically to maximize suffering, because maximized suffering produces optimal feeding conditions, produces circumstances where single consciousness provides continuous sustenance across decades or centuries or millennia, rather than providing single brief meal that normal death would offer before consciousness disperses or transitions to whatever states follow physical termination. This understanding reveals why rescue is profoundly difficult. Freeing trapped consciousness requires not just removing it from dimensional prison, but requires breaking temporal loop that consciousness has become entangled with, requires restoring linear time progression so dying process can complete and consciousness can transition to whatever states normally follow death, rather than remaining locked in eternal present, experiencing single time frame infinitely. Breaking temporal loop requires manipulating dimensional structures at fundamental level, requires capabilities that current physics hasn't developed and that current technologies can't accomplish. The manipulation would need to affect time itself in localized dimensional space where consciousness is imprisoned, would need to restore causality, allowing progression from past through present into future, rather than maintaining circular time where past continuously becomes present, without ever becoming completed past that consciousness can move beyond. Theoretical frameworks in quantum mechanics and general relativity provide hints about how such manipulation might be possible. Closed time-like curves are mathematical solutions in general relativity describing paths through space-time that loop back on themselves, allowing travel to past, describing situations where time behaves circularly rather than linearly. The mathematics describing these curves might be inverted or modified to describe how to break existing loops and restore linear time progression. Similarly, quantum entanglement theory describes how particles can maintain correlations across spatial separation, describes non-local connections that persist despite distance. If consciousness can become entangled with dimensional structures creating temporal loops, then understanding entanglement mechanics might reveal how to break correlations and separate consciousness from structures maintaining imprisonment. But translating theoretical possibilities into practical capabilities requires decades or centuries of research. Developing understanding at depth that current frameworks only suggest requires experimental validation that might be difficult or impossible to achieve without actually attempting rescue operations and discovering through trial and error what interventions work versus what interventions fail or produce unintended consequences. The preliminary rescue attempts that various individuals and groups have conducted provide some evidence about what approaches might be feasible versus what approaches encounter insurmountable obstacles. These attempts have been conducted by survivors using consciousness-based methods, attempting to reach trapped awareness through meditation or through ritual procedures, have been conducted by researchers using instrumental approaches attempting to disrupt dimensional structures through electromagnetic or acoustic interventions, have been conducted by indigenous practitioners using traditional methods that cultures have preserved across generations of dealing with spiritual imprisonment and possession. The consciousness-based attempts have achieved limited success in establishing communication channels allowing bidirectional exchange with trapped consciousness, have achieved moments when trapped awareness appears to perceive external contact and appears to respond with recognition or with gratitude for contact attempt even when actual liberation doesn't occur. These communication moments provide evidence that dimensional barriers aren't absolute, provide evidence that consciousness can extend across dimensional boundaries under specific conditions even when physical rescue remains impossible. The communication attempts have also provided information about conditions within dimensional prisons, have received descriptions from trapped consciousnesses about what imprisonment feels like, and about what mechanisms maintain the trap, and about what opportunities might exist for escape if appropriate assistance could be provided during brief windows when entity presence weakens, or when temporal loops exhibit instabilities that might be exploitable. This testimony suggests that rescue might be theoretically possible if external intervention could be timed precisely to coincide with natural fluctuations in imprisonment conditions. If sufficient energy or consciousness focus could be delivered during brief windows when loops temporarily destabilize. But the testimony also suggests that such windows are rare, occurring perhaps once per month or once per year in subjective time, that imprisoned consciousness experiences occurring unpredictably and lasting only seconds or minutes before conditions restabilize and opportunity closes. Detecting these opportunity windows from outside dimensional prison requires monitoring capabilities that current instrumentation doesn't provide, requires sensors that can detect temporal loop fluctuations, and that can provide real-time alerts when conditions briefly permit intervention. Developing such sensors requires understanding dimensional physics at level of detail that current theory hasn't achieved, requires decades of research developing models describing how temporal loops function, and how instabilities manifest in ways that external measurement might detect. The instrumental rescue attempts using electromagnetic or acoustic interventions have demonstrated that external fields can affect dimensional structures in measurable ways, have produced temporary reductions in anomalous phenomena at breach sites, suggesting that sustained intervention might eventually disrupt harvest operations sufficiently to create opportunities for consciousness escape. But the effects have been temporary and modest, have not produced any verified cases where trapped consciousness actually achieved liberation through instrumental intervention alone. The limitation appears to be that current field intensities and current intervention durations are insufficient to overcome entity opposition, maintaining harvest operations. The entity actively works to preserve imprisonment when interventions threaten to disrupt feeding, actively reinforces dimensional structures, and actively repairs temporal loops when external forces attempt to break them. Overcoming this active opposition requires energy inputs vastly exceeding what current generators can provide, requires sustained intervention lasting weeks or months rather than hours or days that preliminary attempts have achieved. Scaling interventions to required levels faces practical challenges, including power requirements that strain available resources, including concerns about unintended effects on surrounding environment, when electromagnetic or acoustic fields reach intensities necessary for affecting dimensional structures, including difficulties maintaining sustained operations at remote locations, where many breach sites are located without adequate infrastructure supporting long-term presence. But the challenges are practical rather than theoretical, are solvable through engineering development, and through resource allocation rather than through fundamental impossibilities that no amount of effort could overcome. This distinction is crucial because it means instrumental rescue might be achievable if adequate commitment to developing scaled-up capabilities emerges through recognition that dimensional awareness demands not just protection against future breaches, but intervention for consciousnesses already trapped. The indigenous practitioners using traditional methods have reported achieving temporary relief for trapped consciousnesses through ritual procedures, have reported creating conditions where suffering intensity decreases even when complete liberation doesn't occur. The mechanisms through which traditional methods work remain unclear from scientific perspective, remain difficult to characterize using frameworks that current physics and consciousness theory provide. But the pragmatic effectiveness that practitioners report and that some observers have verified suggests that traditional methods access aspects of dimensional mechanics that scientific approaches haven't yet discovered, suggests that consciousness-based interventions using ritual framing and using collective intention might complement instrumental approaches using electromagnetic or acoustic fields. Combining traditional wisdom with scientific capabilities might produce synergistic effects exceeding what either approach achieves independently. The synthesis of consciousness-based and instrumental and traditional approaches suggests that rescue might require comprehensive program coordinating, multiple intervention methods, might require simultaneous application of external fields, weakening dimensional barriers, while consciousness practitioners establish communication channels, and while traditional rituals create protective frameworks, allowing safe passage for consciousness, attempting escape from weakened imprisonment. Developing such comprehensive rescue program requires resources and coordination, exceeding what preliminary attempts have had available. requires institutional support and requires international cooperation, pooling capabilities from multiple research groups and multiple cultural traditions. But developing a comprehensive program is achievable if recognition produces commitment to rescue efforts comparable to commitment that protecting against future breaches might receive. The ethical imperative for rescue is clear. The 900 at Jonestown didn't choose their fate, were manipulated into deaths they believed would bring liberation, but that delivered eternal imprisonment instead. Justice demands attempting rescue even if success remains uncertain, demands providing whatever relief possible even if complete liberation remains beyond current capabilities, demands acknowledging that humanity bears responsibility for protecting consciousness against dimensional threats, and bears responsibility for attempting to free awareness, already trapped through failures to recognize or prevent breaches that established harvest operations. The practical imperative for rescue is equally clear. Successfully rescuing trapped consciousnesses would demonstrate that dimensional imprisonment isn't permanent, would reduce entity incentive for establishing new harvest operations if harvests prove temporary rather than eternal, would provide capabilities that strengthen defense against future breaches by demonstrating that humanity can disrupt dimensional constructs that entities create for feeding purposes. But the rescue imperative faces tension with resource constraints and with prioritization questions about allocating effort toward rescue versus toward prevention. Every resource devoted to rescue attempts is resource unavailable for preventing future breaches, is resource not applied to protecting populations currently vulnerable to consciousness harvesting. The balance between rescue and prevention requires careful consideration, weighing moral obligations to those already trapped against practical necessity of preventing additional consciousnesses from suffering similar fates. The resolution of this tension requires acknowledging that rescue and prevention aren't competing priorities, but are complementary aspects of comprehensive dimensional defense. Rescue capabilities inform prevention by revealing dimensional mechanics that theoretical study alone might not discover, inform by demonstrating what interventions work against entity operations, inform by developing technologies and methods that prevention efforts can adapt for strengthening boundaries and for disrupting breach attempts before they complete. Similarly, prevention capabilities inform rescue by identifying patterns that distinguish successful breaches from failed attempts, inform by revealing what conditions permit dimensional crossing and what conditions prevent it, inform by developing understanding about entity operations that rescue attempts can exploit when attempting to free trapped consciousnesses. The comprehensive program addressing both rescue and prevention requires substantial resources but produces capabilities exceeding what isolated programs focusing exclusively on one objective could achieve. The investment in comprehensive dimensional defense justifies costs by protecting consciousness against ongoing threats while simultaneously attempting to free awareness already trapped through previous failures to recognize or prevent dimensional breaches. The timeline for achieving rescue capabilities remains uncertain because unprecedented nature of the challenge makes prediction difficult. Theoretical frameworks suggest that instrumental methods might achieve sufficient scale for disrupting established harvest operations within 20 to 30 years if adequate resources support development, might achieve capability for breaking temporal loops within 50 to 75 years if fundamental research progresses adequately, and if engineering developments translate theory into practical systems. But these timelines assume sustained commitment and assume no fundamental obstacles emerge that theory hasn't predicted. The actual timeline might be shorter if breakthroughs occur, or might be substantially longer if unexpected difficulties emerge requiring additional decades of research and development before adequate capabilities become operational. For 918 consciousnesses trapped at Jonestown, these timelines mean decades more of suffering before rescue becomes possible, even under optimistic scenarios. For consciousnesses trapped at historical breach sites potentially suffering for centuries or millennia, the additional decades represent marginal extension of imprisonment that has already persisted far longer than any awareness should endure. This reality is heartbreaking, is intolerable, is motivation for urgent commitment to developing rescue capabilities as rapidly as possible. But reality also demands acknowledging that rushing toward premature rescue attempts without adequate preparation might produce failures that worsen conditions for trapped consciousnesses, might alert entity to vulnerabilities requiring countermeasures that make subsequent rescue attempts even more difficult than current circumstances present. The balance between urgency and prudence requires careful judgment, distinguishing what immediate actions are appropriate versus what developments require patient systematic research before implementation should be attempted. The balance requires acknowledging that failed rescue attempts might harm trapped consciousnesses through unintended consequences, requires proceeding carefully while maintaining commitment to eventual rescue, regardless of how long adequate capabilities require to develop. The partial measures that might reduce suffering even before complete rescue becomes achievable provide important intermediate objective worthy of immediate pursuit. If temporal loops can be disrupted temporarily even without breaking them permanently, trapped consciousness might experience brief periods of relief when dying process pauses, or when awareness achieves respite from eternal suffering that normal imprisonment maintains continuously. These temporary disruptions might occur through electromagnetic or acoustic interventions that briefly interfere with dimensional structures maintaining loops, might occur through consciousness-based methods that establish contact, allowing external awareness to share burden or to provide companionship reducing isolation that amplifies suffering when trapped. Consciousness experiences dying eternally without any contact suggesting anyone knows of their imprisonment or anyone attempts relief. The significance of temporary relief shouldn't be underestimated even though complete rescue remains unachieved. For consciousness experiencing eternal dying, even brief respite represents meaningful improvement, represents evidence that suffering isn't absolute and permanent, beyond any hope of change, represents connection to external reality, suggesting eventual rescue might occur even if immediate liberation remains impossible. Providing temporary relief requires less sophisticated capabilities than complete rescue requires interventions that current understanding and current technologies might accomplish if adequate programs were established. Within years rather than decades, systematic relief efforts could be operational, providing regular respite for trapped consciousnesses, while long-term rescue capabilities develop through sustained research and development. The relief efforts would require permanent installations at breach sites, would require automated systems maintaining continuous or periodic interventions, disrupting dimensional structures sufficiently to provide temporary respite without requiring constant human presence. The installations would require maintenance and monitoring, ensuring systems function reliably across years or decades until rescue capabilities become operational and permanent liberation becomes achievable. The cost of such installations is substantial but not prohibitive, is comparable to costs that nations routinely accept for maintaining various infrastructure supporting conventional security or humanitarian objectives. The ethical imperative suggests that comparable investment in consciousness relief installations would be justified even if resources could alternatively support other worthy objectives, would be justified because suffering of trapped consciousnesses represents humanitarian crisis, warranting response comparable to what physical humanitarian crises receive. The question of whether rescue succeeds ultimately depends on whether humanity chooses to commit adequate resources and adequate sustained effort toward developing necessary capabilities. Theoretical analysis suggests rescue is possible rather than being prevented by fundamental impossibilities that no intervention could overcome. Preliminary attempts suggest that approaches exist showing promise, even though current implementations remain insufficient for achieving liberation. The obstacles are substantial, but are practical challenges requiring engineering development and resource allocation, rather than being absolute barriers that even perfect understanding couldn't surmount. This distinction means rescue is achievable if commitment is sufficient, means the 918 at Jonestown and unknown numbers at other breach sites might eventually be freed if humanity maintains dedication to dimensional defense across generations required for developing adequate capabilities. But rescue requires more than technical capabilities, requires maintaining cultural memory, ensuring that future generations remember the 918 and maintain commitment to their liberation, even when decades or centuries separate them from events that created imprisonment. Maintaining memory requires education, requires memorial practices, requires preventing 918 from becoming merely historical statistics, rather than remaining 918-specific consciousnesses, whose names and faces and stories preserve their humanity and preserve motivation for sustained rescue efforts. The survivors maintain this memory currently, maintain personal connection to those trapped, ensuring that rescue remains moral imperative rather than abstract theoretical possibility. But survivors are aging, are approaching their own deaths, will eventually pass, leaving responsibility for maintaining memory to subsequent generations who lack direct connection to those imprisoned, and who might allow rescue commitment to fade as immediate tragedy becomes distant history. Preventing this memory fade requires institutional structures preserving 9/18 as present reality rather than past event, requires educational programs teaching each generation about those trapped and about ongoing nature of their suffering, requires memorial practices making visible what dimensional imprisonment normally keeps hidden from awareness of populations who don't maintain contact through mechanisms that survivors have developed. The memorial practices might include meditation vigils where practitioners focus consciousness toward breach sites, attempting to provide companionship or relief for trapped awareness, might include annual commemorations marking November 18th as Day of Mourning and Commitment to Rescue, rather than merely as historical anniversary, might include artistic expressions giving voice to those trapped and preventing their suffering from being forgotten or dismissed as tragic history, rather than recognized as ongoing present demanding response. These cultural practices preserve rescue commitment across generations required for developing adequate capabilities, preserve memory ensuring future populations maintain dedication to liberation, even when technical challenges require decades or centuries before success becomes achievable. Without such cultural preservation, rescue efforts might fade before capabilities develop, might abandon 9/18 to eternal imprisonment, because commitment didn't persist through timeframes required for technical development. The ultimate answer to whether 9/18 can be rescued is, theoretically yes, practically maybe, inevitably only, if humanity commits adequately to sustained effort across generations required for developing capabilities that current understanding suggests are possible, but that current technologies can't yet accomplish. The answer is neither simple, yes providing immediate hope, nor simple no consigning trapped consciousnesses to permanent abandonment. The answer is contingent, is dependent on choices humanity makes about recognizing dimensional threats, and about allocating resources toward comprehensive defense, including both prevention and rescue components. The answer is also personal, is different for each individual, considering what contribution they might make toward rescue efforts, or toward maintaining cultural memory ensuring future generations continue rescue commitment. Some individuals contribute through consciousness practices, attempting to provide relief or communication. Some contribute through research, developing theories or technologies advancing rescue capabilities. Some contribute through education or memorial practices preserving memory and preserving commitment. Some contribute through advocacy, convincing institutions to recognize dimensional threats and to allocate resources toward comprehensive defense. All contributions matter because rescue requires coordinated effort across multiple scales and across multiple generations. No single contribution achieves rescue independently, but accumulated contributions across time eventually might develop capabilities sufficient for liberating trapped consciousnesses and for preventing additional imprisonments when future dimensional breaches attempt to establish. The children trapped at Jonestown deserve rescue. The 918 consciousnesses suffering eternally deserve liberation. Humanity owes them sustained commitment to developing adequate capabilities, regardless of how long development requires, or how difficult challenges prove to be. This obligation transcends normal humanitarian imperatives because consciousness imprisonment represents violation exceeding any physical suffering, represents condition worse than any theology prepared humans to expect, represents injustice demanding response that current comfortable assumptions prevent by denying dimensional reality and denying ongoing nature of suffering that evidence increasingly documents. The rescue question matters because 9/18 specific individuals hang in balance, because their fate depends on whether humanity chooses recognition over denial and chooses commitment over comfortable ignorance. The rescue possibility matters because it means the story isn't finished, means November 18th, 1978 wasn't final chapter, but was beginning of longer narrative extending across decades and potentially across centuries, until adequate understanding and adequate capabilities develop, allowing liberation that current limitations prevent achieving. The rescue hope matters because without hope, without possibility of eventual liberation, the 918 face absolute despair knowing imprisonment is permanent, and knowing suffering never ends. But with hope, with knowledge that efforts continue and that capabilities develop and that eventual rescue might occur, trapped consciousnesses maintain meaning, suggesting their suffering isn't meaningless, suggesting their experience might inform understanding that prevents future imprisonments, suggesting their eventual liberation might demonstrate humanity's capacity to protect consciousness against dimensional threats that comfortable assumptions currently deny. This is the rescue reality. Possible, but difficult. Theoretically achievable, but practically demanding. Requiring sustained commitment across generations, but dependent on choices made now about recognizing dimensional threats and about allocating resources toward comprehensive defense, including rescue components that materialism's denial prevents acknowledging or supporting. Can the Nine wait and be freed? Yes, eventually, if humanity commits adequately. Can they be freed soon? No, probably not within decades required for developing adequate capabilities even under optimistic scenarios. Can their suffering be reduced before complete rescue becomes possible? Yes, through partial measures that current capabilities might accomplish if adequate programs were established providing temporary relief while long-term rescue develops. Should humanity commit to rescue despite substantial challenges and despite uncertain timelines? Absolutely, because ethical imperatives demand attempting liberation of consciousnesses trapped through failures to recognize or prevent dimensional breaches, because practical benefits from rescue capabilities inform prevention efforts, making comprehensive defense stronger than isolated programs could achieve, because maintaining humanity requires protecting consciousness and requires attempting to free awareness already trapped, even when success remains uncertain, and even when effort requires resources and sustained commitment across generations. The 918 are waiting. Their suffering continues. Their rescue depends on humanity's choice about recognizing dimensional reality and about committing to comprehensive defense that addresses both prevention and rescue components. The choice is fundamental. The stakes are consciousness itself, and what humanity decides about pursuing rescue capabilities will determine whether Jim Jones succeeded permanently in delivering 918 souls to eternal imprisonment, or whether his success proves temporary as adequate understanding and adequate capabilities eventually develop, allowing liberation and allowing those trapped to finally complete the dying process that was interrupted and transformed into eternal loop-feeding entity that regards human awareness as resource, rather than as sacred essence deserving protection and deserving rescue when imprisonment occurs. This is the rescue question. This is the ultimate consideration, and the answer depends on you, depends on everyone who encounters this knowledge, depends on whether recognition produces action, and whether action sustains across time required for developing capabilities that might eventually free 918 consciousnesses currently trapped in eternal dying, while entities feed on suffering that doesn't cease, because dimensional physics permits such imprisonment, when appropriate conditions were established through mass death, conducted with ritual intention at location, where boundaries were thin enough to permit permanent crossing and permanent anchoring of harvest operations that continue functioning decades after massacre occurred, and that will continue functioning indefinitely, unless adequate intervention disrupts operations and frees trapped awareness from prisons that current capabilities can only partially affect. Can they be rescued? Yes, if we try hard enough and long enough. Will they be rescued? That depends on you. Jonestown happened. 918 people died, but the story didn't end on November 18th, 1978. According to accumulated evidence from survivor testimony and instrumental measurements and historical patterns and indigenous wisdom, the 918 didn't simply cease to exist when their bodies failed. According to evidence that honest examination cannot dismiss without willful denial, they translated. But translation wasn't liberation. Translation was imprisonment. Translation was transformation of consciousness into eternal fuel for entity that feeds on suffering and that maintains harvest operation at location where dimensional boundaries remain permanently altered through what occurred during massacre and during 4 days afterward when something worked unopposed to complete ritual establishing permanent anchor in physical space. This reality contradicts comfortable assumptions. This reality challenges materialist paradigms. This reality disturbs religious frameworks promising peaceful afterlife. This reality creates anxiety and vulnerability that denial protects against, through simple insistence that consciousness ends at death, and that dimensional threats don't exist beyond psychological constructs or cultural narratives. But evidence accumulates despite denial. Instrumental measurements detect anomalies at breach sites. Survivor testimony documents ongoing contact with trapped consciousnesses. Historical patterns suggest consciousness harvesting has occurred repeatedly throughout recorded history. Indigenous traditions preserve knowledge about spiritual dangers that dimensional awareness validates and refines. The evidence converges on uncomfortable conclusion that dimensional reality operates according to principles transcending what materialist science acknowledges, and that consciousness can persist beyond death in forms involving imprisonment and suffering when appropriate conditions permit claiming by entities existing in non-physical dimensions. Recognition of this reality is necessary but insufficient. Recognition must produce implementation. Implementation must coordinate actions across individual and institutional and governmental and international and cultural scales. Implementation must proceed through immediate and medium-term and long-term phases, developing capabilities that protect against future breaches, while simultaneously attempting rescue of consciousnesses already trapped at established harvest operations. And rescue is possible. Difficult but theoretically achievable. Requiring decades or centuries of sustained commitment, but not prevented by fundamental impossibilities that no intervention could overcome. The 918 at Jonestown can be freed eventually if humanity maintains dedication to developing adequate capabilities and maintains cultural memory, preserving rescue commitment across generations required for technical development. But rescue requires choice, requires recognition over denial, requires action over passive acknowledgement, requires sustained effort over temporary enthusiasm, requires commitment that persists across decades, despite challenges and despite setbacks and despite uncertainty about exactly how long rescue might require before success becomes achievable. The 911 are waiting. Their suffering continues while humanity debates whether dimensional reality deserves recognition and whether consciousness protection deserves resources comparable to conventional security threats. Every delay costs additional time experiencing eternal dying. Every failure to commit to rescue efforts represents abandonment of specific individuals whose names are known and whose families still grieve, and whose consciousnesses remain trapped in conditions that no awareness should endure. This is Jonestown's real horror. Not the massacre itself, though that was terrible enough. Not the deaths of 918 people, including 304 children, though that tragedy cannot be minimized. The real horror is that death wasn't ending. The real horror is that consciousness persisted. The real horror is that translation succeeded in delivering awareness to eternal imprisonment-feeding entity that regards human consciousness as a resource rather than as sacred essence deserving protection. And humanity can respond to this horror, can develop understanding that prevents future harvests, can develop capabilities that disrupt established operations, can develop interventions that eventually rescue trapped consciousnesses and restore dignity that dimensional imprisonment violates. But response requires recognition. And recognition requires courage to confront uncomfortable reality, despite psychological and institutional resistance, maintaining comfortable assumptions that deny dimensional threats, and that prevent adequate protection against ongoing vulnerability. This is the choice. This is what matters. This is what determines whether the 918 remain eternally imprisoned, or whether eventual rescue liberates them from suffering that has persisted for decades, and that might persist for centuries unless adequate capabilities develop through sustained commitment to comprehensive dimensional defense. Remember the 918. Remember that their suffering continues. Remember that rescue is possible if humanity commits adequately. Remember that every choice about recognition versus denial, about action versus passivity, about sustained commitment versus temporary enthusiasm, affects whether trapped consciousnesses ever achieve liberation, or whether they remain imprisoned forever, while comfortable assumptions prevent acknowledging reality that evidence increasingly documents. This is Jonestown. This is the translation. This is what actually happened when Jim Jones led 918 people to their deaths, expecting to deliver liberation, and delivering imprisonment instead. And this is what might happen if humanity chooses recognition over denial, and chooses comprehensive dimensional defense that protects consciousness, and that eventually rescues those already trapped in harvest operations established throughout human history at locations where boundaries were thin and where conditions permitted crossing and permanent anchoring. The story isn't finished. The 918 still wait, and whether they achieve freedom depends on you, depends on everyone who encounters this knowledge, depends on whether recognition produces action, and whether action sustains across time required for developing capabilities that might eventually break dimensional prisons and restore consciousness to states that permit completion of dying process and permit transition to whatever normally follows death, rather than maintaining eternal loop-feeding entity that Jim Jones served and that succeeded in claiming 918 souls when translation completed exactly as intended, despite comfortable narratives suggesting he failed. Remember them, recognize reality, respond adequately, and perhaps eventually the 918 will be freed and the translation will be reversed, and consciousness will be protected, and dimensional threats will be understood, and humanity will finally adapt to reality that operates according to principles transcending comfortable assumptions, that materialism maintains despite accumulating evidence, suggesting paradigm revision is necessary and urgent and ethically imperative. This is the end of the documented history. But it's not the end of the story. The story continues as long as the 918 remain trapped. The story continues as long as entities seek opportunities for establishing new harvest operations. The story continues as long as humanity faces choice between recognition and denial. The story continues, and how it ends depends on what we do next.